Josiah's words were truly powerful and unforgettable. For a long time, the restaurant was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Meanwhile, the live stream room exploded like cold water hitting hot oil. The chat was filled with question marks and exclamation points, along with endless cries of, "Huh, wait, what is going on here? Did Josiah just say he is not going to like Henry anymore? Did he really say that? I did not mishear, did I? Yes. You heard it right, but were not they rivals all along? Are not they always sending negative posts about each other? Could Josiah really end up liking Henry? So Henry and Josiah are secretly playing a rivals to lovers storyline behind everyone's backs? Josiah's fans reacted strongly upon seeing this. That cannot be right, can it? If they are really playing rivals to lovers, then what are we supposed to be? Are they seriously going to tell Batman that he has found a whole group of clowns here? Josiah's fans were visibly upset, while Henry's fans remained completely silent. An online observer could not hold back and spoke up. Do not Henry's fans have anything to say? Henry's fans, what exactly should we say? What is even worth saying? Did not we already tell you all that Gosher has to take responsibility for this himself? Exactly. Please keep personal actions separate from their fans. Yes. We believe Gosher has what it takes to handle this mess. Leave it to Gosher. In the end, their fans will not get involved, and they cannot do anything anyway. So this is just Henry's problem now. Their fans will just sit back and watch quietly from the sidelines. Josiah's fans were nearly driven to laughter by Henry's followers, but no matter what they said, Henry's fans remained completely silent. Meanwhile, other online users could not hold back and jumped in, making the discussion grow increasingly intense. In the restaurant, Josiah became so emotionally overwhelmed that his steps faltered suddenly. Stumbling backward a few paces, Owen quickly stood up to steady him. Are you okay? As soon as the words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the entire restaurant eased for just a moment. Charles had been watching Henry closely, studying every shift in his expression, and could not help but let a small smile tug at his lips. I truly never imagined that I would one day see surprise on Henry's face. Of course, Charles was not the only one watching Henry. The other guests in the room could not resist turning their attention to him either. He glanced at Henry, then quickly turned his head to steal a quick look at Josiah. Josiah was just an inebriated man. All his emotions were plainly visible on his face. His eyes were red, like a rabbit's, and tears streamed down uncontrollably, clearly a sign of deep sorrow. Even Miles and Weston, who had just gone through heartbreak, had not reacted this strongly. Looking at Henry, he remained seated upright, his hands on the table first clenching tightly before quickly relaxing. His fine brows were furrowed deeply, unusually letting go of any effort to hide his expression. His sharp, fox-like eyes filled with surprise and confusion as he stared across the table at Josiah. It had been nearly half a minute since Owen spoke before Henry finally frowned and said, "Josiah, did you drink so much your mind turned to mush?" Josiah, now being helped back into his seat by Owen, reacted sharply, whipping around with a voice full of anger and barely concealed tears. "You are the one without sense. I have a mind." It was obvious from that response he was speaking under the influence. Henry's frown eased slightly. He leaned back slowly, his straight spine relaxing just a bit, and a faint smile curled at his lips. "If you had any sense, how could you say something like that? We have never met before. I think you might be mistaken about who I am. You would recognize me even if I were turned to ashes." Josiah cut in without hesitation, glaring fiercely with his puffy red eyes at Henry, then quickly looked away as soon as Henry glanced back. Asher's lips slowly curved upward. He turned slightly toward Henry and said, "Even though Josiah's drunk, he does not seem like someone who made a mistake." Henry's expression instantly darkened. His icy gaze swept over Asher, voice cold with warning. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I led him on and abandoned him?" Asher quickly waved his hands. "I never said that. I did not say anything. That is your own words." After saying that, he even chuckled twice with a mischievous gleam. Henry felt chilled all over, yet Asher acted as if nothing was wrong, pouring himself a drink and taking a large sip with obvious delight. Then he grinned at Charles beside him. "Look at him. Does not he look like someone just got stabbed in the chest? I have never seen him this upset before." Charles cleared his throat twice, speaking quietly. You should keep quiet for a bit. Henry was clearly furious. What do we gain by making him angry? And I really want to know about his past with Josiah. But, judging by Henry's reaction, it seems he does not remember Josiah at all. Could there be some dramatic amnesia going on here? Edwin glanced at Josiah sitting beside him, who was still glaring fiercely at Henry. But Henry was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to care, quickly turning away. After a long silence without a response, Josiah's eyes grew even redder. After a while, he suddenly lowered his head. As he bent forward, Edwin, sitting next to him, clearly saw 2 hot tears fall sharply from his eyes. Such a heartbreaking sight. How could anyone not feel something? So what is really going on here? Edwin looked toward Charles. Charles's gaze remained fixed on Henry. After a moment of thought, Charles found his opening and asked, I just heard Josiah say he brought you a cake. Do you like cakes? Henry was at the lowest point emotionally, looking like anyone who spoke up would get snapped at, but since it was Charles speaking, even though Henry still felt sour, he did not lash out. Instead, he replied with irritation. No, you are so nosy. Do not you know I am allergic to milk? I have only ever eaten cake twice in my life. Once in middle school, a younger classmate brought me a goat milk cake. Henry's words stopped abruptly. Charles's pupils widened. It is here. A clue has appeared. Henry tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Charles, whose pupils had widened. Gabriel and Edwin both turned toward them at the same time. Clue? Was it something Henry remembered, or had Charles figured something out? After a brief exchange of glances, Henry suddenly looked up toward the opposite side of the table. Josiah truly felt hurt, his head down, shoulders shaking with each sob as he cried out, Henry is not anything good. He really went too far. Owen and Harper stood on either side of him, both looking completely at a loss. Maybe we should get in touch with his agent? Weston could not hold back and spoke up. Josiah looked up immediately. No need. I just want to cry. Just a little bit, that is all. No need to bother the agent. If I reach out again, he will get upset. Even drunk, he still knows not to anger his agent. Even if they do not reach out first, Josiah's agent will probably contact him soon. Might even rush straight to the filming location in a hurry. Charles quickly pulled out his phone as Henry turned his gaze away. Middle school. Henry's high school story. Found it. Edwin's eyes lit up instantly. Hurry up. He could not wait any longer. Charles quickly scanned through the story, unable to hold back his thoughts as he read. That explains it. No wonder Henry said he did not recognize Josiah. Josiah was friends with Henry back in middle school, but the person he is now is completely different from who he used to be. Back then, he was a round-faced, chubby kid with big eyes. Now, a tall, striking young man standing at 180 in the entertainment industry. And more importantly, he did not even go by that name back then. He was called Xiangyang before. Neither of the two conditions match. It is no surprise Henry would not recognize him. So how exactly did they meet? Charles kept reading, and suddenly a small smile appeared on his lips. No wonder Josiah has held on to this feeling for so long. It all started when Henry saved him in middle school. When Josiah was in middle school, his parents had just divorced. Combined with poor health and medication, plus emotional struggles, he gained a lot of weight quickly. Because of that, he became sensitive and self-conscious, and faced teasing from classmates. Once, he was cornered by classmates in the restroom, just as Henry walked in. From that moment on, a small chubby kid began tagging along behind Henry. Edwin suddenly understood after hearing this. A middle school classmate who changed his name, appearance, and life story over the years. No wonder Henry would not recognize him at first. Even Edwin might not have picked him out right away. But even if Henry did not recognize Josiah at first, should not Josiah have explained who he was? Gabriel felt the same confusion and could not help glancing over at Henry. Henry's brows were furrowed, his gaze still fixed on Josiah as if deep in thought. Charles kept turning the pages of the story. When Josiah was in middle school, he was quite sensitive, which made him especially good at reading emotions. Once he realized Henry was someone who seemed cold on the outside but warm inside, he started spending a lot of time with him. Their friendship grew strong and close. But unfortunately, that happiness did not last long. Not long after, Josiah's father passed away due to illness, and he was taken back to live with his mother. Naturally, he transferred schools and lost contact with Henry. Then a year ago, Henry made his debut, so Josiah has been quietly fond of him all this time. That is where the story ends. Charles put his phone away and looked up at Henry, just in time to see him push back his chair and stand up. As soon as he stood, everyone's attention turned toward him. There Henry went, calmly picking up his wine glass and walking slowly in Josiah's direction. Asher was stunned, quickly leaning over to Charles. What is he doing? Is he about to go over and start a fight? Charles remembered the unfinished sentence Henry had left earlier. He shook his head. No, I think he has finally recognized an old friend. Asher's eyes lit up. So they really knew each other before? Tell me everything, Charles. How would I know? I just felt that one unfinished line from Henry had a certain weight to it. Asher did not believe him. Just whisper it. I need to hear it from you alone. Charles gave him a light pat on the shoulder and held up one finger to his lips. Shh. Quick. Do not say a word. Gosher is walking toward Josiah now. Not only did Asher fall silent, the entire room fell completely quiet. All eyes focused on Josiah and Henry, everyone waiting in respectful silence. Henry seemed to have slipped back into his usual relaxed ease. His posture was calm and effortless as he smiled at Owen. Owen, mind swapping seats with me for a bit? Owen was easygoing and willingly gave up his seat, quickly moving to sit beside Charles. This spot is perfect for watching the scene unfold. The dining room fell unusually quiet, with only Josiah's occasional sobs breaking the stillness. After sitting down, Henry did not speak right away. Instead, he placed his glass on the table, picked up the nearby bottle, poured himself a drink, and took a small sip. Josiah had been bowing his head for some time, clearly feeling suffocated now, so he lifted his gaze. As soon as he looked up, he realized someone had taken the seat beside him. Josiah was startled and his body gave a slight tremble, but he quickly regained composure, glaring at Henry with puffy eyes as if trying to appear fierce. What are you doing here? Stay away from me. I do not want to see you right now. Henry's lips curved slightly, showing no intention of stepping back as Josiah had asked. Instead, he leaned forward with his chin resting on his hand. You said you wanted to drink with me earlier, did not you? Why are you being so inconsistent? I just arrived and you are changing your mind. Josiah opened his mouth hesitantly. But, me you, what do you mean, but? Henry reached for Josiah's glass and pressed it firmly toward his lips. Drink. Charles blinked. Is he really going to keep giving him more? Josiah is already drunk. Josiah glanced down at the glass near his mouth, his lips moving slightly. After a long pause, he finally parted his lips. Henry's eyes flashed with clear amusement. But at that moment, he suddenly pulled back his hand and set the glass down again on the table. Josiah was stunned. After several seconds, he finally came to his senses. Henry, if you say you like me, then is this how you show it? By going against me? Henry suddenly spoke coldly, cutting off Josiah mid-sentence. He picked up his glass again and took a sip, the smile fading from his face all at once, leaving only a distant, frosty profile. Josiah could not bear hearing Henry bring that up. The moment it was mentioned, anger flared inside him. When have I ever gone against you? Did not you throw away the medicine I gave you first? Charles's expression shifted slightly. Medicine? Henry furrowed his brow, turning to look at him. Medicine? Josiah's eyes welled up again, his voice thick with sorrow as if he would suffered a great injustice. It was our first variety show together. We were not on the same team back then. We were dousing each other on stage. I never meant to splash you. I actually wanted to get Beau behind you. Henry paused, trying to recall. Charles had already found it. Got it. This was an 8-month-old show, and it was Josiah's debut variety program. Henry suddenly remembered. 8 months ago. You still remember who was behind me? Josiah huffed. Of course I do, after all. Who else would have? Who was it? Henry raised an eyebrow. Josiah pressed his lips together and said nothing. But Charles had already scrolled to the show's highlight reel. His eyes lit up instantly, then quickly passed the phone over to Asher beside him. Asher burst out laughing. So Bo accidentally hugged Henry back then? Henry's expression flickered, his gaze shifting to Josiah. Josiah sat there with tears streaming down his face as he explained, I did not mean to splash you. I just wanted to get him to let go. He kept standing right behind you, and then he hugged you. I only meant to hit his hand, hoping he would release you, but I never expected. The guest next to him accidentally bumped Josiah's arm, sending the whole bucket of ice water straight over Henry from head to toe. That is when things first went sour between them. Looking back at Josiah, he was still crying and instantly turned away from Henry. I did not do it on purpose. After the filming ended, I ran out myself to get medicine for you. Went all over town before finally finding a pharmacy. I was too nervous to hand it to you myself, so I had my assistant deliver it. Even after that, I secretly checked up on you later. At this point, Josiah's emotions surged again. He turned sharply toward Henry with red eyes and said, But not only did you throw away the medicine, you also said I was the one guest you hated most. Josiah could not speak anymore. He tried hard to calm himself down, but it was impossible. Charles understood at last. In love, unrequited feelings are always a storm within, especially for someone like Josiah, who is so sensitive. He finally mustered the courage to step forward with hope in his heart, eager to introduce himself to Henry. But before he could even say a word, he heard with his own ears that Henry hated him the most. Anyone would find that unbearable. No wonder Josiah ended up letting pain take over from love. The restaurant fell into silence once again. Charles stared at Henry, feeling deeply anxious. So, Gosher, are not you going to say anything? Just as Charles was wondering whether he should prompt Henry, Edwin suddenly reached for a tissue from the box beside him. He passed it over Josiah's shoulder and handed it to Henry. Henry glanced down briefly, accepted the tissue quietly with thanks, then gently passed it to Josiah. Stop crying, he said. Josiah did not even reach out, just turned his head again. Henry showed unusual patience. Back then, I did not recognize you. I just saw a stranger. Try to imagine it. Someone you have never met suddenly douses you in water without warning. Would you treat them kindly? And besides, he added slowly, because of you, I ended up falling ill after that episode. And, Henry drawled, because of you, I fell ill right after the show ended that day. Josiah's crying stopped abruptly. After 2 seconds, he turned his head slightly. So, are you okay now? Charles's lips curled into a smirk. Josiah, do not be too easy to comfort. Did you really just get soothed like that? Henry sighed. Are you serious? It has been ages already. Josiah lowered his head. Oh, when did you finally recognize me? Josiah asked. Henry remained calm. Just now. Josiah was stunned, his voice rising with surprise. So you never recognized me this whole time? Henry laughed a little more. You changed your name, switched your last name, and even lost quite a bit of weight. You expect me to recognize you? Josiah stood frozen. His mind, dulled by alcohol, began slowly working again. After thinking for a while, Josiah finally seemed to realize, yeah, I guess that is true. I should have explained myself back then. Henry let out a dry laugh. You are still just as clueless as in middle school. Henry reached for the tissue again. This time, Josiah took it, carefully, using only 2 fingers to pinch one corner and swiftly pulling it into his hand. I am not stupid, Josiah muttered, barely above a whisper. Henry simply ignored him and continued, then go on. Josiah wiped the tears from his face. The alcohol made his thoughts sluggish. He looked up, confused. What should I say? Tell me why you have been following a similar path to mine. Taking over my endorsements and roles? Henry lifted his glass, watching the bubbles vanish one by one. Even though I did not recognize you, you knew who I was, so why did you still do it? Charles took a quiet breath. Looks like Henry's planning to go through every detail with Josiah. One by one, Asher could not help but mutter, really hold a grudge. Josiah stared at Henry, frozen. Henry's face showed no visible expression, but Josiah could sense the anger beneath it clearly. He could not help but slide his chair slightly to the side. Before he had even finished moving, Henry's hand shot out and pressed against the back of his chair. "What are you running from? Do not you want to explain yourself?" Josiah clenched his lips, voice tight. I wanted to talk things through with you, but I did take your endorsement and role. So there is really nothing more to say." Charles was utterly baffled. "Wait, did you actually do this on purpose? Could it be that you wanted to get Henry's attention this way? But that does not seem like something Josiah would do. He does not strike me as that childish." Henry let out a dry laugh at Josiah's reply, his voice growing colder. "Of course I know you took my role and endorsement, but I am asking why, despite not having spoken in years, you once told me about your family background. With that kind of support, you would not really need to compete with me for roles or endorsements, would you?" Josiah nodded slowly, hesitating before speaking. I only took one role from you. The endorsement was 2 in total, but the second was not really me taking it. We both competed for it, and you lost. But you haven't always lost. Recently, I just could not beat you. So why did you go after my role and endorsement?" Henry asked. "You still haven't explained the reason. Or are you really just trying to get back at me because I did not recognize you? Maybe it is because of that time I threw your medicine and called you a copycat." "No!" Josiah quickly interrupted Henry. Something in those words seemed to strike him hard. He blinked rapidly, eyes welling up. "I was not trying to take your role. It is just that movie. The lead female character there. I cannot say more than this. We haven't aired it yet, and honestly, I do not even know if we ever will. But nothing like that has actually happened yet." "So," Charles could not help but guess. "Could it be you are going after the lead role in your upcoming show because of some drama involving her?" Josiah looked like he would found someone to save him. He turned sharply, tears now streaming down his face, and nodded quickly. Yes, I did not enter the industry just for money. Even if it costs me time, that is okay. So I stepped in." Then Josiah glanced quickly at Henry and whispered, "And do not think I did not make up for it. I made sure the director reached out to you afterward. You landed another project soon after, did not you?" Charles covered his mouth. "Josiah, what even do I say? You are the ultimate romantic. You are even worse than my older brother. Least he hasn't given Mason any roles yet. Can that habit of Charles's, always throwing in a jab at the right moment, never be fixed?" Charles had no idea what Edwin was thinking. He did not take his eyes off Henry. Henry's expression remained completely unchanged, but the grip on his glass tightened slightly. After a long pause, Henry finally said, "The endorsement you took? It was soon after exposed for food safety issues?" Josiah let the tears flow quietly and nodded. "Yeah, so I never signed with them afterward." "Last question," Henry said. "What about your image and those negative press materials?" Josiah had been quietly crying. Until he heard that, he whipped around sharply, tears now pouring faster. "So in your mind, I am still just a copycat? Do you really think my image is based on yours?" Henry's gaze briefly met Josiah's eyes before quickly shifting away. "At least, that is how it seems to me." Josiah could not hold back anymore. He shot up from his seat. The dishes and utensils in front of him clattered to the floor, scattering everywhere. Owen quickly stepped in. "Henry, maybe we should just— I did not copy you." Josiah's voice was loud, drowning out Owen completely. His whole body trembled with anger, and tears streamed down like an open faucet. "I did not copy you. I did not. And yes, my team did release that post. But was not it your team who started first? You have no idea how harsh that post was. It called me a copycat, said I acted like a fool copying you. But," Josiah's voice cracked with emotion, his sorrow clear, "was not it you who told me before? You said I should smile more and help others. Said if I did, I would definitely make lots of friends. You said Xiangyang was meant to be lived fully. I listened to you and followed your advice. But then you called me a copycat. Henry, you are such a big liar. You do not remember anything. Only I do." Josiah's crying grew louder as he shoved his chair back and tried to run out. Charles stood up in a rush, but Henry moved even faster, grabbing Josiah's arm. "Where do you think you are going? Mind your own business." Josiah's voice was hoarse as he struggled fiercely. "Let go of me. Let go right now. I really hate Henry the most. You have no idea how much I hated Henry. He does not even remember me, yet says he hates me, and still invited me to this show. Yet here I am, weak-minded enough to come. And now the jerk actually wants to see me embarrass myself on camera? That is just too far. I am never going to like you again." Henry kept holding Josiah's hand, and Josiah stood there, crying loudly into the sky. As he cried harder, he lost his balance and fell straight toward Henry. Henry had no choice but to catch him. Then Josiah clung to half of Henry's body while still crying. The other guests looked at each other, stunned. Weston spoke up first. "Still saying you do not like him?" Miles nodded in agreement. "If that is not love, I might as well quit making idle dramas." Charles said, "It is obvious he is completely smitten. Now he is just fooling himself." Charles could not help but glance at Henry's expression, and after just one look, he covered his mouth and turned away. Asher took a quick look too and could not hold back. He burst out laughing. "Oh wow, watching you gaucher struggle like this is making me feel the tension. You are barely saying anything tonight. You can say that again." It was about time. The snacks were all gone, and everyone looked thoroughly satisfied. Josiah had cried himself out. Now his head hung low against Henry's shoulder. "Eyes already shut. Should we get him back to the room first?" Miles suggested. Owen stepped forward. "I will help you with that." The three of them supported the dazed Josiah as they walked toward the elevator. Owen suddenly remembered something and turned to Henry. "Hey, is not Josiah staying in the same room as you?" Charles could not keep it together anymore and laughed out loud. "Yep. Not only is he sharing a room, but our gaucher personally invited him." The other guests thought about it and could not hold back. They all burst into laughter. Henry's expression instantly turned completely priceless. Gabriel laughed a few times and then stopped. "I have already reached out to his assistant and manager. They will take extra care of him tonight." Henry resignedly closed his eyes and nodded. "Thanks for handling it." Then Gabriel added, "But before they arrive, I will need your help too. After all, you are sharing a room with him." Asher burst into loud laughter. Henry shot him a sharp glare, but Asher kept laughing. The elevator arrived quickly, and the four of them disappeared from the live stream. Charles and the other guests began cleaning up the mess. By the time they finished, it was already 12 of the clock. The day's filming had been exhausting, and after devouring such a big surprise that night, Charles should have gone straight to bed. But he just could not fall asleep. As soon as he got back to his room, he opened up Weibo. The top trending topic had a long title, but it was strangely cruel and oddly entertaining. "Will Josiah flee the planet after waking up?" Charles's smile stretched higher than the sky. Of course he will. He was not just drunk. He also made a heartfelt declaration in front of everyone, directly to Henry, and today was not even the final day of filming. Tomorrow still had an entire day of recording ahead. Charles did not know what Josiah would do when he woke up tomorrow, but one thing was certain. Josiah's fans were already breaking down before him, right from the moment Josiah shouted those words to Henry. "What could you possibly have that I would want?" Alert viewers and fans sensed something was off, but at the time, they had too little information to understand what really happened. So cautious onlookers chose to stay calm and wait before reacting. The only ones truly overwhelmed were Josiah's fans. After a brief moment of chaos, they started falling apart. "He is not like that. Do you even know what you are saying? Can someone just shut my brother's mouth right now? I cannot stand hearing him say another word." Look at everyone's reaction. Could it actually be true what my brother said? How could this possibly be fake? You know the saying, drunk people tell the truth, right? Oh no, this cannot go on. If Josiah keeps talking, I have a feeling I will never be able to look any other fan in the eye again. As the saying goes, worry about something and it is bound to happen. Before long, Josiah's fans heard a series of shocking statements that left them stunned. Fans could at least accept the part about buying medicine and blocking the endorsement. After all, they did not buy the medicine themselves, and Josiah never actually took on the role, so neither he nor his fans really lost anything. What they absolutely could not accept was that Josiah had gone out of his way to protect Henry's hard work. so much so that he wasted his own time and effort just to keep things going for someone else. If you already knew the show was not happening, could not you have pulled out of the role back then? Could it be that Josiah was afraid Henry would still take on the part even if he backed out? If this is not a classic case of putting someone else first, then what is? And do not even get me started on Bo. 8 months have passed. It has been a full 8 months since the filming session, and you actually remember that Bo hugged Henry. Do you even recall exactly where his hands were placed? After all this, how can you still stubbornly deny feeling anything for Henry like a broken record? If you really do not feel anything, why are you crying? Why are you shouting? Why are you drinking? You do not like Henry, but his fans are going crazy over him, are not they? If that is not deep love, then what is? But by far the worst part comes from today's thoughtless online crowd. They not only edited and shared recordings of this moment, but also matched different music to Josiah's words. Josiah cried out, "Henry is a total fraud." Background music. "Remember how I told you to forget me? Remember how I told you to forget me? You said you would cry, but it is not because you care." Josiah sobbed, "I really hate Henry now." Background music. "You loved someone you should not have, and your heart's full of pain." Josiah looked utterly hurt. "I will never like Henry again." Background music. If this is not love, then what is? As soon as the video was posted, it spread like wildfire across the internet, with some users even directly tagging Josiah and Henry in their comments. "Honey, say something. Honey, do you like this video? Gosher, look at this. Josiah really does care about you. Gosher, why are you so quiet tonight? Is it because you do not want to talk?" Some incredibly quick-witted netizens even recorded every cry from Josiah and turned them into a made-up reading comprehension quiz. Users kept enthusiastically answering questions in the comments section. The hidden meaning behind "I will never like you again" is that I still do. More than ever, actually. According to the intense context of Josiah's outburst, disliking actually means liking. He was expressing affection through frustration, so his words to Henry translate directly into "I like you." So after all that talk, it really just comes down to one thing: Henry, I still like you. Josiah's fans were furious and immediately replied, "Damn it, I am going to report you all. I swear I will have you arrested. Stop editing." Josiah's been crying on my Weibo page all night. Just seeing him cry again is making me emotional. We fans are suffering so much. We are practically turned into clowns from Gotham City. Cannot you just leave us alone? The mischievous netizens could not help but burst out laughing when they saw this. But as they laughed, some viewers started to reflect and said, "So come on, after all this affection, why cannot Josiah just be brave?" He was brave. He confessed to Henry right in front of a national audience. Honestly, I can understand Josiah too. After all, the person he likes is not just anyone. He is Gosher, the one who is never afraid to speak his mind in entertainment circles. Going private with a confession really does take courage. Do not say another word. I feel even more sorry for Josiah now. Just watching him cry makes me soft-hearted. My tears are not cheap, but seriously, Josiah's entire confession left our Gosher completely speechless. "You are telling me?" Then Josiah's fans finally spoke up with passion. Take another look at the clip. Ever since our Gosher chose to be himself, have you ever seen him explain anything to anyone else? Yeah. He not only explained to Josiah why he did not recognize him, but he also handed him a tissue. Even though he still scolded Josiah, it was actually quite kind. Do not you think? Exactly. And longtime fans of Gosher know he is really particular about cleanliness. But look at this. Josiah passed out drunk and leaned half his body on him, and Gosher did not push him away. What does that tell us? Another netizen quickly responded, "That means I am completely obsessed." Other viewers jumped in too. No lie, it is kind of cute. Enemies to lovers. True rivals finally end up together. Kinda sweet, huh? Even though some fans are already shipping them as a couple, most people still stay grounded. That said, I think Henry probably just sees Josiah as an old friend. Exactly. I still haven't seen any real affection in Gosher's eyes yet, but one thing is certain: Gosher truly let bygones be bygones. He should be able to rebuild a friendship with Josiah, right? This comment got the most discussion. Some viewers believe Henry can forgive and move on, But Josiah might not be ready to accept that. After all, he has had feelings for Henry this whole time. How could he just go back to being friends without any hard feelings? Still, others argue that being friends is perfectly fine. It is better than always fighting like before. Even if they do not end up together, Josiah did finally express his feelings to Henry, so he will not be left with regrets. After going back and forth, the two sides could not reach a conclusion, but one thing was undeniable. Everyone ended up feeling even more sympathy for Josiah. After all, unrequited love really hurts, and Josiah's genuine feelings for Henry should not be turned into public gossip. Of course, the original intention behind all the playful speculation was not to mock Josiah. Some viewers even saw parts of themselves in him, but still, sympathy aside, they would not stop watching just because they felt bad for him. They were genuinely excited to see what Josiah would do tomorrow morning. That is why this questionable trending topic was created tonight. The villa lights were all off, yet the fans kept watching the live stream. All the other guests had gone to sleep, but the living room light in Henry's suite stayed on. Charles, who had been watching from afar this long, could not resist curiosity and clicked into the live stream. As soon as he joined, he saw the chat messages. Henry went in a few minutes ago? 3 minutes ago. Hasn't come out yet? The door opened. He is out. On screen, Henry stepped out of Josiah's room and gently closed the door behind him. He seemed a bit tired, rubbing his temple with his hand before glancing slightly upward toward the living room camera. Charles blinked. Will not Henry try to shut off the camera? Before he would even finish speaking, he saw Henry quickly walking toward the camera. Then a piece of clothing suddenly dropped from above and completely covered the lens. Chat comments. Gosher. Do not be so stingy. I want to see. I really want to see. Hurry up and show us. I am going to make a scene. I really will. What is so wrong with wanting to watch? Exactly. What is there not to see? Charles voiced the same question as the chat. With the camera covered like that, nearly half the audience vanished instantly. Charles let out a long sigh, feeling helpless, and was about to leave the stream to go sleep. Just then, he heard a car pulling up downstairs. Charles could not resist standing up to look outside, and spotted Josiah's agent and assistant hurrying in from below. Thank goodness they made it. Now Gosher can finally rest. Charles let out a long yawn and slowly walked back to his room, then lay down again. Because of what happened last night, the production team gave the guests a half-day break in the morning, meaning Charles could sleep in naturally tomorrow. Charles smiled faintly, put on his earplugs and eye mask, then closed his eyes. He had a peaceful night's sleep. Charles opened his eyes again to find it was already 10 in the morning. He did not delay, quickly got up, changed clothes, and headed downstairs. When he reached the dining room, Charles glanced around and noticed everyone was there except Josiah. Edwin waved at Charles and pointed to the porridge and breakfast on the table. You can heat it yourself. It is ready to eat. Charles nodded, then carried his bowl of porridge toward the kitchen. Gabriel happened to be there and reached out. Let me heat it for you. Would you like oat milk? Charles thought for a moment, then nodded. Gabriel placed Charles's porridge in the microwave and picked up a nearby cup to pour him a glass of oat milk. The milk was still warm, with tiny bits of oats floating on top. Charles took a small sip and found it had a rich texture, even catching hints of nuts. Charles really liked it and finished most of the glass in one go. Gabriel glanced back. Like it? Charles nodded. Yeah, really good. I think I had this flavor when I was a kid, but after growing up, I could not find the same kind again. A soft, quiet smile appeared in Gabriel's eyes. I made it myself. I have plenty more. Charles brightened. Then I will have another one later. There was a soft ding as Charles's porridge finished heating. Gabriel took Charles's cup and topped it off with milk. Charles carried the porridge to the table himself. After sipping a few mouthfuls, Asher suddenly leaned in beside Charles. Did you run into Josiah when you came downstairs? Charles froze mid-sip. Wait, did Josiah slip away again? His voice was a little too loud, drawing everyone's attention instantly. Henry glanced at Charles for a brief moment before looking away. Charles quickly turned to look at Gabriel. Gabriel poured himself a glass of milk and sat down beside Charles. His agent confirmed he will be joining the recording as scheduled this morning, So he is still not awake then? Charles glanced back at Henry. That look was impossible to ignore. Henry kept his head down, reading messages. When he felt Charles's stare, his brows immediately knitted together as he said without lifting his head, "Charles, did not I tell you before to stop staring at me?" Charles was not fazed by Henry's warning. He blinked playfully. "I am just curious, after all, you two share a room. Has he gotten up yet?" Henry did not change his posture. "If you are so curious, why do not you go check for yourself?" Charles thought that made perfect sense. So he quickly finished the rest of his porridge and grabbed Asher's hand. "Come on, let's go together." Asher stayed rooted where he stood. "This might not be a good idea. What is the problem?" Charles turned to Edwin. "Big brother, you in?" Edwin definitely was. He stood up without hesitation and quickly came up with a reasonable excuse. "It is almost 12 now, and we are supposed to leave soon. So it makes sense to go wake Josiah." Since Edwin had joined them, Asher no longer tried to avoid going along. Only after the elevator doors closed did Owen turn toward Henry. "After a night of drinking, people usually have headaches. Should we ask production for some medicine?" Henry paused mid-message, then looked straight up at Owen with a faint smile. "Owen, are you testing me?" Harper gave Owen an annoyed look. "You should have just kept quiet. Why did you have to say anything?" Owen quickly explained. "Henry, I did not mean anything by it. I just thought, since we still have half a day of filming today, I think I brought some recovery aid. Let me take it to Josiah." Weston suddenly spoke up, cutting off Owen. Owen let out a visible breath of relief. Henry glanced at Weston, then lowered his head again. As Weston shrugged and reached for the elevator button, Henry finally spoke. "No need. It has already been taken care of. His manager left something on the nightstand last night. He would have to be blind not to see it." Weston froze mid-step. Owen's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly signaled to the others. Harper gave his hand a sharp tap. "Do not make your curiosity so obvious." Harper turned back to Henry, who still held the same position, seemingly unaware of the other guests' curious glances. The group upstairs had no idea what was happening below. After entering the north suite on the 3rd floor, Asher signaled for Charles to knock on the door. Since Charles was the one who insisted on coming to wake Josiah up, it only made sense for him to be the one to knock. Charles had no choice but to gather his courage and knock on the door. After a long while, there was still no sound coming from inside. Charles glanced back at the two with a puzzled expression. "Could he not have woken up yet?" Edwin paused, then said, "Let's just check inside." Even though Josiah had been drinking last night, he was still on a live show. There should not be any awkward situations. Just as Charles was about to open the door, it swung open from the inside. "Who is it?" Josiah's hoarse voice echoed. Then his messy head appeared, his pale face showing clearly swollen eyes. Seeing Josiah, Charles could not help but recall last night's scene. The corners of his mouth twitched upward involuntarily. He quickly tried to hold it back, took a soft breath, and said, "You just woke up?" Josiah nodded and stepped aside. "Did I oversleep?" "Yes, you are the only one who hasn't woken up." Asher observed for a moment before speaking. Josiah let out a soft, "Oh," then took a couple of steps inside. "Could you wait a bit? I will go change my clothes." Charles and the others could not enter, so they sat down on the living room sofa. Given Josiah's reaction, could it be he does not remember anything from last night? Charles could not resist turning to Edwin. "Brother too, you were also drunk by someone before. Did not you feel the same way when you woke up?" Edwin instantly reached out and covered Charles's mouth with his hand, his voice tight. "Charles, Asher's right there. Can you please be more careful about your words?" Asher quickly caught on and suddenly realized, "Was it Mason who got you drunk?" Charles struggled to free his mouth and quickly apologized. "Brother, I did not mean to." Edwin closed his eyes and pretended to be unconscious. Asher could not help but chuckle and added, "So you really do forget things after drinking? Otherwise, how could Mason have gotten away with it?" Edwin took a deep breath. How could anyone actually lose their memory like that? Drinking is just being temporarily overwhelmed by alcohol. It affects your body's control, but not your mind. What you remember will come back eventually. Besides, I was not fooled by Mason. Asher turned to Charles and said, "Your brother's getting a bit flustered." Charles pressed his lips together and gave a small, careful nod. "He is going to drive me crazy one of these days." The jacket covering the third-floor living room camera had been removed. Now not only could viewers watch the three arguing through the stream, but even the guests downstairs could not resist pulling out their phones and opening the live feed. Henry put his phone away just in time to hear Asher's voice coming from Miles' phone. "Forgot to wear headphones." Henry glanced at Miles and then quickly looked away, scanning the room and noticing nearly every guest had a phone out. You do not even have to guess what they are watching. So Henry slowly stood up with a smile, saying, "I am heading upstairs to change my clothes. Anyone want to join me for the scene?" You could not really call it watching a spectacle, though. Isabella spoke up first. "I will pass. Watching the live stream downstairs is fine." Weston played dumb. "What kind of fun are we going to have if you were just changing clothes?" Miles wished he could bury his head in the sofa. Why had not he thought to put on headphones earlier? Henry turned to look at Owen next. Owen did not even dare meet his gaze. Henry gave a quiet smile, then turned and headed toward the elevator. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Gabriel carrying a thermos following close behind. Henry raised an eyebrow. "Looks like Gabriel's got more of a relaxed attitude." Gabriel smiled slightly. "Not really, I just remembered it is best to take medicine with warm water. So I came up with you." Henry's eyes lingered on the thermos in Gabriel's hand for a brief moment before he looked away. His brow, which had been relaxed, now furrowed slightly. Gabriel pulled his gaze back and pressed the button for the third floor. When Charles saw Gabriel and Henry heading upstairs, his eyes widened instantly. Why did Henry come up? Could it be he actually cares about Josiah but does not know how to say it? Before Charles could speak, Henry walked past them straight toward his room. A second later, the door closed behind him. Charles glanced at Edwin and Asher, then looked toward Gabriel. Gabriel placed the thermos on the coffee table in the living room and explained, "He came up to change his clothes." Asher made a face. "Did not he just change this morning? What is he coming up here for now?" In his mind, that was clearly an excuse. Charles did not see it that way. After all, he knew Henry had a real sensitivity about cleanliness. The group settled back onto the sofa when Josiah came out, having changed into fresh clothes and smoothed down his messy hair. Looking dazed, seeing the four of them on the couch, Josiah's expression shifted slightly. "Is it already time to leave? Everyone's waiting for me?" Sorry. I do not know why I just could not wake up today." Charles noticed the misunderstanding and said, "No rush. We still have an hour before departure." Josiah paused mid-motion, puzzled. "But I just checked the time. It is already 11:30. Why is it so late today?" Charles exchanged a glance with Edwin beside him. "Looks like he really does not remember anything at all. Should we tell him about it? But if we just say it straight, will not Josiah feel embarrassed and want to disappear?" Just as Charles was hesitating, Asher spoke up. "You do not remember?" In Josiah's puffy eyes, a flicker of confusion appeared. I have got a bit of a headache." No, actually, it was not just a little, it was intense. The moment he opened his eyes, Josiah had already noticed the pain felt unusual, but he did not dwell on it much and just got up to open the door. He was still dazed while brushing his teeth and changing clothes. After standing there for a second, Josiah finally spoke. Am I sick? Or could it be?" The door across the hall suddenly swung open, and Henry was already dressed, standing right at the entrance. Hearing Josiah's words, he gave a faint smile and asked directly, "Do not you remember what you did last night?" Josiah stared blankly at Henry as he began to recall last night's events. "I remember we came back late, so the show crew prepared hot pot and barbecue for us. We ate half of it before starting to drink." Yes, drinking. The next moments flashed through Josiah's mind in a rush. His eyes widened sharply, filled with shock, but within seconds, his face turned pure panic. Not just his ears, but even his neck and cheeks flushed bright red. Seeing Josiah's expression, everyone had a hard time keeping straight faces. "Looks like he remembers now. We must stay quiet right now." Absolutely cannot upset Josiah, but Henry could not hear Charles's thoughts, so he simply asked, "Remembered it?" Josiah stood frozen in place for a long time before finally managing to speak. I think I had a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Charles was trying hard not to laugh. Asher even covered his face, laughing so hard his shoulders were shaking. After seeing their reactions, Josiah understood perfectly. His breathing suddenly quickened, his face turned bright red, and even his hands started to tremble slightly. What is going on? Could it be that everything he shouted earlier, accusing Henry of being a fraud in front of everyone, was not just a dream? No way. And what about seeing his manager and assistant last night? That was not a dream either. And then there was the moment in the room when he held onto Henry's arm tightly, refusing to let go until Henry promised to take responsibility. Josiah felt lightheaded, his breathing suddenly became hard, and he stepped back sharply. He needed to find a place to hide. Right now, Henry suddenly stepped forward quickly, catching Josiah's arm before anyone could react, stopping him from backing away. Then he leaned slightly closer and met Josiah's eyes with a soft smile, gently shattering the last bit of hope. Xiangyang, you are not dreaming. Hearing his familiar name spoken by Henry at that moment, Josiah just wanted to disappear right there. The next instant, he yanked his arm back sharply, his face burning brighter than his eyes, flustered and angry. You! Get out! But Henry was faster. He immediately placed his hand in the doorway. Josiah froze mid-motion, startled so much that beads of sweat formed on his nose. Henry laughed. Why the sudden mood? I did not get mad even when you spilled something on me. The four people behind him stared wide-eyed. He actually did that to Henry? Really? Or is this just a joke? Edwin asked. Asher. I have no idea. Gabriel lowered his voice. It probably did not happen. The living room camera was covered late last night, and the director confirmed they had not seen Henry change clothes. Charles suddenly realized something. If he did not end up covered, then Henry must have been planning. Then everyone watched as Henry pulled out his phone and opened a QR code. Josiah's eyes were blank, standing there like he would lost all sense of reality. Scan it, Henry said, growing impatient. Josiah snapped back with a startled look, his gaze briefly meeting Henry's before quickly darting away. He took a small step backward. Scan what? Scan the code to send money, Henry said. Huh? What is with the huh? Henry raised an eyebrow. Should not you be paying for my clothes? Josiah let out a soft, oh, then slowly pulled out his phone. There was a quick beep, and with a mix of nervousness and confusion, he said, why is not this a payment QR code? The amount is large. Just add me on WeChat and send the transfer directly, Henry said. Josiah tapped to add. Added. How much? Henry replied. $5.20. Josiah looked up, surprised. That expensive? Henry looked straight into his eyes and nodded seriously. Yes. Josiah did not dare to meet Henry's gaze, lowered his head, typed in, and completed the payment with a facial scan. Henry glanced at the transaction confirmation on his phone screen, then finally stepped back. His eyes swept over the four people sitting intently on the sofa. As if remembering something, he turned around. You have got hangover pills by your bed. Take one and come down soon. We are about to leave. After saying that, Henry walked toward the four of them with a warm smile. Are you heading out? Charles was the first to stand up, grinning broadly. Let's go. Josiah had just learned the truth. He needed some time to process it, but Charles glanced at Henry ahead of him, then turned to Gabriel beside him. 52,000? What kind of price is that for a shirt? Gabriel laughed. Asher. He is quite the crafty old fox. The five of them stepped out of the suite, and just as they were about to head toward the elevator, a heart-wrenching, desperate voice came from the room they had just left. I do not have any reason to keep living in this world anymore. Charles could not help but smirk. Asher stopped in his tracks, unable to hold back a chuckle. Henry, are not you going to check on it? Henry simply glanced at Asher sideways without a word and walked straight toward the elevator. Charles gave Asher a reproachful look and said, Josiah needs complete alone time right now. Sending Henry back will only make things worse for him. Besides, we have already seen everything worth seeing. People should not be too greedy when it comes to gossip. Charles did not say that out loud. Come on, let's head downstairs first, Charles said, reaching to nudge Asher's back. But Asher stayed rooted in place. Gabriel turned his head slightly, catching sight of the hand Charles had placed on Asher's back. After a couple of seconds, he looked away and said, "Let Josiah be alone for a while." No one else wanted to stay behind to watch more drama, so Asher felt bored. With his hands in his pockets, Charles pushed him all the way to the elevator door. Just as the elevator doors opened, Charles was about to push Asher again, when a hand reached out and gently took hold of his wrist, guiding it down. Charles blinked, but before he could speak, Gabriel said, "Be careful." I thought Gabriel might have wanted to hold my hand. Turns out, it was just concern. "You sound a little disappointed, do not you?" Edwin could not help but glance at the two. Once he was certain Gabriel had not taken Charles's hand, he looked away, but just to be safe, Edwin grabbed Charles's arm and pulled him right in front of himself. "Stay put." Though Charles did not understand why Edwin did that, he still stood where he was. He silently thought to himself, "Even if we cannot watch the scene live, I remember Henry's room has cameras running, right?" Charles pressed his lips together, suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth. "Hope Josiah notices it in time. Do not end up embarrassing yourself again in the living room." But unfortunately, Josiah could not hear Charles's thoughts, so he truly ended up going through another round of social embarrassment. As soon as Josiah realized that everything from last night was not a dream, his mind had already shut down completely. Even when handing money to Henry, his mind was entirely blank. After Charles and the others left, Josiah did not even have the strength to walk toward the bedroom. He simply dropped down on the spot and started wailing. The living room camera happened to capture every moment clearly. Both the sounds and his facial expressions were visible in full view for viewers online. When viewers saw Josiah sitting on the ground questioning why he was still alive on this planet, countless people could not help but grin. "Help! Just imagining myself in his place. I would be embarrassed too." This is not just a simple moment of embarrassment. It is something that will follow Josiah for the rest of his life. Do not even say it. Josiah's fans are already planning to flee Earth tonight. It is fine. Life is not that long anyway. Not comforting at all. Now I just want to leave this cold world even more. I do not usually laugh, but sometimes it is impossible to hold back. On screen, Josiah sat on the floor with his face covered in his hands, still crying out painfully. "Why did not anyone stop me last night?" Live chat. You still actually expected the other guests to step in and stop you. They would probably love to see the drama unfold. But let's face it, Josiah was so drunk last night that even if someone tried to stop him, it would not have made a difference. Josiah kept sobbing. "It is over. It is over. I am sure Henry will make fun of me for the rest of my life. Why did I even agree to be on this show in the first place?" The more he cried, the wider the smiles grew on viewers' faces. But when they heard, "Henry will make fun of me for life," Henry's fans could not hold back anymore. Stop, Josiah. Snap out of it. Do not you remember Gosher just added your WeChat and even asked you to send him 52,000? 52,000? Seriously, did not anyone catch Gosher's real intention? Who even sells a shirt for 52,000? At that point, many viewers finally realized what was going on. Right, what kind of shirt even costs 52,000? And there were plenty of fans watching the live stream last night. Even though Henry covered the living room camera later, it was not blocked during the first half. They saw clearly. After Henry's group got Josiah to his room, they did not hear a single sound from him again. It was obvious he would already fallen asleep by then. And even though Henry went in and out of Josiah's room several times, no one saw him change clothes at all. So claiming he got covered in something was just a made-up story from Henry. Once they figured it out, fans could not help but speak up. "Only you could pull something like this, Gosher. Your heart really is dark." So Henry made up all that stuff just to get Josiah's WeChat? I suddenly feel excited. Does really mean what I am imagining? Even if it is not exactly that, it is probably close enough. But look at Josiah, he does not seem to get it at all. How did I never realize Josiah was this clueless before? That silly kid's still panicking. You should be secretly happy. You did not succeed in your confession, but you are definitely getting closer. He probably just needs some time to process. After all, he only just remembered his embarrassing moment from last night. Who could react right away? Wait, My mind's about to shut down. So does that mean Gosher actually likes Josiah? What? That fast? The fans had already been discussing this yesterday evening. Now, looking at how Henry acted toward Josiah just now, the fans have come up with a new take. We cannot say he is into him, but one thing's for sure. Henry definitely does not dislike Josiah. Other fans of Henry quickly came over to like the post. Exactly, if he truly disliked him, Henry would not have gone over to settle things with Josiah last night. It is commonly known that rivals can become friends once they clear the air. At worst, Josiah is already considered a friend in Gosher's heart. Yes. Exactly. Alright then, since Henry's fans are saying this, I really cannot help but ship them now. The chat started shipping instantly. The screen was suddenly filled with discussions about their couple name, but Josiah remained in the same position, sitting on the floor in silence. Then a phone rang. Josiah picked it up. His manager's angry voice boomed through. Get up right now. Take your medicine and come downstairs. Everyone's waiting for you. Josiah's eyes welled up, his voice trembling. Brother, I thought we were still recording. We're not we. Otherwise, what did you think? Unless you want to stay on the trending list even longer, get up and come downstairs right now. With that, the manager hung up. Josiah looked utterly drained. No matter how much he wished to avoid it, reality had to be faced. So Josiah slowly got to his feet, returned to his room to take his medicine, adjusted his clothes a little, then walked downstairs with the quiet determination of someone facing an unavoidable fate. As the other guests saw Henry come down, they all put their phones away. But Charles was different. He found a spot to sit, pulled out his earphones, and immediately opened the live stream. Seeing Josiah finally come down at his own pace, he still could not resist saying to Henry, Josiah's here. He barely ate anything yesterday or today. Should you bring him something? Henry did not even glance up. If you are so concerned, why do not you go yourself? Charles put away his phone and earphones, made a small face, then turned to Gabriel. Gabriel, can I drink milk after taking the recovery pill? Just now Gabriel's oat milk was really tasty. I think there might still be some left. Gabriel shook his head. The recovery pill should not be taken with milk. There is porridge and steamed dumplings in the pot. Josiah can have those instead. Charles stood up. All right, then I will heat them up for him. Gabriel's gaze rested on Charles for a moment before he also rose and followed him into the kitchen. The villa's kitchen was open plan and located some distance from the living room. Gabriel warmed up the porridge while Charles reheated the dumplings. As his eyes moved, Charles spotted the milk inside the blender. Before Charles could speak, Gabriel said, Still want some? Charles nodded quickly. This milk really tastes great. Gabriel went over, poured the leftover milk into a thermos, and handed it to Charles. Take this with you. Can have it later. Charles's eyes lit up. Thanks, Gabriel. Just then, the sound of the elevator door opening echoed through. Josiah had arrived. Everyone paused what they were doing and all looked toward him at once. That sight almost made Charles laugh out loud. This is way too much. Why do not you just put on sunglasses and cover your eyes too? Last time during filming, Josiah wore a baseball cap all day. Today's hat was even more extreme. Its wide brim almost covered his whole face, and that was not all. He also had on an oversized mask, so from the side only his swollen eyes were visible. The other guests could not help but smile a little. It was obvious Josiah really did not feel like facing anyone right now. Henry glanced at Josiah and a small smile tugged at his lips, but he said nothing. Just looked for a second before quickly looking away. Seeing how awkward Josiah felt, Charles waved him over to join them for some porridge. Josiah hurried over, gave Charles a grateful look, and quietly said thanks. Once Josiah finished his porridge, the group finally began today's filming session. Originally, they were supposed to wake up early and go hiking, reach the summit to watch sunrise and sunset, then camp overnight at the top. But since the sun was already high in the sky, the group quickly discussed it and decided to go ahead with the hike. Though they would only be able to enjoy the sunset tonight, the camping gear had already been prepared by the production team, so the guests only needed to bring their personal essentials. Charles did not need much, so he just packed a small bag and headed downstairs. The villa they were staying in was right at the foot of the mountain, so there was no need to take a vehicle, just walk over. Climbing the mountain was clearly a physical task, and differences in stamina quickly became obvious. The first group was without a doubt Owen. He worked out regularly and had excellent physical endurance. Harper also exercised with Owen frequently, so her stamina was solid too. Plus, Owen kept holding her hand during the climb, helping her conserve energy, so the two of them quickly left everyone else behind. Edwin, Asher, and Miles formed the third group. They were not slacking on fitness either, but since this was not a race, they did not push themselves hard. Instead, they would pause every once in a while to look back, then call out for the others to keep up. Charles naturally ended up with the rest of them. As a homebody who disliked social outings and loved anime, Charles truly hated all physical activities. Why do humans even have to exercise? He really could not stand it. Only a short way up the path, not far from the base of the mountain, Charles plopped down on a stone step. I cannot go on. I need to rest for a bit. Gabriel looked at him with amusement. But you just rested a minute ago. Charles waved his hand weakly. Let me rest again. And Gabriel, you really do not have to stick around with us. We will take our time. It is not a race. The group walking with Charles included Isabella and Weston, two female guests, Josiah, who had just woken up from a hangover, and Henry, who seemed to move at his own slow pace for no clear reason. After all, it was not a competition, so Charles did not feel the least bit rushed. He was just puzzled why Gabriel, who did not even seem out of breath, insisted on staying with them. Weston and Isabella were girls, and their stamina was limited. Henry made even more sense. After taking a few steps forward, he would casually glance back at Josiah before continuing at his slow pace. Henry's intentions were almost too obvious to miss. Josiah, on the other hand, remained completely unaware. Just wanted to vanish like a turtle burying itself in sand. So why was Gabriel doing this? Charles thought about it and could not help but glance up at Gabriel in front of him. The breeze through the woods was gentle, and bright sunlight streamed through gaps in the thick tree canopy, landing just on one side of Charles. The light softened the boy's striking facial features, making it hard to look away after just a moment. Gabriel's gaze settled on Charles's face, then drifted to his eyes, before suddenly meeting his stare. His heart gave a slight jump, and Gabriel quickly looked away. Charles grew even more puzzled. Is Gabriel's face a bit red? Did I imagine that? Before Charles could get a closer look, Gabriel had already turned around, facing away from him. A clear flicker of disappointment passed through Charles's eyes. Then, from ahead, Weston called out, Charles, how long are you going to rest? Isabella, if you do not hurry up, we are not waiting for you. Josiah finally reached the section of stairs where Charles was, glad that Henry was not in sight. He relaxed a little, took off his mask, and panted lightly as he said to Charles, Want me to wait for you? He truly did not want to face Henry, but going alone felt awkward. Charles was not blind to what Josiah was thinking. Henry had been glancing back every few steps. How would he react if Josiah went with me? So Charles shook his head without hesitation. No, I will stick with Gabriel. You go ahead. Josiah opened his mouth slightly but eventually gave in and continued climbing. Just a few steps further, Henry's voice came from ahead. Josiah, are you really that weak? Can you even keep going? Should I get someone to carry you? Josiah's chest rose and fell rapidly. He was clearly furious, but he stayed silent, only stepping up his pace slightly. Watching Josiah's distant back, Charles could not hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Gabriel finally turned his head slightly. There is a glass walkway nearby. Want to check it out? Charles's eyes lit up instantly. Seriously, Gabriel nodded. But we will need to take the cable car first. Charles blinked. So, are we kind of cheating? Gabriel smiled. We are just taking the cable car to see the glass walkway. Besides, there is no rule against it in our show. Other guests can hike if they want. There is nothing stopping us from choosing the cable car instead. Charles instantly came alive, lunging at Gabriel and grabbing his arm to shake it excitedly. Where is it? Where exactly? Let's go right now. The boy was standing so close that Gabriel could almost touch Charles's nose if he leaned forward slightly. His heart suddenly raced without warning. Gabriel pointed in a direction. Charles let go of Gabriel's arm and happily ran off toward that direction. Gabriel watched Charles's back, unable to resist reaching up to press his left chest. His heart was pounding too fast, so much so that Gabriel had forgotten the warning he would given himself at the start of this episode's filming. The young, energetic boy was like an unbound wind across open fields. Unpredictable and impossible to hold on to, his life should be free and unrestricted, not tied down to anyone in particular. No matter what Charles might feel toward him, Gabriel knew he had to stay cautious. No rushing into anything, but Gabriel was human. He could not control how fast his heart was falling, nor could he stop his emotions being drawn in by Charles. So he found himself paying attention to the way Charles looked at Henry, and also to where Charles placed his hands on Asher's back. It seemed that from the moment Gabriel realized Charles was not feeling indifferent toward him, his heart began to be caught by that wild, free-spirited wind. "Gabriel, come on!" Charles called out after running a little and not seeing Gabriel following. Gabriel nodded. "I am coming," he said, then added with a small correction. "I think I mentioned before. Please do not call me Gabriel." Charles grumbled. "It is just habit. Besides, I think Gabriel sounds nice too." Gabriel gave a soft laugh. "Gabriel may sound pleasant, but it does not feel close." Charles tilted his head. "But I think it is fine. Cannot I keep calling you that?" Gabriel met Charles's gaze, felt a softening in his chest, and said quietly, "If you want to call me that, go ahead. It is just a name, nothing more." There was pure joy in Charles's eyes, and just then Gabriel stepped close beside him. Without hesitation, Charles reached out and took Gabriel's hand. After gripping it tightly, Charles gently ran his thumb over it twice, then murmured silently to himself, "That is the way it should be." Gabriel was puzzled. Then he heard Charles say, "I am ready. Let's go." The words had barely left his lips when Charles pulled Gabriel forward and started running. After a little while, Charles suddenly chuckled to himself. "I do not know why I feel so happy. Like I have done this before, holding Gabriel's hand and running like this." Gabriel smiled. They had not known each other at all before. In fact, their first time holding hands had been due to a chance encounter. But Gabriel did not say much. He just thought the forest breeze today was perfect, and Charles's hand felt warm, almost as if he would been waiting for this moment all along. At that very moment, inside the Hua family's car at the foot of the mountain, everyone was silent. The live stream continued, and they watched the screen as Charles and Gabriel's hands were tightly clasped together, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. Just then, the camera operator noticed the moment and gave a close-up shot of their intertwined hands. Whoa! Not only were they holding hands, but it was a full 10-finger grip. What exactly is the relationship between Charles and Gabriel? How come we did not notice any signs before now? After a long silence, Jack finally let out a sigh and said, "Kids grow up. Dating is normal." Charlotte rubbed her temples. "But I just cannot shake the feeling that Charles's feelings toward Gabriel are a bit off. It does not seem like simple liking, yet he did not pull away from physical closeness with him." Michael frowned. "Not pulling away from close contact is not telling us anything?" He paused, then remembered how Charles had suddenly asked to shake hands with him and Edwin the night before, so he recounted the incident again to Jack and Charlotte. Jack and Charlotte fell silent, but Alexander spoke up. "I think Charles just hasn't realized his own feelings yet, but it is only a matter of time. After all, he reached out and took Gabriel's hand on his own. He has never even done that with me." Jack and Charlotte exchanged glances. After a long pause, Charlotte said, "All right, let's just go with the flow. I think Gabriel seems like a solid guy, just that his family background." "Well," Jack nodded in agreement, frowning as he remembered the issue. "It is fine. If Gabriel really cannot handle things back home, we will just let him make a choice. After all, Charles is their most cherished one. If Charles likes Gabriel, that is okay. But Gabriel must never cause Charles any harm or distress." Charlotte nodded in response. At this point, there is really nothing else to do but go with this plan. But there is still one remaining question. When will Charles finally realize the special feelings he has for Gabriel? Jack and Charlotte did not know, nor did they make quick assumptions. The viewers in the live stream were starting to feel something was off. "Wait, Charles, why are you randomly holding Gabriel's hand? Huh? Still holding hands tightly like that? Huh? Wait. What is going on here? No way, I did not come here for a romance show, did I? Why are the guests suddenly holding hands? Are you guys turning this into a dating reality show? Meanwhile, Henry hasn't even held Josiah's hand yet. Some viewers in the chat thought the hand-holding felt strange, but others chimed in, "Hey, I thought it was a big deal, but really? It is just holding hands. Yeah, me and my friends sometimes hold hands too. Nothing wrong with that." And Gabriel treats Charles like a younger brother. You guys overthinking it again. Stop being so sensitive about shipping. How the viewers felt did not matter at all to Charles and Gabriel, who were completely unaware. They took the cable car up to the glass walkway, had a good time exploring it, and then continued climbing the mountain. Since they used the cable car, they saved a major chunk of time, which meant Charles and Gabriel ended up reaching the summit first. The next two people to arrive were Henry and Josiah. Charles spotted them, his lips curling into a smile. "So you took the cable car too?" Josiah still had his hat on, his face slightly flushed, and simply nodded without saying anything. Henry replied, "What? Cannot we take a little break?" Charles laughed. "Of course you can, but where is their filming crew?" Gabriel glanced behind the two, and sure enough, there was no camera team. Still, he did not ask further and simply suggested they start getting ready for camping. By the time the others gradually made their way up, Charles and his group had already set up their tents. This time, the production team did not cause any trouble. Each guest was given a private tent. The group gathered together in the evening to watch the sunset, then enjoyed a barbecue dinner. The third episode of filming was finally over. Early the next morning, Charles said goodbye to everyone and left first with Edwin. At the foot of the mountain, Charles learned that Jack and Charlotte had already gone back. "Why did not you wait for us?" Charles asked. Edwin said, "Seems Alexander had something come up. Is your luggage ready? We can head out now." Charles nodded and went upstairs to push his suitcase down. Before getting into the car, Charles glanced back toward the path up the mountain. The morning woods were quiet, with only a few bird calls echoing through the air, and no one was in sight. It seems everyone else hasn't come down yet. Charles turned his gaze away and followed Edwin into the car. The car had been driving for nearly 2 hours before finally stopping at the Hua family's villa gate. Jack and Charlotte had returned earlier last night, and upon hearing the noise, they came out to welcome them. Charles stepped forward and hugged both of them before asking, "Where is the third brother?" "He went to pick someone up. He should be back shortly," Charlotte said. "Are you tired? Why do not you take a shower first? Dinner will be ready soon." Charles quickly nodded, headed upstairs for a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then lingered a bit before slowly making his way back down. Just as he reached the living room, Alexander's voice came from the doorway. "You are already part of my team. What is wrong with joining my parents for dinner? Just treat this place like your own home. Do not feel nervous." Two figures entered through the front door, and Charles immediately turned his attention toward them, his eyes landing on the face of the boy beside Alexander. Alexander happened to look up and saw Charles staring intently at his new teammate, clearly exasperated. "Did not you two just hold hands with Gabriel yesterday? How could you switch your attention so fast?" Alexander was about to gently remind Charles not to get distracted by early feelings, when he suddenly heard a deep mental sigh from inside his head. "He is quite handsome, that is for sure. But too bad. He is actually an agent sent by the rival team. How does my older brother end up welcoming anyone into the team? Is he seriously not thinking straight? What on earth is going on? Today's weather is nice, and just in time. The batch of garden seedlings Jack ordered a while ago have arrived. The butler is now arranging staff to plant them in the garden. Since lunch is not for a while, Jack decides to go check on the seedlings first. The moment he had just picked up the seedlings, he heard Charles's thoughts echoing twice in quick succession. Alexander has returned with people, and one of them's a spy? What is going on here? Jack instantly dropped the seedlings and quickly rushed back to the living room. Charlotte was in the kitchen at that moment. Over the past 2 days, Charles had been eating hot pot or barbecue while filming. So Charlotte decided to cook a nourishing soup for him and Edwin herself today. She had just placed all the ingredients into the pot when she heard Charles's thoughts again. Charlotte did not even bother to take off her apron before hurrying out. Is the third son being tricked again? Edwin, who had been lingering upstairs, immediately stopped dawdling and quickly changed into proper clothes to head downstairs. Meanwhile, the story's main character, Alexander, stood at the entrance hall with a stunned expression. A spy? Could Charles really be mistaken? He is supposed to be joining the team soon. How could he possibly be a spy? Charles walked into the living room just as Jack arrived. Charlotte also made her way over. Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance. Then Charlotte smiled at Alexander and the young man behind him, saying, "Brought friends? Why are you just standing there? Come on in." Alexander finally managed to snap out of it, glancing at Charlotte, then quickly looking over at Charles. Do not panic. He did not even know what was going on yet. There was no way he could afford to lose his cool, so Alexander quickly forced a smile and introduced Charlotte. "This is Vincent. He is my new teammate." Vincent gave Charlotte a brief nod as a greeting, then turned to Alexander and said, "I am not in a hurry. Maybe we should talk about the agreement tomorrow instead. I will just head out if you are busy." The moment he recognized Vincent, Charles immediately recalled this part of the story. Good thing. Looks like third brother hasn't gone completely off his rocker and still knows to bring someone home before signing anything. No way can I let him sign that contract. I have got to find a way to warn him. In truth, the contract was already in his bag. He would come today specifically to finalize it with Vincent, but before signing, Alexander realized he would left the team's official seal at home, which is why he came back for it. How well did Charlotte know Alexander? Just by looking at his expression, he could tell exactly what was going on. But thankfully, the contract had not been signed yet. So long as it was not finalized, there was still time to fix things. Before that, though, they needed to figure out why Alexander wanted to bring someone with a questionable past into the team. No background check at all. Charlotte smiled and said, "What is there to be bothered about? Vincent, right? Come on in, feel free to sit. We can talk just as well here at home." Jack added, "Yeah, we have got a study, and dinner's almost ready too. You two could eat first, then take your time talking. Just come on in." With both elders inviting him to stay, pushing back would have looked too obvious. Vincent stood there for a moment, then nodded. "I am sorry to trouble you." Edwin came downstairs at that moment, his eyes scanning Vincent's figure before recognizing him. Edwin was not especially familiar with the esports scene, but due to Alexander, he occasionally watched matches. Plus, he had just seen Vincent at the recent finals, so he remembered him vaguely. That made Edwin even more puzzled. What could possibly be Vincent's reason for coming to Alexander's team as a spy? Alexander was equally confused. This season, Vincent's team MH did not win the championship, but they did finish as runners-up. As MH's top player, Vincent had always been a key member of the team. Moreover, MH was an established powerhouse with deep roots, and their strategic system was far more developed than Alexander's team's. Logically, such a well-organized and strong team would not risk damaging itself just to gather information about their strategies, especially not by sending over their most vital player, Vincent. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Vincent is only 20 now, exactly at the peak of a professional player's career. It would make no sense to ruin his future like this. Edwin and Alexander were both puzzled, while Jack and Charlotte were even more so. After all, Vincent was a guest. With nothing clearly understood yet, they could not leave him standing idle, so they invited him to sit down with tea and started chatting casually. While Jack and Charlotte were busy welcoming him, Charles opened his notes app and reread this section of the story. After finishing, he immediately furrowed his brow. Alexander sat across from Charles and noticed his frown. His stomach dropped instantly. No way. Could it really be just because they lost once that MH would send a spy over and risk losing their top player like this? Was he really handing over their top player? Are you serious? Just then, Charles finally spoke up. That is how it is. So Vincent had something held over him all along. I always thought so. Vincent was treated well by MH, even though his contract with them had officially ended. If he wanted to renew, why would MH possibly refuse? So he was being pressured into it. But the thing holding him back, well, Charles let out a long sigh. Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance. What kind of leverage? Alexander leaned forward slightly. Leverage? As long as it was not something like cheating in matches, probably would not be a big issue. Before he could finish thinking, Charles's voice continued in his mind. Wow, this Vincent really has nerve. He actually cheated in a match before. Alexander's heart sank straight to the bottom. What? He actually cheated in a match? When exactly was that? Could it have been during their finals match? But why would MH deliberately lose to them, then send over their top player? Alexander was shocked and could not make sense of it. Edwin was equally stunned. If this is a match-fixing case and proven true, Vincent could very likely be banned by the official authorities. The suspension period would probably last quite a while, typically half a year to a year, and possibly up to 2 years if things get serious. Even half a year without playing would cause a player's performance to drop significantly. For professional players, their peak years are only a few short years. Even more importantly, once this comes out, no other team would dare to take on Vincent again. After all, no team would trust someone who once betrayed their own squad for personal gain. How can anyone be sure he will not do it again for the right price? If this gets exposed, Vincent's career is pretty much over. Then why did not Vincent want to renew his contract with MH? Could it be that Vincent thought MH had nurtured him, so he could not stay and keep hurting them, instead choosing to challenge Alexander's team? Edwin suddenly felt like laughing. No wonder he would been looking at Alexander lately and kept thinking he looked a bit like an easy target. Charlotte could not help but glance at Alexander too. It seems Alexander's luck in his career hasn't been great this year. Charles had finished reading this part of the story, and there was no mention of exactly how Vincent had fixed the match or who had caught him red-handed. He flipped through a few more pages but found nothing relevant, so he simply put his phone away. I need to think of a way to warn third brother not to sign the contract. As he thought, Charles's gaze landed on Vincent across from him. Jack was still chatting casually with Vincent. It was not clear whether it was just Vincent's personality, but he did not speak much and seemed a bit distant. When Jack talked to him, Vincent mostly gave a quiet reply, sometimes just nodding or shaking his head. Vincent seems pretty calm. I wonder if he is truly unfazed, or just pretending. Edwin glanced at Vincent too, his brows lifting slightly. Though Vincent's face showed no expression, it was likely his patience was wearing thin. Sure enough, after Jack finished another topic of conversation, Vincent finally could not hold back. He tilted his head slightly toward Alexander and asked directly, "Alexander, have you got the official seal? Can we get started on signing the contract now?" Charles immediately grew flustered. "No way, third brother. You absolutely must not sign with him. What can I do to stop third brother from signing this contract with Vincent?" Charles was extremely anxious. The entire Hu family felt a sharp pang in their ears. Edwin could not help but glance at Charles. "Calm down. Your older brother might be a bit slow-minded, but now that he knows Vincent's real intentions, he definitely will not sign the agreement with him. The problem is, Charles cannot hear Edwin's thoughts. He is still mentally shouting in frustration. Meanwhile, Alexander, struck by the loud inner voice, finally snapped out of his daze. Losing such a strong player is painful, but Charles really is making a lot of noise. He was nearly tempted to cover his ears. Alexander forced himself to ignore the discomfort and turned to look at Vincent. Vincent suddenly reached out to their team's manager yesterday evening. When they heard Vincent wanted to join their team, Alexander was over the moon. After all, Vincent is a top-tier player in the MH League, and his skills are widely recognized. If they could get Vincent on board, their entire team's performance would see a major boost. Without hesitation, Alexander decided to come back personally that night to talk with Vincent, and the whole family rushed from the filming site back to the city. All night long, Alexander worked through contract details with Vincent, worried he might suddenly change his mind or be lured away by another team. Even though Vincent's requested pay was quite high, Alexander agreed without second thought. Within just one night, the contract details were finalized. To make sure Vincent would not back out, Alexander arranged a meeting first thing in the morning to sign the agreement. Unexpectedly, Vincent was very cooperative. He showed up right away when Alexander called. First, Alexander assumed Vincent was genuinely eager to join his team, which explained why he agreed so quickly. But now it turns out, this whole thing was a trap set right for their own team. Maybe it was not just him who was afraid Vincent would run away. Vincent probably feared he would not sign the contract either. A flicker of anger crossed Alexander's eyes as he thought about it. How dare you play me like this? The high salary was not a big deal. Alexander could even accept being misled, but he could not stand the idea of someone cheating in his team, making others' hard work go to waste. Though he still did not know who had sent Vincent, it no longer mattered. For now, Alexander would not be signing a contract with Vincent, and he would make sure to look into this thoroughly. Alexander took a soft breath, quickly composed his expression, and smiled. The official seal is in my room. Signing the contract can wait. We should eat first. Just then, the butler arrived and informed them that lunch was ready. Charles relaxed slightly after hearing Alexander's words. Well, looks like my older brother is not as careless as I thought. He did not sign the contract right away. Otherwise, I would have grabbed it myself. Where was he being foolish? Charles, can you stop labeling him like that? And is not your own move of grabbing the contract right in front of everyone just as reckless? Edwin suppressed a laugh, nearly failing to hold it back. He really should have let Alexander feel what it is like to be on the other side. Jack quickly spoke up. Yeah, we can sign later. Let's eat first. Vincent frowned slightly, glancing quickly at Alexander to check his expression before letting out a small sigh of relief. Vincent's gaze was cautious. Just a quick look at Alexander before he swiftly looked away. But Charles, who had been watching closely, noticed the subtle shift in his expression. Charles's lips curled into a knowing smile. Looks like Vincent is getting anxious. Alexander gestured for Vincent to sit down, his lips lifting into a calm smile. Since Vincent was eager, Alexander had no reason to rush himself. Alexander was not ready to confront Vincent openly, and Jack and Charlotte both sensed his intention, so they continued treating him the same as before. Vincent did not notice anything unusual and finished dinner with the family without a second thought. After finishing their meal, Jack suddenly said, "The garden's redesign should be ready by now. Would you two like to come take a look?" Alexander did not hesitate, smiling as he replied, "Sure thing, Vincent. Want to check it out together?" Vincent's brows dipped slightly. He had not come to the Hua family just to tour their garden. But since Alexander had made the invitation so openly, and everyone else from the Hua family was now turning to look at him too, Vincent pressed his lips together tightly. He really could not refuse now, so Vincent had no choice but to push forward and nod in agreement. At that moment, Charles also picked up on something and glanced sideways at Alexander. I feel like third brother is not in a rush to sign the contract. Could it be that my so-called dumb third brother finally noticed something off? Edwin could not hold back and let out a couple of quiet laughs. Alexander quickly stepped forward, grabbing Charles's shoulder with a firm grip. Charles's eyes widened. "What are you doing? Third brother?" Alexander released him and gave a loud, irritated huff. Charles rolled his eyes, rubbing his neck while frowning inwardly. That cannot be right. Third brother's already so old. Could he really still be going through that phase? Edwin barely managed to keep his smirk under control. Alexander clenched his jaw tightly in frustration. What kind of remark was that, saying he is so old? He is only 2 years older than Charles. Alexander took a deep breath, deciding not to react to Charles's comment, and turned straight toward Vincent instead. Jack's newly designed garden looked wonderful, but since it was still midsummer, the group only walked around outside for a bit before heading indoors. Back in the living room, Alexander smiled and asked Vincent, "I noticed you were looking at our pool earlier. Would you like to take a swim?" Vincent frowned, his expression showing hesitation. "No, I was just looking around." Alexander pulled him up firmly. "Come on, do not be shy, plus, I am feeling warm too. Let's swim first and talk about the contract details afterward." When the contract was mentioned, Vincent's expression changed noticeably. He looked up at Alexander, a vague sense of unease creeping in. They would already agreed on the terms last night. Why bring up contract details now? Could it be that Vincent had asked for too high a salary and Alexander was having second thoughts? That could not be right. Alexander had clearly agreed last night and even seemed eager to get the contract signed. Vincent had actually wanted to keep things uncertain, But he was also worried that delaying might lead to trouble, so he would agreed to sign this morning, but he could not figure out what Alexander was up to. First claiming he forgot the seal and needed to go home for it, then not rushing at all when they got there. Instead, he invited Vincent to stay for lunch. Now lunch was done, the garden had been walked through, and Alexander wanted to take him swimming. After all this time without mentioning signing the contract, it was not just Vincent being suspicious. He genuinely thought Alexander might have found out something. Could Alexander have discovered the real reason Vincent joined his team? Vincent's mind jumped, but he quickly calmed himself. That was not possible. Riker had promised him. So long as he joined Alexander's team, he would not reveal anything about the match fixing until everything was settled. Then, could it really be that Alexander thought his salary request was too high? Vincent's thoughts raced, but to outsiders, it seemed like just a few seconds passed. Vincent took a quiet breath and stood up with Alexander, walking toward the exit while cautiously asking, "We already agreed on the contract. Was there an issue?" Charles would not miss a chance to join in the fun, so he quickly followed after Alexander. "Third brother, I am coming too." Alexander did not answer right away. Instead, he smiled at Charles and said, "You are scared of swimming, are not you?" Charles replied, "I will just splash around for a bit." Alexander chuckled, then turned back to Vincent and said, "There is a small issue." He seemed hesitant at first, waiting until they would walked a little farther before saying, "I have been thinking carefully about the salary, and I feel it might be a bit too high. Professional players usually earn around $1 million, but salaries vary depending on fame and skill level. Players like Vincent, who are skilled and have some recognition, typically have annual base pay in the low 2 millions, plus bonuses and shares, bringing their total yearly earnings to around 3 to 4 million. But last night, Vincent asked for a base salary of 4 million. That kind of pay is definitely on the high side. Still, to secure Vincent's signing, Alexander had agreed without a second thought last night. He would figured that as long as Vincent could lead the team to strong results, paying more was worth it. Such talented players are rare, and missing out would be truly regrettable. But now that he has had time to think about it, maybe walking away would have been better after all. After speaking, Alexander turned his head toward Vincent. Sure enough, Vincent's expression changed instantly. Vincent frowned slightly, a flicker of irritation in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it and said, "We already agreed last night. You said yes yourself." Charles looked away, a small smile forming on his lips. Did Vincent ask for more money than expected? What if we cannot agree on the price? Then the contract would not go through, right? Charles felt a wave of relief instantly. Good. Seems like Brother 3 is finally starting to think things through. Now I can rest easy. You are the one who just started thinking straight. Alexander suppressed the urge to glance at Charles, then smiled at Vincent and said, "You know, our team is still a new squad, even though we got lucky and won a championship last season, bringing in plenty of investors. There are still many people on the team to support. We also need a few more tactical analysts, so the budget really is not enough. I should have thought about this yesterday. I completely forgot, which is why I agreed so quickly. I am truly sorry. That is why I wanted to talk it over with you again." After speaking, Alexander looked at Vincent. Vincent's expression had turned noticeably tense by now. The three of them reached the edge of the pool. Charles had no intention of getting in the water, so he simply moved over to a nearby lounge chair and lay down halfway. Alexander said to Vincent, "We have got swimwear ready. Want to change?" Vincent remained silent, his face dark with mood. Alexander raised an eyebrow and started to head off to change first. Just then, Vincent suddenly spoke. "Alexander, I joined your team because I truly love the vibe here, and I have a lot of respect for you." Alexander paused mid-step and turned back to look at Vincent. "You should know, the announcement about my split with MH hasn't been made yet. That was actually agreed upon in advance with them. Once it is out there, I will be getting contact from all sorts of teams. Plenty to choose from." "Really?" Charles's eyes widened at the words. "Is this directly trying to pressure him?" Charles quickly turned to look at Alexander. "Third brother, you cannot let yourself be intimidated. Missing a skilled player would be a pity. But Vincent is not worth that kind of regret. If you pass on him, you will definitely find an even better opportunity. Someone truly exceptional. Who is going to shut Charles's mouth already? What kind of nonsense is he even spouting every day? It is completely messing up my train of thought. Alexander was utterly frustrated, caught between amusement and irritation, and could not quite settle his expression. He happened to be facing away from Vincent, not turning around. To Vincent, that posture looked like hesitation on Alexander's part. Vincent could not help but slightly lift the corner of his lips. He knew all along that Alexander would give in. After all, his own skill was undeniable, and Alexander's team's weakest spot was exactly the top lane position. With the new season approaching fast, who else would Alexander even find as a perfect fit for that role besides him? Even though his requested salary was quite high, it was simply unavoidable. Vincent had not expected that the incident from years ago would resurface. With such a loose end hanging over him, he could never feel truly at ease. Since the truth about his past actions was bound to come out eventually, it made more sense to take advantage of the situation now, before anyone else exposed it. No matter what, Vincent would not back down. After a long moment of calming himself, Alexander finally composed his expression and turned to face him. "So you do have other teams in mind?" he asked. The truth was, Vincent had no choice but to join Alexander's team, but Vincent still replied, "I do have other options. I am just prioritizing your team. If Alexander cannot meet my salary expectations, I might go with another squad." "Sure, that works." Vincent paused mid-sentence, then suddenly lifted his head, staring at Alexander in complete disbelief. "Wait, did he just hear that?" Charles burst into laughter right away. "Oh, what a lovely sure. That works. Well. Seems third brother has finally come to his senses. I am completely at ease now." Alexander heard Charles's laughter and wanted to smile, but he could not hold it back. The corner of his mouth naturally curled up. He decided not to hide it anymore. Looking at Vincent in front of him, Alexander smiled warmly. "If you have got a better option, I will not force you to stay. It is mutual choice after all. No one should be stuck on just one path. That so-called mutual choice. Alexander could not possibly have another option. He simply had no choice at all. High noon, the sun blazing overhead. Just as Alexander finished speaking, a warm breeze swept by, sending ripples across the pool's surface. Charles lay back on his lounge chair, watching Vincent's expressions shift in real time, unable to stop grinning. Did not see that coming? Stunned. My older brother's not in a rush to sign anything now. Your turn to feel the pressure." At the same time, in the Hua family's living room, Jack and Charlotte had already brought up the surveillance feed from behind the pool, carefully zooming in on Vincent. Watching Vincent's expression shift repeatedly on the large screen, everyone could not help but smile. "Young people, the times have changed. He is clearly a bit flustered," Jack said with a chuckle. Charlotte said, "Not just a little flustered. He is really rattled." The Hua family surveillance cameras were no less sharp than those used in reality shows. Under the high-definition lens, every bead of sweat on Vincent's temple was clearly visible. Edwin's lips curled upward. Now let's see how he handles this. Should he agree to lower his salary, or just walk out in a huff? Everyone was eagerly waiting. Charles and Alexander were just as eager to wait for Vincent's response. Alexander even held off changing into swimwear. He moved to sit on the lounge chair next to Charles and gestured for Vincent to join him too. At this point, how could Vincent possibly focus on sitting down? The moment he heard the phrase mutual choice, Vincent was completely thrown off. Indeed, as Alexander put it, even though Vincent's skills were impressive, Alexander really had plenty of options. After all, the team was not short on top lane players. Alexander might bring in another top laner before the new season to strengthen their tactical depth. In other words, while it would be a pity to miss out on an excellent player like Vincent, there are still other options available. And even if Alexander could not find a suitable top laner, the team's current top player could still adapt to new strategies. Alexander has plenty of choices left, but Vincent is in a completely different situation. He now has something that others can use against him, leaving only one path open. joining Alexander's team. If it were not for this leverage in someone else's hands, Vincent would not have parted ways with MH, nor would he have spent so much time negotiating with Alexander. He would have walked out the moment Alexander hesitated on signing. But times have changed now. Vincent has no other choice. Vincent could try reaching out to other teams, but chances are his match-fixing history would come out before he even signed a contract with anyone else. At that point, Vincent would truly be finished. Vincent took a slow breath and reminded himself not to panic. He needed to think carefully. Why would Alexander suddenly bring up this topic? Could Alexander have figured out his real intentions? Or was he just trying to lower the salary offer? No, that cannot be right. There were not many people who knew about his past match-fixing. Even if Alexander wanted to investigate, it would take time. But they only connected last night. And today he is already ready to discuss contract terms. If Alexander truly had doubts about him, he would not have been able to finalize the details so quickly after just one day of contact. So, Alexander must be saying this, as he just said, to get a better deal. Thinking about this, a surge of anger flared up in Vincent's chest. Vincent glanced toward Alexander, who was comfortably reclining on a lounge chair. Seeing him look over, Alexander gave a faint smile in return. A servant brought fresh fruit tea, and Alexander smiled as he said to Vincent, "Why do not you come over and sit down to talk? Talk about it." Vincent was boiling with anger, but he could not afford to confront Alexander right now. So he had to hold back his frustration and finally said, "Alexander, are you serious?" Charles let out a chuckle when he heard Vincent's words. "Of course not. Why would I joke with you?" Alexander's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Of course not. How could something like this be a joke?" Vincent's expression darkened even more. He had said it that way to give himself and Alexander a chance to ease the situation. But clearly, this man was not going to take the hint at all. It was clear now. Alexander was determined to lower his pay. If Vincent did not agree today, the conversation probably would not move forward at all. At that moment, Vincent felt deeply torn and conflicted. To be honest, Vincent knew his request was a bit high, but there was no other choice. After all, he would never expected his career to end like this, so Vincent had to make the most of his chances before it was too late and his reputation was ruined. He needed to plan ahead as much as possible. It was not entirely out of the question for Vincent to make a small compromise. After all, once this matter is settled, Riker will also hand over another payment to Vincent. Vincent clenched his jaw and took a step toward Alexander. Charles narrowed his eyes as he saw Vincent approaching. Is Vincent really giving in so easily? Charles quickly turned to look at Alexander. Alexander looked equally surprised. This was Vincent's final chance to secure a significant sum before retiring. He would expected him to hold out longer, but he had not anticipated such quick agreement. It seems the person behind Vincent truly wants to destroy his team. Alexander's expression darkened slightly, but he kept his composure. Vincent walked over and sat on the chair beside Alexander without looking at him or bringing up pay directly. Instead, he said, "I never expected you to be someone who goes back on your word, Alexander." Alexander smiled. "After all, I am just a businessman." Vincent's hand resting beside him tensed slightly before relaxing again. Then he gave a thin smile. "I would be lying if I said I was not reluctant to lower my pay, but I do genuinely care about KTW, so I will not be reaching out to any other teams." Charles took a sip of his yogurt. Wow, is Vincent trying to show loyalty to senior brother right now? Senior brother, do not let his appearance fool you. He is just after your money and wants to ruin your team from within. Charles thought it over, then took another sip of yogurt, reflecting, "I suddenly feel like having the oat milk Gabriel makes." Alexander was a little speechless. "Charles, are not you changing topics way too fast? Besides, Charles's concern is totally unnecessary. KTW was built entirely by Alexander. It is his life's work." Once Alexander learned Vincent's true intentions, Vincent was already on his blacklist. So when he heard Vincent say that, Alexander just gave a half smile. "Is that right? Not even MH would be an option anymore?" Vincent replied without hesitation. "Of course." Alexander's smile grew slightly. He pulled out his phone, sent a message, then set it down on the table before asking with a calm tone, "So may I ask why?" Vincent paused for a moment. Why? The reason you like KTW, and the reason you are no longer considering MH, Alexander said. Vincent's lips tightened slightly. Alexander's question was not hard to answer. In many job interviews, interviewers often ask candidates this kind of question. Generally, there are two reasons behind it. One is to see how well the candidate understands the company. The other is to learn the real reason behind their previous departure. Vincent found it amusing. In esports, performance speaks for itself. When would they ever need to answer such vague and pointless questions? So when Alexander asked him this question, he was really just trying to uncover the real reason Vincent left MH. That is right. From other teams' perspective, Vincent was raised entirely by MH. Their team did decently last season. So why would he insist on leaving MH to join KTW? Anyone would be skeptical, so it makes sense that Alexander asked this. While Vincent could not reveal the real reason to Alexander, he could easily make up a plausible one. Vincent relaxed slightly, leaning back in his chair with a smile. Honestly, the reason I left MH is pretty simple. I just did not feel satisfied with the team. Alexander looked at him. What exactly about it bothered you? Vincent glanced away and shrugged. What else? Just did not get along with the old teammates, could not stand the coach, and really disliked how the team was managed. After all, a good lie needs some truth mixed in, so as he spoke, Vincent ended up recalling his past frustrations with MH's leadership. He poured everything out like an open jar. Everything he could say and even things he should not have. Even the part about MH's management having someone else involved in their personal life came out clearly. Charles stared, his eyes wide open. Then his gaze shifted to the phone Alexander had set on the nearby table. The screen is lit up. Could it be that third brother's actually recording this? Alexander's lips curled into a faint smile. From the monitor's view, it was crystal clear. Jack zoomed in, and everyone could see they were definitely recording. Edwin burst into laughter. Looks like old 3 is not as clueless as we thought. Charlotte gave Edwin a sharp look. Do you actually think your younger brother is dumb? Alexander just does not pay much attention to things outside of esports. When it comes to Alexander's team, he is more careful than anyone else. In the footage, Vincent kept going on to emphasize how much he disliked MH. Charles gradually furrowed his brow as he listened. It is starting to sound more and more exaggerated. Did Vincent make things up? But whether he is exaggerating or not, it is clear he is speaking badly about his former team. Charles's eyes lit up slightly. So this is old 3 cutting off Vincent's exit options. Alexander was exactly thinking along those lines. After all, he still had not found solid proof that Vincent fixed matches, so he could not expose it directly. Even though Alexander knew Vincent's goal was to destroy his team, he could not be sure Vincent would not use the same tactics against other teams if not signed by him. Alexander strongly disapproved of such behavior, which is exactly why he needed to cut off all of Vincent's options. Players involved in match fixing will not be hired by any team, and similarly, those who immediately attack their former team right after leaving are also unlikely to find a new home. All right, Alexander interrupted Vincent. You have said enough, I think I get it now, he added with a smile. Seeing the calm expression on Alexander's face, Vincent knew he would pass this test and finally relaxed. After a moment of hesitation, Vincent finally spoke up. Shall we discuss the compensation now? Alexander had obtained the evidence he needed and no longer dragged things out. He nodded with a smile. Of course. After saying that, Alexander raised his index finger toward Vincent. This is the highest I can offer. Vincent stared at Alexander's single bare finger, momentarily stunned. Alexander, are you kidding me? Vincent instantly lost his composure and shot to his feet. 1 million? That is even worse than what I had at MH. My base salary there was already 2 million. Charles gave Vincent a look full of curiosity and amusement. 1 million? Are you sure about that? Alexander said. You have got the wrong idea. Vincent's expression eased slightly. Alexander continued. 10,000. Those two simple words hit Vincent like a wave from another world. What on earth? 10,000? Charles burst into laughter. Double the impact. Vincent is completely stunned. not just stunned. Edwin laughed hard while lounging on the sofa. He hasn't said a word in almost a minute. Jack's and Charlotte's lips both curled up slightly. Honestly, 10 million is way too much, Jack said with a smile. Exactly. MH gave him decent treatment and trained him from the start, yet he dares to speak harshly about his former team in front of his new one. Who would want someone like that? Charlotte said. They turned back to the screen. 2 minutes after hearing the words 10 million, Vincent finally reacted. He suddenly let out a short laugh, then burst into loud laughter. After he would finished, Vincent pulled at his lips. Alexander, are you playing with me? Charles frowned. Why is he still using such language? Alexander, however, remained calm. I am serious. This is all I can offer right now. If you are willing, we can sign the contract right here and now. I will sign that contract. Vincent snapped, clearly furious. Let whoever wants it take it. Me? I am not signing a thing like that. I finally get it. You think this is some kind of game for you, do not you? Fine. I am out. There are plenty of teams out there. UKTW show no real interest. Other teams with genuine offers are everywhere. Can any team offer worse conditions than yours? Those words made Charles feel deeply unsettled. Alexander's expression darkened. Vincent, if you are upset with me, say so, but please stop using offensive language every time. If you keep it up, I will not hold back. Vincent let out a mocking laugh. Clearly, he realized Alexander had no intention of having an honest conversation. Since that is the case, he no longer had to keep up pretenses with Alexander. With a lazy raise of his eyebrow, Vincent said, "What are you going to do then? Hit me, go ahead. Right here, I will not even defend myself." Vincent then leaned his face forward toward Alexander's. Alexander's frown deepened further. Charles could not hold back anymore and said, "Why do not you look up for a second? What is there to look at?" Vincent snapped, genuinely furious now, lashing out blindly. "Who the heck are you, kid? This is none of your business." Jack shot up from his seat instantly. "Who does he think he is calling a kid?" Charlotte quickly reached out to pull Jack back. Take it easy. Take it easy. Just trust Charles." Edwin added, "Do not worry, Charles will be fine." After recording 2 episodes together, Edwin knew Charles better. Charles usually did not start trouble, but if someone else tried to provoke him, he would never back down. On screen, Charles showed no fear at all. After hearing Vincent's words, he even gave him a small smile. The boy was naturally handsome. His eyes crinkled when he smiled, long lashes casting soft shadows, his expression suddenly coming to life. Vincent blinked in surprise. Then Charles pointed toward the wall nearby. Without really understanding why, Vincent instinctively followed his gaze. At the far end was a plain wall, with a large security camera mounted right on it. In an instant, Vincent's face turned pale. He messed up. He had been so focused on his own pay that he completely forgot about the surveillance cameras everywhere in wealthy estates. Charles noticed Vincent's expression shift instantly and grinned, glancing at Alexander before shaking his head. "Guess it is true when it comes to threatening people. Third brother still has a ways to go. That is for sure. Your skills in this area are far more refined." In the living room, Jack finally relaxed and sank back into his seat. "Everything you just said has been recorded, including those rumors you shared with us," Charles said, watching Vincent's face. "If this video gets exposed, I doubt any team will want to sign you afterward." "You are threatening me?" Vincent snapped. Charles shook his head. "No, I am just reminding you that people need to take responsibility for their actions and words, and do not think some things can stay hidden. What is done in secret will not remain unknown forever." It felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. What exactly did Charles mean by that? Could he possibly know something? Why would he say that otherwise? After a long silence, Vincent finally croaked, You know something, do not you? It is impossible. How could they possibly find out? Only a few people knew about his past match-fixing, and even Riker admitted it took him a long time to gather proof. How could Alexander have found evidence in just one night? But at that moment, Alexander spoke up directly, shattering Vincent's last remaining hope. "You are talking about the incident where you fixed a match, are not you?" Vincent felt his blood run cold. staring at the two men in utter shock. You both. Charles was equally surprised, glancing slightly at Alexander with a puzzled expression. Looks like my older brother's really improved. Figured out Vincent fixed a match so quickly, maybe he can trace it back to whoever was behind him. And when exactly did Vincent fix that match? The story only briefly mentioned it. None of the full details or background were explained, so Charles was genuinely curious at that moment. How could he have found out so fast? It is only because Charles gave him a hint, that is all. But clearly, Charles had no idea they could hear his thoughts. Alexander felt a quiet amusement inside but kept it hidden, giving Vincent a sharp look. What about us? You do not actually believe you could keep this secret from everyone, do you? Vincent's anxiety was no longer hidden. How could that be? How did they even know about it? But honestly, that was the only explanation. After all, Alexander had just been preparing to sign a deal with me earlier today. It is over. Everything is over. Vincent could not stay any longer. He turned around and walked outside. He walked so fast and in such a hurry that he slipped and fell directly on the gravel path. Charles gasped. It looks kind of painful, but Vincent did not seem to notice. After getting up, he trotted out in a hurry. The matter was temporarily settled. Charles let out a sigh of relief, turned to look at Alexander and said, "Third brother, what are you going to do next? Now that we have found out the news that Vincent fixed the game, should not we expose it next?" Alexander put his hand on his forehead. So, he had not really investigated clearly yet. However, this matter really needs to be investigated as soon as possible. I am going back to the base first. Alexander picked up his phone and patted Charles on the head. I will give you a red envelope when the matter is over. Alexander said this and then ran off in a flash. Charles' eyes lit up when he heard the words, red envelope. Okay. As soon as Alexander and Vincent left, the other members of the Hua family got ready to go about their own business. Edwin had been resting for some time. Just 2 days ago, his agent sent him a script. He planned to go to the company to have a look first. Jack did not have much to do at the company today, but a friend invited him to go fishing this afternoon. He was going to take a shower and then go out. Charlotte had not been to the spa in 2 days, so she was getting ready to head over. Charles was afraid of water and could not swim, so once Alexander left, he returned from beside the pool to the living room. He was lying back on the sofa, thinking about watching a show later. Then he suddenly felt like having some oat milk. Thinking of that, Charles sat up abruptly. Charlotte, did you used to make oat milk for me when I was a kid? Charlotte had just come downstairs and froze at the words. Remembering what Charles said on the variety show to Gabriel, she shook her head. No, Charles frowned slightly. Could I be remembering wrong? Or maybe, well, Charlotte's brows drew together tightly when she heard that. Could it be? Before Charlotte could think further, Charles spoke up again. Well, I will just ask Gabriel for the recipe. I really miss having it. Charles did not waste time. He grabbed his phone to call Gabriel, but before he could unlock the screen, Gabriel's call came through first. Gabriel's calling? Could this be what people call being in sync? Edwin had just come downstairs and rolled his eyes at the comment. Please, in sync? Do not make me laugh. Gabriel does seem a bit past his prime. Do not you think someone should do something about it? Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance. Free love has been encouraged for ages. Charles likes him, so what is the big deal? Edwin was annoyed and about to step forward when Charles said, David's birthday party? Jack and Charlotte grabbed Edwin. Charlotte whispered, stay out of this. Jack nodded eagerly. Yeah, totally. Charles looked puzzled. Why am I being invited to David's birthday party? Gabriel, on the other end, seemed to sense Charles's confusion and chuckled. You do not want to come? Charles paused for a moment. If I get to see Gabriel and have some of his oat milk, maybe it is not such a bad idea after all. So Charles spoke up. Hey Gabriel, can you make me some oat milk? Gabriel did not hesitate. Sure. Charles's face lit up. All right, then I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. After the call ended, Edwin still felt irritated. Just then, Charles suddenly remembered something. Wait a second, I think I forgot something. Oh, it just came to me. David's birthday party. If that is the case, is not Nolan going to? Hearing David and Nolan's names, Members of the Hua family exchanged glances. The disabled elder and the long-lost dream girl? There is more to come. Then Charles's excited voice rang out. Perfect. It really is tomorrow. I have been so busy lately, I almost forgot all about it. After years apart, the long-awaited dream girl has returned home. But too bad. She does not feel anything for the disabled elder. Instead, she has taken an interest in the younger stand-in. The elder is utterly stressed and anxious. So on the dream girl's birthday, Nolan not only prepared a bunch of thoughtful gifts for David, but also planned a grand declaration of feelings. A grand declaration? Does that mean the awkward moment is about to happen again? Early next morning, Charles had just come downstairs with David's birthday gift when he saw Jack, Charlotte, and Edwin all fully prepared in the living room as if they were about to head out. Charles could not help but blink. Jack, Charlotte. Where are you two headed? It does not look like you are going to work. Jack cleared his throat. Yeah, I am heading out to a nearby resort to go fishing today. Mom's joining me. Charles nodded in understanding, then shifted his gaze toward Edwin. Is not the second brother always the one who hates going fishing with Jack? Why is he joining this time? Edwin kept a straight face. Since my parents are not home, I would just be bored sitting around alone. So I figured I would join them for a day out, not that I am here to see the fuss. I see now. Charles no longer had any questions, and said, All right then, have fun playing. I will head out first. The driver was already waiting outside. Charles said goodbye to the group and got into the car. Once Charles's car pulled away, Jack, Charlotte, and Edwin hurried into another vehicle. Are we sure it is the new resort? Charlotte asked Edwin again after a while. Do not worry, Edwin said. I double-checked with several people last night. It is definitely the new resort. He paused, then pointed ahead at the traffic. Look, is not that Charles's car? Seeing the familiar vehicle, Jack and Charlotte finally felt a bit relieved. Looks like we are going in the right direction, Jack said, then added to the driver, keep an eye out. Do not let Charles catch us. The driver was truly puzzled by this. Jack had said they were going to the resort for fishing, so why were not they just going straight there, instead of following Charles's car? Though confused, the driver did not ask further, and simply focused even more on driving. If Jack and Charlotte knew what the driver was thinking, they would have explained clearly. It is not that they do not want to go openly. It is just that David never invited them in the first place. Ever since David's mother divorced, he has been living abroad with her. He only came back recently because his grandfather, Silas, was seriously ill and wanted to see his eldest grandson one last time before passing on. That is why David returned home. But surprisingly, after arriving, Silas's health improved. Though he is doing well now, David does not feel right leaving so soon, so he decided to stay for a while, just to keep the old man company. Since Nicholas divorced David's mother, he quickly remarried. David now finds himself in an awkward position. He certainly cannot stay at the Gu family residence, and he does not want to either, so he has been living outside for the past while. Even on David's birthday, he has no intention of celebrating at the Gu family home, nor did he invite any members from the Gu family. He would not consider inviting the elder relatives from the prominent lineage either. The guests attending David's party today are all young friends he has known for years. Just a close circle of peers. That is why David asked Gabriel to invite Charles, to learn more about Joshua, since they are good friends and Charles would be the best source for updates. Even though Jack and Charlotte knew there would likely be some drama at David's birthday gathering, they could not follow Charles openly. Instead, they decided to send Edwin ahead to find out the exact location, so they could create a chance meeting later. Jack and Charlotte had it all planned perfectly. But neither of them expected that as soon as they arrived at the resort entrance, Charles stepped out of the car and started walking straight toward them. Charlotte suddenly felt uneasy. Why is Charles coming this way? Could we have been caught? When did he figure it out? Edwin shook his head. I do not know. He fell asleep just after getting in the car, and he did not even hear Charles's thoughts a second ago. How did he catch on? At that moment, Charles raised his hand to stop the car. The driver could not pretend not to see it. He had no choice but to pull over and stop by the roadside. Jack felt a bit tense. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he rolled down the window. Seeing Charles, he acted surprised. Charles? What are you doing here? Charles was genuinely confused. Should not I be the one asking that? Before Jack could say anything more, Charles suddenly realized, wait, Jack, are you all here at this new resort just to go fishing? This resort has been quite popular lately. I did not expect Jack and the others to be here too. Charles had practically given them the excuse, so Jack quickly played along. Yeah, that is exactly right. We came here just for fishing, so David's birthday party is being held here. Charles. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Charles's eyes lit up. Without another word to Jack, he turned and waved toward the person. Gabriel. Gabriel had been waiting at the resort entrance for a while. As soon as he saw Charles step out of the car, Gabriel started walking toward him, but Charles did not notice him at all. Instead, he headed straight for the back car, still holding his gift bag. Gabriel was a little confused and walked over to take a closer look. When he got nearer, he realized the people in the back seat were Jack and Charlotte and their group. Gabriel's heart dropped right then. He thought he would been careful not to show his feelings for Charles. How could Jack and Charlotte have ended up here? Could they have figured it out? Gabriel felt a little nervous, but still approached Jack and Charlotte with polite greetings, then asked politely, Jack, are you all here with Charles for the birthday celebration? Jack quickly replied, No, actually, we just happened to run into Charles by chance. It is quite a coincidence. A few days ago, I heard about this new resort nearby and thought it would be nice for some fishing. Since we had time today, my aunt and I came over. They really did not come here on purpose. Edwin cleared his throat and added, We never expected it would be such a surprise. Finding you all here, if Charles had not waved us over just now, we would not have known this was the same place at all. Charles nodded repeatedly. This is such a coincidence. I only realized it myself just as I was about to get off the car. The driver pointed out that the vehicle behind us looked familiar, and then I noticed it was ours, so they were actually betrayed by another driver from their own family. Gabriel's gaze lingered on Charles for a moment before shifting to Jack and Charlotte, his brows faintly drawn together. Charlotte immediately sensed something was off. What is wrong? Could it be that their explanation is not good enough? Is Gabriel not believing them? Jack also felt uneasy. Gabriel's expression. Why was he still frowning like that? Their excuse did not seem that bad, did it? But before they could think further, Gabriel's frown eased and he offered them a faint smile. Well, Jack, you have come to the wrong place. Jack and Charlotte exchanged glances. Charlotte spoke up. What do you mean? Gabriel pressed his lips together, then decided to be honest. This newly opened resort does not have a fishing activity. No fishing option. No, that means you cannot go fishing here. Wait, no fishing. Gabriel's words had barely finished when everyone in and outside the car fell into silence. Charlotte gently pressed a hand to her forehead. Jack clenched his jaw, his expression nearly slipping. Edwin felt dizzy, his toes instinctively digging into the ground. Why did not Jack check before making up a story? And why does not this big resort even have a fishing activity? What are they supposed to do now? They cannot just switch to a different destination now, can they? If they leave, what about the drama that is coming up later? Edwin was extremely anxious. Gabriel, standing outside the car, felt even more stressed. Before Jack spoke, Gabriel had only been guessing. Now, after hearing Jack's careless lie, he was almost certain the Hua family must have been suspicious about Charles being around him, so they made up an excuse to follow along. But when exactly had they figured out that his intentions toward Charles were not genuine? Was it on the final day of filming? Gabriel's lips pressed together slightly. After the recording ended, he would carefully reviewed the footage again. He was certain. Neither his expression nor his movements had given anything away. Even Charles himself did not notice the subtle shift in his attitude toward Gabriel. And besides that one moment when Charles took Gabriel's hand and ran ahead, there had not been any other close contact between them. Even Edwin, who was standing so close, did not notice anything unusual. How did Jack and Charlotte figure it out? And are they here today because they are not satisfied with us? Gabriel suddenly felt uneasy and tense, but he had not done anything wrong. He had not even confessed his feelings to Charles yet. Both groups were caught in a state of deep thought. Only Charles remained unaware, asking curiously, Jack, Did not you even check before coming here to fish? Because he never actually intended to come fishing in the first place. Jack cleared his throat and tried to stay calm. I must have gotten it wrong. Yeah. I guess age is catching up with me. He really wished he could pause their father-son relationship right now. Charlotte snapped back to attention and asked, so what do we do now? We have come this far. Cannot just leave right away. She definitely did not want to go back. Jack picked up on Charlotte's hint and felt even more embarrassed. He had already been thinking about it, but could not come up with any other reason right away. Finally, Gabriel spoke up. Although this resort does not have a fishing option, there are plenty of other fun activities. Jack, would you and Charlotte like to join us for David's birthday celebration? Charlotte had come along today mainly because she was worried about Gabriel being alone with Charles. If Gabriel had actually asked them to leave, Jack and Charlotte would have only gotten more anxious. It was better to invite them directly to the party, openly and honestly, so they would feel at ease, while also giving Gabriel a chance to test the older couple's reactions. Jack replied, that might not be appropriate. It is really just your younger generation's gathering. We elders should not intrude. Edwin quickly said, then I will go? If elders feel uncomfortable, then it is perfectly fine for someone younger like me to join in. Charlotte gave Edwin a sharp look. You are only thinking about yourself. Edwin shifted his gaze slightly, looking a bit awkward. After all, watching the drama is everyone's own responsibility. Gabriel gave Edwin a nod. All right, then turned to Jack. If you are not interested in joining the party, there is a brand new golf course just outside the resort. How about going for a round? Then he added to Charlotte. There is also a wellness center right next to our rented villa. Camila, you could go get a spa treatment. Jack and Charlotte both felt a huge sense of relief. To be honest, Gabriel really knows how to handle social situations. He arranged everything perfectly for them all in no time. Jack and Charlotte's appreciation for Gabriel shot up instantly. Even though they were satisfied inside, they still had to pretend on the surface. After all, that was exactly why they would come here in the first place, to test the waters. Jack turned to Charlotte and asked, what do you think? Charlotte smiled. Getting therapy while also getting a bit of beauty treatment. Seems like a good deal to me. Jack finally said, all right then, we will just have to make do with this. Besides, if we go looking elsewhere, the trip would take up way too much time. Gabriel gave a quiet smile but did not say anything. He turned toward Charles beside him and held out his hand. Charles's gaze settled on Gabriel's hand. The young man's fingers were slender and long, with clearly defined knuckles, his nails smoothly rounded and neatly trimmed. Very pleasant to look at. More importantly, Charles had held Gabriel's hand several times before, and it really felt good. Without hesitation, he reached out with his right hand and naturally intertwined their fingers. Why did Gabriel want to hold my hand? Do not go making things up. The morning sun had started to feel warm, and a single beam just happened to land on Gabriel's ear. The small patch of skin turned red almost visibly, the heat at the tip nearly unbearable. Seeing everyone from the Hua family now staring in unison, Gabriel quickly covered his slightly flushed face with his other hand and whispered, I was just wondering if your gift bag is heavy. Should I help you carry it? Charles blinked, clearly disappointed. Oh, come on. So he was not trying to hold my hand after all. Edwin felt a sharp pulse in his forehead. What kind of hand-holding is that? Do not you think about what your relationship with Gabriel even is? There is absolutely no connection between you two. He reached out to you. How could that possibly mean he wanted to hold hands? Edwin took a quick step forward, but Jack and Charlotte caught him just in time. Stay calm. Jack whispered, haven't you forgotten what I told you earlier? Charlotte said just as quietly. At the same moment, Gabriel gently let go of Charles's hand, took the gift bag from him, and turned around. Let's go in first, he said, maybe a bit uneasy. Gabriel did not notice Jack and Charlotte pulling back on Edwin's arm, but Charles looked puzzled and asked, what is going on here? Jack and Charlotte quickly let go of Edwin. Charlotte smiled and said, nothing much. Let's go. Charlotte took Charles by the arm and followed after Gabriel. Jack held on to Edwin as they trailed behind, speaking seriously. Charles has every right to date whoever he wants. Even if you are not happy about it, you should at least ask Charles what he thinks first. Should not you? Edwin sneered. Charles does not like Gabriel at all. Then why would he want to hold hands with Gabriel? Jack shot back sharply. Edwin gritted his teeth. It is because Charles does not understand what real feelings are. He just finds it fun and interesting, so I do not want him getting too close to Gabriel. How could someone who does not understand love still reach out for Gabriel? Jack asked again, with a pointed tone. He was exasperated with his dad. How could he possibly understand all these reasons? Jack gave Edwin a knowing look and said, I will not go into the rest. Just on the matter of romantic experience, how many times have you, your older brother, and little brother been in love? Edwin stayed silent. Jack continued, neither of them has ever had a relationship. You have been in one, though I would say it was more about being misled than real experience. Do you really think you are qualified to judge? Edwin's expression darkened. He was hit right where it hurt. Dad, cannot we just talk without bringing up that topic? Charles turned around, puzzled. What is going on between you and Jack, second brother? Why are you so worked up again? Jack and Edwin locked eyes. After a moment, Edwin gave in. Fine. I will stop arguing. Can I just leave it now? Edwin mumbled. Anyway, Gabriel may be a bit older, but he is actually quite reliable. Jack smiled. That is the right attitude. Just let things unfold naturally. Even though they still were not sure what Charles truly felt about Gabriel, time would eventually bring clarity. And in due time, they would all know the answer. Jack and Charlotte would not be attending the party, so Gabriel first took them to speak with staff members. He arranged for a villa located just next to the event venue, and also made sure Charlotte had her beauty appointments set up before taking Charles and Edwin to the celebration. The party was being held at another nearby villa, only about 500 meters away. Though it was not right next door, they could still make out the general outline from a distance. As soon as Charles and his group had left, Jack picked up his phone and called the driver, instructing him to bring 2 telescopes over right away. Charlotte could not help but laugh. There is no need for that. If things look suspicious, we can just go check it out ourselves. Jack thought about it and agreed it made sense, so he called the driver again to cancel the request. Meanwhile, Charles and Edwin followed Gabriel toward the party venue. Before they even got close, they could hear loud music coming from the mansion. Charles's brow furrowed slightly. It is so noisy, Gabriel said. Why do not you two go sit in the backyard for a bit? I will go get David. Charles nodded. Good thing. He did not like noisy places either. The backyard of the mansion was a small garden. Charles and Edwin had barely settled down when the music from inside gradually quieted, and David walked over. Seeing Charles, David became visibly excited. He hurried over to greet both him and Edwin, then got straight to the point. Oh, by the way, Charles, could you help me invite Joshua? Charles's lips curled into a small smile. It is clear David really has feelings for Joshua, but today, Nolan's planning to confess to you. If I bring Joshua here now, Charles nearly could not hold back his smile. Gabriel stared in shock toward the backyard. Confess? Nolan? Back at the bar. How crushed was Nolan last time? Is he really going to confess to David now? Gabriel felt a mix of emotions. Charles did not immediately agree to David's request, but instead said, I can help you invite Joshua, but whether he comes or not depends entirely on him. David was thrilled and excited. It is fine. I would really appreciate it just if you could send him an invitation. Charles gave him a smile, then pulled out his phone and sent a message to Joshua. Since their last parting at the bar, Charles had not been in touch with Joshua for some time. According to Michael, Joshua hasn't shown up at work lately either. To be honest, Charles doubted Joshua would come to David's birthday party. After all, attending meant he would likely run into Nolan again. After sending the message, Joshua did not reply right away, but Charles was not in a rush. As the guest of honor, David was kept very busy. He would barely sat down to chat with Charles and Edwin when he got up again to greet other guests. Even Edwin did not stay long. His fame as a well-known performer was hard to ignore. Word had spread that he would come, and soon people kept showing up wanting photos with him or inviting him to play board games in the villa. With so many requests coming in, Edwin could not refuse and ended up going along. That left Charles relaxing alone on the lounge chair. The villa's backyard had excellent shading, and since the back door was open, cool air kept drifting out from inside. Charles lay there comfortably, soon feeling drowsy and closing his eyes. Just as Charles was about to fall asleep, he suddenly noticed someone sitting down beside him. Charles opened his eyes and met Gabriel's thoughtful gaze. Gabriel smiled. Feeling tired? Charles nodded, shifting slightly upright, and then noticed the cup Gabriel was holding. Charles's eyes lit up. Oat milk, oat-based, Gabriel said, handing the cup to Charles with a smile. It is too hot for anything warm. Added a few ice cubes, so it is not too cold. Charles took the cup and took a big sip, letting out a relaxed sigh. This tastes great. Gabriel's smile softened further. There is more when you are done. Charles nodded eagerly, clearly pleased. Just then, Charles's phone buzzed with a new message. He picked it up and saw it was from Joshua. Joshua, where is the address? Charles looked surprised, sent the location over, then asked, Are you coming? Joshua replied, I am coming. Charles blinked in disbelief. Why are you even showing up? Today Nolan's here too, Joshua. Are you out of your mind? Gabriel glanced at Charles, his pale fingers tapping rapidly across the screen, eyes wide with curiosity, expression lively and almost endearing. Joshua, I am coming to attend David's birthday party. Of course, he is having a birthday, and you invited me too. I cannot just pretend I did not see the message. Charles felt a faint sense of unease. Even though Gabriel was right beside him, he was not someone who liked snooping. Just taking a quick peek at his notes should not be an issue, right? Thinking that way, Charles's fingers had already tapped open the memo app, quickly scrolling to the relevant entry. He suddenly understood everything. That explains it. David returned home because his grandfather was unwell too. What a coincidence. His grandfather is hospitalized at the same facility where Joshua's mother lives. A few days ago, when David visited the hospital, he happened to run into Joshua and gave him great help. No wonder Joshua decided to come over. Charles closed the memo app and reminded Joshua one more time. But Nolan might be coming today too. Are you still sure about this? This time, there was no immediate reply. Charles set down his phone, took another sip of milk, then turned and locked eyes with Gabriel. Charles's heart skipped a beat. Why was Gabriel looking at me like that? Wait. We were sitting so close just now. Gabriel could not have seen my memo, right? Gabriel quickly looked away, his face suddenly feeling warm. He had not meant to look at Charles's phone. The whole time, his gaze had stayed on Charles's profile, but his line of sight was wide enough that it inevitably caught the phone screen. And with how fast Charles opened the memo app, there had not been any time at all for Gabriel to look away. But Charles was still screaming inside. What if he actually saw it? How would I explain this? Could I just say I made all of that up on the spot? The voice in his head was loud and filled with clear unease. Gabriel had planned to pretend he had not noticed anything. But now, he genuinely felt confused. Charles, what were you looking at just now? Did not Charles just open a blank note after replying to Joshua's message? Charles froze inwardly, puzzled. Gabriel furrowed his brow. You were staring at that blank note for a while. Did something you saved accidentally get deleted? Charles's pupils widened slightly. Blank. So Gabriel did not see it. Phew. Had me scared for a second. Charles quickly put on a smile. Nothing much, just browsing through it. Gabriel still had some doubts, but did not press further. Joshua's message came through again, and Charles looked down at his screen. Joshua. Confirmed. Perfect timing. Nolan still owes me some money. I will collect it while I am at it. Charles stared at the message for several seconds before finally letting out a mischievous chuckle. Oh wow. Nolan's planning to confess on his dream girl's birthday, and just as he is about to do it, the doppelganger shows up demanding payment. What a dramatic twist. Cannot take it anymore. Joshua, hurry up and get here. Jack and Charlotte spoke in unison. Yeah. Come quick. They would definitely hit the jackpot for today's entertainment. After hearing Joshua agreed to come, David was the happiest person besides Charles and members of the Hua family. Really? Did Joshua actually say he is coming? David could not believe it and asked again. Charles smiled and nodded. Yeah, he said he is heading over right now. David suddenly stood up, pulled out his car keys, and hurriedly asked, "Where is he right now? It is hard to get a ride here. Can I go pick him up?" Yilu blinked in surprise. "If you ask me, sure, it is fine. But the thing is, if you leave now, what about when Nolan arrives and cannot find you? If Nolan finds out you went to pick up Joshua and followed him along, then I might miss this whole event today." Before Charles could figure out how to respond, Gabriel's voice came from nearby. "If you go pick someone up, who will help you welcome your friend?" David realized the point, his expression shifting slightly, then hesitated. "I suppose that makes sense. Could you maybe? I will have the driver go pick him up," Gabriel said, glancing at Charles beside him. "Charles, ask Joshua to send his location." Charles nodded quickly, immediately typing a message to Joshua while quietly thinking to himself, "He is definitely the one I can count on." Charles sent Joshua a message letting him know David was sending someone to pick him up. Joshua did not hesitate and quickly shared his location. Gabriel called the driver, and shortly after, the driver returned the call saying he would pick up Joshua. Hearing this, David could not hold back his excitement and rushed forward to give Gabriel a big hug. "Thanks, cousin." Gabriel frowned slightly and pushed David away with mild annoyance. "Keep your distance," David chuckled, letting go of Gabriel, then turned to look at Charles beside him. Charles sensed the danger approaching instantly and quickly ducked behind Gabriel. "Do not come rushing at me for a hug either." David missed his target and let out a disappointed sigh, about to say something when someone called his name from afar. David waved at Charles with a wink. "Thanks." With that, he turned and ran off. Charles watched David's retreating figure, then glanced at Gabriel. Gabriel thought for a moment, then asked, "You do not like physical contact with strangers?" Charles was clearly surprised. How did Gabriel figure that out? Gabriel's lips curled slightly. "So I was right?" Charles nodded and quietly explained, "I have never been comfortable with physical contact since I was young. Not just with strangers. Honestly, I just do not like being too close to people, not even my parents or my older brother." Pause. Then he looked at Gabriel again and asked, "But if I dislike it so much, should not I seem obvious about it? I have been trying really hard to improve, even during variety show recordings, when guests often had occasional physical interactions. I made sure to push through it." Charles had been working hard to overcome this. Gabriel briefly recalled the little moments he would shared with Charles and admitted that Charles really had hidden it well. So much so that even Gabriel only just realized it now. Gabriel said, "Not at all noticeable." Charles's lips lifted into a small smile, and he instantly looked proud. "Looks like I have made progress." Then Gabriel's dark eyes locked onto Charles's without blinking, and he smoothly changed the subject. "So why do not you mind shaking hands with me?" Gabriel's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of just the right amount of curiosity. Charles looked up, his gaze unexpectedly meeting Gabriel's deep eyes. Gabriel heard Charles silently wondering to himself, "Well, why is that? I did not really mind shaking hands with Gabriel the first time. Not even." Suddenly, an excited voice echoed from the villa. "Is that Nolan?" Charles's inner thoughts were cut short, and he turned toward the villa with a look of excitement. "Is Nolan here already? I thought he was supposed to confess at noon. Could he have come early to prepare?" Charles quickly glanced down at his phone to check the time. "It is already 10:30. Gabriel's gaze rested on Charles's bright, shining eyes, and he let out a barely noticeable sigh in his mind. It seemed their conversation had come to an end for now. "Shall we go take a look?" Gabriel said, stepping forward with ease. Charles nodded quickly without hesitation. If I remember right, Nolan handed David a bouquet as soon as he got out of the car. "I would better go see for myself." Gabriel reached out his hand toward Charles. Without hesitation, Charles took Gabriel's hand. As their fingers intertwined, Gabriel gently led Charles toward the exit. Charles' gaze fell on their clasped hands, and it was then he suddenly realized why he had not felt uneasy about holding Gabriel's hand. "It feels a bit familiar," Charles said softly. Gabriel turned back, raising an eyebrow. Still unsure of his own feelings. Charles gave Gabriel a small smile. "Nothing much. Let's hurry up and go." Gabriel did not press further, guiding Charles through the grand hallway into the front foyer. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of cheers erupted. "Such a huge bouquet. Nolan really went all out. Quick, quick! Let me take a picture. Charles looked ahead, and his lips curled into a smile instantly. A heart-shaped rose arrangement, measuring 2 to 3 meters long, was beautifully wrapped and placed right at the entrance of the villa. Nolan stood beside it, one hand resting on a black customized cane, the other holding a small bunch of blue roses. Everyone was taken aback by the scene. Some admired Nolan's generosity, while others quickly picked up on something unusual. Wait, a gift this big? Do friends usually give roses like this? Could it be that Nolan is romantically interested in David? Someone whispered, "Cannot be. I haven't heard Nolan has feelings for David. Besides, David just got back from abroad, right?" "Yeah." And David never mentioned having such a close friendship with Nolan before. The guests present were mostly David's former middle school classmates, aside from a few wealthy friends who had been close to him. Naturally, they all remembered Nolan, who used to be in the same class as them. Before long, someone whispered with curiosity, "Could it be that Nolan has had feelings for David since middle school?" Charles glanced at the person with approval upon hearing those words. "Exactly. That is right. Nolan's been quietly fond of David since middle school. But honestly, you do not need to be that surprised. This is just 2 bouquets of flowers. There is something even more exciting coming up." Gabriel and Edwin both turned to look at Charles after hearing this. "So he hasn't confessed yet?" Charlotte asked. Jack kept watching the scene at the entrance of the neighboring villa and nodded. Charles said this is a grand declaration, but right now, it is not exactly formal. Just flowers, so let's stay calm for now. Charlotte exhaled in relief, then sat back down. "Phew, that is good to hear. That is really good to hear." Seeing the enormous bouquet of roses suddenly appear at the neighbor's villa, Charlotte had almost rushed downstairs to check it out. After taking a sip of tea, Charlotte finally turned her attention back to the center of the event. David and Nolan. Before Nolan arrived, David was already in the main hall chatting with friends over drinks. Hearing Nolan's name, David paused slightly, taken aback. He echoed the same puzzled thought from his friend beside him. What is Nolan doing here? After their last meeting at the bar, they had not even finished a few sentences before Nolan suddenly ended up in the hospital. From then on, David figured Nolan probably did not handle alcohol well, so when planning the birthday party this time, David had not even considered inviting Nolan at first. But then he thought he would already run into Nolan recently, and the guy would be staying in the country for a while, so they might cross paths again later. What if he did not invite him now and ended up feeling awkward when they met by chance later? There was no choice but for David to call Nolan himself, letting him know he was welcome to come if he had time, but that it would be fine if he could not make it. What did Nolan say back then? Oh, he said he did not have time. Then why is someone who claimed to be too busy suddenly showing up here? If Charles knew what David was thinking, he would probably reply, "It is because Nolan wanted to surprise you." But judging by David's expression right now, that was clear enough. This surprise, so far at least, had only the shock part. Not a single bit of joy yet. Charles glanced at David's face and could not help but laugh. David seems totally stunned. Yeah. The guy who said he would not be coming to the party at all suddenly shows up out of nowhere and brings this huge bouquet with a meaning that is way too obvious. David must be really stressed right now. After all, Joshua is coming later too. No way. Thinking about it makes me even more excited. Charles stared intently at the 2 men ahead, eyes shining with anticipation. It had been a full 2 minutes since David stepped out of the villa and saw the bouquet of roses. During those 2 minutes, David had not said a single word. Nolan had gone from initial nervous excitement to growing unease, and now to quiet anxiety. He unconsciously gripped his cane tighter, pressed his lips together, took a small breath, then mustered the courage to ask, "David, you do not like it, do you?" David finally came back to himself, realizing there were still so many people watching. He had to quickly get through the moment, so David gave Nolan a smile and said, "Of course I like it. How could I not like flowers from a friend?" After speaking, David turned around and called over a few friends, quickly instructing them to carry the bouquet inside together. Seeing that, Nolan finally relaxed, letting out a relieved smile, but Charles's lips could not help but twitch upward. "You have been turned down already, and you are still smiling. Nolan? Edwin had already started to leave when he heard that. His steps paused again. Turned down? Really? Could it be that David finally understood what Nolan meant? No way. Why did not I see it earlier? Jack and Charlotte were both stunned at the same time. Did not David just have the flowers brought inside? Jack suddenly realized. Friend. David just said friend. Charlotte nodded eagerly. Right, he said friend. So David must have figured out that Nolan has feelings for him. It has got to be that way. Otherwise, why would he say it like that? Jack said. Charlotte instantly got excited. So when can we go see it in person? She really wanted to be there to see Nolan's expression. Jack and Charlotte could not see it, but Charles and Edwin could clearly observe everything. Nolan was truly happy. His usual serious face now wore a wide grin. As he saw the group carrying the roses inside, he slowly walked toward David with his cane. I thought you did not like them. The flowers were taken in, but their curious friends lingered nearby. David had to keep things respectful for Nolan's sake. He smiled and said, How could I not? Nolan's smile widened instantly, and he quickly held out his own bouquet. This one is. David reached out and took the flowers, then waved to a friend nearby, handing them over right away. He said, Quick! Find a vase. Help Nolan get his flowers arranged. Nolan's smile froze on his face. Those were the very flowers he had given to David. Could it be that David did not like them after all? Charles could not stop the corner of his mouth from twitching upward. Smiles never truly vanish. They just move to somewhere else. Gabriel's lips curled slightly, and he gave a quiet nod without saying much. Nolan, make yourself at home. I will go greet some other friends. David waved at Nolan and walked away quickly. Chew! Nolan had not finished speaking when David was already gone. Gabriel turned to Charles and said, I am going over to say hi. Do you want to come along? Charles followed his gaze toward Nolan and quickly shook his head. No thanks. Gabriel finally let go of Charles's hand and pointed to the kitchen on the first floor. I put the milk in the fridge. Help yourself if you want some. I will just say hello to Nolan and be right back. Charles nodded quickly, then hurried off toward the kitchen. As soon as Charles stepped into the kitchen, he heard a deep, heavy sigh. He looked closely. There was no one else it could be but David. What are you sighing about? Charles asked. David shot him a slightly annoyed look, then glanced outside to make sure they were alone before saying, You know perfectly well what I mean. Charles covered his mouth and burst into laughter. David stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly realized. So you knew all along, Guawang? Charles's eyes widened slightly. How did you figure it out? I am not blind to the internet. David sighed. At the bar that night, David had definitely noticed something off about the mood, especially Charles's expression, but he had not thought much of it back then. After all, he was not delusional. He could not possibly think Nolan liked him just because they met. If it were not for that overly dramatic heart-shaped bouquet just now, David would not have even considered the idea. After letting out a long sigh, David frowned. I really need to find a chance to talk to Nolan clearly. With so many people outside just now, I did not feel right turning him down straight away. What should I do? How was Charles supposed to know? He just shook his head. Do not ask me. David sighed again, then suddenly remembered something. He turned to Charles and said, By the way, I noticed Joshua and Nolan sitting together that day. Were they? Just then, Charles's phone rang. Charles glanced at the screen. It is Joshua. Charles picked up his already poured milk, walked toward the door while answering, Are you almost here? Good. I will send someone to meet you. David hurried after him. Wait for me. I am coming with you. The two of them walked out from the kitchen, drawing quite a few curious looks. Nolan had been sitting on the sofa talking with Gabriel when he heard David's voice. He immediately stood up. David, would you be free to go somewhere with me? Charles quickly reached Gabriel, winked at him, pointed at his phone, then headed straight toward the villa's front entrance. Gabriel understood Charles's meaning right away. He stood up and gently stopped David from following. Let Charles go alone. Nolan looked at David with intense focus. David, are not we almost at noon? I have booked a lunch meeting at the resort's dining area. Would you like to bring your friends along? Charles had just reached the entrance when he heard that. He quickly walked over to a nearby staff member, gave him the license plate number, then hurried back into the villa. At that moment, half of the people in the hall were watching David. Without hesitating, David said, "But I have already made a reservation. We can bring the meal over and eat together." Nolan said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I have hired a chef from a 5-star restaurant, and all the ingredients were ordered well in advance." David looked uncertain, "And I have arranged several tables. If none of you come, it would be such a waste. Who asked you to go through all this trouble anyway?" But then David thought it over and realized he could probably just go along with Nolan. This would be the perfect chance to talk things through. So David simply nodded. "All right, just send me the bill later." When Nolan heard David agree, his lips curled into a smile. "No need for that. Today's your birthday. It is only right I do this, but we are just friends. I would not want you to spend so much on me," David said. David just made it clear. "We are only friends." "So Nolan," Charles's gaze landed on Nolan. Nolan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered. A few seconds later, another polite smile returned to his face. Charles could not help but want to laugh even more. At the same time, he silently hoped, "Joshua, please hurry and get here." Now that David had decided to go to the restaurant Nolan mentioned, he did not hesitate. He turned around and started gathering his friends to leave. Gabriel suddenly asked Charles, "Should we invite your parents too?" Charles quickly replied, "I will call my mom and dad to check if they want to come." Gabriel nodded. Edwin trailed behind the two, his brows lifting slightly at the words, just as Jack and Charlotte had said. Gabriel really did think things through, but still, he truly did not agree with Charles and Gabriel being together. Gabriel was already 24, same year as him, 6 years older than Charles. Edwin followed behind them, watching their shoulders inch closer together, and his brow suddenly tightened. Wait a minute, had Charles ever stood this close to anyone else before? Edwin fell into deep thought. Charles just finished the call and said to Gabriel, "They are coming." Gabriel asked again, "Should we wait for them then?" "No." Charles shook his head. "Jack said they will take their time and go on their own. Go ahead without us." Gabriel nodded, then continued walking forward. Charles was just about to put his phone away when it vibrated again. He glanced down and saw a message from Joshua. "Joshua, I have gotten off the vehicle." Charles suddenly felt even more excited and thrilled. Joshua's timing could not be better. "If I am not mistaken, the restaurant is just around this corner. There is a large lawn right in front of it." As Charles finished speaking, Gabriel and Edwin both looked up at once. Nolan and David ahead turned the corner, and suddenly David stopped in his tracks. The friends following behind all froze for a moment. "Why are not we moving?" "David, what is that? It looks like someone's about to confess something. Did we come to the wrong place?" Hearing his friends chatter behind him, David grew more and more uneasy. He turned to look at Nolan, about to speak, then saw Nolan slowly walking forward again. "This is it," he said. "Let's go." "No, something's off. This is way too strange." He could not go in with Nolan like this. Charles, seeing the scene unfold, was so excited his eyes widened. He did not hesitate and quickly stepped forward. Gabriel and Edwin followed right behind him. Jack and Charlotte, bringing up the rear of the group, quickened their pace too. Turning the corner, they saw a neatly trimmed and flat lawn, but instead of grass, the green field was covered entirely with fresh, colorful rose bouquets. Even from a distance, they could smell the distinct fragrance of roses. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Right at the center of the lawn, a path paved with roses stretched straight toward the dining hall. Nolan leaned on his cane and turned back with a smile to look at David. "Shall we go?" David looked almost green with nerves. At this point, how could he possibly not understand? Nolan was clearly setting a trap here. Charles covered his face, fighting back a laugh. For David, was not this basically a trap in disguise? David instinctively took a step backward, but his friends reacted even faster. They stepped in to block him. One friend winked and said, "David, come on." Another added, "Hurry up." It was clear this was not just a simple situation. They were not about to let David walk into it alone. They had to see what was happening. David could not help but laugh at his friends, gritting his teeth as he said, Is this how you treat the birthday person? Come on, let's go take a look first and see what is going on. Yeah, maybe it is another surprise after all. Let's go already. Charles could not help but chuckle again. David ran a hand over his forehead. They did have a point. What if it was just a misunderstanding? Even though David thought that was highly unlikely, no matter what, he would still say no to Nolan. But after only a few steps, David suddenly remembered something and turned back to Charles. Ran, he is coming right now. Charles quickly replied. David furrowed his brow. To be honest, he really did not want Joshua to see this scene. But since David had already been about to cut off Nolan anyway, he figured it probably did not matter much either way. So David turned around without saying another word and followed Nolan down the romantic little path into the restaurant. The moment David stepped inside the restaurant, a familiar ringing sound rang out. David realized it was their high school class bell. His eyes scanned the room, and though he did not see Nolan anywhere, he noticed a large screen at the front of the restaurant starting to play back an old video recording. Charles followed closely into the restaurant, and just then his phone vibrated again. Joshua's message came through. Is this the right address you gave me? Why are there so many roses outside? Charles's lips curled up instantly. Of course it is, because Nolan planned to confess his feelings to David here. Charles did not feel like hiding anything from Joshua, so he replied straight away. Nolan seems to be planning to confess to David right here. Joshua? Wait, what makes him think he can confess to David? He still hasn't paid me my money. Charles could clearly sense Joshua's frustration from just those few words. Charles typed back. Come on over, Joshua. 3 seconds. Charles put his phone away. Just as he turned to look back and felt a sudden breeze pass by, everyone froze for a moment, then looked up and saw someone already standing on stage. The boy arrived out of breath, snatched the microphone from the nearby host, and shouted over the video with strong voice. Nolan, get yourself out here right now. The video playing on screen was suddenly paused, leaving the whole restaurant utterly silent. What on earth was going on now? One curious guest, voice full of excitement, whispered. Could this be an ex who is showing up because things were not settled between them? Charles could not help but smirk at that. It is true and not true. Joshua came here mainly because Nolan still hasn't paid him, a domineering CEO who owes his employees salaries. Yuck! Charles let out a sound of disdain. After a brief silence at the restaurant, a buzz of discussion arose. What is going on? Who is this person? I do not know. It seems he is here to find Nolan, but seeing how rude he is to Nolan, could he really be Nolan's? No. David interrupted the speaker without thinking. Frowning tightly, he fixed his gaze firmly on Joshua and repeated, he is not. Although David does not know exactly what happened between Joshua and Nolan for now, he is quite certain that Joshua and Nolan cannot be in the kind of relationship they are speculating about. At this time, Joshua on the stage seemed to notice David. He glanced in David's direction and quickly withdrew his gaze. Then he took a deep breath, raised the microphone again and continued, Nolan, I know you are here. Come out quickly. If you do not come out, Just then, a voice suppressing anger rang out. Joshua, what do you want to do? Following the sound, Charles looked over and only then discovered that somehow Nolan had come out from the inner hall on crutches. Taking a closer look, Charles' eyes widened slightly. Wait, did Nolan change his clothes? Gabriel and Edwin immediately looked over. He really did change his clothes. When we first met, Nolan was still wearing a full black suit, but just a few minutes later, he had changed into a white one. Edwin glanced at the restaurant's romantic decorations and then looked at Nolan's white suit, silently impressed. To be honest, it actually matches the restaurant's atmosphere quite well. Though David did not even glance in Nolan's direction. After Joshua appeared, David had not taken his eyes off him once. Honestly, Nolan really has no sense of timing at all. Just then, Charles's slightly puzzled voice came again. So when Joshua rushed onto the stage, Nolan was actually changing clothes in the inner room. Charles could not help but laugh out loud as something clicked for him. No way. No wonder he did not rush out right away. I get it now. He was just changing clothes. Honestly, Nolan had planned this whole proposal for 2 days in advance. He calculated everything. Timing his arrival before David, setting the right moment to play the video, even making sure he had time to change. But one thing he did not count on was that just as the video started and he would barely stepped inside, Joshua showed up. Look at how flustered he was. Rushed out with his shirt buttons all wrong. After Charles's comment, Jack and Charlotte, who had just arrived, also turned to look. Their eyes swept over Nolan, and both could not help but smile. They really were messed up. Nolan must have been in such a rush. How could he even button his shirt right? But then again, it is hard to blame him for being anxious. After all, today was the day Nolan had prepared to confess his feelings to someone he would admired for over 10 years. And just as things were starting, the whole moment got interrupted. Anyone would be flustered, but Jack and Charlotte truly believed Joshua had done the right thing by showing up when he did. After all, David had planned a perfectly nice birthday celebration, and inviting Nolan was merely out of polite social courtesy. But Nolan not only took control of the event behind David's back by booking the restaurant himself, but also planned to confess his feelings in front of all of David's friends. Was not that putting David in an extremely awkward position? Even though Nolan's romantic declaration today was clearly well thought out, had he ever considered how David might feel about it? Let's be honest. Publicly confessing feelings when only one person feels the same is emotional pressure at best and unfair coercion at worst. David had not even recognized Nolan on first sight, let alone developed any romantic interest. Nolan's entire scene today, at best, it was self-indulgent. At worst, it was completely out of touch with reality. It is only because David is celebrating his birthday that he probably does not want to make a scene over this. But now, Jack and Charlotte could not help but glance at David. David's eyes had not left Joshua the entire time. At that moment, every person in the restaurant had their attention fixed on the two of them on stage. Nolan's face was filled with anger. Holding his cane tightly, he marched quickly toward Joshua and whispered sharply, "Did not I tell you never to show up here again?" With their close proximity and Joshua holding the microphone in front of him, Nolan's hushed words came through crystal clear over the speakers. Charles could not help but laugh out loud. What is this called? Public whispering. A flicker of annoyance crossed Nolan's face. Joshua let out a sharp laugh at Nolan's words. "Nolan, forget about our agreement being over. I no longer have to obey you, and seriously, do you even know why I am here today? Is not this exactly what you pushed me into?" The moment those words left his mouth, not only did Nolan's expression darken, but David's face turned icy as well. The crowd around them froze in stunned silence. Agreement? What agreement? Some people's minds immediately started racing. An emotional pact? A marriage agreement? No way. I haven't heard anything about Nolan getting married. Yeah, and was not Nolan supposed to be with David today? Joshua. Nolan fixed his gaze intensely on the young man before him, suppressing the anger burning beneath his skin. Just what are you trying to say? If there is something bothering you, we can talk about it later, Nolan said in a low, controlled tone. But not now, absolutely not. Nolan had carefully planned this moment for a long time, and he did not want anything to go wrong. Without another word, Nolan turned sharply toward the security guards who had just arrived. "Get him out of here." Charles immediately panicked, but before he could speak, David called out loudly, "Who is going to do it?" Before anyone realized what was happening, David had already stepped onto the stage. He walked straight up to the two men, gently pulled Joshua behind him, and stared coldly at Nolan. "Nolan, what exactly do you think you are doing with someone I invited?" The words had barely left his lips when Nolan stood frozen in place. Charles was thrilled beyond words. Okay, let's be honest. David's entrance was kinda cool. Gabriel turned to look at Charles almost instantly. Unfortunately, Charles's eyes were fixed on the three people on stage, completely missing Gabriel's glance. Gabriel could not help but let out a quiet sigh in his mind, just as he was about to refocus on the stage. Then he suddenly noticed that Edwin was also watching Charles. Before Gabriel could react, Edwin quickly looked away. Gabriel frowned slightly, a thought crossing his mind. On stage, Joshua was stunned. He had not expected David to step onto the platform at that moment, shielding him with his body. Though what Joshua had said was not clearly stated, he knew for sure that David must have figured out the connection between him and Nolan. To make someone believable, You have got to understand them beforehand. Even though Joshua did not know David well and had not had much interaction with him, he actually knew David better than anyone else in the room. That is exactly why Joshua was so surprised that David would step forward to protect him on his own. Staring at the tall figure in front of him, Joshua felt a mix of emotions. Looking back at Nolan, his expression was clearly flustered. Nolan never imagined David would show up to defend Joshua right then. Calling him a friend, no less. When did David and Joshua become this close? Joshua had promised him he would never show up again. Had not he? Why is he here today? Charles studied Nolan's expression with a smirk rising on his lips. Looks like our Nolan's really flustered. Nolan was unsettled but had no choice but to explain to David. David, sorry, I did not know you would invited him too. David kept a calm expression and said nothing. Nolan went on. Also, I had something special planned for you, but Joshua interrupted it. That is why I was so upset earlier. I wanted to have him removed. What you prepared was not a surprise. David finally spoke, his eyes cold as he looked at Nolan. If anything, it felt more like a shock than anything else. The words barely left his mouth when Nolan's face turned pale. Charles could not help but smile wider. A surprise should be something someone actually looks forward to, but clearly, David did not expect your confession at all. Do you even get it? Nolan, the one who is behind on pay. Gabriel heard Charles's words and could not help but smile faintly. The people in the audience finally started to catch on. So David does not like Nolan? Wait, then what was I just doing? I even pushed David forward. No way. Now I am already regretting what I did. They were all David's friends and classmates. First, they thought David had been secretly involved with Nolan behind their backs, which explained why Nolan put on such a performance at David's birthday. But now seeing David's reaction toward Nolan, it was obvious something was off. They could not help but feel a bit regretful. If only they had known earlier, they would not have joined in the teasing like that. The group briefly reflected on what they would done, then could not resist asking, so what is really going on here? Honestly, we do not know. The one thing we are certain about is that David definitely does not like Nolan. There was no need to say it out loud. Everyone could see for themselves. If David had feelings for Nolan, he would not have stood in front of Joshua like that, nor would he have said something so shocking. Did not they see how pale Nolan looked? Nolan stood frozen in disbelief, his hand gripping the cane so tightly that his knuckles turned white, eyes locked on David's face. But after a long moment, he saw nothing but cold indifference. Only then did Nolan fully realize David was not joking. He truly did not like the surprise that Nolan had prepared for him. Nolan was deeply hurt and instinctively said, But I had not even finished playing the video. You never saw the end. Nor did you see the gift I got for you. I do not need to see the rest. David cut in sharply, his tone edged with irritation. I already know what you are trying to do. Are not you planning to confess your feelings? Nolan's eyes lit up instantly. David actually understood what he felt. Could that mean David might feel the same way? Nolan's voice trembled with emotion. Yes, David, Nolan, have you forgotten something? Suddenly, Joshua's voice came from behind David. David glanced at Joshua in surprise. Joshua had already stepped out from behind David at this time. Seeing Joshua again, Nolan suddenly came to his senses. Right, Joshua is still here. If he does not handle Joshua's matter well, Joshua will not let it go easily. Nolan frowned and stared coldly at Joshua. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized why Joshua came here today. Nolan said, You came to me today just to ask me for money, right? Go down first. I will contact my assistant to transfer the money to you. Hearing this, Joshua got angry. What do you mean by I just want to ask you for money? It sounds like I am some unreasonable person trying to extort you. Please, Nolan, make it clear. It is you who owed me my salary first. I could not reach you or your personal assistant several times, so I came here in person to find you. If you had not owed me my salary, would I have caused trouble here? The more Joshua thought about it, the angrier he got. You haven't even settled my salary. How can you have the nerve to confess your love to David here? As soon as he said this, not only were all the people in the audience a bit shocked, but even David was a little surprised. Just now Joshua mentioned the contract. Did not he mean that he and Nolan had a contractual relationship? Since it is a contractual relationship, how come Nolan still hasn't paid the money? The people in the audience all looked at Nolan with condemning looks. It is okay that you play around, but why do you have to be so cheap and not pay? As soon as Nolan turned his head, he met David's slightly shocked gaze. A chill ran through Nolan's heart, and he subconsciously denied it. I did not owe you your salary. Did you remember wrongly? Joshua felt stunned. Wait, Nolan? Are you really going to pretend not to know what is going on? Charles finally understood what was happening. Nolan will not admit it. If he admitted it now, that would mean openly confirming Joshua is his substitute. Right in front of David. Indeed, after a brief moment of shock, Nolan quickly regained composure. He looked at Joshua with calm eyes and said quietly, I do not understand what you are talking about. If there has been an issue with your payment, you should have contacted my company's finance department. Not me. Joshua was genuinely furious at Nolan's attitude. Back then, Joshua would never have dared speak to Nolan like this. But things had changed. He was not Nolan's hidden companion anymore. So Joshua let out a cold laugh. Nolan, do you really need me to be completely honest before you will drop it? Nolan's expression shifted slightly. After a brief pause, he glanced toward David. David looked away. Nolan looked deeply hurt and quickly explained, David, do not believe him. I really have nothing to do with this. It is him. Joshua. Charles could not take it anymore. After everything, is Nolan really still trying to blame Joshua and act innocent? Joshua had not expected Nolan to shift all the blame onto him. He just laughed bitterly. That night, when Joshua saw David at the bar, he realized his job was likely over. With Charles's warning in mind, he moved out of the villa Nolan had provided that same evening. But one night was not enough to pack everything up, so the next day he returned to the villa. This time, he did not even make it through the gate. He was stopped by someone at the entrance. The guard told him all of Joshua's belongings had been cleared out and advised him not to come back to that house ever again. Joshua felt frustrated, but figured the remaining items in the villa were not worth much or particularly important, so he decided to just let them go. But Joshua could not just leave without clearing things up, so before departing, he called Nolan. Nolan answered the call. On the phone, Nolan officially informed Joshua that he was fired, told him not to contact him again, and asked that he no longer appear in front of him. Joshua agreed readily, but also mentioned that he hoped Nolan would settle his rightful wages after he left. Nolan promised everything would be taken care of over the phone, but since that day, until now, Joshua hasn't received a single cent and cannot reach Nolan at all. Joshua knew deep down that Nolan had been holding back his payment simply because he was upset that David had not recognized him right away, but instead kept glancing in Joshua's direction. Nolan was trying to teach Joshua a lesson through this, but because of Nolan's harsh move, Joshua nearly lost his mother forever. If it had not been for David showing up at just the right moment and helping cover the surgery costs. All right, Joshua clenched his jaw, looking straight at Nolan, then suddenly smiled. Fine, if that is how it is, I will just say what needs to be said right in front of David. Nolan's expression shifted sharply. Joshua, you dare. What do I have to be afraid of? Joshua smiled. Nolan, you know me well. You should know I have never been a good person. I have always done whatever it takes for money. Joshua knew clearly that without Nolan, he would not have found such an easy job to pay for his mother's medical bills and clear all the family debts. He truly did owe Nolan gratitude for giving him such a large sum of money. But what Joshua could not stand was the thought of David, such a kind-hearted person, being deceived by both himself and Nolan. Joshua was not a good man, and Nolan certainly was not either. So Joshua hoped that David, a good person like him, would finally see who they truly were. He did not want to deceive David anymore, and he certainly did not want Nolan to have another chance to get close to him. After saying that, Joshua turned directly toward David. David stared at Joshua in shock. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Joshua whisper quietly, only for the two of them to hear, I am sorry. David froze. The stage lights were bright, and Joshua locked eyes with David. You must have noticed by now, right? We do look a bit alike. His words had barely finished when the entire room fell silent. Then came a wave of murmurs. What? No way, actually. He does kind of look like you. The eyes, yes, that is it. That is why I felt like I would seen this guy before. Nolan heard Joshua's words and looked utterly furious. Joshua! Do not you dare say another word. But Joshua paid no attention. He spoke quickly, getting everything out. Me and Nolan, yes, as I just said, we are in a formal agreement. But do not worry, it is not an illegal contract. It is a legitimate employment arrangement. My job is simply to be your stand-in, right in front of Nolan. If that still sounds confusing, let me put it simply. I am your substitute. David, Charles suddenly shouted. Joshua! Get out of the way. Before anyone could react, David grabbed Joshua and pulled him sideways. Just as they moved aside, a black cane crashed down onto the floor with a loud thud. Oh my gosh, I was so scared. I am just glad Joshua's okay. Charles let out a breath and glanced back at Nolan, frowning deeply. People who keep stand-ins are usually a bit off in the head. Nolan's eyes were red with fury, glaring at Joshua. Joshua! Shut up! David stared in shock at the fallen cane, then snapped. Nolan! Are you out of your mind? David's friends rushed onto the stage right then. David? Are you okay? Nolan shivered at the sound, as if only just realizing what he would done. He looked at David with a helpless expression. David, I am sorry. I did not mean to hurt you. Enough! David said coldly. Is not this drama enough for one day? You have already ruined my birthday party. Are you happy now? Nolan's pupils narrowed slightly. David, it is not like that, he murmured, shaking his head. I did not mean to. I just wanted to surprise you. You have given me more than enough surprises today, David said, releasing Joshua and staring straight at Nolan. He spoke slowly, each word clear. Not only did you keep a copy of myself around, but you also owe money to others. And now you have ruined my birthday party. Are you satisfied? With every sentence David spoke, Nolan's expression grew darker. Nolan stood frozen, shaking his head helplessly. No, David. I did have a stand-in, but I do not like him at all. I like you, always have. That is why You say you like me? Then what about before? David asked coldly. Nolan froze in silence. Charles could not hold back anymore. David just went abroad. He did not move to another galaxy. If you liked him, why did not you go after him? Pretending to be deep and emotional by keeping a stand-in. Do you realize how much pain this has caused two people? The crowd could not help but echo the words. Yeah. If you really liked David, why did not you tell him? If you truly cared about someone, how could your eyes still see anyone else? Keeping a replacement like that is really unpleasant. Each word cut through Nolan's heart like a blade, and he shook his head in disbelief. No, David. I truly do like you. It is just that I missed you so much that I ended up doing this. Nolan, David said softly, let's stop here. I do not feel the same way about you. From now on, we should try not to see each other again. Nolan broke down and staggered forward 2 steps. David's friend quickly stepped in. Do not come any closer. He does not like you. He has turned you down. Why are you still chasing after him? Nolan, you are also a key figure in the Meng group. Surely you would not want this to become a bigger issue, would you? David asked coldly. The threatening tone made Nolan freeze again. David turned away, no longer looking at Nolan, and glanced down at the still-dazed Joshua. Shall we go? Joshua looked up in surprise. David smiled at him. Even though my mind is still a bit messy, my birthday hasn't ended yet. Joshua's eyes welled up as he looked down and said, I am sorry, I should not have. No, thank you, David said. Without you, today would have been even more awkward. It has actually helped clear up a tricky situation. David walked down toward the audience. Seeing that, Joshua followed suit. As they left, everyone else naturally started to disperse too. Still, they were all just young people walking away. They could not help whispering comments under their breath. I have never seen someone so clueless. David must have had terrible luck meeting him. You said it. The restaurant quickly emptied, and after taking in Nolan's expression, Charles was about to leave. When suddenly a boy stepped in front of him, Charles looked at him with confusion. He was certain he had never seen the boy before. The boy wore casual clothes, had long hair tied into a small ponytail at the back of his head, and looked quite cute. He stood in front of Charles, flustered and gesturing urgently. Charles was even more puzzled. Is this sign language? I have no idea what he is trying to say. Gabriel heard the noise and turned around. When the boy looked up and noticed Gabriel behind Charles, he became even more frantic, waving his hands faster. Charles was genuinely baffled. What are you trying to say? Do you have a phone? Cannot you just type it out? After saying that, Charles held out his phone. The boy stared at Charles for a second, then suddenly understood. He shook his head toward Charles and ran off toward another server. Edwin had now reached Gabriel's side, glancing at Charles from afar with a faint frown. Who was that boy? Gabriel shook his head. I do not know. As they were talking, the boy ran back toward Charles, shoved a piece of paper into his hand, and then dashed out of the restaurant. Charles followed with his eyes and saw the boy run to a man he did not recognize. The man ruffled the boy's hair gently before taking his hand and walking away together. Edwin finally called out, Charles, let's go. Was that boy a fan of yours? Charles tried to look back at the boy, but he was already gone from outside. Edwin called out to Charles again. Charles responded, Coming. He quickly tucked the note into his pocket and hurried to catch up with Gabriel and Edwin. Who was that boy just now? Edwin asked once more. Charles shook his head. I do not know. Maybe he got the wrong person. Edwin nodded and did not press further. Gabriel, however, slightly frowned and quickly sent a message to his assistant. The three of them were the last to return to the villa, where loud music was already blasting again. Charles pushed open the door and saw two guys who were close friends with David holding him in the middle of the living room, singing and dancing with microphones, as if that could erase all traces of their earlier disagreement. Gabriel listened to the music, which was nearly deafening, but instead of stepping in, he leaned closer to Charles and quietly said, I will contact the catering staff. You go inside first. They were standing close together, Gabriel's breath gently brushing against Charles's ear, warm and slightly damp, a little ticklish, but surprisingly, it was not unpleasant. Charles nodded. Gabriel turned and walked away. Edwin stepped closer and put an arm around Charles's shoulder. Want to go to the backyard? Charles pushed gently at Edwin's arm and frowned slightly. No, I have still got my second brother here. Please do not get so close all the time. So Gabriel was right next to you whispering in your ear earlier, but now it is a problem just because I gave you a light shoulder touch? Edwin clenched his jaw. Ungrateful kid. The music was too loud for Charles to hear clearly. Ha! Edwin let out a sharp huff and ignored Charles, walking off on his own. Charles did not think much of it and headed toward Joshua, who was sitting alone in the corner. Joshua did not know most people there, but because of his sudden outburst earlier at the dining room, quite a few were curious about him. Everyone present was David's friend or classmate and around Joshua's age, so in just a short while after arriving at the villa, several groups came over to say hello to Joshua. Like Charles, Joshua was not very good with small talk, so he just stayed seated and offered polite smiles. When he saw Charles approaching, Joshua suddenly stood up as if spotting a lifeline. The living room was way too noisy, so Charles pointed toward the backyard. How about we go to the garden? Joshua nodded quickly and followed right behind Charles as they headed for the backyard. Once in the backyard, closing the gate made the loud music noticeably quieter. Charles glanced around and did not see Edwin, so he pulled Joshua down onto a lounge chair to sit. Both silently avoided mentioning Nolan and instead exchanged updates about their current lives. When Charles learned that Joshua was planning to apply for jobs soon, he instinctively asked, "Why do not you reach out to your agent?" Joshua froze for a moment, then reflexively replied, "Agent." Charles leaned on his chin and nodded. "Yeah, are not you signed with my older brother's company?" He mentioned before that all contracted performers are assigned an agent. Since your acting class performance was better than mine, why not give acting a try? The loud music from the villa had mysteriously been turned off, leaving the backyard unusually quiet. The clouds were gently blown apart by a fresh breeze, revealing a clear blue sky. A soft wind swept through the courtyard again, making the leaves rustle softly. Joshua instinctively looked at Charles and met his bright, clear gaze. Maybe just a second had passed, or perhaps it felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Joshua's lips curled upward into a genuinely bright smile as he looked at Charles and said, "Charles, thank you." Charles furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. "Why are you thanking me? Lately, it feels like more and more people keep saying thanks to me." Before Charles could figure it out, Gabriel's voice called over, "Charles, lunch is ready." Charles quickly replied, then turned to Joshua and said, "Let's go." Joshua smiled and gave a firm nod. For the rest of the afternoon, everyone had a wonderful time at the resort. Even as night fell completely, they had not dispersed. Still planning to head out to a bar next, Edwin and Jack Charlotte left after lunch. Charles was not interested in drinking, so he decided not to join them. He planned to say goodbye to David and leave first. When Charles announced he was leaving, Joshua naturally followed suit. David felt awkward about letting them go and offered to drive them back himself. Gabriel glanced at him and said, "You just had a drink. How can you drive?" "I will take you." The driver was already on the way to pick up Charles, but when he saw Gabriel getting up with the keys in hand, he quietly swallowed his words. Gabriel first dropped Joshua off at the hospital, then drove Charles toward the Hua family residence. As they got closer to the Hua family villa, an unexpected sense of quiet longing suddenly came over Charles for no clear reason. Strange. Gabriel glanced at Charles out of the corner of his eye and noticed his brows slightly furrowed, his expression unusually serious. "What is going on?" Gabriel felt puzzled but did not ask aloud. Even after the car entered the Hua family neighborhood, Charles stayed silent, and Gabriel did not hear a single thought from him again. At 8:30 in the evening, the car slowly pulled up to the front gate of the Hua family villa. Gabriel unfastened his seatbelt and turned to Charles. "We are here." Charles gave a soft, "Oh," slowly unbuckled his own seatbelt, but remained seated without getting out. It was not until Gabriel looked at him again with mild curiosity that he heard Charles quietly think to himself, "Will Gabriel think I am strange like this?" Before Gabriel could even process the idea, Charles suddenly asked in a sincere tone, "Gabriel, can I hold your hand again?" Gabriel froze in place. The sky was dim and shadowed, with only the streetlights outside the car glowing bright. A gentle glow seeped through the car window and fell upon Charles. With just that faint light, Gabriel could clearly see the contours of Charles's face. The young man had striking features and a calm expression, but his eyes shone brightly, revealing every emotion within. There was curiosity, confusion, but mostly, there was anticipation. Gabriel's gaze grew a little darker. After a long silence, he finally spoke softly. "Charles, do you really understand what your words mean?" Charles thought to himself, "Is not it just that I want to hold your hand? Could my words possibly be unclear?" Charles's eyes widened suddenly. Or could it be that Gabriel just does not understand things properly? Gabriel felt a slight headache, mixed with a hint of amusement. "Charles," Gabriel said, looking at him, "I asked you this earlier today." A tenderness flickered in his eyes. Unnoticed even by himself, Charles blinked slowly. "So it is about why I did not mind holding your hand?" Gabriel gave a slight nod. "Until you truly understand this, I think it would be best if you kept physical contact to a minimum." Charles's eyes snapped wide open. "Why? Is that really important?" Gabriel looked at Charles, his tone firm. "It matters a great deal to both of us." Charles pressed his lips together, frowning in a rare show of concentration as he sat still and began thinking deeply. But after only a short while, Charles started to feel frustrated. What if Gabriel plans to keep refusing my handshake forever just because I cannot figure it out? Gabriel sighed, about to explain again when he suddenly heard Charles think loudly in his mind, "Selfish." With that, Charles turned sharply and pretended to push the car door open. "I am leaving first then." Even threatening now, I see." Gabriel's gaze fell on Charles's white fingers hovering near the door handle. After a long moment, he gave in first. "So, we can just hold hands again until you have thought it through?" Charles instantly lit up with joy, his eyes shining brightly. "Really?" Gabriel was caught off guard by the sudden intensity in his gaze. Just for a second, he quickly looked away, his throat bobbing slightly as he said, "Yeah, well." Before he could finish speaking, Charles had already rushed forward and wrapped him in a big hug. Charles was slightly shorter than Gabriel by about half a head, With the way he leaned sideways, his head naturally settled into Gabriel's shoulder area. The soft strands of his hair brushed against Gabriel's skin, carrying a faint, pleasant scent. Before Gabriel could react, Charles quickly took hold of his hand and smoothly interlocked their fingers. Got it! In the rearview mirror, the man's pale face instantly flushed bright red. Gabriel sighed and covered his eyes with one hand. Then he heard his heartbeat pounding louder and faster in the quiet night. Even after Charles stepped back and released their clasped hands, Gabriel could still hear his own heart thundering in his ears. Then I am off, Mr. Cheen. Charles smiled warmly. Gabriel slightly turned his gaze away and gave a vague reply. Charles reached for the car door, then suddenly turned back and asked, Gabriel, why are you so red-faced? Gabriel made up an excuse on the spot. I guess I am just feeling a bit warm. Charles looked puzzled. It is definitely on cold air. Though, Gabriel took a quiet breath to calm himself before letting go of his hand. Not looking at Charles as he softly said, Could you promise me that you will think about that question again when we get back? Charles did not understand. Why is Gabriel so set on this question? Well, he was kind enough to let me hold his hand, so I will definitely think about it seriously. So Charles nodded and said, All right, I promise. Gabriel could not help but ask again, Are you really sure? Charles did not hesitate and said, Of course. I am capable of anything. Charles suddenly paused mid-sentence. Gabriel, however, gave a soft smile. All right then, I believe you. Charles pressed his lips together, cleared his throat, and quickly opened the car door to get out. After steadying himself, he still waved at Gabriel and called out, Gabriel, be careful driving. Gabriel rolled down the window a bit, the blush on his face easing slightly as he looked at Charles. His expression was full of tender warmth. Okay. Good night, Lou. The word danced on his tongue for a moment before turning into, Good night, Charles. Charles's eyes widened instantly. Before Charles could react, Gabriel had already rolled up the window. A moment later, the luxury car sped rapidly out of the residential area. Charles stood still for a long time before finally smiling slightly. Honestly, I kind of like how Gabriel calls me like that. At Huamassian's villa, Edwin paced back and forth several times, unable to hold it in anymore. He turned toward Jack and Charlotte on the sofa, saying, Are we really not going to do anything? It has only been one day. How could they already be using different names like that? Charlotte let out a soft sigh and said to Jack, I have finally figured it out. Junior's last relationship really did not count as real experience. Edwin's expression immediately turned frustrated. Why do we have to bring that up again? We agreed not to talk about it, did not we? Every time love comes up, why does everyone drag out my past relationship like this? Even dead people would feel uncomfortable with that. Jack gave Edwin a glance and said, That was your decision. You are the one who agreed. We never did, still. He added with a teasing smile to Charlotte. If he would had even a little experience, he would know that when two people truly care for each other, things move fast. Look at him. He dated for over a month and only held hands. Then he got accused of being the father, and surprisingly, he believed it. He could not stand staying in this house one more second. Edwin turned around and stormed straight upstairs. Jack exchanged a glance with Charlotte and could not help but laugh. For the next few days, Charles focused on his acting class while also deeply pondering the question Gabriel had asked. After thinking about it for 4 straight days, Charles still could not figure out the answer. Though the 4th episode of the variety show was already approaching fast. The night before the show taping, Charles was unusually restless and could not fall asleep. After finally managing to drift off, he had a strange dream in a daze. In the dream, Charles was about the same age as he is now, and his favorite thing each day was sunbathing on the balcony. The balcony had a European-style design and was quite spacious, with several vibrant roses growing in one corner. But since Charles preferred lying in the spot with the best sunlight, the roses were eventually moved to an area with slightly less sun. Every morning, as soon as Charles opened his eyes, he would find himself on that balcony. The lounge chair was already positioned at just the right angle for him, with a soft cushion placed within easy reach, and beside it sat a glass of sweet, creamy oat milk. Whenever Charles reached out, he could grab the oat milk and drink it happily in one big sip. One day, Charles returned to his familiar balcony. Except this time, there was no oat milk, only a note. All the ingredients are ready in the kitchen. Could you please handle making it yourself today? You are so smart, cute, and the best in the whole world. Carrot. Charles stared at the smiling face on the note for a long time before proudly lifting his chin and saying, "Of course I can. I am absolutely capable of anything." The dream ended abruptly right there. After waking up, Charles kept wondering what exactly was he so capable of. After thinking for a full minute without figuring it out, Charles suddenly felt like drinking oat milk again. Honestly, whether in real life or in the dream, oat milk was simply the best milk ever. This episode's filming location was at a famous wetland park. Jack and Charlotte had to stay behind due to internal company matters that required their presence. So they did not join this time. Since Jack and Charlotte were both tied up, Michael naturally could not make it either. Alexander had wanted to join Charles on the trip, but he would been swamped investigating matters related to Vincent these past few days. Even Edwin had to head out of town for work commitments and could not travel with Charles to the filming location. With no other choice, Charles ended up flying to the recording site with his agent Elizabeth and his assistant. 2 hours later, the plane landed. As usual, the show's bus was already waiting outside the airport for all the guests. As they were nearing the group's bus, Charles suddenly remembered something and turned to Elizabeth. "Hey, Elizabeth. Has the show still not revealed the guest list this time?" Elizabeth gave a slight nod. "Yeah." With the show Travel Together growing more popular, fans had been guessing who the guest would be in the upcoming episodes, but none of them ever got it right. After all, each guest invited by the production team usually had some subtle connection to someone else involved. Thinking about that, Elizabeth could not help but give Charles a few gentle reminders. Even though she knew Charles had handled himself well through the first 3 episodes and likely would not make any mistakes this time, she was still his agent, and naturally worried. Luckily, Charles was unusually easygoing. He never argued back, just nodded politely every time Elizabeth spoke. Seeing that, Elizabeth finally let out a breath she had not realized she would been holding. Her expectations for Charles were not high. She just wanted him to finish the show smoothly and avoid any unexpected issues, and ideally, nothing controversial should come up on camera either. True, Charles was new to the industry and did not have any scandals yet, but just imagining that fans had already nicknamed him Gua King made Elizabeth feel a little anxious. Who can possibly go through every scandal without getting caught in one? If we are not careful, Charles might end up becoming the center of attention himself. Elizabeth felt so anxious just imagining it that she nearly lost her balance. By the time they reached the designated area, the moment had arrived. Elizabeth gave Charles a quick word of encouragement before heading toward the cruise station. Charles waved at her, then turned and headed toward the bus. Just a few steps in, Charles suddenly glanced back, and his eyes lit up. He waved excitedly. "Gabriel!" Gabriel had already spotted Charles ahead, but since the young star's manager was still talking to him, he had not stepped forward yet. Seeing that Charles had noticed him, Gabriel started to move closer, when suddenly, Charles let go of his suitcase and ran straight toward him with arms wide open. Before his mind could catch up, Gabriel's body reacted on instinct. He opened his arms and caught Charles as he rushed into his embrace. The moment their chests met, Gabriel nearly lost control of his expression. Why did he do it again? To make things worse, Charles did not seem to notice anything unusual. He hugged Gabriel tightly, rubbed his head against Gabriel's neck, and wrapped his arms around Gabriel's waist. Gabriel felt a surge of emotion and froze in place. The crew members nearby stared wide-eyed. "Wait, are we really supposed to be seeing this?" Charles rushed over and embraced Gabriel, the gesture somehow resembling something between romantic partners. Well, and did they even realize the live broadcast had already started? Elizabeth, who had just settled into the crew vehicle, let out a sharp gasp. "Him, Charles." The assistant quickly stepped in. "Elizabeth, keep your voice down." The crew members and directors watching on the monitor were completely confused. Last episode they barely held hands. How did this one jump straight into such a close, charged embrace? Those looks, that hold, that stance. There is no way it is innocent. So they really are not together? But if not, how do you explain this moment? Are they in a secret phase? Seriously? Not likely. Could it actually be time for the audience to finally get their hands on this juicy drama? To be honest, now I am kind of excited. Looking back at the screen, Charles and Gabriel still had not pulled apart. Just as staff hesitated about stepping in to remind them, two voices suddenly rang out in surprise. Asher, stunned. Wait, what is going on between you two? Henry cut straight to it. Are you guys dating? The familiar voices snapped Gabriel back to awareness. He lightly rested his fingers on Charles's shoulder and gently pushed him away. Charles. Charles immediately looked a little put out. Hey, why are not you calling me Charles anymore? I thought that other nickname worked just fine. Gabriel's cheeks turned even redder. Charles noticed Henry and Asher too. He pressed a brief, soft touch against Gabriel's neck before rising up and turning to wave at them. You are here as well? But why do they both look so strange? And what did Gosher mean by that comment? Henry quickly scanned the two of them, and in an instant he understood what was going on. Asher was about to say something when Henry suddenly reached out and stopped him, whispering, Do not say anything. Asher looked completely puzzled. Why not? This is such a perfect chance to watch things unfold. Are not you going to? Henry chuckled. Exactly because it is the perfect moment to watch, we should not ruin it by calling it out now. Asher paused for a second, then followed Henry's gaze and looked straight at Charles's face. Charles had already stepped back from Gabriel's embrace and was now standing still, his expression as calm as ever. Asher immediately frowned. Why was Charles acting so composed? In a flash, Asher realized something and turned to Henry in surprise. He cannot possibly. Yes, Henry said, raising an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. That hug was far too close for just friends. How could anyone let someone else get that near without feeling something more? It could only mean Gabriel and Charles had crossed the line beyond ordinary friendship. Yet Charles still looked completely unaware. That is truly interesting. This episode of the recording is going to be quite entertaining. Then, Henry saw it but chose not to say anything. Asher understood what he meant and said nothing. Instead, he stepped closer and gave Gabriel a knowing look. Gabriel had finally composed himself now, meeting Asher's gaze without showing any hint of unease. Still, no matter how well he pretended, everything that needed to be captured had already been filmed, and every moment meant to be seen had already been seen. Henry's eyes were full of teasing amusement. After glancing at both of them, he headed straight toward the bus. Asher followed behind him, shaking his head with a soft, amused sigh. Charles was genuinely confused and reached out to grab Gabriel's hand. Gabriel, what is going on? Gabriel quickly pulled his hand back and quietly asked, Have you figured out the question from that day yet? Charles immediately looked flustered. Gabriel silently sighed inwardly. It is fine, let's go. This sun is strong. We should head inside first. Charles nodded. Oh, Henry and Asher had already found their seats and settled down. Charles picked a seat in the middle near the window, then waved at Gabriel once he saw him stow his luggage. Gabriel hesitated for just a second before walking over and sitting beside Charles. As Gabriel took his seat, Asher could not help but let out another chuckle. Charles could not suppress a quiet mental pause. What is Asher laughing at? Why does he seem so unusually cheerful today? Gabriel felt his face stay warm the entire time, his lips pressed together in silence. Fortunately, Charles did not dwell on it. Soon after, the other regular guests arrived one by one. Edwin was the last to arrive. As soon as he stepped onto the vehicle, his gaze immediately landed on Charles, then briefly glanced at Gabriel beside him, hesitating before speaking. In the end, Edwin said nothing, but this time he did not sit directly in front of Charles and his group. He chose a seat across from them instead. With all the regular guests now present, it was finally time for the special guests to arrive. Do you think they are here? Isabella said. A sweet, high-pitched voice called up from below. Hello, everyone. Did I miss the start, or am I just a little late? The moment the words finished, every guest on board instinctively shivered. That voice, is this what people call a squeaky voice? Asher asked. No one answered him, because at that moment the special guest had already stepped onto the vehicle. Seeing the figure standing ahead in a full red dress, long wavy hair reaching their waist, bold red lipstick, yet clearly not another female guest. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Is this a drag performance? Charles was the first to snap back to reality. Suddenly, Asher's furious voice rang out from behind. Who invited this guy here? The other guests all froze in surprise, turning sharply toward Asher. Wait. The drag look, this guy. Asher? Hold on, drag this person. Asher. Charles pulled out his phone and opened his notes app. In an instant, he burst into silent laughter in his mind. No way. This is him. That is why Asher suddenly snapped. He is Asher's ex-online partner. Before Charles could explain further, he heard the new guest speak in that same soft voice, sounding genuinely hurt. It has been so long. I did not expect you to shout at me right when we met. I am really upset. For a moment, every guest's eyes locked onto him. To be honest, that voice actually sounds quite pleasant. So what is really going on here? And why does this new guest seem so familiar? Like I have seen him somewhere before. This episode's casting did not include Gabriel, but after the director and producer finalized the guest list, they sent it over for Gabriel to review. So he actually had a decent idea of who the new guest was. After staring at the newcomer for several seconds, Gabriel recognized him, and his expression immediately turned complicated. At that moment, the live stream viewers were still completely confused. This new guest does not look like a female contestant at all, does he? Drag King? The chat erupted instantly. I cannot believe I am actually seeing a real-life drag king on a variety show in my lifetime. So who exactly is this person? And Asher never used harsh language before. Why is he being so rough today? Could they have a past conflict? Look at Asher's expression. Unless there is some kind of rivalry, what else could it be? Love. So who is this drag king? Anyway? I am so curious. Kind of feels familiar. Yeah, me too. I feel like I have seen him before, but I just cannot place where, until one chat message suddenly screamed, "This is my husband, my wife, my big uncle, my master." Adam? Other viewers? What even is this? At the same moment, Charles quietly gasped in his mind. Got it? Adam. He is a well-known voice actor in China, with a unique voice and an incredibly wide range of roles, plus endless dedication. He is regarded almost like a legendary figure in the industry, because some of the characters he voiced became especially iconic. Fans have come up with all sorts of creative nicknames for him. Calling him husband or wife is common. Some even refer to him as uncle or second uncle, and there are even fans who call him master. This master character is actually from a fantasy drama series. Charles suddenly understood what was going on. That explains why Asher would go on a long-distance relationship with Adam. After all, online relationships are only about voice and not appearance. With Adam's voice being so versatile, he can be anyone you want him to be, and always the best version of it. At this point, Edwin finally caught on, feeling both surprised and taken aback. He would met Adam twice before for work purposes, but he had no idea Adam was into cross-dressing. Asher had already snapped earlier when he recognized the man, and now, furious beyond restraint, he stood up sharply, his voice sharp and intense. Adam, stop sounding so ridiculous, and I do not even know you. Hearing Adam's name made the other guests visibly startled. Are you really Adam? Owen widened his eyes in disbelief. They have met before. How could he not recognize him? Harper studied the man in feminine attire for a few seconds, then her eyes flickered with surprise. It really is Adam. But what is with this look? Henry glanced back and forth between Asher and Adam, suddenly stood up, walked to the seat behind Charles, gave him a light tap on the shoulder, and whispered, "What is going on between him and Asher?" Charles tilted his head slightly, trying hard to suppress the rising smile, but failed. Glancing at Asher's expression, Charles cleared his throat quietly and said, "Well, you might want to ask Asher himself." Hearing that, Henry let out a soft chuckle, just loud enough for everyone in the car to hear. "So Charles, you really do know something after all." The words had barely left his lips when Charles's pupils widened instantly. "Gosher, how could you be so unfair?" Asher's glare shot toward Charles like a bolt of anger. Charles flinched inwardly, muttering resentfully in his mind, "Gosher, that is not fair at all. Could he really be getting back at me for last time's show recording?" Charles looked up at Henry and noticed that Henry's eyes were full of smug satisfaction. Charles was certain now. "It is definitely true." Asher kept glaring at Charles, making him feel uneasy all over. But since it was a case of one wrong deserving another and grudges should be settled on the spot, Charles boldly spoke up in a loud voice that everyone could hear. "Yes, I do know something. By the way, it has been nearly a week since we last saw each other. I would actually forgotten to ask. Gosher, how are you and Josiah getting along these days? Is everything going well?" After finishing his words, Charles did not forget to flash Henry a bright smile before quickly turning around, grabbing Gabriel's arm tightly and whispering for help. Gabriel, help me. Gosher is giving me the death stare." Gabriel could not help but burst into laughter. Seeing that Charles truly seemed a bit frightened, Gabriel even forgot his earlier principles and gently placed his hand on Charles's shoulder. "It is okay. Gosher does not eat people," Gabriel whispered reassuringly, adding a small joke at the same time. Henry gave a thin-lipped smile. "Huh." The other guests almost could not hold back their laughter. Charles really is not afraid of anything, and this was also the first time they would ever seen Henry look awkward. To be honest, felt pretty good. Even Asher, who had been tense with Adam just moments ago, nearly could not hold back a laugh. Meanwhile, the live stream was even more lively than before. The viewers had not fully grasped their first clue when they heard Charles and Henry exchanging sharp remarks, then saw Gabriel place a hand on Charles's shoulder. Fan reactions unfolded like this, learning that Asher and Adam have something going on. Excited. "Oh wow, we love a good drama." Hearing Charles took the spotlight ahead of Asher. Angry Charles, "Why are you always sneaking in behind our backs again? Why do you keep eating the juicy stuff without us? What is so special about those secrets we cannot share?" Charles getting fired up and clashing with Gosher. Thrilling. Yes, this is exactly what we want. You said it all for us, Charles, and you just hit the perfect nerve. Now, how will Gosher respond? Seeing Charles back down and Gabriel wrapping an arm around him. Confused, amused, and shocked, "So you gave in that fast, Charles? If you were so scared, how did you even dare challenge Gosher earlier? And hey, why did you grab Gabriel's arm so casually? What is going on between the two of you? Anyway, it is only the 4th episode, and Charles and Gabriel are already hugging, linking arms, and slinging their shoulders together. Do not tell us it is just pure friendship. Charles himself admitted in the first episode that Gabriel is your ideal type, remember? And Edwin, Gabriel just leaned on Charles right in front of you. Are you really blind, or are you pretending not to see? Edwin, step in and take control of Charles. He is only 18. Most fans haven't even had a crush yet. Why does he get one so fast? If Edwin could see these comments, he would probably reply seriously, "No worries, I am single too." As for asking Edwin to step in on Charles's behavior, well, Edwin says he just cannot do anything about it. It is not that Edwin does not want to, honestly. He thinks Charles is still young and Gabriel is far too old for him. But before the episode started, Jack and Charlotte both gave him clear warnings, insisting he stay out of it. So Edwin is not blind. He is choosing to look away on purpose. Finally, the audience shifted their attention back to Asher and Adam, who had been the first ones mentioned. "I am really curious. Can anyone help me figure this out?" Adam had said he would never join a variety show before, so is he only here because of Asher? Hold on. Is Duan Tinjin like Josiah? Did they have something in the past with one of the regular guests too? Wow, that is actually exciting. More drama, please. The fans' guesses and theories kept flooding the screen for a long time, but in the end, they still did not get a clear answer. At this point, the viewers were like little raccoons in a melon field, jumping around frantically, yet still could not make sense of what was really going on. So everyone had no choice but to turn their focus back to the people involved. At that moment, Asher's expression had lightened significantly. He was now looking at Henry with a half-smile, his eyes unreadable. As Henry stood up from behind Charles and walked past him, Asher was just about to tease him when suddenly Adam changed his voice back to his natural tone. Asher, I remember you used to love it when I spoke to you like that. Why do not you like it anymore? A visible vein on Asher's forehead twitched. Henry's cold expression melted instantly, like frost under sunlight. He raised one eyebrow and fixed Asher with a steady gaze. Looks like you are still not nervous enough. Still got time to watch the show from the sidelines. Asher was furious at Adam's words. Immediately forgetting about Henry, he turned sharply toward Adam and said coldly, Adam, you know I always keep my word. If you say one more thing like that, I swear I will knock you out. Adam instantly put on a deeply hurt expression. It has been so long. You do not even care about me anymore. Adam, Asher snapped sharply. The observant guests and audience members all widened their eyes in shock. What had Adam just said? Love? Did they hear that right? So Asher and Adam really did have something before? Oh my goodness. Did Adam actually use a soft voice to tease Asher? That is really quite something. Charles was so excited he instantly let go of Gabriel's arm, eagerly leaning in again. First checking Asher's expression, then glancing over at Adam. As the saying goes, you care deeply when you truly love someone. That explains why Asher must have really cared about his online partner. I just wish I knew more details about their relationship. Charles really wanted to pull out his phone and check his notes, but right now he was too close to Gabriel. From this angle, if he opened his phone, Gabriel only needed to tilt his head slightly to see everything on the screen. Even though Charles could have moved a little farther away, for some reason he just did not want to. So for safety's sake, Charles decided to hold off on his curiosity for now. No problem. I can check it later. Edwin could not help but roll his eyes again when he heard that. He finally realized. Charles was such a romantic at heart. To chase love, he even ignored the juicy gossip. Seeing Asher's reaction, Adam's eyes filled with even deeper sorrow. I am really disappointed, but if you are not willing to catch up, then I will not say anything more. He let out a regretful sigh as he spoke. At this point, the other guests and viewers began to feel uncertain again. Adam's makeup was bold and dramatic, his expression natural enough that it did not seem staged. But some of his facial expressions still gave off a slightly forced vibe. Could he actually be faking all this? Besides Charles and Gabriel Edwin, who could hear his thoughts, no one else had any idea what Adam was planning. Asher included. Ever since Adam showed up, Asher had been completely on edge. He would almost grabbed Adam by the collar and thrown him out of the vehicle at one point. But if he really did that, today's recording would be ruined. Though Asher did not care much about it, he was worried about what viewers might dig up. What performer does not have some past moments? And this generation of fans was especially into digging up old stories. Oh, and there is always Charles, leading the charge in following every update. Asher clenched his jaw tightly. Stay calm. If he stayed calm and handled things carefully, they might just manage to keep this under wraps. But if he lost control, then it would be Asher's turn to make headlines this time around. The only thing that gave Asher a small sense of relief was that Adam, despite being deeply unsettling, still had some restraint. He stopped talking before revealing everything after seeing Asher's reaction. With a sharp glare at Adam, Asher finally sat back down. Seeing Asher sit down, Adam raised an eyebrow, realizing he would pass the test. Only then did he smile warmly and step forward to greet each guest in turn. When Charles hesitated about shaking hands, Adam suddenly pulled his hand back and smiled. You probably do not want to shake hands with me, right? Charles blinked in surprise. Gabriel and Edwin both furrowed their brows at once. Adam glanced briefly at Gabriel, then smiled. Do not worry. I am not implying anything else. I have watched your past episode recordings and noticed Charles seems uncomfortable with physical contact. If you are not up for it, we can skip this part. Hearing the explanation, Gabriel and Edwin's frowns eased slightly. Edwin looked puzzled. Charles had probably seemed subtle about it. How could Adam notice something so detailed? The other guests looked truly shocked. Owen turned to Charles. Seriously? I never noticed that before. Adam, who knew Owen well, shot back with a grin. You big guy could hardly notice anything like this. Everyone could not help but laugh. Charles finally came to his senses. Who would have thought, besides Gabriel, someone else actually noticed I am not into physical contact? Caleb. You are my kindred spirit. So Charles quickly reached out with a smile, explaining, Caleb's observant, he is right. I do not usually like physical contact, but I have been working on it, and I think I am doing pretty well. Do not you? He ended by turning to Gabriel for confirmation. Gabriel smiled and nodded slightly. Adam's smile deepened as he reached out to shake Charles's hand briefly, then let go. That is good. I really like having Charles as a teacher. I am looking forward to working together on this episode. Charles was visibly touched. Just call me Charles, Caleb. Adam gave a light laugh and replied with a nod before moving on to greet the other guests. Adam was very talkative. Due to his work, he had collaborated with many artists in the industry, including Isabella, who started as an idol. At that moment, Adam sat just ahead of Owen and Harper, beside Isabella. Four of them chatting happily. Owen had been holding back for a while but finally could not resist asking, So, why exactly are you wearing women's clothing today? Charles instantly turned toward him, his smile widening. Is not the answer obvious? Do you really need to ask? Edwin looked confused. Obvious? No need to ask? But why could not he figure it out? Gabriel's brow furrowed slightly. Then suddenly he understood. That was the reason. Yes, it really was obvious. Edwin still did not get it and glanced at Charles. But just then he caught Gabriel's knowing look. A flicker of doubt rose in his mind. How did Gabriel? But before Edwin could think further, Henry laughed and spoke up. Owen, you really do not know why. Owen was completely confused. Why would he even know that Adam was going to wear a different kind of outfit today? Seeing Charles, Gabriel, and Edwin all looking at him, Owen paused to think. Then his eyes lit up as he turned to Adam. Could it be because this is one of your unusual preferences? Charles could not hold back and burst out laughing. The other guests also could not suppress their laughter, filling the cabin with cheerful sounds. Only Asher did not laugh. His face remained cold and distant. Owen is not wrong. This is just one of his many unusual habits. Upon hearing those words, Adam's brow instantly furrowed, his expression tinged with pique as he looked at Asher, saying, Asher. The voice was sweet and carried a playful tone, sent shivers down everyone's spine. Asher reacted extremely strongly, suddenly standing up and shouting angrily, Adam, do you really think I would not stand up to someone who dresses in another person's clothes? The atmosphere in the room immediately froze. Charles quickly whispered, Owen, now do you understand? Of course it is because Asher has his own principles. He might be short-tempered, but Asher never harms women. A man dressing as someone else. How could he be considered half a woman? Edwin suddenly understood everything. Now it all makes sense. Owen suddenly understood as well. That is the real reason. The chat comments quickly caught on. Never expected it would be because of this. So, Adam dressed up like this partly because he has a soft spot for wearing women's clothes, and also because he knew showing up in front of Asher might get him in trouble. Looks like that is probably the case. Then this story just keeps getting more interesting. A voice actor with a fondness for dressing up, and an intense rap artist. There might have been something between them. Could it really just be another stale romance? But even if it is old news, it does not matter after all. They are just here to enjoy the drama. The online audience was buzzing with excitement, and the guests all turned their attention toward Adam. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, as if chasing after Adam, asking, is it true? Is that really how it is? Come on. Tell us already. Why did not they just ask Asher instead? That is because they just do not dare to. That is all. Adam let out a long, weary sigh and gave Charles an annoyed look. Charles, you cannot go digging into my past just because I happen to like you more than others. This time he used a female voice again, but with a deeper, more confident tone. Charles blinked. It was Owen who started it, not me. And by the way, Caleb, your voice sounds amazing. Adam loved hearing compliments, so he lifted his chin and flashed a bright, confident smile. Right, I think this voice is my best one too. Back then, when it came to, Adam quickly stopped himself mid-sentence. Charles suddenly understood. Oh, so this is actually Asher's favorite voice then. Seriously though, from this angle, Adam really does look good. His voice is great too. Yeah, I bet Asher must have fallen for him just like that. At the thought, Charles's smile brightened even more. Looks like this episode is going to be really entertaining. We sure have Gabriel to thank. He is getting better and better at finding the right guests. Gabriel looked slightly frustrated when he heard that people should not keep falling into the same trap every time, should they? He would been having a rough run for ages. Now it is finally time things turned around. The group did not chat long before the director announced that the next guest was ready to come in. By the way, Owen could not resist talking to Adam again. Do you know who the show's invited this time? Have you met them before? Adam had already turned away when he heard Owen's words. He suddenly swung around with a wide smile. Owen blinked in surprise. You are. Adam's lips stretched into a huge grin, and his eyes with fake eyelashes kept fluttering rapidly. Charles noticed the smallest details and immediately sensed something was off. What is with Adam's smile? Why does it feel like that mysterious smirk again? The other guests all turned their attention to Adam. Isabella spoke up first. So, Caleb, do you know who is joining us this time? Adam smiled warmly at the message and nodded. Yeah, I have already met them all. Had a quick chat with each of them. Isabella stared at Adam's smile and suddenly felt something was off. That expression is exactly like Charles's secret knowing grin. Not just Isabella, it was the same thought in Owen and Harper's minds, sitting in the back. It was not just similar. These two grins were practically cut from the same mold. Owen even started wondering if Adam had secretly learned from Charles. Charles did not know what Owen and Isabella were thinking, because at that moment, he stood up, unable to resist curiosity, and glanced out the window. After just one look, Charles could not hold it in. He turned around, rested his head on Gabriel's shoulder, tilted back his head, and burst into laughter. As soon as he laughed, all eyes in the vehicle turned toward him. What are you laughing at? Edwin asked. Henry noticed that Charles had just glanced out the window, and he quickly followed suit. Once he saw it, he could not hold back either. The bus was split in two sections. Charles, Gabriel, and Henry Asher were all seated on the side near the door, where the guest stars also entered. Seeing Charles and Henry both laughing, Asher quickly reached over to pull open his own curtain. He was sitting further back, so from that angle, pulling the curtain aside gave Owen, Harper, and Isabella a clear view of what was happening. The next moment, Asher burst into laughter. Owen and Harper's expressions froze at the same time. Only Isabella looked completely puzzled, asking, "What is going on? Why are you all laughing? Who is?" At that moment, Adam laughed even more freely, his voice returning to the soft, high-pitched tone from earlier. "Isabella, do not you recognize Luca?" The words had barely left his mouth when Isabella gasped and covered her lips in surprise. "Luca?" Charles finally stopped laughing and turned sharply, grinning mischievously as he said, "Owen, your son's here. Are not you going to go down and greet him?" The whole carriage erupted into laughter the moment his words finished. You could tell when it came to being cheeky, none of the others in the room could touch Charles. The chat exploded with laughter too. Exactly. Since Owen managed to win over Luca's mom, it makes perfect sense that Luca would be considered Owen's stepson, best friends turning into father and son. Now that is taking family ties to the next level. If Luca ever heard that, his reaction would be absolutely priceless. No need to wait for him to hear it. He already knows about Owen and his mom being together. He must have figured it out a long time ago. "Owen, call me Dad." "Luca, I will beat you into calling me Dad." All right. I have seen enough. The jokes from this batch of netizens are even sharper than Charles's. In response, the online crowd just chuckled quietly. Cannot help it. Charles and Gosher taught them well. You really are amazing fans. Charles and Gosher will definitely appreciate you guys. Too bad Charles did not have time to check the comments. He was completely focused on Owen and Harper right then, not just him. Everyone else on the set was now watching their expressions closely. Owen's smile vanished the moment he saw Luca, and now he sat completely still, his body rigid. This large man, for the first time, wearing an expression that clearly said, "Help." After hearing Charles's playful remark, Owen let out a forced laugh. Go greet Luca? Would he even make it back alive? He would probably be in serious danger. Charles simply glanced at Owen and instantly understood what he was thinking. Charles could not help but laugh even harder. Well, Sending Owen to greet Luca right now is definitely tough on him. After all, last time they met, Owen got roughed up by Luca. Still, today's just a show recording. Hopefully nothing like that happens again. But I seriously doubt Owen would rather dig a hole and hide right now. Edwin nodded in full agreement. You could tell from Owen's face. He would have made a run for it already if the bus only had one door. Then there was Harper. Her expression looked quite something right now. She clearly had not expected Luca to show up here, staring out the window in disbelief for a long moment before suddenly yanking her hand away from Owen's. Owen froze, glancing over at Harper in surprise. Charles was laughing so hard his shoulders were shaking. Is she trying to keep her distance now? Adam, always eager for drama, turned to Isabella beside him and said, "Look at Owen's face. Does not he look like he is asking his wife, 'Are you really going to leave me too?'" That old saying about couples splitting up when danger strikes is totally true. He was naturally great at voice mimicry, and when he said it, he imitated Owen's tone perfectly. Adam spoke loud enough that everyone on the bus heard it. The regular cast of Travel Together were never known for deep thoughts. Upon hearing this, they all burst out laughing. Even Asher could not hold it in and quietly turned away, hiding his face as he chuckled. Everyone on the bus laughed except Owen. He was completely frozen in embarrassment. Harper looked slightly flustered, worried her boyfriend might misunderstand. She quietly explained to him, "Do not mind Adam. Do not take what he said seriously. I just mean, Luca's still a bit unsure about us being close. So it is better if we keep some space." Harper did not need to say it. Owen already understood what she meant, but had she not also shifted her body slightly away from him, he might have felt a little better. Watching their distance go from being inseparable lovers to just friendly acquaintances in an instant was painful to witness. Owen looked especially upset, his eyes wide with a pitiful expression as he stared at Harper. "I know, but you should at least give me some encouragement right now instead of drawing a line in the sand like this." Harper opened her mouth, about to say something comforting, when suddenly Luca arrived at the front of the bus. Charles was the first to notice, excitedly saying, "Here he comes. Luca's on board." Gabriel and Edwin turned to look at the door, and everyone else followed their gaze. Under everyone's attention, Luca slowly stepped onto the bus and stood up straight ahead. Charles stared intently, glanced at Luca, then followed Luca's gaze all the way back, landing on Owen. Charles's lips curled instantly, unable to hold back. "Owen, look up. You dared to mess with your brother's mom. So why cannot you face your good friend straight on?" Thankfully, Owen could not hear Charles's thoughts. Otherwise, he would only bury his head even lower in shame, wishing he could hide like an ostrich with his face in the ground. After laughing, Charles shifted his gaze to Harper beside him. In contrast, Harper seemed much calmer than Owen. When Luca looked her way, she did not flinch. Though the eye contact was brief, she did meet his eyes. Even so, Harper noticed Owen's situation and gently nudged him with her elbow, signaling him to greet Luca first. Owen picked up on Harper's cue. His body froze for a second. Then, after a few seconds, he took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself before raising his head toward Luca and flashing what looked like a textbook perfect smile. "Luca, it has been a while. Looks like I am still not happy seeing you." Luca suddenly spoke, his voice low and thick with irritation, cutting straight through Owen's words. Owen's fake smile froze instantly. Charles covered his face, laughing. "Luca's not even pretending anymore. Yeah. I love how genuine Luca is, no filter, just showing his feelings right on his face." The viewers in the live stream room could not help but gasp, saying he is not happy with Owen right to his face. How else do you call that a direct hit? Yeah. I love watching these intense moments. Bring it on. Hurry up. Do you think they will end up fighting? Family feud for life. I am behind Luca. Let him take a stand against Owen. But if they did fight, do you think Owen would actually respond? Definitely not. Otherwise, how would he get that mark on his face in the first episode? Fans and online viewers love drama, and suddenly the chat exploded with discussion. The focus shifted back to inside the car. All the guests were equally tense, their eyes darting between Luca, Owen, and Harper as they watched each person's subtle facial reactions. But though everyone was watching closely, no one spoke up to break the silence. After all, their motto was kindness with a side of quiet observation, watching the drama without getting involved. Eventually, Harper felt the atmosphere had gotten too heavy and spoke up first. Luca, why did not you mention yesterday that you would be joining us on this show? And you did say earlier you were not coming to this show, did not you? Harper thought about it for a moment but decided not to ask aloud. Facing his own mother, Luca remained polite, his expression softening slightly as he explained, "The show's team asked me to sign a confidentiality agreement. I could not say anything in advance." Harper noticed the change in Luca's demeanor and felt her tension ease a little. She smiled warmly and said, "You do not have to stand there. Let me introduce you to everyone." Luca shook his head. "No need." With that, he stopped looking at Owen, turned his gaze away, and greeted each guest in turn from front to back. Charles looked surprised at the scene. Is that all? I thought Luca would still give Owen a hard time, not just Charles." Other guests felt the same way. Asher could not help muttering quietly, "Is that it?" Henry, sitting just ahead of him, raised an eyebrow at the comment. As he reached out to shake Luca's hand, he said with a playful smile, "Looks like Asher was really hoping you two would end up in a fight." Charles gripped Gabriel's arm tightly. "Gosher, you really think Asher must be furious right now?" The other guests all had amused expressions on their faces. Sure enough, Henry either stayed silent, or when he spoke, it hit right home. The chat was also in fits of laughter. "Asher must be utterly done in by Gosher. That is so funny, but why are you laughing harder than I am, Charles? No wonder he is our Gosher. Gosher, fly free whatever happens, you have got this." At that moment, some viewers finally came back to reality. But I have to say, Gosher seems to be speaking up more often this episode. Exactly. He even gave Charles a piece of his mind. Could it be that he is still holding a grudge? Seriously, it might actually be true. Back in last episode's recording, Charles and Asher were the ones enjoying the drama the most. Given Gosher's sharp mind and long memory, how could he possibly let them off the hook? So is this Gosher taking revenge on their behalf for Josiah? Wait, do not even say it, I am blushing. Now let's turn our attention back to inside the car. Upon hearing Henry's words, Luca's gaze instantly shifted to Asher. Asher was visibly tense all over, clearly furious at the moment. That is when Asher suddenly realized, was Henry giving him more comebacks than usual today? It hasn't been long since the recording started, yet Henry even took Charles to task. So, was Henry really getting back at him? Once he figured it out, Asher suddenly smiled. Luca then walked up to Asher and shook his hand, saying, "I really do want to give Owen another piece of my mind, but since we are still filming, I guess you will have to be disappointed." Asher smiled as he shook his hand back and said, "You will not be let down for sure. You know, our show always has a lot of fun drama. I already had my fill last episode. Whether you have watched the show or not, you have probably seen the headlines by now. Henry and Josiah, well, it does not really matter if we get to enjoy this round or not." Very considerate. Luca gave a small smile but said nothing, just turning his gaze toward Henry in front of him. From this angle, he could easily see Henry's expression by just lowering his head slightly. Sure enough, Henry's face at that moment was as sour as Asher's had been earlier. Looks like both of them really hit a nerve with each other. Charles was even more direct. He turned around immediately after hearing Henry's sharp remark, dropped into a crouched position on his seat, and quickly scanned both men with his eyes. Seeing Henry's face turn dark, Charles could not resist tugging at Gabriel's arm. "Gabriel, quick! Look!" Asher's comment left our Gosher speechless. Gabriel sighed, whispering, "You are really going to stir up trouble with Henry again?" Charles gave a tiny lift of his chin. "I have always been brave enough." The boy had a small, delicate jawline and lips that curved just right. His slight head tilt looked delightfully playful. Gabriel's throat moved slightly as his expression softened. Too bad Charles was completely focused on watching the drama. He gave Gabriel only a quick glance before turning back around right away. Gabriel felt a faint disappointment deep inside, but in an instant, he turned his head along with Charles. At that moment, Luca had already greeted Adam and Isabella. Luca took one more step forward, positioning himself directly in front of Owen and Harper. "Here it comes. It is Owen's turn." Charles could not help but mentally shout in excitement. So, what will Luca do next? Oh, I cannot wait. Not only Charles was eager. The other guests and viewers watching from home could not help but hold their breath. Here it is. The showdown everyone's been waiting for has finally arrived. Under the spotlight, Owen felt a chill run down his spine. But he could not just pretend not to see Luca. So after a brief silence, Owen reached out toward him with a forced smile. Luca, welcome to our show's recording session. So formal, and that fake smile could definitely be taught in film school. Charles could not help but mutter a quiet comment. Luca glanced at Owen, but did not move to shake his hand. Owen's hand lingered awkwardly in midair. Harper could not help but look up at Luca. Luca spoke calmly. Could you please move over a bit? The last row had 5 consecutive seats. Harper and Owen always liked sitting at the back of the bus, and they were currently occupying the 2 middle seats. Harper could not help but glance at Luca. Then suddenly, Luca reached out and gently held onto Harper's shoulder. Mom, I was not talking to you. Luca sounded a little weary. Charles's eyes widened instantly. If not Harper, then it must be Owen. No way. Is Luca actually planning to? Before Charles could finish speaking, Owen had already moved aside with surprising cooperation, sitting right by the window. At that moment, there was exactly 1 empty seat between Owen and Harper. Luca's lips curled slightly as he sat right in the middle of them. Charles? What a perfect little family trio, sitting side by side. Not only Charles lost it, but Henry and Asher could not hold back either. The 3 of them burst out laughing, and soon the other guests could not keep it in. Laughter filled the bus all at once. The guests laughed hard, and viewers online were even more amused. I cannot take it. Is Luca some kind of genius? How did he even think of sitting right between 2 people like that? Help! Look at Owen's face. My gosh, he was totally caught off guard by Luca just now. I am crying from laughter. The look on Owen's face is hilarious, and Harper's reaction is just as great. Even I was caught off guard by Luca's move just now. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The chat was filled with laughter, and the sound of giggles lasted for quite a while in the car. Finally, Luca gave a soft cough, which finally made the other guests calm down from their exaggerated laughter. Adam turned to look at Luca right away and asked a question he would been curious about. So how did you suddenly decide to join this show? After asking, Adam could not resist taking another glance at Owen's expression. Well, it was absolutely priceless, truly unforgettable, completely amazing, and from Owen's gesture of covering his face, you could tell he was genuinely uncomfortable and tense. No matter how you look at it, it is just too funny. Still, since Luca was right there, Adam did not dare to laugh out loud. Charles in front did not hold back at all. After enjoying Owen's reaction, he leaned on Gabriel's shoulder and laughed so hard his whole body shook. Luca sat calmly in his seat, scanning the faces of all the guests. With a slight raise of his brows, he said, After the production team came to me 3 times, I would have been rude not to say yes. Adam nodded once and said, I see. He did not look any longer, just in case he upset someone. And when he turned around, he noticed Isabella was still smiling. Adam raised an eyebrow slightly and said with a smile, I have watched the first 3 episodes of your show. I cannot remember you laughing this openly in all of them combined. Isabella's smile immediately faded, but after holding it in for a moment, she could not keep from bursting into laughter again and leaned over her seat. After laughing enough, Isabella wiped the tears from her eyes and said with a smile, Back then was back then, now is now. Before, Isabella did not dare to laugh freely, partly because she worried about drawing unwanted attention, and partly due to her agent's advice. But as time passed, Isabella gradually realized that although the regular cast members were not easy to get along with, they were all well-balanced in their views and genuinely approachable. As long as you did not provoke them first, they would not target you for no reason. So starting from episode 3, Isabella stopped suppressing her true personality anymore. She spoke her mind openly and joined in laughter whenever she felt like it. Isabella briefly explained this to Adam. Adam dragged out a soft, "Oh," then patted Isabella on the shoulder and said, "So you should keep laughing as much as possible now." Isabella looked confused. "Huh, Charles quickly picked up on the deeper meaning behind Adam's words. What exactly did Adam mean by that? Wait a second. He just said he has already met all the guest appearances this season and even had a quick chat with them. Charles glanced back at Isabella, still looking puzzled, and suddenly gasped. Could there actually be something about Isabella that no one knows yet? Edwin and Gabriel could not help but glance at Charles after hearing that. Could Isabella really have some kind of scandal? She just debuted not long ago, did not she? Could it be that she has got something from before her debut, just like Benjamin? Thinking about this, Gabriel suddenly felt something was off. That just does not make sense. If Isabella really had anything from before her debut, even if his background check had a mistake, Charles would not have missed it. After all, before the show started, I personally showed him the full list of guests. Before long, Charles himself spoke up to reject his own guess. No way, no way. Isabella definitely does not have any scandal. The only thing that could even be called a scandal about her is her boyfriend outside the industry. At this thought, Charles's eyes suddenly lit up. He leaned in quickly toward Gabriel's ear and asked in a hush, "Gabriel, did you invite an amateur for this episode?" The move was too fast. Gabriel barely had time to react before he felt a tingling warmth brush against his ear. Instinctively, Gabriel reached up toward his ear, but Charles did not pull back after speaking. Instead, he propped his chin up and stayed close, watching Gabriel directly. His ears instantly flushed, and the heat on his face seemed to rise a little too. Gabriel took in a soft breath, glanced briefly at the camera ahead, and quietly said, "Sit back properly." Charles frowned. What is wrong with how I am sitting? I think I am sitting just fine. Right in my seat, are not I? He could not even look at the scene. Is that considered sitting well? Charles was practically leaning right into Gabriel. Edwin took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. He could not interfere. After all, this was Charles's own situation. He absolutely could not step in. So the viewers watching the live stream just watched Edwin turn his head in quiet frustration. Edwin, did not you see that? Charles is already clinging to Gabriel. Why did not you say anything and just turned away? Yeah. You are Charles's brother. Cannot you do something about him? Why? Why did I get warned by my older brother back in college when I was dating someone, but now his own brother sees Charles acting so close to a man, and still acts like he did not notice right in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers? For a moment, the chat was filled with angry reactions. Audience and onlookers all agreed that Edwin should not have ignored it. Even if Edwin wanted to ignore it, he should have at least shared the situation with the viewers first. They just wanted a good, satisfying drama moment. Unfortunately, at that moment, Edwin could not see the chat, so no matter how upset the viewers got, he remained completely unaware. Did you even invite any regular guests? Charles's expression turned slightly annoyed as Gabriel still had not answered and kept asking him to move farther away. Gabriel could not stand seeing Charles wear that expression, so he did not say anything more about moving farther away. Instead, he simply said, "No, this episode only has 3 surprise guests. Besides Adam and Luca, there is another newcomer artist who just started out recently." Gabriel paused for a moment before adding, "His name is Albert." Albert, sounds really familiar. The next instant, Charles's eyes widened sharply. Is not that the name of Isabella's boyfriend outside the industry? As soon as the words left his mouth, Edwin suddenly turned around. Isabella's boyfriend outside the industry? That is interesting. Really interesting. So that means this episode will have Owen and Harper as a pair, Asher and Adam as another, Isabella and Albert as a third. Maybe even Charles and Gabriel could count as one too. For couples in total, doing a simple show like this is such a hassle. Just get out of here. Fine, let him do the show. He will just sit there and say nothing. At that moment, Charles turned to look at Isabella in the back seat. Isabella was still a bit dazed, trying to figure out what Adam's earlier words really meant, and she had this strange feeling. Adam's expression just now seemed oddly meaningful. She would seen something like it not long ago. Yes, that was exactly when Luca was about to come on stage. Isabella was just about to piece together the key point when Adam suddenly stood up, saying, "I think I cannot stay seated here anymore." So Adam knows too? That is intriguing. Really intriguing. Adam slowly rose, scanned the interior of the vehicle with his eyes, then walked over to Asher in a calm manner. "May I sit beside you?" Asher responded with an internationally recognized friendly gesture. 2 fingers raised. Adam sighed softly, quickly catching on, and moved toward Charles instead, then sat down in the back seat between Charles and Gabriel. As soon as he settled in, Charles whispered, "Albert." Adam glanced out the window without replying. Charles followed his gaze, and could not hold back a smile. "Gabriel, you really know how to pick them." Albert had long legs and arms, and walked quickly. The moment Charles looked up, he was already on the bus, standing at the front with a bright smile introducing himself. "Hi everyone, I am Albert." At that moment, Isabella's smile vanished completely. Charles turned around and covered his face, laughing. One moment of cheerfulness cost Isabella the entire episode's moodiness. At that very moment, Charles really wished he could interview Isabella. "You were just so cheerful a minute ago. Why are not you smiling now? Are you naturally not one for smiles?" Charles was laughing so happily and unconcernedly that his laughter was quite loud, and he kept turning around while still laughing. The regular guests of Let's Go Traveling were all very perceptive, so they immediately noticed something unusual. What was Charles laughing about? Henry was the first to follow Charles's gaze and saw Isabella sitting rigidly in place. Isabella had always been the least noticeable guest on their show, not because she had little screen time, but because while the other guests were deeply involved in gossiping, Isabella stayed on the sidelines. It is not that Isabella did not enjoy gossip. She just became more cautious after a setback during the first episode. While most guests jumped into the conversation, she chose to stay out, observing from afar and keeping herself safe. But over several episodes, Isabella unexpectedly became much more cheerful. Clearly, she had gradually let go of her worries from the first episode. Even just moments ago, with Luca sitting right behind her, she could not hold back her laughter. Drawing several glances from Luca, it was clear that Isabella was ready to fully let loose during this episode's recording. But why was the person who had just been bright and laughing so freely now completely silent? Henry raised an eyebrow slightly, then turned to look at Albert in front of him. Albert was handsome and striking, smiling warmly as soon as he got on the vehicle and introduced himself to everyone. But during his introduction, he kept glancing at the right rear seat with obvious affection. The guests sitting in the right rear were 4. A family of 3 and Isabella. Albert was just starting out, so he definitely did not know Owen or Luca, and Harper was even less likely to be known by him, so the only one he could have been looking at was Isabella. Henry's lips twitched upward suddenly, and he patted Adam in the seat ahead of him. "Do they know each other?" Adam gave a vague reply, avoiding the question. "You will have to ask the person involved." Asher in the back seat was bursting with curiosity and rolled his eyes the moment he heard that. "Fine, do not say anything then." Adam turned around instantly, flashing a wide smile and switching to a soft, feminine tone in an instant. "Of course I would tell you if it were you asking me, Asher." His forehead twitched with tension, his voice rising sharply. "Adam, I have already warned you. Do not ever talk to me like that again, or I really will hit you." Adam immediately switched back to a male voice, sounding hurt. "Asher's so scary." Asher clenched his fists and stood up in one swift motion. Adam immediately turned away, shutting his mouth without a word. Charles watched the scene with great interest. Seeing Adam turn away, his grin widened. "What did you do to make him so mad?" Adam looked downcast and lowered his voice. "I did not start it. He is just overly tense." He paused, then leaned in slightly. "But I am really curious. How did you know about me and him?" Adam left the rest unsaid, cutting off mid-sentence, but Charles clearly understood what he meant. Charles blinked innocently. "Well, that is a secret I cannot tell you." "Secret?" With those words, Charles quickly turned around and looked at Albert, then suddenly got excited and tugged on Gabriel's arm. "Gabriel, look! We were talking so loudly just now, but Albert did not even glance our way." Gabriel stared at the fingers Charles had rested on his arm for a long moment before giving a soft nod. Albert had not looked at them once. Not only that, it was clear he had not taken his eyes off Isabella since he got on the vehicle. His gaze was sincere, tinged with an emotion he could not suppress, mixed with a hint of shyness. Then there was Isabella. First, she clearly looked stunned, sitting still for a long moment without moving. But gradually, a faint blush appeared on her face. She tried to look away from Albert's eyes, only to glance back at him moments later. Their unusual reactions were hard to miss, especially with Adam's cryptic remark as he stood up from beside Isabella. Who could possibly believe they were not involved? After Luca sat down beside Owen, who had been flustered and uneasy before, his attention was now slightly drawn elsewhere. Harper looked especially focused, watching intently while frequently glancing over at Owen. If it were not for Luca still sitting beside her, she would probably have already leaned in to whisper secrets to Owen. The guests were sharp-eyed, but the live audience was even more observant. Right from the moment they noticed Charles turning to ask Adam, the viewers picked up on something unusual. After that, their attention never left Charles. When he turned back and smiled at Isabella, the audience followed his lead, watching Isabella's reaction. Then shifting to Albert, the live viewers could not hold it in anymore, letting out laughter just like Charles's questioning tone. "Hey, Isabella, why are not you laughing? No way, no way. Did this episode have to pack in so many surprises? I haven't even finished digesting Asher and Owen's drama, and now there is a whole new twist with Isabella. I am full already. The stream's only been going for 30 minutes, and I have already eaten my fill of gossip. What kind of lucky day is this?" The viewers were thrilled, while Isabella's fans were left stunned online. "No way, wait, hold on. How do you suddenly decide Isabella has something to hide? Yes, our star hasn't had a single stain since she started. You need proof before you speak." Fans reacted just as passionately as usual, while the onlookers could not help but smirk, chiming in, "Do not rush. Why are you fans suddenly so worked up? Exactly, we never said Isabella definitely has a scandal coming, right? It could just be something about a relationship, you know?" That comment hit straight at the fans' nerves. Isabella's supporters instantly erupted. "What do you even mean by relationship drama? Please do not spread rumors like that. I cannot believe it. Have you all gone crazy over gossip? Just opening your mouths and throwing mud on people?" The fans were furious. The onlookers did not bother arguing. They had been watching the scene unfold for years and knew a timeless truth. Sometimes, you should not say things too strongly. They just kept waiting patiently. At that moment, Albert finally seemed to realize he had been staring at Isabella too long. He quickly looked away and gave everyone a sheepish smile. "Sorry, I was just zoning out for a second." Charles could not help but chuckle. That excuse is kind of weak, is not it? Before Charles could even finish speaking, Henry's quiet voice came from behind. "Oh, so that is what it was. Just zoning out. I was startled a moment ago when I saw you staring at Isabella the whole time. I thought maybe you had feelings for her." Before Charles could laugh, Albert quickly tried to explain. No. You have misunderstood me. I did not. I Albert stammered for a while without getting anywhere, only making himself more flustered and red-faced. Completely flustered. Anyone watching would instantly know there is something going on between Albert and Isabella. Charles could not hold it in anymore. He leaned his head onto Gabriel's shoulder and burst out laughing. Good. No wonder Gosher is on fire today. It seems like Gosher carried a lot of tension from last episode's filming. After laughing, Charles turned to watch Isabella's reaction. He saw Isabella shut her eyes in complete resignation. Looking at the other guests, everyone had a faint smile, their expressions clearly saying they knew but chose not to mention it. Seeing that, Albert looked even more flustered as he stammered, I truly do not have any feelings." The final words were almost out, but after hesitating for a long moment, Albert still could not bring himself to say them. Charles was now laughing uncontrollably. "Seriously, Albert, why do not you just finish what you were going to say? Could it be that you think saying it out loud would bring bad luck? But do you realize how obvious you are becoming by speaking like this? You will not be able to hide for long." Adam stepped in at the right moment. "All right, if you do not feel that way, then go find a seat quickly." Albert heard those words and immediately flustered. "No, I do not dislike Isabella. I actually like her. He nearly let the truth slip out, then suddenly pulled himself back. The other guests stared at him with amused expressions. Albert turned bright red in embarrassment. Isabella finally could not take it anymore and stood up with a resigned sigh. Stop talking. Just sit down already. The last sentence carried a clearly strained tone. Albert quickly looked up at Isabella, his eyes sparkling with excitement, but for several seconds, he still did not move. Isabella's fans in the live stream were nearly laughing out loud. You do not dislike Isabella, so you must like her then. I cannot believe this. Hey man, who even are you? Can you just stay away from my idol? Coincidence? This does not feel like a scam at all. Why do not you take another look at Isabella's reaction? Had the fans not been watching closely, they would studied it too thoroughly. So that is why they were completely shaken. Fans know their own idol best. If it were any other time, Isabella would have already spoken up to distance herself from him. But ever since Albert got on the ride, how many strongly suggestive remarks has he made? Did she say anything in response? She not only did not speak up, she actually gave Albert an easy way out. Who could possibly handle something like this? Isabella's fans were instantly overwhelmed online, and it was not just Isabella's fans. She was feeling completely drained too. She started questioning why she had not checked the calendar before this episode, or asked about Albert's schedule earlier, and who even suggested to Albert that he should join this show anyway. Albert had been acting so obviously, and Adam had said something so loaded. Audiences and guests are not fools. So her relationship was never going to stay hidden. Isabella suddenly felt a sharp headache, but when facing Albert, she could not bring herself to say anything harsh, so she finally spoke again. What are you staring at? Then she heard Albert quietly ask, Could I sit next to you? She just wanted to disappear. Do you really need to ask? Asher could not help but speak up, teasingly. If you like, go ahead and sit down. There is no one else beside Isabella anyway. Adam was delighted to hear Asher speak and quickly jumped in. That is right. We are not in school. There is no assigned seating. As long as Isabella agrees, you can sit beside her. Albert, hearing their words, eagerly turned to look at Isabella again. Charles could not help but whisper, Do not make your position too obvious. Gabriel found it amusing. Edwin raised an eyebrow and stood up straight away. Fine, if you are not going to take that seat, then I will. Albert quickly stepped toward Isabella and sat down right next to her. Everyone turned to look at him. Oh, he is really eager to get ahead. After sitting down, Albert finally seemed to realize he would acted too quickly and hurriedly explained. Edwin, I am not. Isabella could not hold back any longer. She grabbed his arm and glared at him. Just shut up for a sec. Edwin laughed lightly, waved his hand, and went back to his seat. Albert let out a soft "oh," then slowly looked down at the hand that was still holding his arm. A bright, slightly flustered smile spread across his face. She really could not believe it. After letting go, Isabella covered her face with her hand. At this point, all the guests had arrived. After the director got in and announced their destination, he signaled the driver to start driving toward their location. The ride to the destination took quite a while, giving everyone free time to do as they wished. Usually by now, Isabella would have already pulled out her phone and started scrolling through Weibo. After each episode's opening recording, the gossip and trending topics about their show were always especially entertaining. But today, Isabella did not even have the courage to open her phone. Isabella was too nervous to check her phone. But that did not mean the others were. Charles was the first to pull out his phone. As soon as he opened Weibo and glanced at the trending list, he could not stop himself from smiling widely. Back in today's online world, everyone seems to have a knack for solving mysteries, let alone the gossip-heavy marketing accounts and media outlets. Albert had been on the live stream for just under a minute when details about him were already widely known. Albert, 19 years old, is currently a second-year student at a university and also considered its most popular student. At first glance, these details seemed normal. Yet anyone familiar with Isabella would know she herself graduated from a university. That meant Isabella and Albert were classmates. They are both alumni, yet he looked at Isabella with such longing right after meeting. Does not that say it all? Right now on Weibo, A large number of Isabella's fans are extremely upset and start tagging Isabella's studio and her management company, demanding answers. Charles glanced at the comments and shook his head. The fans still do not realize how much more there is to know. Isabella and Albert are not just alumni. They are neighbors who have known each other since childhood. Albert has had feelings for Isabella for a long time. He could not hold back during high school and confessed, but Isabella politely turned him down at the time, saying she was focused on her studies and did not believe in age gap relationships since she is 2 years older than him. But Albert never gave up. To keep up with Isabella, he applied to the same university after high school and began pursuing her once they were both enrolled. He pursued her for a full year before she finally agreed to go out with him. But not long after, Isabella graduated from a university and joined a talent show that made her famous, after which Albert and Isabella naturally saw less of each other. Edwin finally understood why Albert had been so excited yet also so careful earlier. Still, while it is clear that Albert's intention was simply to be closer to the person he cared about, his behavior just now was a bit too obvious, was not it? Isabella is currently at a crucial point in her career. Revealing a relationship right now would not be good for her. Thinking this, Edwin could not help glancing back at the two. And once he did, he felt like he really wished he could shut his eyes. This is between a couple. It is none of his business. Why does he have to worry so much and keep glancing at others? Now he is completely overwhelmed just from watching. If he had his way, this show really should change its name. What is the point of calling it, Let's Go Traveling? Why not just rename it to Let's Fall in Love Together? Edwin's reaction was so strong that Charles glanced over, puzzled. Ah? What is wrong with you, bro? Gabriel caught everything out of the corner of his eye and signaled for Charles to look behind. Charles turned around, and his lips curled up again. Isabella's fans and Albert's fans are going at it right now. Yet you two are still sneaking a handhold behind everyone's back. Good for them. No wonder Isabella ended up with Albert. Guess both of them are head over heels in love. Still, their relationship being revealed did not really hurt their careers at all. After all, Isabella is not just a pretty face. She is a multi-talented singer-songwriter with strong performance skills. Even without following the idol path, she could have built her own successful career in music. As for Albert, Charles still could not resist glancing at his notes right in front of Gabriel, and after reading it, his smile widened. All right, Albert might not sing or dance well, but he is always eager to learn. Later on, his great acting won over fans, and even more importantly, because Albert truly cared for Isabella, her fans eventually came around. Plus, every time he was interviewed, he mentioned her at least 3 times. This earned them a huge fan base of couple supporters and helped both of their careers take off. Charles closed the note with a satisfied smile, then tapped open the trending topics again, eager to keep following up on Asher's story. But before he could even spot Asher and Adam's tags, his own name appeared high on the list, right alongside Gabriel's. Charles looked puzzled, then gently poked Gabriel beside him and whispered low, "Gabriel, we are both on the trending list." Gabriel slightly lowered his gaze, meeting Charles's clear eyes filled with curiosity. What did we even do? How did we end up trending? Charles and Gabriel exchanged a quick glance before quickly looking down and tapping on the trending topic. Gabriel could clearly hear his heartbeat skip a beat, and his left hand, pressed against Charles's shoulder, tightened slightly, a rare nervousness creeping in. The first post under the topic was a question. "Do not you think Charles and Gabriel have something going on?" Charles blinked, his mind swirling with confusion. Something going on? Me and Gabriel? What could possibly be going on between me and Gabriel? At the moment he heard Charles's thoughts, Gabriel felt his racing heart finally settle. Sure enough, Charles still had not figured it out. At the same time, just a hallway away, Edwin's lips curled upward without restraint. "See? I told you Jack and Charlotte got it wrong." Charles himself does not even realize he likes Gabriel. How could this possibly be love? Edwin was in a great mood, opened WeChat, and shared Charles's recent thoughts in the group chat. A moment later, his phone gave a light vibration. Charlotte had messaged, "Looks like it is about to happen." Jack added in agreement. Once he starts thinking about this, it will not take long before Charles realizes how he feels about Gabriel. No, Charles hasn't even figured it out yet. How could he possibly come to terms with it quickly? Suddenly, another inner voice sounded. Wait, I like Gabriel? Huh. When did I even know that? Could the online comments really be making this up? Edwin's lips curled upward again. He confidently sent in the group chat. Just now, Charles said the online rumors were all nonsense. After sending, for reasons he could not explain, Edwin glanced over at Gabriel. He saw Gabriel's jawline tighten slightly, his gaze lowered. The look on his face seemed a little distant. Almost sad? Edwin's heart skipped a beat. No, why would Gabriel be upset? Gabriel had not pulled away from Charles. His feelings were easy to read, but Charles never made his feelings clear. So Gabriel should not have been upset. Could it be that Gabriel heard? Before Edwin could keep thinking, Charles's inner voice spoke again. How could someone not interested ever want to be close like that? Did I really get close to Gabriel? Charles furrowed his brows and quickly went over the moments he would shared with Gabriel. As he thought about it, Charles's expression froze. Then, disbelief flashed across his face as he looked up at Gabriel. Gabriel lowered his gaze slightly, eyes fixed on Charles. Without warning, their gazes met. In an instant, Gabriel looked away first, staring straight ahead. Charles vaguely felt something giving way inside him, and a rush of memories flooded his mind. But when he tried to hold on, the images scattered like mist. For a moment, two voices started battling inside Charles's mind. One voice urged Charles to stop thinking altogether. The other insisted he had to figure things out right now. Yet, for some reason, Charles knew deep down that, even if he kept going, he would not find the answer. So he turned his gaze toward Gabriel beside him. Without hesitation, Charles spoke up. Gabriel. Gabriel slightly tilted his head. Then Charles asked in a confused and puzzled tone, what does it mean to like someone? The bus cabin was very quiet. As soon as Charles finished speaking, almost instantly, everyone's eyes turned toward him. Adam immediately leaned his head between the two seats, glancing from Charles to Gabriel, then burst out laughing. Why suddenly ask this? Could it be? Gabriel's brow furrowed tightly, but Charles was unusually honest. I saw online that people say I like Gabriel, so I am curious. His straightforward answer hit like a sudden wave. Edwin nearly dropped his phone. What on earth is Charles doing? How can you just ask Gabriel that directly? You are not actually expecting Gabriel to answer, are you? Adam covered his mouth, gasped sharply, his eyes wide with shock. Can you really say something like that out loud? Henry in the back could not help but laugh loudly, bluntly saying, Hey Charles, your radar's always so sharp when it comes to other people's drama. Why not understand it yourself? You really do not get it. Henry raised an eyebrow, his tone sharp and cutting. Or are you just pretending? Charles had turned to face him, his eyes wide with innocent curiosity, staring without blinking, a hint of anticipation on his face. Henry's words suddenly caught in his throat. He frowned deeply and said, No way, Charles. You are actually serious about not getting it. Everyone else now turned their attention toward Charles. Charles rarely looked this lost, like a student eager to learn, gazing at the group with earnest focus. Everyone realized he was truly waiting for an answer. You are joking, right? Asher could not believe it. Owen was even more stunned. He forgot Luca sitting beside him and leaned past to exchange a glance with Harper. Charles always loved getting involved in other stories, often understanding what guests were thinking just from their expressions. Why could not he figure it out when it was about himself? The guests all watched Charles silently, yet no one spoke up to answer him. Feelings are complicated by nature, and at this moment, the guests felt helpless. Charles waited quietly for a long time without hearing any reply. His brow furrowed slightly. Unreasonably, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He turned away, lowered his head, and unconsciously tightened his grip on the phone. At that moment, Gabriel reached out and gently took hold of his other hand. As their hands touched, Charles looked up at Gabriel, eyes filled with quiet longing. Gabriel's heart softened, with a faint, gentle sigh that carried a touch of resignation. He spoke in a soft tone. Do not be upset, and do not rush. Human emotions are always complex. If you cannot understand it now, it is because this is your first time facing something like this. That is perfectly normal. Charles stared at Gabriel in silence, lips parting slightly before he finally said, "Then, do you like?" "Yes," Gabriel replied without hesitation, his expression sincere as he reached out with his other hand to gently ruffle Charles's soft hair. "That is why I am so patient. Charles, take your time. You can think about it." Hearing that name again, Charles's lips curved upward, almost imperceptibly. "I really like this way of being called." Charles thought for a moment and said, "Even though I am not sure if I like you yet, Gabriel, I think the fans were right about one thing." Gabriel's voice remained soft, his dark eyes sparkling with quiet warmth. "What?" Charles smiled. "I guess I am just not really comfortable with physical contact with anyone else besides you." "Yeah, even my older brother." Gabriel's smile deepened, and he nodded firmly. "I am really glad." The bus continued moving smoothly, but the cabin was unusually quiet, with only the occasional faint vibration from phones breaking the silence. Edwin's phone had been buzzing for who knows how long. The group chat now showed plus messages, yet he still hesitated to open it. Then Alexander sent a private message. "Brother 2. Come help me fast. I am being surrounded by Mom and Dad right now. Hurry up." Seeing that message, Edwin finally gave in and opened the group chat, which had once been called Charles' Inner Thoughts, a gossip watch party, but was now renamed Charles' Love Life Review. As soon as he joined, Charlotte's message popped up. "I told you all it was just a matter of time before Charles figured things out. Edwin, do you agree?" Jack chimed in. "He has already asked Gabriel what love means." "I do not think it will take much longer." Michael followed right after. "But I still believe Charles is too young to be getting involved in a relationship." Alexander added, "I am not against dating, but why Gabriel? He is about the same age as brother 2, way too old." Edwin was already feeling tense, and seeing Alexander's message only made him even more frustrated. "Alexander, I would suggest you keep your eyes open tonight." Alexander quickly explained. "Brother 2, it is not like that. I was just making a comparison. I really do think Gabriel is a bit too old." Charlotte. "Older people know how to care for someone." Jack. "Alexander, have you ever been in a relationship with someone older? Why would you say older people are bad?" "Oh wait. None of you three have actually had a real relationship before." Charlotte. "If you are single, maybe you should not get so involved. Anyway, both your dad and I think Gabriel is a good match." Jack. "He is successful in his career, never been in a relationship before, and has been really kind to Charles." Charlotte. "And he is good looking too." Jack. "Exactly, Charlotte. Look at you two. Neither of you has ever been in a real relationship from day one, and the one time you did almost became a dad by surprise. So tell me, what right do you have to judge Charles's love life?" The two of them went back and forth, saying things that cut deeper with every word, completely ignoring the other three people in the group. Alexander could not take it anymore. "I am leaving the group." Jack. "You always threaten to leave. Fine, go ahead. Then you will not get to watch the drama unfold." Alexander fell silent and started urgently tagging Edwin in the group chat, clearly signaling him to say something. Edwin was not unwilling to speak. He was just so angry he would lost his train of thought. He would only come to join a travel show to relax and watch some fun drama. But now this episode had turned into a romance showcase, with so many couples around him, and then Jack and Charlotte had to hit him right when he was already overwhelmed. It was just too much. Edwin, furious, was about to start confronting Jack and Charlotte, but before he could think up a long response, Michael suddenly sent a message. "Even though I still do not agree with Charles and Gabriel being together, we are not Charles ourselves, and we cannot truly know what he is thinking. So for now, I will hold my peace. But right now, what should Charles do about the online discussion?" After sending that message, Michael immediately mentioned Edwin. Edwin had no choice but to delete his draft and replied with a big question mark. "Michael, since we are still live streaming, I cannot have Charles's manager reach out directly. Luckily, Gabriel is right beside you. Why do not you ask him how he plans to handle this? So today it is all about pushing him to the limit." Huh? Edwin put his phone away, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned around. Charles had put his phone down after talking to Gabriel and was now leaning back, fast asleep. But even though he is sleeping, Who can explain why they are still holding hands? Gabriel sat right next to Charles. Noticing that Charles had fallen asleep, he gently released Charles's tightly clasped hand, adjusted his head into a more comfortable position, then held onto Charles's hand again. His free left hand still gripped his phone as if replying to messages. The longer Edwin watched, the angrier he got. At that moment, Gabriel noticed Edwin's gaze and looked over with a questioning expression. Edwin shot him an angry glare without hesitation. After calming himself slightly, he raised his phone and nodded. Gabriel understood right away. Edwin opened WeChat and typed out Michael's question, then sent it to Gabriel. Seeing Edwin's message, Gabriel did not even blink. In fact, Gabriel had already prepared for this ever since returning from the resort that day. Once he knew his feelings for Charles were real, Gabriel never considered hiding them. First, he planned to wait until their emotions aligned before making it public. But Gabriel never expected that after so many days passed, Charles still had not realized how he felt. Worse yet, Charles even asked him directly in front of the live audience and other guests. At that moment, Gabriel's heartbeat quickened, mixed with a sense of helpless frustration. But then again, ever since meeting Charles, Gabriel had often felt this kind of helplessness. He did not mind it at all. Instead, he found a sense of being needed that brought him comfort. After a brief moment of thought, Gabriel gave Charles a clear answer. He liked him. Gabriel had just checked the trending topics. In just a matter of minutes, both his name and Charles's were already at the top of the trending list. The first post on the feed was the live stream recording from earlier. As soon as Gabriel said, "I like you," the live stream screen froze for a split second, then quickly filled with endless and messages. The viewers in the live room were truly stunned at first. Wait, were not they just discussing Isabella and Albert's drama a moment ago? Just seconds before, the chat was still full of fans of Isabella reacting strongly. How did it suddenly become Gabriel saying, "I like you"? Gabriel likes Charles. Huh? Was this really the kind of confession people could hear on a live stream? And hey, Charles, what is going on with you? Anyway, are not you the one who always loves watching drama? Is not that your specialty? So why are you even asking Gabriel, what does it mean to like someone? And Charles was not just wondering why he felt this way about Gabriel. He actually came to this question after reading comments from internet users on Weibo. The regular viewers were stunned. They seemed to have stumbled upon the king of watching's own story. Charles's fans were also taken aback. Turns out, watching too many dramas might make you become one yourself. Gabriel's fans were even more confused. When exactly did Gabriel start liking Charles? Why did not we notice anything before? How come we missed this sign earlier? It might have been right from the last hiking episode. Could it really be just because of a simple handhold and then love? Even though plenty of viewers said they felt the spark back then. Is not this development happening a bit too fast for both of you? And was not it Gabriel who said before he was just looking out for his younger brother? But now, while caring for him, he ended up falling in love? Edwin was right there the whole time. But let's be honest. Gabriel actually told Charles he liked him, even before Charles realized his own feelings. Those two simple words carried so much tenderness and warmth. Who could possibly keep from getting excited hearing that? As soon as the video went live, the comment section was flooded with, "Even though I did not notice their relationship developing earlier, that does not stop me from shipping them." No more words. Gabriel's words just hit straight to my heart. I am claiming this couple right now. Plus, I am totally obsessed. Can you believe it? After Gabriel said he liked someone, how could Charles's reaction, saying he only feels comfortable being close to Gabriel, not count as a confession? No matter what, they are clearly meant for each other. Exactly. Charles just admitted himself. He usually is not into physical closeness with anyone, except Gabriel. Only Gabriel. Is not that enough to tell us something? Gabriel is one of a kind. There is no other like him, right? And during the final night of the first episode's game night, Charles said outright that among all the guests, Gabriel was his ideal type. Oh my gosh, hurry and check the live stream. They are still holding hands right now. As soon as they saw this comment, fans flooded in from all over. So the usually dull car ride livestream segment ended up breaking all-time viewer records. The production team clearly knew what fans wanted, so they immediately made Charles and Gabriel's feed the main live broadcast. The camera was positioned overhead for a clearer view. Charles had already fallen asleep, wearing an anime-themed eye mask, his head slightly tilted. As the car moved along, his head slowly drifted toward Gabriel's direction, just as it looked like he was about to fall over. Gabriel, still scrolling through his phone, reached out gently and placed Charles's head softly on his shoulder. After settling him in, Gabriel adjusted his own posture slightly, just to make sure Charles could sleep more comfortably. Chat, are you two seriously not dating? This is so sweet. Seriously, I am completely obsessed with this moment. They are still holding hands, hands locked together. Gabriel, you secretly rubbed your thumb across Charles's hand back. Viewers in the live stream were saying they could not bear to look. How can it be this sweet? And why did not we notice something was off between them earlier? At that moment, a message slowly floated across. Do not even get me started. Edwin probably did not see this coming either. That comment instantly had the chat in stitches. Yes, when Gabriel told Charles he liked him just now. Did anyone notice how dark Edwin's expression turned? I saw it. I really did. And earlier too. He was glaring like icy arrows were flying from his eyes. It is clear Edwin is upset. Well, come to think of it, are not there a lot of couples among the guests this episode? Soon, one netizen counted them up: Owen and Harper, Isabella and Albert, though their fans refused to admit it, Charles and Gabriel, Asher and Adam, who are very close, plus Gosher, who is still unclear about his relationship status. Is this show even not a dating reality program? When you count it all up, only Edwin and Luca. The online onlookers burst into a mischievous laugh. The conversation gradually drifted off track, but there were still plenty of fans watching closely over Gabriel and Charles. Gabriel quickly checked the online reactions, confirmed no negative comments toward Charles, then switched back to WeChat to reply to Edwin. I have had someone monitoring public sentiment. Until Charles is clear about his own feelings, I will not make any announcement, but rest assured, I will not let anyone harm him during this time. Edwin read the message and felt a little better. You would better be serious about this, or, you know, Charles has 2 older brothers besides me. Gabriel gave a soft chuckle and replied, Yeah, I know. Edwin did not reply further. He lowered his head and forwarded Gabriel's message to the group chat. Even though there was no sound, eyes from the back of the bus kept glancing over at them throughout their exchange. Only when Gabriel and Edwin put down their phones did the other guests finally lose interest and look away. Surprisingly, no fight broke out. The atmosphere was even a bit calm. The bus kept moving. Charles slept more deeply than ever, and for once, he dreamed of his childhood. It was a bright, sunny day. Charles did not remember how old he was back then, only that when standing up straight, his height was about the same as Charlotte's thigh. Charlotte was bustling around in the kitchen, not quite sure what she was doing. Charles followed her like a little shadow, and a noisy machine kept humming nearby. After some time passed, the loud machine finally stopped. Charlotte smiled and said, All done. Charles wrapped his arms around Charlotte's leg. I want a drink. Hurry up, please. Charlotte laughed softly. She took out a glass and poured some milk for him. It is still warm. Taste it to see if it is the same as before. The freshly made oat milk was wonderfully sweet, filling the kitchen with the rich aroma of oats. Charles held the glass and slowly walked into the living room before taking a small sip. The rich, smooth milk passed over his taste buds, and Charles blinked once. Charlotte sat across from him, her brow slightly furrowed as she asked, Does it taste off? Charles gave a small nod. Charlotte looked puzzled. But I followed your instructions exactly, did not I? She paused, then let out a soft sigh. If Gabriel were here. She stopped mid-sentence. Shall I make you another one? Charles held the glass gently and shook his head. No need. At that moment, Charles suddenly realized something and could not help but say, Even though the ingredients and steps are the same, it seems like each person makes a different tasting oat milk. Charlotte's gentle gaze settled on him. After a long pause, she smiled and nodded. Yes, because we are human, unique individuals, not preset programs or perfect machines. It is not just milk. Even dishes and baked goods turn out differently when made by different people. Charles nodded, finished the drink in his hand, then placed the glass back on the table. Just then, he suddenly looked up at the woman with a soft expression and said, "By the way, can I ask you something?" Charlotte replied, "Go ahead. I want to know what it means to like someone." "Charles, we are here." Charles suddenly blinked open his eyes and realized he was resting on Gabriel's shoulder. They were close. So close that if Charles lifted his head just a little, his forehead would almost touch Gabriel's lips. He slowly blinked, feeling that the closeness between them was a bit too intimate. Yet, for some reason, all he felt right then was joy, nothing else. In fact, Charles almost wished to stay in that position a little longer. Edwin stood up and caught sight of the scene. All the frustration he had been holding back burst out. "Charles!" Charles was startled and sat up straight. "What are you doing, second brother? You scared me." "Good, that is exactly what I wanted." Edwin gave a silent huff in his mind before smiling and saying, "I thought you were not awake, so I decided to shout to wake you up." Charles gave Edwin a slightly exasperated look. "Second brother, that is so childish." "Well, he is childish. Anyway, Edwin was in a much better mood now and did not bother with Charles anymore. He grabbed his luggage and stepped off the bus first. When most of the guests had already left the bus, Gabriel finally let go of Charles's hand and said, "We should get going too." Charles looked down at his hand, still not moving even after Gabriel had packed everything. Gabriel frowned slightly. "Charles, what is wrong?" Charles finally snapped back to attention, paused thoughtfully, then stood up with a smile. "I had this strange dream just now. I have been thinking, let's go down." Gabriel followed him off the bus and asked, "Did you figure it out?" Charles's gaze drifted to Gabriel pushing 2 suitcases, his lips curling gently. What exactly is Gabriel asking? Gabriel looked up and met Charles's eyes, bright with warmth and amusement. His heart skipped a beat at that moment. Gabriel's expression softened, then his smile grew even wider. "Looks like you have mostly figured it out." Charles did not respond, turning his gaze away to look ahead before exclaiming in surprise, "We are still taking a boat next?" Edwin turned back and noticed Charles had not taken Gabriel's hand, feeling relieved as he explained. "The director said our villa for this round is in the middle of the lake." Pausing briefly, "Can you handle that?" Gabriel looked at Edwin with a puzzled expression. Charles sighed. "I have already said this. I just do not like water, but I am not afraid of it." "What is there to be afraid of?" Gabriel looked away again. Edwin did not press further. All the guests had arrived. The production team first used a large boat to transport their luggage, then left several smaller boats behind, 2 or 3 guests per boat, for them to form teams freely. Without hesitation, Gabriel reached out for Charles, and the 2 of them stepped onto one of the small boats together. Owen instinctively glanced at Harper, who said nothing but gave a quick look toward Luca. Luca smiled slightly. "What are you waiting for? Let's go too." Owen felt a sinking feeling in his chest. Just as he was about to look for Henry to team up, he heard Luca say, "Owen, are not you coming?" Owen froze, not just him. Other guests also turned to look. But wait, are not boats supposed to hold 3 people? The boatman was at the front. Owen and Harper sat opposite each other, with Luca in between them, and that is exactly how it turned out. But since the small boat had 2 rows of seats facing each other, Luca ended up sitting next to Harper, leaving Owen to sit across from them. Charles could not help but smirk at the sight. Luca's not giving Owen a single moment of privacy. Now I get it. He must have joined this show just to stir things up. The other guests had already finished pairing off by the shore. Isabella and Albert took one boat, Adam and Henry another, leaving Asher and Edwin to share the last one. Edwin glanced at his counterpart across from him and raised an eyebrow. "I thought you would be sitting with Adam instead," Asher muttered. "You are not sitting with Charles or Gabriel either, are you?" Edwin said. "I have got better sense. Honestly, I just did not want to watch them showing off. Makes me feel uneasy." "Uneasy?" Asher let out a loud huff. Just then, Adam's voice came from the other boat. "If you want to sit with me, I can swap places with Edwin right now." Asher gave him a cold stare and suddenly waved toward him. "Then come over here." If Adam even dared to move, Asher would shove him into the water. Adam felt a chill run through him, quickly turned his head, adjusted his life jacket, and laughed. Nah, Asher, I am sure we will have plenty of chances to share a boat later. Let's just leave it for today. Asher rolled his eyes. Wimp, the boatman rowed the small vessel slowly toward the center of the lake. Once the boat docked, everyone realized it was not exactly a lakeside villa. More like a tiny man-made island. The island had basic living facilities along with a few small shops. Charles's group of guests were staying in what resembled a country estate, complete with a large outdoor swimming pool. The room setup was the same as before, one floor with 2 suites. The villa had 4 floors total, and all levels except the first were suites, 6 in total, making 12 rooms overall. That meant each guest this season could have a suite to themselves. The room assignment moment came quickly, and no one offered to go explore first this time. Charles glanced over the group, each with different expressions, and his lips curled upward slightly. Looks like everyone's got something in mind. Edwin's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he turned to Charles. You will stay with me in one suite. Charles was momentarily surprised and instinctively started to refuse, but before he could speak, Edwin added, What? Do not tell me you do not want to share a room with me, Charles. That is exactly what I was thinking. But then he reconsidered and realized it was not such a bad idea to room with Edwin after all. After all, if he needed anything from Gabriel, he could just go straight to Gabriel's room. So Charles nodded. Fine then. Gabriel turned slightly to meet Charles's gaze, did not object, and then looked at Henry. How about you stay with me? Then he glanced toward Asher. Or we could be roommates too. Henry spoke up first. We will take it then. Asher could not get his way with Henry, his jaw tightening slightly. Just then, Adam spoke up. Asher, how about me and Albert? Asher shot back at Adam. Adam cleared his throat softly and let out a long sigh. Then who should I room with? Owen. Luca, which one of you is joining me? Owen had shared a room with Harper in the previous 2 rounds, but today Luca was here. Charles barely managed to hold back a smile as he whispered to Gabriel. I think Luca definitely will not let Owen stay with his sister-in-law. Sure enough, as Charles had just finished speaking, they heard Luca chuckling. I am taking my mom's suite. No problem, right? That last part was directed straight at Owen. Owen gave a resigned nod, smiling. Not at all, of course not. Charles could not help but grin wider. Even if he had a thought, Owen would not say anything right now. The remaining suite was then assigned to Isabella. After sorting the rooms, everyone went back to their own to freshen up briefly. Charles returned to his room, tossed his suitcase down casually, and headed straight for a shower. After finishing up, he saw Edwin on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Who said, I am going to take a shower too. Charles nodded and went back to grab his phone before heading downstairs. It was still fairly early, with the afternoon sun blazing bright. As Charles stepped downstairs, he saw a somewhat unfamiliar figure sitting on the living room sofa. Upon noticing Charles, the person waved and greeted him. Hearing the voice, Charles finally dared to confirm, You are Adam? Adam had already changed out of his dress and removed the bold makeup from his face, now wearing simple casual clothes with a clearly handsome look. Hearing Charles's words, Adam simply smiled. What? Do not I look good in men's clothing? Charles shook his head. No, actually, pretty impressive. It is just that I am a bit curious how Asher ended up connecting with you online. Of course, Charles definitely could not ask that out loud. So Charles took his phone and moved to the nearby sofa, intending to check his notes app. He had barely settled when suddenly, he heard a rush of hurried footsteps. Charles and Adam both looked up at the same time to see Asher storming toward the front of the villa. Charles was completely puzzled. What is going on? Adam also straightened up slightly in his seat. Just then, another set of hurried footsteps echoed through the house, followed by Albert's anxious voice. Hurry! Stop Asher! Adam slowly turned to look at him. Albert panted. Asher. He has gone to find his agent. Adam said, Well, if he wants to see his agent, that is fine. Then suddenly stiffened. Wait. Did he know his agent and I are friends? Albert nodded frantically, clearly distressed, quickly explaining. I did not realize he did not know about it, so, before the flying guest segment was recorded, they all had dinner together. Adam mentioned this matter to Albert and Luca during the meal, but Albert did not know that Asher was unaware of it. As soon as those words were said, Asher's expression changed instantly. Then he clenched his fists and ran downstairs. Albert sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed after him. Adam slapped his forehead. "Why are we still standing here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Adam took off running. Charles looked at Albert, then at the two figures disappearing into the distance. If Asher's agent is a friend of Adam's, that means Adam's appearance on this show is connected to Asher's agent? Thinking about it, Charles felt shocked. Could that be why Asher had a conflict with his agent? No way. I have to stop him. At the same time, Gabriel, who had just finished showering, and Edwin, who was still putting shampoo in his hair, both froze mid-motion. Gabriel did not hesitate. He grabbed his phone and dashed downstairs. Edwin did not care about the shampoo anymore. He quickly turned on the faucet to rinse off the foam. From Charles's tone, Asher must have been really upset. Rushing only leads to trouble. He had to get there fast. Meanwhile, Charles had already left the villa and was sprinting toward where the staff were. Adam ran so fast that he vanished in an instant. Charles was still thinking as he ran. This does not make sense. Asher hates Adam, and his manager is not just a manager, but also his cousin. How could he possibly bypass Asher to give Adam the director's contact info? Charles had always been out of shape. After only a few steps, he was worn out. He stopped and started walking quickly instead, pulling out his phone and opening his notes. When he saw it, Charles suddenly realized, this is just a misunderstanding. Asher, do not lose your temper. The staff lounge was not far off. Charles could already hear voices coming from there. He put his phone away and was about to keep running when Gabriel called out, "Charles!" Charles turned around, a little surprised. "Gabriel, come on. Let's go together." Gabriel stepped forward quickly, taking Charles's hand and pulling him ahead. Charles tried to explain. Asher got into a fight with his manager, and Adam is involved. Gabriel squeezed his hand tighter and said softly, "I know. Are you tired? Should I carry you?" "Now's not the time to be carrying anyone. Just keep running." Charles shook his head, still holding on to Gabriel as they continued to run. Gabriel's eyes drifted to their hands clasped together, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. It felt like the urgency had faded a little all of a sudden. The staff lounge was close to the director's shooting location and not far from the villa either. As they got closer, the noise ahead grew louder. From afar, Charles could hear Adam's anxious voice. "Asher, calm down. Let me explain. Like hell I am listening." "Adam, you are a monster. How dare you team up with my cousin to trick me?" Asher shouted angrily. Another man's voice followed quickly. "Asher, how could I ever deceive you? I am your cousin. I would never play games with anyone but you. That must be Alan, Asher's cousin and manager. Then explain it to me." Asher broke free from Adam's hold, turned around, and swung his fist hard, landing a solid hit on Adam's face. Charles and Gabriel had just arrived when they saw the scene unfold, and Charles instantly inhaled sharply. That punch looked painful, especially hitting right on the nose. Charles frowned deeply. Did not Adam even try to dodge? Alan stepped back several paces in shock. "I mean, come on, with so many people around, how can I explain this? And did not I already warn you before? Do not hit someone in the face. If Adam's face actually got hurt, they would be responsible for the damage." Asher had not expected to actually land a hit. Seeing Adam clutch his face in pain, he paused mid-motion with his fist still raised. At that moment, Adam suddenly lowered his hands and quickly grabbed both of Asher's wrists, holding them tightly so he could not move. "Feeling better?" Adam asked. Asher glared at him with eyes full of rage, then kicked out at his leg. "I am still furious. If you have got the guts, let me go." Charles glanced at Gabriel and said hesitantly, "He is clearly still upset. Should we?" Before he could finish, Charles' gaze caught the camera crew nearby frantically dodging around. What are they doing? When Charles and Gabriel arrived, they saw the camera crew filming Asher and Adam. Just as Asher's fist was about to land on Adam's face, the crew quickly turned their cameras away to avoid the scene. Now that Asher was about to kick Adam again, they hurriedly adjusted their camera angle once more. Charles could not hold back and burst into laughter. Well. Looks like the camera crew have finally learned a thing or two after Miles got his stream cut for punching Benjamin. But honestly, as long as they avoid showing any physical contact, how could the live stream possibly get banned? Charles laughed heartily, then turned his gaze and noticed that Asher had just freed himself from Adam's hold. Seeing the fierce punch coming straight at his face, Adam quickly stepped back twice. If I take another hit like that, I really will not be able to show my face anywhere. Before he could finish speaking, Asher let out a cold scoff and turned away, rushing after his cousin Alan instead. Alan had just caught his breath when he saw Asher charging toward him with full force. His face went pale instantly, and he started circling the nanny van like a man on the run. As he ran, Alan begged, "Asher, stop. Go ahead and keep running if you can." Asher said sharply, "I do not believe your stamina is better than mine. Who could possibly keep a straight face at this?" Charles leaned half his body onto Gabriel, laughing with delight. Even Adam could not help but cover his face and laugh at the scene. Hearing Adam's laughter, Alan was furious. "Adam, are not you going to help me? How can you still be laughing?" Adam simply stood his ground. "Why do not you just stop running and let Asher give you a good beating to cool off?" "Huh?" Alan sounded shocked, then shouted, "Seriously? What does this mess between the two of you have to do with me? I did not lie to Asher. You are the one who dragged me into it." "Now you are." Asher stopped in his tracks, glaring at Alan. "What is going on here?" Alan panted. You promised not to hit me after I explain? Then I will tell you." Asher sneered and kept chasing. Alan quickly resumed running, but after just a few steps, he suddenly realized there were no footsteps behind him. He instinctively looked up and saw Asher coming from the opposite direction. Exclamation point. Alan immediately raised his arms to shield his face. "This is not my fault. You are the one who kept your online friend so secret. When Adam came to me, I had no idea he was Ting. If I would known he was Ting, would I really have given him the director's contact info?" It was not until your reaction on livestream that Asher clenched his teeth in frustration and punched his cousin hard in the stomach. "You are still talking. I have said it many times. It was just a past online connection. And do not say Ting's name again." Edwin arrived, out of breath, and caught the scene just in time. He quickly asked, "What happened?" Charles turned to look at Edwin and noticed Henry and Albert following behind him. Henry raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled. Ting. Charles was already laughing uncontrollably, pointing at Adam, who was still rubbing his face nearby. Ting, Edwin biffed. This time, he could not hold it in. Charles was also laughing hard. He would already watched the whole scene during their break earlier on. Actually, this really is not Alan's fault. Even though Alan and Adam are college classmates, Asher felt so embarrassed about this relationship that he never told Alan who Adam was. Alan probably only found out from the live stream just now. As for Adam, he was not trying to hide anything. Ever since Asher ended things between them, he would been hoping to reconnect. It was not until last week, when Adam was preparing to join our show and tried contacting the production team, that he finally learned Alan was Asher's agent. Hearing that, Gabriel and Edwin both glanced at Charles at the same time. Edwin's brow furrowed slightly. So this whole thing was really just a misunderstanding? He was about to look up again when he suddenly noticed Gabriel was also looking at Charles. Wait, was not Gabriel just turning toward Charles at the same time as him? Edwin's heart skipped a beat, and before he could think further, he heard Charles let out a long sigh. But how exactly did Asher and Adam end up getting involved in an online relationship? Thinking about it, Charles could not resist pulling out his phone. After looking for just a moment, he suddenly laughed aloud in his mind. That makes sense. So not only is today's situation a misunderstanding, but their first meeting was a complete mix-up too. Adam usually goes live whenever he does not have work commitments. His streams are full of variety. He does live voiceovers, takes on viral internet challenges, and even plays games with fans online. During one gaming session with a fellow fan, Adam ended up crossing paths with Asher. By this point, Edwin finally understood what had happened and could not help but glance toward the three nearby. Asher had calmed down a bit by now, though he still had not gotten off his cousin's lap. Alan simply lay flat on the ground like it was all over, not resisting at all. "Hey, if you are really angry, go ahead and hit me. But I truly did not know anything about this. If only I would known he was the one you were talking about. Can you just shut up already?" Asher snapped, frustrated and embarrassed. "Do I even want to hear your explanation?" Alan fell silent and stayed lying there, playing dead. Adam bit his lip to keep from laughing and took 2 hesitant steps toward Asher before stopping. "Why do not you hear Tingting's side of the story?" Asher shot him a sharp glare, but did not get up or tell him to shut up. Adam stared at Asher for a few seconds and instantly understood. This was one of the rare chances to explain. So Adam spoke plainly. "Asher, I never meant to deceive you. Neither when we first met nor now. During this show, the other guests arrived one by one. Harper and Isabella came last, and both looked confused upon hearing that. "What is going on here?" Harper whispered. Henry smirked. "Is not it obvious? Classic case of a former partner trying to win back their ex." Charles glanced at Henry. "That term gaucher fits the situation quite well." Thinking of something, Charles's lips curled slightly as he whispered, "So are you." The others looked utterly puzzled. What did Henry even mean by that? They all turned to look at Henry and realized his expression was dark. Just then, Luca quietly said, "So you haven't won over Josiah yet either?" Charles tightly pressed his lips together, trying hard not to laugh. The others caught on and quickly tried to suppress their smiles too. They could not laugh. It was risky. Henry's reputation for holding grudges was legendary. They would joke behind his back, but if they laughed openly, he would remember that forever. Then Charles let out a quiet chuckle, and the others could not hold it in any longer. They burst into laughter. Their laughter was bright and loud enough to turn Adam and Asher around from ahead. Charles glanced at Henry's expression, quickly wiped the smile off his face, then said to Adam and Asher, "You two carry on. Do not worry about us." Adam just sighed with a mix of frustration and resignation. Adam had never missed an episode of Let's Travel Together, so he naturally knew how this group operated. Since they were all here, it meant the truth could not be hidden anymore. So why not take a moment to talk things through with Asher? After glancing at Asher still sitting on Alan's lap, Adam suggested, "Let's find somewhere more private to talk. If you are still upset after that, I will leave the show and promise not to appear in your life ever again." Adam did not lower his voice at all, causing everyone's laughter to stop instantly. "Huh? Is he really leaving?" Asher did not look at Adam. After a brief silence, he stood up from Alan's lap and said, "Let's go." "Wait. What are we supposed to do if you two just walk out?" Charles immediately panicked, but by then, Asher had already stepped forward. Adam, wearing a clear smile, quickly followed behind. "Camera guys, yes, and the camera crew too." Charles looked over just in time to see both camera operators had already started following. Charles let out a sigh of relief, then grabbed Gabriel's hand. Come on. Let's go straight to the director." Gabriel chuckled and nodded, hearing that Charles was heading to the director's area. The other guests quickly followed suit. After all, this situation was still unclear. They really needed to get to the bottom of it. The production crew's camera tent was not far away. As the group of guests walked over together, they pushed most of the staff aside. Charles and Gabriel sat right next to the director, claiming the best viewing spot. There was a pavilion in the direction Asher had left. At that moment, Asher had already taken a seat there, with Adam across from him. As soon as he sat down, Asher spoke impatiently. "Speak up. I am listening, but I will tell you now, this is your one and only chance. If you lie to me again..." "No," Adam interrupted without hesitation. After a pause, he added, "And even when we first met, I did not mean to deceive you." Charles looked utterly excited. Indeed, the day Adam and Asher crashed was during a live stream. His fans had asked him to play along in a sultry voice throughout the night, so Adam used a feminine tone for his entire broadcast. If I remember right, after joining the game, Adam did not turn on his in-game microphone. He just kept chatting with fans via chat using that sultry voice, but as he was talking, he noticed two teammates arguing fiercely. One of them being Asher. Asher usually did not play games much, so his skills were genuinely not great. Unfortunately, one teammate that day had a terrible attitude. Asher could handle criticism about his gameplay, but he could not stand the constant verbal attacks from his teammate, and they ended up exchanging harsh words. The story did not go into detail about exactly how Asher and his teammate clashed, but it was easy to guess those moments could not have been shown on air. Asher never used offensive language. He just said things that cut deep, probably left his teammate utterly furious. And then the other person started shouting in frustration at everything. The entire live stream was thrown into chaos by their argument. Adam finally could not take it anymore and asked over the team mic if they could stop arguing. Thinking about that, Charles's lips curled up slightly. Imagine this. A top-tier voice actor speaking in your favorite voice right beside you, asking if they could please stop fighting. Honestly, I would be confused too. Gabriel suddenly gave Charles's hand a gentle squeeze while sitting beside him. Charles could not help but turn his head toward Gabriel, his face full of confusion. Huh? Why did you squeeze my hand? Why cannot he just learn from Luca and sit right between us? What is wrong? Charles finally could not hold back and asked. Gabriel said, "Nothing, just keep watching." On the screen, Adam was still explaining seriously. Even though he did not share many details, the guests were able to piece together the full story from his scattered words. Gabriel and Edwin understood it even better, since Charles would occasionally add a few more points. The story between Asher and Adam could be summed up in one sentence. An online romance sparked by a misunderstanding about voices. Adam was usually busy with work, but since he enjoyed gaming and was fairly skilled, he would play games every now and then, even when not streaming live. Asher, on the other hand, was a classic case of someone who was not good at the game but loved playing it. After Adam once spoke up for Asher in the game, Asher added him as a friend. Once they became gaming friends, their interactions naturally grew more frequent. No one quite remembers who started it first, but gradually, they ended up playing together more often, and even made plans for their next game session right after the last one ended. Just like many couples in online games, they naturally exchanged contact info, gifted each other skins, set up a couple profile, and eventually confirmed their relationship. Owen could not hold back anymore and asked. So both of them were feeling something, kind of liking each other, but neither ever actually asked about the other's orientation. Charles nodded. Yes, not only did not they ask about orientation, they never even asked about gender. This is so unsettling. To be honest, thinking about it like this, Asher's actually scarier than my older brother. Gabriel could not help but smile. Charles, you are being so forward. So they actually ended up together without even knowing the other's gender? Albert asked, eyes wide open. Charles laughed. If they had not been together before, how could they have become exes? Henry spoke in a quiet tone. What a pity! Charles could not help glancing at him. Pity what? Too bad we were not there when Asher and Adam met in person. Henry said matter-of-factly. The other guests could not hold back. They laughed again. But kind of weird, right? If they were together like that, they must have shared their real names. Isabella asked. Could it be that even knowing each other's names, they still did not notice anything odd? Henry suddenly looked at Charles, as if remembering something. Charles grinned. Could it be that Adam's orientation was always toward guys all along? Everyone suddenly understood. That makes sense now. At that moment, Adam's voice came again. Yes, I did not tell you my gender directly, but on the night you confessed to me, did not I already give you my real name? Did not you think about looking me up? Asher turned red with anger. I am not an actor. I do not keep track of voice actors. You told me you were a voice actor and spoke to me in a male voice, but I did not think much about it back then. I just thought. After struggling for a while, Asher finally said with frustration. There are plenty of boys whose names sound like girls, and many girls' names look masculine too. So Adam looked at Asher, then after a long pause, reached up to cover his face. No wonder you kept calling me Ting Ting all along. At that point, the guests could not help but smile. It is such a huge mix-up. Owen sighed. Everyone could not help but nod in agreement. Adam actually knew Asher was a man, but Asher had always thought Adam was a woman. Even after Adam shared his real name, he never questioned it until they met in person. Oh dear, Charles let out a heavy sigh, then suddenly turned his head sharply toward Gabriel. Gabriel asked, puzzled, "What is wrong?" Charles said, "Do you remember the last night of the first episode when we played Truth or Dare?" "What?" Henry interrupted. "Are you talking about how you said your ideal type was Gabriel back then?" Charles was momentarily speechless, then snapped, "No." After I mentioned my orientation that night, Asher acted strange. He avoided eye contact with me the whole time. Henry raised an eyebrow. "What does that have to do with anything?" So Asher must have met Adam before the first episode taping, and it did not work out, which is why they broke up, Charles stated firmly. The timeline suddenly became clear. Henry nodded in understanding. No wonder he was so tense during the first episode recording. Everyone could not help but laugh again. The guests finally understood the full story, and Asher and Adam cleared up their misunderstanding. At that moment, the live stream was still going on, with the two sitting face to face in the pavilion. After a long silence, Adam finally spoke. "So, can we get back together?" Hearing that, everyone's eyes widened. "Going back together? Asher, what are you hesitating for? If you still have feelings, just say yes." Yeah. Asher turned his head, his gaze falling on the rippling surface of the lake. Suddenly, he shot to his feet and shoved Adam hard in the chest. "Get real. It has been 2 months since we broke up. Stay away from me. Even if you did not mean to hurt me, I am still really upset." Really upset. With that, Asher strode off angrily. Adam clutched his chest, his face showing both pain and sorrow. Charles could not hold back a laugh for a while, then suddenly remembered something and glanced at Henry. "Looks like Adam is really just like you. Gosher. Asterisk crack. Asterisk." Charles heard the sound of Henry cracking his fingers. His body acted before his mind could think. He grabbed Gabriel's hand, started running while still turning back to say, "I am not like you guys. I am already with Gabriel now." "Wait, what? When did you two get together?" "I do not agree at all." The summer breeze was heavy with heat, mixed with the damp air rising from the lake, still sweltering. Gabriel's hand was firmly held by Charles as they ran, laughter dancing on his lips, glancing back now and then over Gabriel's shoulder toward the guests still left behind. As he turned his gaze back, Charles's eyes crinkled with a bright, warm smile. The sunlight was perfect. Light dancing across the boys' hair as they ran, their strands fluttering in the air like golden threads. In that moment, Gabriel suddenly felt his heart thumping loudly, like a drum in his chest. A distant voice reached him. Edwin shouting in frustration, "When did this even happen? How could this have happened? Charles is barely old enough. And Gabriel just swept my little brother away like that. I will not accept it. I absolutely refuse." Charles turned back just in time, about to speak, when he noticed Gabriel stride forward with a confident step, matching his pace and smiling. "Let him be." Charles smiled and nodded. "Yeah, leave him alone. He is just jealous, that is all." Edwin nearly lost his breath hearing those words. Jealous of what? What on earth would he even have to be jealous about? He does not like Charles and Gabriel being together. What does that have to do with jealousy? Still, the only one raging in protest was Edwin. The other guests just wore looks of entertained curiosity. This is getting interesting. This show is really becoming more and more intriguing. First, I thought they were here just to talk about Asher and Adam, but then Charles unexpectedly revealed he has been with Gabriel all along. Isabella could not help leaning in and asking Edwin, "When exactly did Charles and Gabriel start being together? Did not Charles seem completely confused just earlier in the car? Could they have missed something important again?" Edwin really wanted to ask that too. He only went upstairs for a quick shower and came back down shortly after. Nothing really happened in the meantime, and he did not hear anything else from Charles's thoughts either. How did Charles suddenly come to that realization? Edwin frowned deeply and stayed silent for a long time. Owen was about to say something comforting when suddenly Luca stepped forward. Edwin turned his head with a puzzled expression. Luca placed a hand on his shoulder, glanced at Owen, and said calmly, Now you can finally understand how I feel. Edwin looked from Luca to Owen and Harper. He opened his mouth but ended up saying nothing. Henry burst out laughing. Isabella and Albert were both trying hard to hold back their laughter, on the verge of succeeding, when suddenly a subtle chuckle echoed from behind. Edwin and Luca turned around to find the director's team and all the crew members wearing that same strained expression, like they were trying not to laugh. One staff member finally managed to compose himself, only to accidentally lock eyes with Edwin and Luca as he looked up. In an instant, the staff member could not hold it anymore. He let out a laugh, and everyone around him followed suit. Henry and the others gave up holding back too, and soon the entire space was filled with bright, unrestrained laughter. Exactly. Who said there is no real empathy in this world? Is not it right here, right now? How could Edwin not understand Luca's feelings back then? Watching everyone laugh more freely with each passing second, Edwin clenched his jaw tight. For heaven's sake, I am calling the police. I will have all of you arrested. The only answer he got was another wave of loud laughter. Even a staff member shouted out in teasing, "Want me to lend you my phone?" The group just laughed harder, completely ignoring how Edwin was feeling in that moment. Meanwhile, Charles and Gabriel ran back to the villa together. Once they reached the living room, Charles let go of Gabriel's hand, flopped onto the sofa, and could not help but say with a grin, "Gosher must be furious after what I did." Charles could not help laughing harder, grabbing a cushion and hugging it close as he continued to chuckle. Gabriel's gaze settled on Charles's face. After a few seconds, he finally looked away, sitting down beside him and asking, "So, Charles, when did we start being together?" "I just found out." Hearing that, Charles's laughter paused. He sat up straight, turning to look at Gabriel with a slight frown. "Gabriel, are you saying you do not want to be with me?" Charles spoke seriously, and Gabriel immediately understood he was truly puzzled. Gabriel let out a quiet mental sigh, his eyes soft as he smiled. "I do want to be with you. More than anything. That is why I am asking. How did you suddenly figure it out?" When Gabriel said that, the live chat burst into activity again. Viewers and fans alike were equally confused and unsure. Exactly, they really wanted to know. When exactly had Charles and Gabriel started being together? They would been watching the stream the whole time, and even after arriving at the villa, Charles had not been alone with Gabriel. How did they end up together like this? And from what Gabriel said, it sounded like he did not even know when they started being together. That is quite something. So Charles did not just announce it. He declared he was in a relationship with Gabriel all on his own? Who does that kind of thing? Charles was even more unbelievable than Asher, who once started a long-distance connection without ever asking about the other person's gender. Speaking of Asher, the chat erupted into another wave of intense discussion. Unbelievable. Seriously unbelievable. Who would have thought 3 minutes ago I was still caught up in the drama between Asher and Adam? How did it suddenly become about Charles and Gabriel? Do not even get me started. I am totally overwhelmed right now. You are telling me I haven't even figured out one mystery, and suddenly another one pops up. This is making my head spin. But talking about Asher, I just cannot keep it in. Online dating is one thing, it is common these days, but for both of them to go that route without even thinking about orientation or identity. Come on, seriously, do not take this too far. I cannot take it anymore. I am dying of laughter. Wow, just counting them up now. I realize we have had so many juicy updates today. You know what? It actually seems to be true. After a quick tally and some calculation, they were all shocked by how many developments there were. From the moment the guests appeared, it started with the subtle tension between Asher and Adam. Then Luca showed up without regard for his stepfather Owen, putting on a show of family harmony. And then there was Albert and Isabella. Something clearly off about their relationship. Just when everyone let their guard down, Charles turned to Gabriel and asked what it means to like someone. And why fans keep saying he likes Gabriel. Right after that came the moment when Asher confronted his agent and Adam, followed by a negotiation between them. Then Charles suddenly announced something out of nowhere. Even people who usually do not watch variety shows were stunned at this point and could not help but ask, "Wait, is not this supposed to be a travel show?" In response, the live chat viewers replied seriously, "No, Our show's real name is Let's Go Eat Some Gossip, also known as Gossip Central. But now I think it is more like a romance show. This comment quickly gained massive support from fans and viewers alike. Seriously, where in the entire internet can you find a romance show that ends up with more couples than ours? Let's not even talk about couple pairings. Just compare how much gossip we have had. Any one of the first 3 episodes could easily outshine any other show. Exactly, the guests on other shows usually know when to hold back. But our cast, they really do not hold anything back at all. They do not even bother pretending. When they want to stir things up, they just go straight for it. Henry Gosher, you are up. Charles, what do you have to say? The chat was buzzing with chatter, but eventually the conversation came back to the main point. So when exactly did Charles and Gabriel start dating? Charles, say something. Hurry up, please. Just tell us already. Could it really be that they just started? It had been a full 30 seconds since Gabriel asked. The viewers in the live stream were already losing patience, but Gabriel stayed unusually calm. He did not rush Charles's answer, instead getting up to pour him a glass of water. The cup was handed over to Charles, who took it and drank half before smiling and saying, I actually figured it out when I got off the bus. Gabriel was about to pour himself a drink when he heard that and paused mid-motion. He suddenly remembered what Charles had said when they parted. Back then, Charles mentioned he would been thinking things through, and Gabriel asked if he would figured it out. Charles did not answer. He just turned the question around instead. Gabriel's grip on his cup tightened slightly, then slowly loosened. He gave a quiet smile. So it was that early. He had sensed something off at the time, but Gabriel had not dared to think too much into it. Waiting takes time, and he could not afford to waste his patience too soon. Fortunately, Charles did not make him wait long. Gabriel set down his cup, tilted his head slightly, and spoke softly. So we are boyfriend and boyfriend now? His voice was quiet, deliberately lowered, the ending soft like a gentle hook brushing through Charles's mind. Charles pressed his lips together and extended his hand politely. Hello, boyfriend. Gabriel's eyes lingered on the hand Charles offered. He slowly reached out, gently took hold of the boy's pale hand, and gave it a light shake. Just as Charles was about to pull back, Gabriel applied slight pressure, using that motion to draw him into his arms. Charles nearly lost his balance, and the cup in his hand almost slipped. Thankfully, Gabriel's other hand caught it just in time. He then took the cup and placed it on the coffee table, wrapping one arm around Charles's waist while pulling him fully into his embrace with the other. Their chests pressed close, so near they could feel each other's warmth. Charles's chin rested on Gabriel's neck, and when he tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth nearly brushed against Gabriel's cheek. Charles pressed his lips together and stayed still, feeling the tension in Charles's body. Gabriel gave a soft laugh. Charles, he said gently, I am really happy. He was so excited that he could not hold back, especially not with all the cameras watching. As he pulled Charles into his arms, it was a hot summer day. Even with the air conditioning on, Gabriel's warmth was still noticeable. Charles closed his eyes, feeling that long empty space inside him finally being filled completely. It was an odd, overwhelming sensation. Waves of emotion swirling together, even making the tip of his nose ache, tears welling up behind his eyes. Charles suddenly remembered the dream he had in the car. The dream was not finished, but right after getting off the vehicle, Charles recalled the explanation he had not heard in the dream. Charlotte said, sometimes love is about wanting to hold on, and sometimes it is about letting go. Love can be simple feelings or complicated emotions, but one thing is certain. It is the purest and most beautiful feeling humans have. No matter what kind of love it is, people naturally want to get closer, and they often find themselves thinking about each other. Just like how Charles always finds himself wanting another sip of the oat milk Gabriel made for him. They held on to each other longer than expected, long enough that the live chat was filled with bursts of excited messages for several rounds, long enough that neither noticed the front door of the villa being opened. Then Asher's loud voice broke through. Wait, what are you two doing? Gabriel was the first to let go, but to his surprise, Charles did not immediately pull back. Instead, he gently rubbed his head against Gabriel's neck before calmly saying, a hug. You saw it, right? Asher stood frozen at the doorway, completely stunned. A hug? Asher's bewildered expression was priceless, and the livestream viewers could not help but react. You cannot be serious, Asher. You are not actually still clueless about what just happened, are you? I swear he really did not know. He went straight to his agent after punching Adam in the face, since conversations between performers and their agents are not meant for public sharing. The camera crew just captured a distant shot. After talking with his agent, Asher's expression looked much calmer, and he headed straight back to the villa. The moment he walked in, he saw Charles and Gabriel hugging each other. How could he not be completely confused? Wait a second, you two. Before Asher could finish asking, another surprised voice chimed in. What is going on with the two of you? Charles and Gabriel both turned to look, and Adam had just returned. Asher had not held back during the confrontation, and soon after, Adam's nose began swelling up. After speaking with Asher, he went to meet his agent, while Adam naturally headed off to tend to his injury. The doctor gave a quick checkup and handed him an ice pack, telling him to keep applying it frequently. Now standing at the doorway, Adam held the ice pack against his face while silently looking at Asher. What on earth is going on here? Did not they just enjoy watching the scene a moment ago? How could they end up hugging each other like that so quickly? Asher did not even want to look at Adam, turning instead toward the living room. But he did not go upstairs. He simply sat down on the nearby sofa. Perfect. Did not Charles and the others just enjoy watching the fun earlier? He was chasing Adam around, while they laughed from the side. Now it is his turn to watch Charles' moment in the spotlight. Asher had a faint smile on his face. After a brief silence, Adam pulled out his phone. Where are the others? Do they know? Should he send them a message on WeChat? Just then, Charles reached out and gently moved Gabriel aside. Gabriel looked puzzled. Then he heard Charles silently mutter to himself, "Never mind, they just broke up over a romantic issue. Someone like me with a partner should probably not stir things up. What does someone like me who has a partner even mean? You only just started being in a relationship yourself, did not you? And what exactly did Charles do to upset Asher? Could it be?" Edwin's mind raced, and he quickly stepped inside the house, walking straight into the living room. There he saw Adam standing a short distance away, Charles and Gabriel sitting close together, while Asher sat across from them. Seemed nothing was out of place. Noticing Edwin's gaze, Gabriel looked at him first. Edwin shot Gabriel a sharp glare right away. Gabriel acted as if he had not seen the warning in Edwin's eyes, calmly turning his attention elsewhere. At that moment, the other guests started arriving one after another. Seeing Charles and Gabriel, as well as Asher and Adam together, a few of them exchanged glances with subtle expressions. Asher quickly picked up on something and turned to look at Henry. Henry, catching his cue, said, "You cannot even use the internet yourself?" That was a bit ironic. Just moments ago he had gotten into a fight with his manager and Adam, and now they were asking him to go online? Although Asher was not worried about internet backlash and did trust his own ability to handle any situation, that was not the real issue. He did not mind fighting Adam. But now everyone online knew he had a romantic connection with Adam that did not work out in person. Asher's face turned pale, then red, the shifting colors quite dramatic. The viewers in the live stream instantly started laughing, with Asher's fans being especially loud. Fans knew Asher so well. They certainly understood he would not care about online criticism. After all, he would dealt with plenty of negative comments before. What really bothered him was that he would just acted too impulsively and accidentally revealed his past connection with Adam. Asher was worried people would remember this moment and keep making fun of him forever. And indeed, that is exactly what happened. Not just fans remembered it, but the entire internet had taken notice. After all, Asher and Adam's names were still trending at number 2, and for reference, Charles and Gabriel were leading at number 1. Seeing Asher's increasingly expressive reaction, the fans could not hold back anymore. "Hey, Asher, now do you regret it?" He is probably already regretting it so much his insides are turning green. Maybe he will start writing a new song right after this episode ends. A new song? Is it going to be about insulting fans or Adam? It has got to be about Ting Ting. I would advise fans to watch their words, just in case Asher decides to settle things the same way he handled Ting Ting. Fans and online viewers were having a blast. completely ignoring the actual people involved, while the atmosphere inside the villa suddenly grew quiet and oddly tense. This episode was just like before. The production team had stocked the villa with ingredients, and everyone needed to cook together. Owen felt he could not stay seated any longer, so he suggested going to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Harper wanted to help, but Luca stopped her. He said with a quiet tone, "Funny thing, I first met Owen and he claimed he was great at cooking, yet after all this time, I still haven't had one bite. Today's the day I will finally see for myself." Harper said nothing. Charles could not hold back and burst out laughing. The other guests were not holding back either. Everyone had a smile, but they were careful not to push too far. After all, each of them relied on Owen for meals every single episode, and some even got their first taste before Luca did. From his stepfather's cooking, Owen would not dare say no. He quickly replied, "Sure thing. You can count on me today." Luca did not respond one way or the other, but Luca could easily ask Owen to do things, something the others could not do without hesitation. Adam stood up first. "I will help too," he said, then turned to Henry and glanced at Asher before asking, "You in?" Henry stood up, nodded, and followed him into the kitchen. Albert said, "I will come too. I recently learned a new recipe. Want to give it a try?" He was speaking directly to Isabella. Isabella's face turned red. She glanced nervously at the camera, but could not resist a small nod. The kitchen suddenly had 3 more people in it. Gabriel said to Charles, "I will help out too." Charles nodded in agreement and started to follow Gabriel. Just then, Edwin suddenly reached out and grabbed Charles's arm. "Wait a second." Charles looked puzzled. Edwin glanced at Gabriel, his tone annoyed. "I need to talk to him about something. Go help yourself if you want." Gabriel smiled. "All right then." With that, Gabriel walked into the kitchen. Charles glanced at Gabriel, quickly looked away, and sat down beside Edwin. "What did you want to talk about, second brother? Just get on with it." Why the formal tone? Could it be that second brother's feeling like getting into a relationship too after seeing me with someone? Gabriel opened the fridge and could not help but let out a quiet chuckle. Edwin let out a sharp huff of annoyance. He was not thinking about dating at all. He just could not stand seeing Gabriel standing near Charles. And besides, can the group messages stop coming in nonstop? Edwin pulled out his phone, opened the chat group, and started responding to Jack and Charlotte's questions. Charles waited patiently for a moment, but when Edwin still did not speak up, he felt a bit puzzled. Big brother said he wanted to talk to me, but why are you playing with your phone?" Jack and Charlotte insisted in the group chat that Edwin let Charles go right away. They wanted to watch Charles talk to Gabriel. Edwin refused. He not only disagreed, but also turned off the group notifications right away. Then he put his arm around Charles's shoulder. "Come on, let's go play cards." Charles was completely confused. Luca waved at Charles too. "Come on, let's play cards together. What is going on here?" Charles was pulled by Edwin and sat across from Harper, with Edwin and Luca on either side. Then the 4 of them actually started playing cards. The scene felt strange yet somehow peaceful at the same time. Asher could not hold back any longer and stood up, walking into the kitchen. "What is going on here, exactly?" Henry glanced at Gabriel and smiled without saying a word. Owen swallowed hard, too embarrassed to make a joke about himself, so he simply stayed silent. Albert thought for a moment. Even though everyone here seemed easygoing, his agent had warned him before to stay quiet. And just moments ago, he would nearly slipped up and caused trouble, so he chose not to speak. Asher looked at Gabriel again. Gabriel did not even glance at Asher. Adam cleared his throat. "I just checked the trending topics." Asher still looked annoyed, but he glanced at Adam anyway. Adam said, "The trending topic says Charles and Gabriel are together." Asher was shocked. "What?" His voice was loud enough that people outside the kitchen heard it. Gabriel sighed and turned back. "Can you keep it down in front of the person involved?" Asher quickly covered his mouth, then laughed. "When did that happen?" "That is great news." Henry handed the chopped vegetables to Owen and nodded. "Yeah, but does not really have anything to do with you being single, does it?" Adam's eyes sharpened as he stared at Asher. "Asher, as long as..." "Impossible." "Get lost," Asher snapped. Adam pressed his lips together and sighed without a word. Asher then glared at Henry. Says you, who is not single yourself. Out of all of us, only Owen, Gabriel, Albert, and Isabella have confirmed relationships, right? The moment the word left his lips, Albert's smile lit up brightly, but as soon as he said it, his expression changed instantly. At the same moment, Isabella's sharp cry echoed from the kitchen doorway. Albert, what kind of thing are you even willing to say? 5 minutes earlier, due to a series of unexpected revelations throughout the afternoon, the live stream audience for the Let's Go Travel show hit an all-time high, even though there was nothing exciting happening in the live stream at that moment. So much so that fans' newly formed favorite couple, Chinyi, had been split up, with one group playing cards in the living room and another preparing meals in the kitchen. The audience count kept rising steadily. The chat was buzzing with lively discussion. So, Edwin, tell me, why did you keep Charles around? Why not have Charles go help Gabriel cook instead? Exactly. I want to see them cooking together as a couple. Gosh, Edwin's definitely jealous. There is no doubt about it. How could he not be jealous? After all, his younger brother just found someone as great as Gabriel right after turning 18. Look at Edwin's past relationship. Please do not bring up Mason again. If you do, Edwin might really get upset. I swear I did not mean to mention Mason. I hope Edwin does not get mad just because of that. Sorry, Edwin, I promise not to bring him up again. Viewers could not help but burst out laughing at this. Alright. So this is how your fans like to play. No way. Hey, wait. What is Asher doing in the kitchen? Any small movement from the guests sent waves of excitement through the chat. They were all afraid of missing another big moment, hearing Asher get close to Gabriel, then getting challenged by Henry and pushing back at both Adam and Henry. Viewers could not help but laugh heartily. But as they were still laughing, everyone suddenly heard Albert's cheerful yes, and the laughter immediately stopped. The next second, Isabella's sharp scream echoed through the entire live stream, and a flurry of question marks floated across the chat. Wait, what did you just agree to, Albert? Asher said there were only 3 couples here, and Albert said yes. So he just admitted he is dating Isabella? Wait, is this a full-on confession? That is intense. Oh my gosh, is this even something I should be hearing? I cannot handle this, Albert. Seriously, pay attention next time. How did you fall into such an obvious trap like that? The viewers' laughter was loud, but the other guests reacted even faster. Charles did not even notice he still had his cards in hand. He stood up and quickly walked toward the kitchen. Isabella stood frozen, her face clearly showing one word: disaster. Albert still held a green onion in his hand, standing stiffly. When their eyes met, he looked flustered and quickly turned away, opening his mouth as if to explain. But no words came out. Charles scanned the two of them back and forth before asking, "What is going on?" Edwin, Harper, and Luca arrived shortly after. Edwin glanced across the kitchen's group and asked, "What happened?" The people in the kitchen all wore different expressions. Isabella and Albert looked especially uneasy. Clearly, they were the ones at the center of it all. Charles thought of something, and his eyes lit up instantly. Isabella's so worked up. Could Albert have accidentally said something just now? Gabriel's gaze settled on Charles, and the corner of his mouth turned upward slightly. Charles had actually guessed correctly, but still, a guess was just a guess. Charles wanted to figure out the truth for himself. He glanced briefly at everyone else present. Asher's expression was mixed. He looked at Isabella, then at Albert, realizing he might have said the wrong thing. Something unusual for him, as a faint hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Adam had been watching Asher closely all along. Seeing that, he could not help but speak up. He did not mean to. Asher tended to say things without thinking when his temper flared. Asher clenched his jaw and shot Adam a sharp look, as if saying, "Do you really need to explain for me?" Adam cleared his throat lightly and fell silent. Seeing that, Charles began to understand what was going on. So Asher said something, and then Albert let it slip. Then there was Henry. His expression was the most relaxed among them. Hearing Adam's words, he raised one eyebrow slightly and gave a knowing smile. "Looks like I was right all along." Charles felt pretty confident now, though he was not sure if it was to confirm his hunch or for some other reason. He still walked over toward Gabriel. What is going on? Charles reached out naturally and tried to take Gabriel's hand. Gabriel's hands were still damp, and he softly said, "Wait a moment." Charles's hand froze in midair. Gabriel quickly dried his hands and then reached out to take Charles's hand. Only then did Charles's lips curve into a small smile. The chat reacted, "Oh my gosh. Ship it. I cannot even look. Can you two be any more obvious? Isabella and Albert are right over there, and Edwin's still right here watching too." Gabriel could not see the chat, and even if he could, he would not have stepped back from Charles. When Charles moved to his side, Gabriel leaned in slightly, pressed close to Charles's ear, and quietly summarized what had just happened. They were so close that Charles could feel Gabriel's breath brushing against his earlobe, tingling and faintly warm. After hearing the full account, Charles could not hold back. The corners of his mouth kept rising. So Asher accidentally set a trap for Albert, and Albert walked right into it without even realizing. Charles could not hold it in. He turned his head and rested it on Gabriel's shoulder, laughing out loud. Edwin heard Charles's thoughts and guessed what had happened, about to laugh himself, until his lips barely curved upward and he caught sight of Charles and Gabriel pressed together. His eyelid twitched. Without a second thought, he marched straight toward them. "What are you two talking about?" Charles was still laughing, completely unaware that Edwin had already approached. Gabriel had just been holding Charles's hand when he noticed Edwin coming over. He let go of Charles's hand, wrapped his arm around Charles's back, and gently pulled him closer. The gesture was clear, and done right in front of Edwin. It was practically a challenge on purpose. The fans in the live stream burst into cheers again. "Gabriel, are you being a bit too bold? But I love watching it." "Exactly. I just love these kinds of moments more. Please." Real couples showing their affection openly are so sweet. Plus, if Edwin would just stop interrupting all the time. "Wait, are you guys really thinking that way?" But I cannot help wanting to see Edwin get flustered. "You are trouble, are not you?" Turning back to the screen, Edwin watched Gabriel's move, and his forehead twitched visibly. It was obvious he was furious. The online audience burst into even louder laughter. Edwin could not take it anymore, glaring fiercely. "Gabriel, you, still standing there? What are you waiting for?" Henry suddenly spoke up, his gaze calm as he looked at Albert and Isabella. "Do not you think about what comes next?" Charles stopped laughing and pulled away from Gabriel's side. Edwin also stopped in his tracks, glancing at the people involved. Albert was still frozen in place, still holding onto the big green onion without letting go, looking completely dazed. Harper stood beside Isabella, gently supporting her. After hearing Henry's words, she paused and said, "Actually, sorry." Asher suddenly spoke up, his expression slightly awkward as he explained, "I was just having a bit of fun. Should I help clarify things?" That is true. If Asher stepped in now and said it was just an innocent joke, the whole thing could probably be smoothed over. Of course, it would not exactly seem believable. After all, Albert and Isabella's reactions were quite strong. Today's viewers are not easily fooled, and given that their audience has been following the story from the start, brushing it off would only make things worse. Now it all depends on what Isabella decides to do. Charles's eyes settled on Isabella. Isabella had calmed down considerably by now. She took a long breath, then looked up at Asher and smiled. "No need. This is not your fault." Asher's brows flickered slightly as he opened his mouth to speak again, but Adam suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Asher paused, surprised. Then came Albert's quiet voice. "I did not hide it well enough. He would just been so thrilled since meeting Isabella that he lost his composure, and in the moment forgot their relationship had not actually been made public yet. "You should not take all the blame yourself," Isabella said with a soft sigh, lightly pressing her fingers to her temple. "Even if there is fault, it is ours, both of us, for keeping this from our fans in the first place. But," then she suddenly smiled, "but today might be a perfect chance to come clean, do not you think?" Hearing those words, everyone at the table stared at her in disbelief. Albert froze in place. So Isabella is actually going to admit it right now. Charles was slightly surprised, but then he paused and thought to himself, "But honestly, I think it is actually fine if they just come clean now. After all, Ever since they got on the bus today, Albert has been acting like an open book. Though some fans still refuse to believe it, most people could already tell. The audience and online viewers have all figured it out by now, especially after Albert just said yes earlier. At this point, denying anything would really feel like treating their followers like fools, even if admitting the relationship does cause some short-term impact on both of their careers. That effect is not permanent, and it might even win them a wave of goodwill from casual fans in the process. Charles thought through everything carefully and then smiled as he said, "I actually think it is a good idea to go public now." Isabella and Albert both turned toward Charles at the same time, and then they heard him continue. "After all, today's show has had one big story after another. Maybe by now, the online audience is already full, so they will not have any energy left to dig into your drama." As soon as he said that, all the guests on stage could not help but smile. The viewers watching live were nearly laughing out loud. All right, so that is how you are going to play it, Charles. Are you seriously underestimating my ability to follow the latest gossip? I already caught a small piece of this earlier today. That is right. No need for them to admit anything now. We have all figured it out already. The online audience has sharp eyes, and with Albert's obvious behavior this afternoon, they did not need much to put the pieces together. So when Isabella finally said she would go public, they were not surprised at all. It is hard to say how Isabella's fans are handling this right now. Thinking about that, some mischievous netizens started tagging Isabella's fans in the live chat. They kept tagging them again and again, but no fan replied at first. Only after they pushed a bit more did one finally respond, "Please stop tagging me. I am feeling awful right now. I just want to lie down." Seeing this, the mischievous netizens burst into louder laughter. "Did not you say earlier today that you did not believe it? Now you probably will not keep insisting, would you? But hey fans, do not be too heartbroken. Sure, you lost a beloved figure, but now you have got an honorary brother-in-law instead. Hey, come on, that is going too far." Knowing how much the fans were hurting, the online crowd only chuckled lightly at first before quickly shifting to comfort. Honestly, I actually think Isabella was really honest. There are not many idols like that anymore. Do not be too down on yourselves. Others chimed in, exactly. Way better than those who get caught and still deny it. And Isabella is clearly serious about her relationship too. You can tell from how she reacted. She really likes Albert. Albert feels the same way about Isabella. If he was not so deeply invested, how could he have fallen into Asher's clever wording trap? But seriously, I have eaten up enough gossip today. I am full. Tell me about it. Hold on. Suddenly I just realized something. Does that mean our travel show has turned into 3 couples now? 3? We have got at least 2 more who are trying to win back their partners. This comment instantly sparked a wave of shared reactions from viewers and netizens alike. So, is this really not just a dating show after all? Let's just rename it. Let's go on a date together. I am on board with that. The chat was full of warm and cheerful vibes, and the atmosphere on set was just as light and relaxed. Gabriel followed behind Charles and said to Isabella, "Charles is right. There is no better time than today. After all, with 11 guests including the special appearances this episode, 7 of them are already trending. Adding 2 more would not make much difference." Edwin's expression shifted when he heard Gabriel use that nickname. "Wait, is it okay for you to call him Charles like that? I haven't even called him that myself, not as his older brother." Gabriel really went too far. Gabriel pressed his lips together but said nothing. Charles could not hold back and turned to look at Edwin. "I actually like hearing Gabriel call me that. What is the problem? My older brother's acting so weird today." Edwin's face turned pale, and he was about to confront Charles firmly when Owen quietly stepped in and blocked him. All right. People are still working on serious matters right now," Owen said. Henry chuckled at the scene, then turned to Isabella and spoke sharply. "See? That is why audiences do not always have energy to follow your relationship drama." Isabella could not hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing. Albert, seeing Isabella smile, finally let out a breath of relief. Realizing the day's tension had passed, he hurried over with eagerness. Come on, put that onion down already." Isabella could not stand it anymore. How long was Albert going to keep holding on to that big onion? Albert turned red and quickly put down the green onion. Well, I will contact my agent, you contact yours, Isabella said with a sigh, giving Albert a look that mixed exasperation and patience. That is all there is to it. Albert stared at Isabella for several seconds, his eyes suddenly welled up, and without hesitation, he wrapped his arms tightly around her. All right? I will contact my agent right now. The more he spoke, the sadder he sounded, tears rolling down steadily. The other guests were left stunned. Why is he crying again? Owen could not help but ask. The more Albert thought about it, the more frightened he became. Through a shaky voice, he said, I was terrified. I really thought it was over. After all that effort to win her over. If Isabella broke up with me because of this, just something like this. How could Isabella possibly break up with you? Harper asked. Amused, Owen added reassuringly. It is fine now. It is all behind us. Just issue a statement and it will be sorted. Charles glanced at Albert, then at Isabella, who still looked a bit dazed, and sighed. Still lacks confidence. Ha! Gabriel gave Charles a quick look. Isabella shivered slightly, staring at Charles with quiet surprise. No. Confidence? To be honest, Isabella had not expected Albert to cry over this. For celebrities, keeping a relationship private is actually quite common. After all, no one can promise such relationships will last long, and they usually do not want their personal lives becoming the focus of public attention. So ever since Isabella entered the industry, she never considered revealing her relationship with Albert. She would even plan to keep it hidden forever. Isabella had never thought about Albert's feelings. Seeing Albert cry like that, she suddenly realized it was because she had not given him enough emotional security. That is why Albert had stood frozen after saying the wrong thing, forgot to put down the onion in his hand, and finally let out a relieved cry once she said they would go public. Isabella's eyes suddenly welled up. I am sorry. You are not at fault. Albert abruptly pulled away from Isabella, his eyes still red but his tone very serious. It is not your fault. Now I feel much better. I think we should go see our agent. With that, Albert took Isabella's hand and did not pay attention to the other guests, leading her straight out of the villa. Only after they were far away did a light chuckle ripple through the villa. Shortly afterward, Isabella and Albert both posted statements on Weibo, officially announcing their relationship. Albert was just starting out, so he had fewer fans. When he came out publicly, his followers reacted with warmth and support. But Isabella was an idol by training, with a much larger fan base than Albert. Many of her fans struggled to accept the news at first. Some even shouted they were quitting as fans, yet those comments did not stay popular for long, because soon netizens noticed that the cast members from Let's Go Travel began sharing Isabella and Albert's posts one after another. Charles shared with a comment, "Congratulations. Can we get some wedding candy tonight?" Gabriel directly reposted Charles's post. CP fans could not help but say they were hooked. "Gabriel, you are really good at this." Charles shares Isabella's announcement, and you immediately share Charles's post. Your little plan is way too obvious. But then again, considering they only just confirmed things today, it is really understandable. Meanwhile, Edwin reposted Gabriel's post and added a fiery expression sticker with an ironic caption. "Who are you planning to eat?" The internet users could not help but laugh again. It is clear that Uncle Second is not too happy with Gabriel. "Gabriel, go for it. I believe in you and Charles." Gabriel even replied to the comment, "Thanks." Seeing this, the online crowd screamed again. Is today's drama too juicy? They even feel happier than the main characters themselves. That joy reached an even higher peak when they saw Asher and Adam's posts. Asher also shared Isabella's post, adding just one sentence. "Congratulations, and I am sorry too." It showed both his good wishes for Isabella and Albert, as well as his regret. Adam followed right after, sharing Asher's post with a message. "Congrats to you too. Just wonder when I will hear your congratulations on me." Cat's eyes. The two posts were published 1 second apart. It is hard not to suspect Adam timed it perfectly after Asher posted. The online community screamed, while asking about Adam's current progress in winning back his love. Only a minute later, Adam suddenly posted again. This one was especially brief. Blocked. Crying. The online crowd could not hold it in anymore. All right, no need to ask. It is obvious the road to winning her back is long and tough. Come on, Ting Ting, take your time with the chase. Let us know when you finally win her over. The comedy today definitely came from Ting Ting. Keep it up, Ting Ting. We are rooting for you. The online community chuckled and chatted. Then one user asked, "Hey, how is Gosher doing with his progress?" Someone said, "Why do not we send someone to check Gosher's Weibo?" Someone quickly replied, "I already did. I just got blocked by Gosher." Everyone, 3, 2, 1. Let's all laugh together. It is clear that Gosher hasn't made much progress at all. The filming for the 4th episode lasted 3 consecutive days, and throughout that time, the 11 cast members remained consistently popular across live streams, Weibo, and other platforms. Before anyone could blink, the recording for the 4th episode was already over. That evening, Charles was pulled by Edwin to head home. Charles looked annoyed. "Cannot I just wait until tomorrow to leave with Gabriel?" Edwin gave a cold stare. "No," Charles frowned. "Big brother, why do not you like Gabriel?" Edwin said, "I do not dislike him. I just do not want you hanging around with him. You are kind of surprisingly honest, are not you?" Charles had finished packing his suitcase, and Gabriel personally saw him off to the dock. Instead of taking a small boat back, they boarded a modest sightseeing ferry. After stowing the luggage, their hands were still tightly clasped together. Night had settled deeply, and the streetlights stretched their shadows long across the ground. Charles suddenly did not want to leave. He could not help but let out a long sigh. "I do not know what my older brother's problem is. Honestly," Gabriel could not help but smile at that. He gently squeezed Charles's hand and said, "Can I come back to find you when I am done with my work?" Charles nodded eagerly. "Okay," Gabriel asked again. "Your university is almost starting, is not it?" Charles said. "Yeah, about a week or so left. Then I will come pick you up when school starts?" Gabriel offered. Charles's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he nodded. "Okay." Suddenly, a breeze swept across the lake, sending ripples spreading over its calm surface. Charles tilted his head slightly, and suddenly noticed Gabriel's palm felt warmer than usual. He looked down at Gabriel's hand, then glanced up with a soft smile. Gabriel's throat moved slightly as he held his gaze steady and intense. Just then, Edwin's voice came from inside the cabin. "Charles, hurry up." Charles let out a soft huff, lifting his head to tell Gabriel he was leaving when suddenly 2 hands reached out and covered Charles's eyes. Charles blinked, and in an instant, he felt a gentle touch against his forehead, brief but warm. And then it was gone. "Go on now. Send me a message when you get home," Gabriel said, releasing his hold on Charles's eyes, his gaze fixed firmly on him without wavering. Charles could not help but touch his forehead where the contact had been. Edwin's voice came again from the cabin. Only then did Charles wave to Gabriel. "I am off now." Gabriel nodded silently. After boarding the tour boat, a stronger breeze swept across the lake, cooling Charles's face pleasantly. But even that was not enough to wash away the warmth still lingering on Charles's cheeks. The boat soon began moving, and Edwin took a seat across from Charles, trying to figure out how to start a real conversation. When suddenly he heard Charles's inner thoughts speaking with clear regret. "Why did Gabriel only kiss my forehead? Wait, what? How dare he kiss your forehead? When did that happen? How come I did not see it? Gabriel's such a sly one. It is completely unfair." Throughout the entire journey, Edwin did not say another word to Charles. Sitting across from him while tapping away on his phone nonstop, Charles did not notice either, since he was busy chatting with Gabriel the whole time. Edwin was aware that Charles was chatting with Gabriel, but during the rest of the journey, he did not hear Charles's thoughts again. Just as the plane was about to take off, after Charles sent his final message to Gabriel, he finally turned on flight mode and glanced at their chat history, feeling a bit reflective. "We would only just parted ways with Gabriel not long ago. Why do I suddenly miss him so much? I cannot stand it. I really cannot stand it. How long have we even been together? Only 3 days. And now I am already missing Gabriel after being apart for just a little while? Charles was even more caught up in feelings than Gabriel himself. Edwin kept typing furiously in the family group chat, but before he could finish sending his long message, a flight attendant came over to remind him to turn off his phone. There was no choice. Edwin had to reluctantly shut down his phone. Tonight when he gets home, he will hold a family meeting. They could not let Charles and Gabriel keep going on like this. The Charles in the seat ahead had no idea what Edwin was thinking. After recording all day and being dragged by Edwin to catch a late-night flight, he fell asleep not long after takeoff. In just 2 short hours, he had a dream that felt deeply familiar. Or maybe it was not a dream at all. He was back on the familiar balcony again. This time Charles was so excited, he did not even look at the oat milk already set out before rushing toward the bedroom. The man had just finished showering and stood in the closet, fully unclothed, getting ready to dress. He turned around slightly startled at the sound, locking eyes with Charles's innocent gaze. The man's cheeks flushed visibly, and he quickly turned around, slipping into his robe as his voice trembled slightly. "Why did you just come in like that?" Charles tilted his head. "Barging in like this. So you were saying I should not have come in straight away? Should I apologize then?" The man paused, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. He covered his heated face with his hand and took several seconds to calm down before saying, "It is all right, not your fault. I never told you earlier. Next time, please knock before coming in." Charles nodded slowly. "So I will remember to knock next time." The man gave a soft hum, about to mention the milk was ready, when Charles suddenly added, "I have a question." The man asked, "What?" Charles's eyes were clear and his tone sincere yet direct. "Could you take off your robe? I think your figure looks really good. Can I see it again?" The man remained frozen in place, utterly still, even the back of his neck tinged with a faint blush. Charles suddenly smiled, and just then, a flight attendant's gentle voice rang out, pulling him back from the memory fragment. Edwin had already stood up, his gaze fixed on Charles's slightly upturned lips. He asked casually, "What is going on?" Charles rose to his feet and shook his head. After a few seconds, he laughed softly. "Just remembered something amusing," Edwin asked. "What?" Charles did not answer further. The dream was brief and lacked clear cause or effect, but Charles unexpectedly connected this memory to other scattered fragments. The man seemed to stand silently for a long time. Long enough that Charles could clearly see the blush fading from his face, long enough that Charles grew slightly impatient and even considered stepping out first to have some milk before finally hearing him whisper, "Have you seen other people's figures?" Charles replied without hesitation, "Sure, I have." This time, the man did not blush again. His eyes were deep and unblinking as he stared at Charles, filled with a complex emotion that Charles could not understand at the moment. In the end, the man never agreed to take off his clothes for Charles to see him one more time, but thankfully, Charles now understood. Those eyes held annoyance, jealousy, and a deep sense of helplessness. It was already 12:30 at night when they returned home, and the butler opened the door. Charles glanced curiously at the people in the living room. Is today some special occasion? 3 brothers being here is fine, but why is the eldest brother home too? And what about this late hour? Why are not Jack and Charlotte asleep yet? Jack and Charlotte, were you waiting for us on purpose? Charles asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned in unison toward Edwin behind Charles. Jack and Charlotte were indeed waiting for Charles to return, but Michael and Alexander were not. They had come back specifically because of the family meeting set to happen tonight. Charlotte stood up and said, "They are here for something else." "Charles, are you hungry? I made some soup for you." The shoot had already lasted all day, and after barely any rest at night, Charles was brought back by Edwin straight away. He was now both starving and exhausted. Hearing Charlotte's words, he felt touched and hugged her tightly. "Starving? Only Charlotte truly cares." Charlotte smiled. "Come on, let's go have some soup." After eating and drinking his fill, Charles felt even sleepier. He said goodbye to the others and headed upstairs first. Half an hour later, Charles's thoughts came from upstairs. "Oh no, it is so late. I need to send a message to Gabriel first, then go straight to bed." The voice trailed off gradually and faded away. It was only then that the Hua family's meeting officially began. Edwin spoke up first. No matter what you all think, I am absolutely against it. Alexander followed right after. I agree too. Charles is still so young, older than me. No, he is younger. How can someone that age even be talking about romance? Brother, you are with me on this, right? Everyone turned their attention to Michael, who paused for a moment before giving a quiet nod. While Gabriel is indeed impressive and treats Charles very well, the situation with their company is extremely complicated. Benjamin, who was recently exposed, was also linked to Riker. I worry that if Charles gets involved with Gabriel now, he might end up dragged into their family conflicts down the line. Michael made a well-reasoned argument, instantly earning nods of agreement from Edwin and Alexander. Exactly, Charles is such a straightforward person. Why should he get pulled into all this mess with the Chin family? Alexander grumbled. Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance but remained silent throughout. After Michael finished speaking, he did not say another word. Instead, Alexander and Edwin began taking turns listing all the reasons they were against it. Jack and Charlotte grew increasingly drowsy. Just as Edwin was about to start making another excuse, Charlotte finally could not hold back. Fine, if you are all against it, then go talk to Charles yourselves, Jack added. Romance is ultimately between two people. I just want Charles to be happy. But since you are so strongly opposed, why do not you go have a real talk with him and hear what he thinks? Edwin and Alexander glanced at each other. Alexander spoke first. All right, Edwin thought for a moment, then said, but every time I talk to Charles, everyone immediately looked up at him. What? Alexander suddenly realized. Oh, does he bring up Mason to needle you? Edwin, can you not speak when you do not know what you are talking about? Just shut up. Alexander let out a mischievous chuckle. Not only does Charles enjoy bringing up this topic to tease Edwin, but who in the whole family does not do it too? Even Edwin's fans love bringing this up every now and then, like they are digging up an old story over and over. Jack Charlotte could not help but laugh a little, clearly amused, until he caught Edwin's icy stare. Jack finally pulled back slightly from his smile. This talk can only be between you two. After all, both your mom and I are not against it. Exactly, Charlotte said. You figure it out yourselves. It is getting late. We are heading up to bed now. With that, Jack and Charlotte headed upstairs. Alexander was about to head back when Edwin suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. Alexander looked confused. Huh, Edwin called out to Michael, who was just getting up. Brother, you have got to step in on this too, right? Cannot leave it all on him and Alexander to talk sense into Charles? Michael paused mid-step, stood still for a moment, then said, all right, I will talk to Charles first thing tomorrow morning. Edwin and Alexander instantly lit up with joy. Yes, absolutely. With Michael, the business negotiation expert now on board, what could possibly go wrong? There is no way they will lose. The three brothers rarely agreed so fully on anything before, and fast asleep, Charles had no idea his three older brothers had just formed a splitting team, ready to launch their campaign to talk him into changing his mind. Charles slept deeply this time, and in this dream, he once again found a small fragment of memory. This time, the other figure in the dream was not Gabriel, but rather the entire Hua family. In the memory, Charles was of short stature, but Michael, Edwin, and Alexander were all about the same height as they are now. Charles quietly hid in the courtyard near the swimming pool of the Hua family's villa. This spot was safe, not too close to the pool he feared, yet still allowed him a good view of the entire Hua family. That evening, it snowed heavily. White flakes blanketed the grass and gradually built up into a thick layer. On such a snowy day, the family gathered together to enjoy a barbecue. Jack and Charlotte sat close side by side, chatting while eating their barbecue. Michael sat upright with a computer placed in front of him. Edwin seemed tired from eating and was now lying on the lounge chair, covered by a thick blanket. Alexander sat at the far end, playing a game while talking to Edwin. Charles could definitely hear something from this distance, but for some reason, he could not make out any of their words. As the conversation went on, his eyelids grew heavier until, in a daze, he heard Jack's surprised voice. When did a child show up in our garden? Charlotte reacted with alarm. A child? Did not it snow all night last night? Jack picked up Charles, brushed off the piled-up snow from his body, felt his forehead, and hurried toward the villa. Quick! Get a doctor. He is still alive. In his hazy state, Charles heard chaos among the Hua family, but he could not open his eyes. Held in Jack's arms, he felt an unusually warm embrace, one he had never known before. Morning light slowly slipped through the gaps in the curtains and crept across Charles's face. The dark lashes, like raven feathers, seemed dampened by something wet, hanging down in a clump. Only when the owner's eyelids twitched slightly did they slowly part. Now stuck together from tears, Charles opened his eyes and finally realized he had been having dreams lately, but every time he woke up, he always pushed those dreams aside. His subconscious seemed to be telling him that none of it mattered. Why would not it matter? Charles had not even had a chance to think deeper when his subconscious blocked the question before he could. Charles slowly blinked, then suddenly sat up straight. Gabriel! Did Gabriel send me a message? At the same time, downstairs in the dining room, Edwin slammed his hand on the table. See? He just woke up and starts talking about Gabriel again. You still say Charles is not obsessed with love? Jack took a sip of his porridge. Well, I used to act like that when I was dating your mom. Charlotte smiled gently. If he woke up and did not think about Gabriel, now that would be the real problem. Edwin gave a quiet huff and turned to Michael. Brother, do not forget later. Michael finished reviewing the document and nodded. Charlotte looked at Edwin and suddenly asked, By the way, second brother, why are you so against Charles being with Gabriel? Edwin paused. Why are you asking that? Alexander frowned. Are not both me and brother also against Charles being with Gabriel? Different, Charlotte said. Among all of us, the one who really does not want Charles and Gabriel together is only you, second brother. Jack nodded in agreement. That is right. Michael and Alexander also opposed it, but their reactions were clearly not as strong as Edwin's. Charlotte suddenly said, You are not actually jealous, are you? Thinking that because you did not succeed, you cannot stand others doing well? Edwin's face turned dark. How could that be? He had actually thought about this question before, but the conclusion he reached made him feel deeply unsettled. He did not want Charles and Gabriel together because he believed it would put them in danger. But what kind of danger could Charles possibly face? Getting caught up in the Chin family's troubles? What kind of trouble could the Chin family even have? Besides, everyone in their household is around. Who would dare touch Charles? Edwin could not figure it out, so he did not voice his real concerns and just said, I just do not want them together. Then you are being unreasonable, Charlotte said sharply. Charles happened to hear. Who is being unreasonable? Charlotte turned around, smiling brightly. Charles is awake. Come have breakfast. Charles walked over with a smile. Today feels so wonderful. Edwin's eyes twitched. Michael glanced at Alexander. Alexander cleared his throat, about to ask if Charles was happy because he had a new romance, when he heard Charles say, It feels like we haven't all been together for breakfast in such a long time. So happy. Alexander covered his face with his hand. Recently, Michael and Edwin had been coming home to eat almost every other day. Only he was the one who would missed out, and just now, he would even thought about teasing Charles for being so cheerful. Maybe because of a new relationship. How could he think such a thing about Charles? Alexander felt deeply ashamed. His prepared words stuck in his throat. He gave Michael Edwin an encouraging look instead. Charles had not even said a word yet, and Alexander was already backing down. Then he looked at Michael. Michael had been busy on his tablet handling work matters. After hearing Charles's words, he hesitated for a moment, then set the device aside and said to Charles, Come on, sit down. We will eat together. No way. Our older brother is backing out too? Charles gave a soft reply and sat down beside Alexander. The Hua family's breakfast catered to everyone's tastes. Since Charles liked milk in the morning, Charlotte had specially made him a cup of oat milk he would mentioned before. Everyone's oat milk tasted different. Charlotte's was not as sweet as Gabriel's, but it was still delicious. After finishing his first glass of milk, Charles took another bite of a steamed bun and slowly enjoyed it. Edwin sipped some porridge and gave Michael a meaningful glance. Is it time to speak now? If you do not start talking soon, what if he says he is going to meet Gabriel after breakfast? Michael was more patient than Edwin. He waited quietly until Charles finished one steamed bun and then ate 2 dumplings before clearing his throat. Charles, just then, Michael's phone by the side rang. Edwin instantly became alert. Charles looked up at the right moment. What does my older brother want? After the phone rang for 3 seconds, Michael said, I will take this call first. This call was important. Edwin quietly clenched his fist. It is just about having a heart-to-heart with Charles, is not it? Why are things keeping getting in the way like this? Edwin muttered in frustration, then quickly finished the remaining porridge in his bowl. At that moment, Michael had already started talking to the person on the other end. His voice was deep and unusually pleasant. Charles did not pay attention to a single thing he said. After listening for a while, he felt his mind growing fuzzy. Charles could not help but think, I have to admit, my older brother is pretty impressive. Alexander glanced at Edwin, then quickly looked over at Michael. Michael clearly had not expected Charles to suddenly praise him, and a faint look of discomfort flashed across his face. The assistant on the other end presented 2 route analyses. After a brief pause, Michael said, Let's go with the first one. This route is more familiar and likely safer. Charles had been feeling drowsy from listening, but his eyes snapped open when he heard that. Route? Charles's voice trailed off, and instantly everyone in the room turned to look at him. With his brows furrowed, Charles paused thoughtfully, silently murmuring, I have this feeling. This part of the story might actually be really important. Michael's voice paused mid-sentence. The assistant's voice continued on the other end, but Michael did not respond right away. After a moment, the assistant could not hold back and asked, Michael. Michael stood up with his phone in hand and walked toward the backyard, speaking softly, Just give me a minute. At that moment, Charles had already pulled out his phone at the dining table and swiftly opened his notes app. Got it. Oh. Brother really picked a route with issues after all, but the details here are not very thorough. It just mentions that a shifting storm will pass right through this route in a few days. Not only did the cargo get affected, but several crew members on board also disappeared. Hearing this, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. Jack stood up immediately and walked toward Michael. Was it the shipment ordered a few weeks ago? Michael hung up the call and nodded. Yes, the original delivery schedule with the factory was half a month ago, but due to an unexpected issue at the factory, the shipment had been delayed, which is why they were in such a rush to retrieve this batch of goods. But after hearing what Charles said, Michael suddenly hesitated. If the cargo is damaged, there is insurance coverage, and it can also be reordered. But if crew members go missing, that is a serious threat to life. Even though Michael was not sure whether the situation Charles mentioned would actually happen, he decided it was best to be cautious. Michael said, I will have them hold off for now. Jack nodded in agreement. That is the safest choice. Just a week or so delay. We can definitely afford that kind of loss. Michael nodded. The father and son quickly came to an agreement. At that moment, Charles was still torn. How do I gently bring this up to my brother? What if we actually take that route? Finished the call? Charlotte's voice suddenly came in. Charles looked up and saw Jack and Michael walking back together. Michael said, Yeah, we talked about the cargo delivery issue, then glanced at Charles before adding, We were originally planning to bring the goods back tomorrow, but I just realized there is another batch of materials we ordered that is almost due. Decided it would be better to wait and ship everything together. Charles let out a big sigh of relief. I was really worried. Thank goodness my brother changed his mind. Now I do not have to stress anymore. That is amazing. Hearing this, everyone could not help but glance at Charles. Charles had finished his breakfast and was now pouring himself a glass of milk, taking a large sip with his eyes crinkling into a happy smile. Michael stared at Charles for several seconds and suddenly felt a softening in his heart. Although Charles had only just turned 18, he was indeed an adult now. Brothers grow up and will eventually fall in love. Even without Gabriel, Charles would one day bring home a stranger and introduce them as his partner. It made more sense to accept Charles being with Gabriel than to risk trusting someone whose character was unknown. After all, they knew Gabriel fairly well. Should something ever happen and Charles be treated badly, the whole family could step in to speak up together. With that thought, Michael withdrew his gaze. Let it be like this. As soon as Michael looked away, Edwin immediately grew flustered. So, just like that. It is over, brother. How can you just let it go like this? Edwin kept glancing at Michael, but Michael simply ignored his looks. Not a single word passed Michael's lips until Charles finished eating and went upstairs to change clothes. As soon as Charles left, Edwin could not hold back anymore. Brother, why did not you say anything? Michael cleared his throat. What do you mean? He realized then. Michael was clearly planning to play dumb. Edwin turned to Alexander next. Alexander cleared his throat lightly. Brother, without Charles, my team would have been a complete mess. He would actually thought it over carefully. Yes, Gabriel was slightly older than Charles, but that kind of man knows how to care for someone. And when Alexander first wanted to start his team, Charles was the one who stood by him from the beginning. So why should he oppose Charles now that he is getting involved in a relationship? If Charles found out, he would be heartbroken. You are all useless. Edwin snapped angrily. Charlotte sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. So why are you so determined on this? Everyone in the family agreed with the match, except for Edwin. Edwin could not possibly reveal his true thoughts, but suddenly a wild and shocking idea flashed through his mind. Staring at Charlotte with tight lips, he said, During this season's show filming, I noticed something strange. Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward him. Jack asked, What is wrong? After a 2-second pause, Edwin decided to speak his mind. I think Gabriel might be able to hear Charles's thoughts. Just then, Charles's excited voice came from upstairs. Wait, invited me to his mom's birthday party? Does that mean I will meet the family so soon? Edwin clenched his teeth. Look at this. What kind of situation is this? All eyes in the family turned to Edwin. Edwin grew more and more upset, muttering angrily, No way! We absolutely cannot let Charles meet. Charlotte suddenly spoke up, interrupting Edwin. What did you just say? Edwin said. I said we absolutely cannot. The one before that, Charlotte said. Edwin paused, then repeated seriously. I think Gabriel might be able to hear Charles's thoughts too. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire living room fell silent. Alexander looked completely shocked and was the first to speak. That cannot be right. Did not we all think only our family could hear Charles's thoughts? Edwin glanced at him and replied, We came to that conclusion because we had not found any evidence before that someone else could hear Charles's thoughts. Michael looked equally stunned, glancing up at Edwin. So now you actually have proof? Edwin nodded. Ever since he started suspecting Gabriel, Edwin had gone back to rewatch the first 3 live streams, including the 2 official episodes already released. He pulled out his phone and sent the compiled video clips to the family chat group. Take a look for yourselves, he said. The other 4 all pulled out their phones at once, and suddenly the living room was filled only with the sound of playback. Edwin's video was very thorough, covering all 4 episodes from the beginning. After watching the video, the whole family fell into a long silence. Eventually, Charlotte spoke up. This is not something minor. Instead of guessing here, we should go confirm it directly with Gabriel. Jack agreed with Charlotte and said, How about the birthday party day? We have already been invited, so we can ask Gabriel a few questions then. No need to make it seem forced. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Michael and Alexander did not object either. Only Edwin frowned deeply. So you are not stopping them from being together, even after knowing Gabriel can hear Charles's thoughts? And why must we go to that birthday party? Do you really plan for Charles to meet the family? It was clear that Edwin still could not accept Gabriel, at least not in the short term. But if he cannot accept it, then so be it. After all, they cannot control him anyway. Charlotte stood up with a tired sigh, deciding not to waste more words arguing with Edwin. As she stood, Jack got up too. Michael glanced at his watch and said, I have got a meeting to attend. Edwin looked over at Alexander, who gently patted his older brother's shoulder. Brother, I am going to grow up eventually. You really do not need to worry so much. Edwin clenched his jaw. Am I just being overly worried? Alexander cleared his throat and made up an excuse. Joseph messaged me. Says he found something? I will head out now. Alexander left in a flash, and before anyone could react, the large living room was left with just Edwin alone. Edwin stood up, then quickly sat back down again. No way, Charles cannot go to the birthday party like this. He had to come up with a plan. But just thinking about it took Edwin 5 whole days. With Gabriel's mother's birthday party just around the corner, Edwin still had not figured out a way to stop Charles from going. In the afternoon, Michael and Edwin were both at home, except for Charles, who was still in his performance class, and Alexander, who had not returned yet. Charlotte spoke up first. 5 days have passed. Did you come up with anything? Jack leaned in. Why do not you just go with us? If you are unhappy, you can speak to Gabriel right there on the spot. Charlotte nodded. That makes perfect sense. Edwin rolled his eyes. He is hosting a party tomorrow. I show up and cause trouble on the day? That would be stirring things up. So you do realize that is exactly what you are doing, Jack said with a grin. Michael spoke sincerely. Charles is in the middle of a good relationship. You not only oppose it, but also want him to end things with Gabriel. Does not that count as stirring trouble too? Edwin was about to argue back when Michael's phone suddenly rang beside him. He picked it up. Hello, Edwin huffed, preparing to ignore the whole family. He stood up and started walking toward the stairs when he heard Michael's voice behind him. A typhoon! Edwin paused mid-step. Jack and Charlotte both turned toward Michael. Michael's expression grew serious. After a long moment, the tight line between his brows finally eased. All right, I understand. The call ended, and Jack had already turned on the news. The weather segment on the TV was airing the latest typhoon forecast. As they watched the storm's path, it perfectly matched the route the cargo ship had been scheduled to take just a few days prior. The whole family could not help but express their relief. It actually did change course, just like that. Thank goodness they listened to Charles a few days ago. Charlotte let out a long breath and said to Michael, You really should thank Charles properly now. Michael nodded firmly. Yes, he truly needed to show proper appreciation to Charles. After a moment of thought, Michael said, I will send Charles some pocket money. Couples should have some funds for their relationship. Edwin's eyelid twitched sharply. Back when I was in a relationship, why did not you give me any dating allowance? And what does Charles need money for with Gabriel? Could Gabriel really be spending his money? Then they should definitely break up. Cut it out. Even if I gave you a dating fund, would you use that money to help raise someone else's child? Charlotte asked sincerely. Edwin, is Charles back? Suddenly, Alexander shouted at the top of his voice and rushed in with excitement. Seeing his eager expression, Jack frowned. What has got you so excited? We found it, Alexander said with excitement and a hint of anger. Not only did we get proof that Vincent fixed matches, but we also caught an insider. Hearing this, the entire family froze in surprise. One Vincent was not enough. Someone actually planted an insider within Alexander's team. Who would go to such lengths to bring down Alexander's squad? Alexander quickly walked over, sat on the sofa, took a sip of water, then pulled out the evidence he would gathered over the past few weeks for everyone to see. Jack and Charlotte were the first to take the documents and flip through them. Each page made their hearts race with concern. If I am not mistaken, this assistant has been with you for quite a while, Michael said. Alexander nodded. He never expected that the assistant he trusted most had been planted by someone else. Fortunately, they did not prepare many strategies last season, and their wins relied entirely on skill, so it did not affect their matches much. After reviewing all the evidence, Jack finally spoke in a serious tone. What are you planning to do next? Without hesitation, Alexander's eyes flashed with determination. Of course, they will all pay for what they have done. Alexander usually comes across as easygoing, but this issue has crossed his line. He is not someone you can push around and let go without consequence. After hearing that, Jack and Charlotte both nodded in agreement. Michael said, Then handle the assistant and Vincent first. But what about the person behind this? What is your plan? He then pulled out a file and placed it on the table in front of Alexander. A man's profile with a 3-inch photo beneath the name. Riker, This was the one point that troubled Alexander. After a brief pause, he said, I do not know why Riker wants to bring down my team, but no matter the reason, he has crossed a line. I am just wondering if I go after Riker, could it put Charles in an awkward position? Just then, a curious voice sounded, What would make me uncomfortable? Charles had just walked in and overheard that remark. He was clearly puzzled. Wait, Riker too? That name, does not it sound familiar? Alexander quickly put the file away and cleared his throat. Nothing. Charles took off his shoes and stepped inside, then glanced at Alexander with a slight tilt of his head. Third brother is lying. Charles gave a soft grunt, then settled down beside Alexander, about to press for details when his phone gave a subtle vibration. Charles quickly nodded and pulled out his phone. Gabriel's message had just arrived. He replied while silently muttering to himself, I am home. I am home. Can you pick me up tomorrow? No need. No need. I will be going with Jack and Charlotte tomorrow. Alexander instantly relaxed and quickly signaled to the others. Michael paused, then said, Charles, I had my assistant transfer 5 million. Should be in your account by tomorrow. Charles was still replying when he heard that, his eyes instantly lighting up. Why would you send money to me, big brother? Could it be because you think I have been working hard in class lately? Giving me a little reward? Michael mentally replied, Of course not, but in a way, could also be considered a reward for Charles. After all, without Charles, this deal alone would have cost him over 100 million just in lost goods. Thinking that through, Michael cleared his throat and said, Just take it. This is what you deserve. Charles quickly nodded. Got it. My savings just went up again. For a moment, Charles felt unusually happy. Charles happily opened his bank app to check the balance, then put his phone down. But what did third brother mean just now? Alexander's eyelids flickered instantly, and without a second thought he said, I will transfer you 10 million tomorrow too. Charles's eyes widened instantly. The others could not help but glance at Alexander. Edwin gave Alexander a sharp look. You really are loaded, are not you? Not to mention that money's also for Charles's relationship fund. Alexander let out a quiet chuckle, thinking he would actually plan to say just that. Clearing his throat, Alexander said, You have been dating lately, haven't you? You will probably have more expenses now. The mention of Gabriel made Charles feel a little shy, but then he remembered the 10 million, and instantly felt happy again. Third brother just gave me so much all at once. Much more generous than my older brother. Alexander could not help but smile, then added, And you are about to start school soon. Are you thinking of staying home or moving out? Charles had not really thought about it before. I am not sure yet. He was comfortable living at home, but the distance to school was quite far. Commuting every day would probably be a hassle. Charlotte then smiled. Why not stay in your new house during term time? It is closer to school. You can come back home for weekends and holidays. Charles thought for a moment. That works. The plan was settled right there. During that time, Edwin kept trying to speak up and warn Charles not to go to the party tomorrow, but never found a good moment. Even after dinner was over and Charles went upstairs to sleep, Edwin still had not said a word. Charlotte found it strange. Before heading up the stairs, she asked Edwin, Why did not you tell Charles not to go to the party? Edwin stayed silent. After a long pause, so long that Charlotte was about to give up and head upstairs on her own, Edwin finally spoke in a low tone. I did not want Charles to go, but for some reason, I felt like I should not stop him. The words were vague and strange. Not only did Charlotte not understand, but no one else did either. I think your younger brother's been acting really odd lately, Charlotte said as she linked arms with Alexander while walking upstairs. Alexander nodded. Yeah, I feel the same. Maybe he just needs to fall in love. Once he does, he will probably stop being so moody all the time. Jack and Michael followed them upstairs. Edwin muttered through gritted teeth. Alexander, stop making fun of me every single day. Alexander chose to ignore him completely. The next morning, the whole family woke up early and set off together toward Cheen's residence. In the car, Charlotte suddenly remembered something and asked Charles, Today should be your first time visiting the Cheen family, right? Charles gave a nod. The Cheen family had always held gatherings before, but but Charles usually avoided crowded places, so this was his first time visiting them. "Make sure Gabriel shows you around properly later," Charlotte said with a smile, glancing briefly at Edwin's dark expression beside her. "If it is convenient, do not forget to bring your older brother along too." Charles turned to look at Edwin and could not help but silently wonder, why does brother's face look so grim? Did he not sleep well last night? Others could not help but suppress smiles. You could say he did not sleep well at all. Still, no one said more to avoid making Edwin even more upset. An hour later, they arrived at the old Chin family residence. Gabriel stood at the entrance greeting guests. Seeing the Hua family's car arrive, his eyes brightened slightly as he stepped forward quickly toward them. It had been 5 full days since Charles last saw Gabriel after the 4th filming session. Seeing him now, Charles was delighted and ran toward him with a light step. Gabriel wore a silver suit today. The tailored fit accentuated his tall frame. When he saw Charles, his deep eyes softened, and he reached out to catch the boy as he ran over. Feeling the familiar warmth in Gabriel's embrace, Charles could not help but smile widely. "Gabriel!" Gabriel gave a soft hum, took hold of Charles's hand, and gently wiped a bead of sweat from the boy's nose with his handkerchief. His expression was tender. "Why run? Do not you get tired?" Charles shook his head. "I am happy. I do not feel tired at all." Edwin heard that and felt a bit exasperated. Charles is really love-struck. As the Hua family members approached, Gabriel kept holding Charles's hand without letting go, greeting everyone with a calm and natural demeanor. Just then, a low male voice spoke up. "Is this Charles?" Charles turned to look and saw a man who bore a striking resemblance to Gabriel. The man was smiling, and when he noticed Charles looking at him, his smile deepened. Charles recognized the person coming toward him. "Is this Gabriel's father? He looks so familiar. I think I have seen him before." Charles politely greeted the man. "Hello, Braden." Braden smiled in reply, then took 2 large red envelopes, about the size of carry-on suitcases, from his assistant and handed them to Charles. Charles's eyes widened instantly. What is this?" Braden smiled and explained. "A welcome gift for our first meeting. My wife has a prior commitment, so I am giving her red envelope along with mine." Charles glanced at Gabriel, then looked over at Jack and Charlotte. Giving such a large red envelope on first meeting, Braden must really like Charles. Jack and Charlotte approved of his composure, so they gave a slight nod to signal that he should accept it. But Charles did not reach for the envelopes. He looked back at Gabriel instead. "Should I take it? Can I really accept this?" Gabriel found the comment amusing and reached out to take the 2 red envelopes, shoving them into Charles's hands. "Just keep them," he said. Charles then smiled at Braden. "Thanks, Braden," he muttered to himself. "This is heavy. What is inside? Could it be a whole box of cash?" Upon hearing that, Gabriel reached out again and took the 2 suitcases. "Let me carry them for you." Charles nodded eagerly and quickly handed the suitcases over to Gabriel. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by the group. Braden's eyes sparkled with joy, while Jack and Charlotte exchanged glances with quiet intensity. So Edwin was right all along. It does not matter how close a couple is. You cannot always tell what someone's thinking just from a glance. Gabriel truly could hear Charles's thoughts. After the elders exchanged a few casual words, Braden turned to Gabriel. "All right, you take Charles inside for a look around. I will stay here." Gabriel gave a slight nod, greeted the Hua family members, and led Charles in first, watching them disappear into the distance. Alexander nudged Edwin with his elbow and whispered, "Big brother, are not you going?" Edwin's reply was short and sharp. "Go away." He was in a bad mood right now. Alexander wanted to laugh, but he held it back, afraid his brother might get even more annoyed. Charles followed Gabriel into the villa. The deeper they went, the stranger he felt, and finally asked, "Gabriel, have I been here before?" "Probably not," Gabriel replied. Charles, "Oh really? But why do I keep feeling like I have been here before?" Charles asked again. "By the way, Gabriel, where is your mother?" Gabriel's brow furrowed slightly before he said, "She should be chatting with my uncle right now. Do not worry about her. Let me take you to my room so you can rest for a bit." Charles felt a little puzzled but did not press further. following Gabriel up the stairs. The Cheen family's villa had 4 floors in total. The first floor was entirely an entertainment area. The second floor housed Braden and Grace's rooms, and Gabriel's room was on the 3rd floor. A large suite with a spacious balcony. Just as they reached the doorway, Charles suddenly felt an odd tightness in his chest. The door opened, and Charles immediately saw the large balcony outside the living room. It was late August, a time when flowers bloomed in full glory. The vast balcony was now filled with roses, their clusters glowing under the sun, bees fluttering through the blossoms. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, carrying a sweet, fragrant scent. Charles stood at the doorway until Gabriel asked in mild confusion, "Charles, why are not you coming in?" Only then did Charles snap back to reality, his heavy, damp emotions vanishing instantly. He blurted out without thinking, "I really love your balcony. If I put a lounge chair there and soaked up the sun, it would be so relaxing." Hearing that, Gabriel followed Charles's gaze to the balcony bathed in sunlight, his lips curling slightly. "Want to sit for a bit? I will get you some milk?" Charles's eyes lit up instantly. "You have milk?" Gabriel nodded. Knowing Charles was coming, he had already prepared oat milk earlier. Charles happily carried 2 chairs out from the living room and sat in a shady spot where sunlight could not reach, patiently waiting for Gabriel to bring him his milk. For no clear reason, he suddenly realized he was feeling a long-forgotten sense of joy and excitement. It felt as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. Gabriel did not make Charles wait long. He quickly brought over a glass of oat milk with ice cubes and sat down beside him. Charles took a big sip, then closed his eyes contentedly. "It is delicious." Gabriel's gaze rested on the corner of Charles's smiling lips. His eyes filled with tender warmth. After drinking most of the milk, Charles suddenly remembered something and asked, "Gabriel, are you really not busy?" Gabriel nodded. "There is nothing urgent for me right now, but I might need to socialize later." Charles smiled. "You sound a little reluctant when you say that." Gabriel turned his head, gazing intently into Charles's eyes. It was not until Charles slowly realized he was blushing and looked away that Gabriel spoke softly. "Do not you know why I am reluctant?" Charles cooled his face with the milk glass, feeling his heartbeat quicken slightly, but he kept a calm expression. "I do not know." "Tell me, Gabriel." The boy's eyes widened slightly, his long lashes flickering up and down twice. It was like 2 tiny brushes sweeping across Gabriel's heart, lightly, making it tingle. Gabriel's throat moved slightly as he sighed. "Charles, you are being a little mischievous." Charles's smile widened, half his body leaning into Gabriel. "You are really not going to tell me?" The soft hair brushed against Gabriel's neck, and just a slight tilt of the head would let him gently brush his cheek against the boy's fluffy strands. In fact, Gabriel did exactly that. The soft strands glided across his cheek, and then Gabriel placed a gentle kiss on the top of the boy's head. "Because of you," Gabriel said. Charles suddenly snapped upright, eyes wide with anticipation. "Huh." Gabriel realized he could not meet Charles's gaze. Just looking into his eyes made his heart race. He softly turned his head away and said nothing, but Charles was not letting go. "What?" "Gabriel, say it again." "I did not catch that last part." "Gabriel." "Nope, come on." "Gabriel." "No." Charles sat up straight, his fluffy head now pulled away from Gabriel's shoulder. "I am going to be mad." Gabriel thought for a moment. "How about I get you another glass of milk?" Charles could not help laughing. "So that is your way of apologizing? Just pouring me milk? Then do you accept?" Gabriel smiled. The boy in front of him was so easy to please. Charles glanced at his now empty cup, blinked once, then add a hug, "And I will forgive you." Gabriel took the empty cup from Charles, stood up, and suddenly leaned forward. Charles felt a brief warmth on his forehead, and in an instant Gabriel had stepped inside. "Deal." Charles shot up to his feet. "Gabriel, you are only kissing my forehead again. Yesterday on WeChat you said you would kiss me properly, and now, just a forehead peck. Next time I am wearing a hat." Gabriel in the kitchen could not hold back his laughter at that. At the same moment, David, standing at the 3rd floor door, suddenly noticed Edwin's face turn noticeably grim. Alexander pressed his lips together, trying not to smile. David could not resist asking, "You okay?" Why do you look so tense? Edwin kept a straight face and shook his head. I am fine. David did not believe he looked okay at all, but still held back further questions, then knocked on the door. Cousin, that idiot who is related to me by blood wants to see you. After waiting patiently for 2 seconds, Charles opened the door. David smiled brightly upon seeing Charles. Long time no see. Charles looked at the three of them and asked David. That idiot with a blood tie to you? David grinned. That is my biological father. At that moment, Gabriel walked over with a glass of milk, handed it to Charles first, then turned to David. You went to see him again? David said. I was visiting my aunt, but he shrugged his shoulders and left the rest unsaid. Gabriel nodded, then looked at Charles. My mother should be there too. Do you want to come with me? Edwin's brows immediately furrowed. Charles should not go. Gabriel nodded. All right, Charles looked confused. Wait a minute. Did not you ask me if I wanted to go? I haven't even had a chance to say anything yet. Edwin opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end, only glared at Gabriel. Gabriel thought for a moment, then spoke honestly. My mother might not be as welcoming toward you as my father is. Charles blinked in surprise. Why? Could it be that Auntie has a prejudice against people like me? What kind of thing is that? Gabriel almost laughed, but hearing Charles's words made a heavy weight in his heart ease slightly. He explained, No, actually, she does not really like me much, which is why she would not be warm toward you. Charles slowly blinked. So his mother does not like Gabriel? Well, I should still wish Auntie a happy birthday then, Charles said. After all, I am not dating Auntie. What matters is that Gabriel likes me. Charles gave a small smile. Gabriel suddenly felt a strange ache in his chest. Edwin and Alexander both let out quiet sighs in their minds. At that moment, Alexander finally understood why Edwin had insisted Charles was hopeless when it came to love. Now that he saw it firsthand, it really did seem like it. Since Charles wanted to go, the others could not very well stop him. Edwin and Alexander then suggested they join as well. The four of them headed downstairs toward the first-floor drawing room. Before they even stepped in, Charles heard two voices talking. A woman asked, Has Franklin finally settled things with that young person yet? Do not even get me started. You have known him since he was a kid. Do not you know his attitude? Who could put up with it? He has been going through another breakup with his partner lately. The man replied, then added, But honestly, I think it is better this way. If he does not sort things out now, he will never find peace. Once he has worn himself out, he might finally figure things out. The woman said, True, Franklin is still young. There is no rush. The man went on, Exactly, I plan to have him step away from the entertainment world once he settles down. Just like your son Gabriel, who is now part of the Cheen family group. Charles frowned immediately upon hearing that. Franklin? Why does this name sound so familiar? Moments later, Gabriel led Charles into the drawing room, and Charles's gaze immediately landed on the man sitting across from the woman. In just a glance, Charles recognized him. Riker, why do I even know his name? Franklin, who is that guy again? The next moment, Charles remembered, so it is them after all. Is that really the worst guy from my most hated novel, Franklin? David's stepbrother and Gabriel's other cousin. Charles's brow instantly tightened as everything clicked into place. Could the most famous scene in that book, the dramatic moment where the villain gets caught with his stepmother, nearly ruined by the main character, actually be happening right here at this party today? Gabriel, Edwin, and Alexander all turned toward Charles in unison. What? Why does this sound like a language only a few people would get? They did not quite catch it at first. Could someone with a grad-level mind explain this to us? While the three were still trying to process it, Charles's voice came again. Franklin is Riker's son from his second marriage, just 2 years younger than David. Technically, he was born out of wedlock. After Riker divorced David's mother, the couple showed up soon after, but their marriage did not last long. Riker always had a habit of moving on quickly to new relationships. For years, Riker has been involved with different partners without ever getting married. Until half a year ago, when he met his current partner, Austin. They only knew each other for about a month before rushing to get married. Charles curled his lip. Riker himself is not someone of good character, and Austin, his equally questionable partner, is no better, and Franklin, raised around them since childhood, inherited all their poor habits. Not long after Riker married Austen, Franklin started seeing her behind his back. If I am not mistaken, this caused a big stir in the original story. After all, Gabriel's family runs an entertainment company, so there are plenty of journalists here tonight. When Adrian, the main character, went to confront them, reporters were right on his heels. Those photos ended up online fast. Franklin was another minor celebrity who tried to keep his career going, and later his entire family even pushed an unlucky person to take the blame for him. Charles recalled this, his brows knitting tightly as he felt a rare surge of anger in his mind. They are all just trash. I cannot stand them. Just then, Riker's voice came in. Gabriel's here. Come over and sit down. Riker was the first to notice Gabriel's group entering. He smiled and waved toward Gabriel, then turned his gaze to Charles's group, offering them a gentle smile. The woman he would been chatting with all along was Riker's younger sister Grace, and also Gabriel's mother. Seeing this, she turned her head too. Her eyes settled on Charles first, studying him for a moment before speaking softly. Come sit down. Since both had spoken, they could not just stay standing there anymore. Gabriel slowly pulled his gaze away from Charles, but in the moment he turned, he suddenly noticed Edwin and Alexander were also looking at Charles. Gabriel felt a flicker of confusion. He had turned toward Charles so abruptly because he had heard Charles's thoughts. Edwin and Alexander had looked at Charles too. Could they possibly have the same ability? Gabriel's heart skipped a beat, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He gently pushed down his rising curiosity and softly asked into Charles's ear, If you do not want to go in, I can take you away right now. Charles shook his head quickly. Even though I really do not like Riker, I have come this far. How could I leave now? And how did Gabriel know I did not like Riker? Could it really be what people call a moment of perfect understanding? Charles felt cheerful and smiled at Gabriel. Let's go. Edwin and Alexander both sighed inwardly as they followed behind, as if there is such a thing as mind reading. Gabriel knows you are upset because he can hear your thoughts. If we must put it that way, then Edwin and Alexander could be in sync with Charles too. Not just the two of them, everyone in their family could. So what is so special about Gabriel? It was rare for Alexander and Edwin to think exactly alike. Once Gabriel confirmed Charles had no hesitation, he gave a slight nod and led him forward. The scene of the two whispering together looked quite different to Grace, and when Gabriel stepped closer, she could not hold back and snapped, Why did you take so long getting in? Are you really not wanting to meet your uncle? The moment the words were out, Edwin and Alexander both furrowed their brows. Charles widened his eyes in surprise. I admit I was not really eager to meet Riker, but we did not move slowly either, did we? And is not she Gabriel's mother? Why is she speaking to him like that? Even Charles, who was usually slow to notice emotions, picked up on the clear disapproval in Grace's tone. It was only then that Charles finally realized what Gabriel meant by his earlier comment. My mother might not be as warm toward you as my father is, Charles concluded. So, does Gabriel's mother dislike him? Edwin and Alexander gave a barely noticeable nod. That is one of the reasons why Edwin did not approve of Charles being with Gabriel. Even though it is very rude to say, Edwin just could not help but think Grace was not making sense at all. Charles tilted his head slightly to look at Gabriel and suddenly realized that Gabriel's expression was completely calm. He was simply gazing at Charles with gentle, focused eyes, as if he would immediately take Charles away the moment any discomfort showed on his face. For some reason, Charles suddenly felt a pang of sadness in his chest. At that moment, the blocked memories seemed to unlock all at once, and Charles remembered the description of Grace from the original text. Overprotective of her brother, favoring her nephew Franklin, distrustful of her own husband Braden, and most resentful toward her rebellious son Gabriel. With every line Charles read, his heart ached faintly. No wonder Gabriel looked so used to it. And why he would made the decision for Charles before even bringing him to meet Grace. Gabriel was worried Charles might be hurt, yet still wanted to introduce him to his father. But why should Charles feel upset? Grace is not his mother. She would not be deeply affected by her words alone. It is Gabriel who truly needs understanding. Gabriel. Seeing that Gabriel remained silent, Grace's voice turned colder. What kind of attitude is this? If you do not want to see your uncle, just get out right now. Gabriel finally frowned slightly, about to speak, when Charles suddenly raised his voice. I really do not want to meet Riker. Since that is the case, I will take Gabriel and leave now, Aunt. Without giving anyone a chance to respond, Charles grabbed Gabriel's hand and turned around, flashing a signal to his two brothers. Let's go. Edwin and Alexander understood at once and both turned away. Perfect. Neither of them wanted to make small talk with Grace anyway. Alexander even feared he might accidentally shout at Riker, calling him a disgraceful old man. Damn it, how dare they sabotage his team. By the time the four reached the entrance of the parlor room, Grace suddenly seemed to snap into awareness and shouted loudly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me when I am talking to my son? If you are going to be this rude, please leave our home right now." Charles quickened his pace upon hearing that, but Gabriel abruptly stopped in his tracks. Gabriel, turning sharply toward Grace with a cold expression, Gabriel spoke with icy precision. I must remind you once again, this is the old family residence of the Chin family. If anyone needs to leave, it should be you and your husband. Charles's eyes widened instantly, his mouth slightly agape in shock. Edwin and Alexander were equally stunned. Wait, what did Gabriel just say? Ask his own mother to leave the Chin family estate? Did not they say Gabriel and his mother had a strained relationship, but still kept up appearances? And is not today Grace's birthday? The Chin family even hosted a birthday celebration for her. So if someone were to ask them to leave now, would that even be possible? Alexander glanced at Edwin, his expression deeply conflicted. Edwin felt even more unsettled. His reason for following was exactly to prevent Grace from targeting Gabriel and dragging Charles into trouble. He would been worried about Charles getting hurt. Turns out, well, Jack Charlotte was right after all. Gabriel does protect Charles. Grace clearly had not expected Gabriel to speak to her like that. She was so startled she almost dropped her teacup. Riker quickly stepped forward, reaching out to take the teacup from Grace's hand, then frowned at Gabriel. Gabriel, how dare you speak to your mother like that? You know she is not in good health. If her health is so fragile, why do not you take her back to the Gu family and look after her? That way I will not have to deal with her here, and will not get upset by her presence either. Gabriel said coldly, just leave. Riker was left speechless by Gabriel's response, and since everyone else present were younger relatives, he suddenly felt deeply embarrassed. His face darkened instantly. Gabriel, you, what? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Charles turned around and realized Braden had quietly arrived. Beside him were Jack Charlotte and Michael. Edwin and Alexander exchanged a glance, recognizing that their parents must have heard Charles's thoughts and come here on purpose. Gabriel kept his face expressionless and said nothing. Braden did not ask Gabriel anything. His deep gaze settled on Riker. Riker's expression turned odd as he held Braden's stare for a few seconds, feeling an unexplained unease, but still could not let go of his frustration. He spoke firmly. Brother-in-law, Gabriel's become completely out of control lately. Did you hear what he just said? He told me to take my sister and leave the Chin family. Braden's expression did not shift at all. Without looking back at Riker, he turned his gaze toward Grace. His voice remained calm as ever, but carried a chill that was impossible to ignore. You promised me yesterday you would get along with Gabriel, and now you have broken that promise so soon. Charles blinked in slight surprise upon hearing this. Braden is not defending Grace at all? Are not they married? Gabriel gently squeezed Charles's hand, then leaned in close to his ear, speaking softly so only the two of them could hear. My father has wanted to divorce her for a long time, but she has kept delaying it. That is why this birthday celebration is being held, to officially announce their upcoming separation. But Grace and Riker clearly did not know, which is why they were acting so condescending. Charles widened his eyes, suddenly understanding. So that means Braden came here to support us. Gabriel gave a soft smile. That is exactly how it is. If you do not want to get along with Gabriel, then there is nothing more to discuss between us, Braden said. Grace flinched slightly, staring at Braden in disbelief. How haven't I been getting along with him? His uncle wanted to see him and specifically asked him over, but when he finally showed up, he was dragging his feet, even hesitated right at the door while talking to someone else. Just because I said something, Gabriel suddenly, his name is Charles. He is Gabriel's boyfriend. Braden interrupted Grace. Grace's expression shifted slightly, her lips tightening as she looked away. I know he is Gabriel's boyfriend. So what? And I did not say anything out of line. I just said if he did not want to come in, he could leave. And then you mean you told me to leave? Charles suddenly spoke up, cutting Grace off. Charles was not going to take that kind of treatment. He settles scores right away and speaks his mind when he needs to. Jack and Charlotte both looked shocked at the same time. Braden's expression darkened even more. Grace had not expected Charles to suddenly interrupt her. She shot him a sharp glance and was about to speak again in her defense. Braden suddenly snapped, "Enough! Staff, please show them out." The moment the words were spoken, both Grace and Riker turned pale. Charles stared in surprise at Braden, then quickly glanced toward Gabriel. Wait, are they really being sent away like this? But if Riker leaves, how will he ever see his own son's betrayal firsthand? Charles felt a sudden pang of regret upon mentioning the matter. The Hua family members shared the same sense of disappointment. Exactly. Seeing it with their own eyes would be truly intense. It would be best if they stayed. Brother-in-law, Chin Hong. Grace was furious, her body trembling as she stood up. Do you even remember what day it is today? Because you said today was your birthday, I softened and agreed to let you return for a celebration. But now it seems you are not truly willing to make peace with me and Gabriel, so please leave. Is that acceptable? Braden spoke calmly. Grace could no longer hold back. Tears fell steadily down her face. Braden, are you really determined to end our marriage? Riker's eyes snapped wide open at the words. He quickly spoke up to Grace. Sister, do not act like this. Cannot you see your brother-in-law is upset? Just apologize to him right away. Charles found it hard to believe. Wait, is Riker really trying to cut ties with this? How could he be so shameless? Gabriel suddenly squeezed Charles's hand. Charles was about to ask what was wrong when he heard Grace suddenly soften her tone. I am sorry. It is my fault. Please do not be upset. Charles's eyes widened in shock. Not really. Grace is actually apologizing? She must have been manipulated by Riker. Gabriel could not bear it anymore and quietly said to Charles, let's go outside for now. Charles did not ask further, but as he left, he glanced at Braden's expression. His face had turned even darker, carrying a tense air. As soon as Gabriel and Charles stepped out, the Hua family members naturally did not stay either and followed them outside. After leaving the sitting room, they realized the front courtyard was still just as lively as ever. Guests were chatting and laughing in small groups, completely unaware of the conflict that had just taken place inside the sitting room. After Jack and Charlotte came out, they led the three Hua brothers away together. Charles followed Gabriel to the garden, where rose vines were in full bloom. Gabriel took Charles's hand and guided him to sit on a wicker chair. As soon as they sat down, before Charles could speak, he heard Gabriel ask with concern, You were not scared, were you? Charles quickly shook his head. No, I was surprised. Charles then asked, What about you, Gabriel? Are you okay? Gabriel tilted his head slightly, his gaze resting on Charles's face. Seeing the genuine concern in his eyes, a sudden warmth filled his heart. Gabriel gave a small shake of his head, then suddenly nodded. I am feeling a bit down. Charles blinked slowly. Really? Or are you just teasing? I did not notice you were upset. I only saw you seemed a little annoyed. Gabriel suddenly felt like smiling. It was no use hiding anything from Charles. He was not actually hurting anymore. He just felt upset that Grace had said harsh things to Charles. Gabriel explained, I have gotten used to how she treats me, so I am not really hurt by it, but… He paused, his eyes softening with a hint of pain. Seeing you doubt me now. That is what is making me feel uneasy, Charles chuckled. Should I try cheering you up then? Gabriel was about to ask how Charles would comfort him when he suddenly saw the boy's face drawing closer. Then felt a gentle touch on his lips, a cool, soft sensation, like a butterfly landing briefly. but it lingered in memory. A light breeze brushed by, carrying a sweet scent. Gabriel's ear tips turned red in an instant. Visible to the eye, Charles stared at Gabriel with bright, wide eyes, then suddenly reached out and lightly touched his earlobe. Curious, Gabriel instinctively flinched back, but could not escape. The warm flesh of the earlobe was gently brushed by Charles's cool fingers, and the small patch of skin grew redder still, like it burned with color. For a long while, neither said a word. Finally, Gabriel spoke in a hoarse whisper. "If you do not let go soon, I am not going to hold back." Charles finally pulled away with reluctance, and then leaned his face forward toward Gabriel. Gabriel, Charles, go ahead and fight back. Why are you actually looking forward to it? Gabriel was completely flustered, instinctively covering his face, which had grown slightly warm. Meanwhile, Charles pouted slightly and waited patiently, but when Gabriel did not respond, he showed a hint of disappointment. "You are not going to fight back, Charles?" Gabriel sounded resigned. Charles straightened up. "Fine. Oh wow. Did not expect Gabriel's still this innocent at 24. Jack, shall we go a bit farther?" Charlotte immediately said, "Let's go." Thank goodness the Chin family villa is huge. Otherwise they really would not know where to go. But we cannot go too far. Did not Charles say there is a main character getting caught in a scandal today? They cannot miss out on this scene. Charles stopped teasing Gabriel, and after a moment of calm, Gabriel began to briefly explain the current state of his parents' relationship. Braden and Grace married through an arranged union. Their marriage meant to benefit both families. But after the wedding, Braden began developing real feelings for Grace and decided to truly invest in building their relationship. Unfortunately, for a long time, those feelings were only one-sided on Braden's part. Even before marrying Braden, Grace had already ranked everyone in her heart in a certain order. Riker always came first in her heart, followed by the Gu family, then other members of the Gu family. As for Braden and Gabriel, they were consistently pushed far behind in Grace's thoughts. Braden realized this early on. He tried confessing his feelings to Grace and did everything he could to please her. But despite years of effort, Grace never changed her mind in the slightest. Still, Braden could not let go. It was not until 8 years ago that he accidentally discovered Grace had secretly transferred assets from the Chin family to Riker behind his back. Then he truly gave up on her. From that point onward, Braden began quietly preparing for a divorce from Grace. But then it was Grace who became desperate. No matter what terms Braden proposed, Grace refused to go through with the divorce, and even threatened Chin Hong. Gabriel paused and gave a slight shake of his head, then stopped speaking. Charles filled in the rest of what he left unsaid. "And she even threatened you." Charles stated it as a fact. A flicker of surprise passed through Gabriel's eyes. Then he smiled. "Guess nothing can hide from you, Charles." 8 years ago, Gabriel was only 16. Grace warned Braden that if he insisted on divorcing her, she would ruin Gabriel's future. The one person Braden ever truly felt guilty toward was Gabriel. It was because he had stubbornly insisted on having Gabriel, believing that once they shared a bond, Grace would finally look at him and the child with more care. But Braden never imagined that his naive decision nearly destroyed young Gabriel as well. Charles felt a sharp pang in his chest. "What happened to you when you were a child?" Gabriel did not hide it from Charles. "When I was 5, I nearly froze to death." Charles's pupils widened sharply, his voice rising in shock. Gabriel gently patted Charles's back and pulled him into a hug, whispering softly, "I said it was just nearly asterisk. To be honest, I was to blame too. I did not understand why she disliked me back then, so from as early as I can remember, I kept trying to win her approval." He did whatever Grace liked, obeyed her completely, even going along with things that were extremely unreasonable. Gabriel would agree to all of it. Back then, Gabriel believed that if he stayed obedient, she would finally glance at him, maybe even start liking him. But it was not like that. Not every mother truly loves her child, and Grace was one of them. No matter how well young Gabriel did, or how many awards he won, she never saw him at all. At the time, David's mother had not yet divorced Riker, but Riker had a child outside of marriage, Franklin. Grace favored David most at that time, and Franklin came second. Since Riker could not easily care for Franklin, Grace volunteered to take him under her wing. To keep Franklin happy, she even made the 5-year-old Gabriel serve as a servant and do whatever he asked. The worst moment came when Grace had Gabriel lie on the ground pretending to be a dog, while Franklin sat on him like a commander. Gabriel was 5 that year. A child just beginning school had already started to feel pride and dignity. When Gabriel refused, Grace took off his down jacket and left him outside alone in the heavy snowstorm to reflect on his actions. Charles's heart jumped. Then, I have already said I am fine. Gabriel's breath brushed against Charles's ear. I am not a child. I am 5 years old. Even if I do not understand why my mother does not like me, I would not stay outside forever. So young Gabriel did not hesitate. After a brief moment of crying, he turned and walked back toward the memory of the Cheen family mansion. 20 kilometers through snow. Gabriel could not remember how far he would gone. All he knew was that he started walking in the morning, and by the time darkness fully fell, he still had not returned. Charles grew worried. So how did you make it back? A kind stranger carried me back, Gabriel said, smiling. Years have passed. I cannot even remember what he looked like now, but because of him, I learned an important lesson. Charles gently eased Gabriel back, then looked up into his eyes. Gabriel's eyes sparkled with warmth. The boy who carried me home told me that instead of waiting for someone to love you, it is better to always love yourself. From that day on, I stopped hoping my mother would love me. Since then, I have been learning how to love myself and to care about those who truly care for me. After learning to love himself, Gabriel finally broke free from the restrictions Grace had placed on him. He accepted his own imperfections, began to become independent, and slowly grew up. Fortunately, even though Gabriel had faced hardship, he was also fortunate. Because of what happened that night, Braden never trusted Grace with Gabriel again. No matter how busy his work was, he always made sure to personally take care of Gabriel. Braden worked hard to fill the gap left by Gabriel's missing mother, using fatherly love in her place. Under Braden's protection, Gabriel gradually grew up and drifted further away from Grace. So when Grace suggested destroying Gabriel, Braden panicked and gave in. Years have passed. Gabriel had long been carried out of that snowy night, but Braden never truly left it behind. But ever since 8 years ago, Braden has lived apart from Grace. Over the years, he has slowly been reclaiming the assets she had moved out. So what is the reason for this birthday party today? Charles asked. Gabriel smiled. Because Goo Group is barely holding on. They are getting desperate. That is why Riker pushed Grace to reach out to me and my dad in a friendly way. Grace and Riker believed that if they made peace with Braden, the Cheen family group could help them through tough times. And Riker even planned to bring Franklin into the Cheen family group. To make this happen, Riker had already started interfering with Gabriel's major projects long before. Riker figured that as soon as Gabriel made a mistake, their chance would come. Even though Gabriel was being very careful, he still ended up caught off guard. Speaking of which, I should really thank Charles. Thanks, Charles, Gabriel said, gently resting his head on Charles's shoulder. Charles looked puzzled. What did I do for you to thank me? Charles did not need to understand, and Gabriel did not explain. He just held Charles tighter. The two sat there chatting for a while, longer when Charles suddenly remembered something. Hey, what time is it now? Charles pulled out his phone and shot up instantly. It is almost time for the confrontation. Gabriel tensed up slightly. Just as he was thinking of an excuse, Charles quickly made one up. Gabriel, I am a little hungry. I remember this scene very clearly. Austin is timid, but Franklin's the reckless type, so they ended up right in the maid's room on the first floor. Charles began to think again. I cannot just take Gabriel alone. I do not even know if Riker's been sent away yet, and then there is Grace, who does not like Gabriel. This would be the perfect chance for them to see exactly what kind of person they have put on a pedestal. Gabriel found it amusing. He glanced down at his phone, where Braden had just sent a message. They haven't left yet. Try not to let Charles run into them. Gabriel shook his head. It would not work out. Charles was clearly eager to see what happened. Gabriel stepped forward and took Charles's hand. Let's go. Time for a snack, he said. Charles quickly nodded. Sure thing. The garden was not far from the villa. and as they walked hand in hand into the main hall, they happened to run into the Hua family. Edwin spoke first. "Charles, where are you off to?" Charles waved at them quickly. "Brother 2, brother 3, and brother 1. Mom and Dad, are you hungry? Let's grab something to eat." Just in time for a little entertainment, the Hua family members barely managed to keep their smiles under control. Of course they were hungry. Then it is time to watch the drama. This one's a must-see. Let's go. Edwin was the first to move forward. The rest of the Hua family quickly followed suit. Even though the Qin family had set up a variety of buffet-style dishes in the front courtyard, Gabriel did not lead them there. Instead, he guided everyone toward the back garden, explaining as they walked, "The food out front might be getting cold by now. The kitchen here has fresh dishes ready. Come on, I will show you around." Charles did not want the Hua family to get suspicious, so he came up with an excuse. "I feel like having oat milk." Gabriel said he would make some for me over there. As he spoke, Charles gently squeezed Gabriel's fingers and gave him a quick wink. Gabriel smiled knowingly. The shortest way to the back garden was through the villa, so they walked inside. They had just reached the living room when they ran into Riker and Grace. Charles glanced at the boy walking beside them, and his eyes instantly lit up. Main protagonist Adrian. Funny how everyone's finally here. The real moment is about to begin. Charles suppressed his excitement and immediately focused on Adrian, who was walking beside Riker. Riker had not noticed Charles's group yet and was still speaking to Adrian. "Franklin just has a playful nature. Since you are older, you should try being more patient with him in many things." Adrian nodded, appearing to listen attentively. Seeing that, Riker relaxed and turned, only to spot Charles's group approaching. His eyes immediately brightened. He did not notice that in the split second he turned. A clear flicker of disdain crossed Adrian's expression. Even when seeing Charles's group, he made no effort to hide it. Charles blinked. Did I just see that right? Adrian seems to really dislike Riker. Wait, did not the original story say Adrian deeply admired Riker? Why would he hate him now? Could it be he is finally waking up and realizing this whole family is full of rotten people? The novel that Franklin and Adrian are in is a reformed rake story. Franklin is the wealthy heir in the book, while Adrian is a regular student who graduated from a prestigious university and joined GU Group through campus recruitment. Because Adrian showed strong work performance, he was promoted by Riker to become his assistant after 2 years. And it was exactly this role that caught Franklin's attention. Adrian has a delicate, androgynous look, an appearance that leaves a lasting impression on anyone who sees him. The moment Franklin saw Adrian, he developed an inappropriate interest. Unfortunately, Adrian did not return those feelings and ignored all of Franklin's advances. But instead of deterring him, Adrian's repeated avoidance only fueled Franklin's determination. He used nearly every tactic at his disposal to win Adrian over. About a year later, Adrian finally gave in and started a relationship with Franklin. Even after the relationship began, Franklin remained unchanged. He engaged in affairs repeatedly, but he was careful enough that Adrian never caught him. If Charles remembers correctly, the discovery of betrayal scene happens in the middle of the novel. This time, Adrian stumbled upon Franklin's infidelity by accident, but seeing the deep resentment in Adrian's eyes, Charles suddenly felt something was off. Could the story have taken a different turn? What does that mean for today's confrontation? As he thought, the two groups ran into each other. Seeing Charles again, Grace and Riker both had complicated expressions. Grace disliked Gabriel, even more so than Charles. Thinking about how Braden had reprimanded her just moments before because of Charles, a flicker of bitterness crossed Grace's eyes. Indeed, in this household, she no longer had any place of her own. As the thought hit her, Grace's eyes instantly welled up, but just moments ago she had been warned by Braden. She truly could not afford to confront Gabriel now, nor could she dare challenge Charles. Grace decided to turn away and leave, hoping to simply not see it all. Just then, Riker suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. Grace's brow immediately furrowed. Riker gave her a disapproving look, then spoke quietly, "Sister, you cannot leave now. Think about Franklin." Hearing Franklin's name, Grace paused mid-step, recalling what Riker had just said. Her expression shifted several times, though she still looked uneasy. But in the end, she did not walk away again. Riker thought he was speaking softly, but everyone present still heard him. Jack and Charlotte both rolled their eyes without hesitation. Charles silently muttered to himself, "Really, you have got no shame." Still trying to send Franklin into the Cheen family group. Then Charles paused for a moment before suddenly smiling. "Fine, if you are so fond of your unmotivated son, I hope you can still keep that same attitude when you see what your own child actually does later." Hearing this, everyone's lips could not help but twitch slightly. Gabriel had no intention of acknowledging them, so he simply continued forward, holding Charles's hand. At that moment, Riker could not let Gabriel walk away. He quickly stepped forward and called out, "Hey, Gabriel!" Gabriel did not even pause. Riker grew flustered and quickly stepped in front of them, smiling. "I was wrong just now, Uncle. Sorry. Please do not be upset with me, okay? Also, you should not stay mad at your mom," Riker quickly added, reaching for Grace. "You have known her temperament all these years. She did not mean to upset you. Then it was intentional?" Charles suddenly spoke up, cutting off Riker. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone fell silent for a brief instant. Adrian suddenly looked up at Charles. The members of the Hua family all wore faint smiles, barely holding back their amusement. Alexander told himself he must not laugh, but after trying so hard, he could not hold it in, letting out a soft chuckle. Grace and Riker's faces turned pale at once. Grace shot Charles a fierce glare, about to speak, but then Riker quickly stopped her with a hand. Alexander had been ready to make an excuse when he saw the fury in Grace's eyes. So instead of hiding it, he let his laughter grow even louder. Well, seeing Riker upset always made Alexander feel good. After all, Riker was the one who started it. First, the other Hua family members had tried to hold back. But seeing Alexander laugh so freely, they gave up their restraint and joined in too. Riker clenched his teeth tightly. If it were just Charles alone, Riker would have snapped by now. But with Gabriel standing beside him and the entire Hua family present, he could not afford to act out. He was not afraid of Charles, nor did he have to show him respect. Yet right now, he could not risk offending the Hua family, so no matter how angry he felt, Riker had to swallow his frustration. Grace also understood this was not the time to argue. Braden had just warned her, and their mission here still remained incomplete. Standing before the group, the siblings were seething with anger, but they forced themselves to stay composed. Charles observed their expressions but still felt unsatisfied. Because of these two people, Gabriel had nearly lost his life during that snowy night. How could Charles not be angry upon seeing them? As if sensing Charles's mood, Gabriel gently tightened his hold on Charles's hand. Charles looked up, curiosity in his eyes as he stared at Gabriel. "What is wrong?" Gabriel whispered. "Do not let yourself get upset." Charles's eyes widened. "How did you know I was upset? I did not think I showed it too clearly, did I? See, Gabriel and I really are in tune with each other." Charles's face softened into a warm smile, his mood lifting instantly. Seeing that, Gabriel relaxed slightly, his lips curving into a gentle smile as he said, "Let's go first. We will head to the backyard." With that, the group moved past Grace and Riker, who were still standing frozen in place, and walked straight toward the backyard. Charles had sharp hearing. He could still hear Grace's distressed voice coming from the main hall even after they would reach the backyard. "He actually dared to speak to me that way. Why should I go apologize to him?" Riker reassured them. "We do not have a choice right now. Gabriel is not a child anymore. And Braden has made it clear that the Cheen family group is now under Gabriel's guidance. Without Gabriel's approval, what can we do about Franklin? And besides, where exactly is Franklin?" Riker turned toward Adrian and called out, "Adrian, hurry. Go find Franklin and bring him here right away." The backyard was just separated from the main hall by a glass door. From afar, Charles saw Adrian quickly leave, and not long after, Grace and Riker walked back toward them. The backyard had fresh grilled meat prepared for guests, with 2 stone tables under the pavilion, and nearby, a chef was roasting meat on the grill. After sitting down, Edwin took a sip of soda, then turned to Gabriel and asked, "Are they really not clinging onto us like glue?" Gabriel followed his gaze and nodded without hesitation. Yes, they are, but now was not the right time to get rid of them. Thinking this, Gabriel first glanced at Charles, then turned to Edwin. Edwin felt a slight jolt inside. Was Gabriel also aware that they could hear Charles's thoughts? Gabriel did not miss the surprise in Edwin's eyes, and he simply nodded knowingly, so it seemed his guess was right. Family members could indeed hear Charles's thoughts too. Charles was still standing nearby. Everyone stayed silent, except Edwin, who quickly typed a message in the family group chat. Gabriel found out. Charlotte was the first to pick up her phone and check the message. Michael's 3 brothers followed right after. After a moment, Charlotte replied in the group, "Let's not say anything yet." Charles was still there, so everyone pushed down their surprise and put their phones away. Freshly grilled meat skewers were brought over soon after, and Gabriel took one first to Charles before handing out the rest to everyone else. Grace and Riker arrived at that moment. To avoid seeming too obvious, the two of them even took a little detour around the garden before coming back. "What do you want now?" Gabriel asked sharply, not hiding his impatience. Riker and Grace both showed slight changes in expression, but Riker remained the calmest. Smiling as he spoke, "Gabriel, we are here to apologize. Earlier, I and your mother were wrong. I hope you will stop holding a grudge against me, okay?" Gabriel did not even turn to look at him. Instead, he kept his head down, carefully using chopsticks to remove the meat from the skewer, quickly piling it into a small plate before passing it over to Charles. Riker had not expected Gabriel to remain silent so long after his words. A flicker of discomfort crossed his face, and he quickly nudged Grace beside him. Grace glanced at Riker. She really did not want to be here facing this kind of tension. But then she thought of Franklin. In the end, she spoke up. I was wrong earlier. I should not have acted that way, but still I am your mother, Gabriel. You do not need to treat me like this." "Finished." Gabriel cut her off impatiently, his tone cold. "Then you can leave." Grace froze. "You speak to me like that." Riker quickly stepped in front of her. He would just told Grace they needed to apologize properly, and now she would change her mind the moment they arrived. He was furious inside, glaring at her sharply. Grace, startled by Riker's glare, finally came to her senses. She opened her mouth hesitantly. Gabriel, I am sorry." With a deep breath, she forced the words out. "It was all my fault. Does that satisfy you now? Is this how you apologize?" Charles murmured to himself in his mind. Such a lack of sincerity. Gabriel gently rubbed Charles's fingers as a gesture of comfort, then turned to face the 2 others. "So what do you need from me this time?" These 2 always acted this way whenever they needed something from Gabriel, and over the years, Gabriel had grown used to it. Grace looked uneasy, but this time she finally learned her lesson and stayed silent. Riker noticed Gabriel's relaxed expression and lit up with relief, quickly saying, "Well, Gabriel, you probably know about Franklin right now." Riker went on at length, essentially trying to convince Gabriel to allow Franklin to join the Chin family group. Charles was not interested in listening anymore and focused on eating his meat skewer. After finishing, he glanced at the time. Time's almost up. Just about 10 minutes left. Thinking that, Charles could not help but stand up and looked toward the villa. Upon seeing it, Charles froze in surprise. That is Adrian. And the person next to him is, could that be filming equipment? Charles felt a surge of excitement in his heart. So the photos from the affair really were not just a coincidence? Before Charles could look closer, Adrian separated from the man and walked toward them. Seeing Adrian approach, Riker was thrilled and immediately asked, "Where's Franklin? Did you find him?" Adrian glanced at the others, hesitating slightly. "Not exactly found. I cannot reach him, but what kind of butt is that?" Riker's brows immediately tightened. Gabriel had finally managed to stay patient long enough, and missing this chance would mean all his previous efforts were for nothing. It made sense why Franklin had been pushing for a breakup lately. Adrian could not even find him when he tried. Riker felt some frustration toward Adrian, but said nothing else, only asking, "Just tell me what is going on." Adrian glanced at the people around him, his expression hesitant. Riker lost patience. Just say it. Adrian, hearing the urging, finally spoke. I did reach out to Franklin, but he did not answer. Still, I just passed by that room and heard his phone ringing from inside. Charles's eyes widened sharply. So Adrian already figured it out earlier. He found out but did not go in right away. He first went to find the reporter, then came back to tell Riker and us about this. Charles was almost certain now. The whole scene today had been planned by Adrian. But why would Adrian do something like that? Charles thought back to the look Adrian had given Riker just now, and suddenly a bold idea struck him. Could it be that things have shifted? Adrian finally saw Franklin for who he really is and has made up his mind to walk away? That would actually be a good thing. What room? Riker asked. Grace looked in the direction Adrian pointed and said, That is an old maid's room, though right now. She had not been back to the Chin family villa in ages, so she did not know whether anyone was living there anymore. The Hua family group already knew what was going on, but they stayed patient and did not speak up, instead keeping their eyes frequently on Gabriel. Charles seemed especially eager. All the phones are inside. How could anyone escape? Not answering calls right now. Must be busy. That is for sure. Hearing Charles's comment, everyone felt like smiling. A flicker of amusement passed through Gabriel's eyes before he spoke. That room has been vacant for a while. It should be empty. If the phone call is coming from inside, could they be sleeping? Riker said, recalling that Franklin had come home late again last night, and he thought it was quite possible. He turned to Gabriel. Can we get the key? I will go wake up this troublemaker. Gabriel said, I will have the housekeeper open it. As he said this, Gabriel stood up and looked at Charles, who was full of anticipation. Charles, want to come with me? Charles did not hesitate and nodded. Sure. Then he turned to look at Jack and Charlotte's group. Mom, Dad, are you joining us? Of course we are. Jack and Charlotte both stood up at the same time. Charlotte smiled. We have got nothing else to do. Might as well go check it out too. Alexander nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Watching something like this in person is always more exciting than just hearing it through a voice broadcast. Riker noticed everyone was going along, though he found it a bit odd. He did not say anything since Gabriel had not objected. And more importantly, he really was not ready to upset Gabriel again right now. It was only after much effort that Gabriel finally agreed today. Riker had to make sure he got Gabriel to approve putting Franklin into the Chin family group without delay. Only then could they move forward with their next steps. Thinking about it, Riker suddenly felt better than he had in a long time. Gabriel called the butler, and soon the man arrived with the keys. As the group stood outside the maid's room, a brief look of confusion flashed across the butler's face, but he did not ask any questions. Sir, should I open the door? The butler asked. Riker said, Hurry up and open it. Franklin's probably sleeping inside. We need to talk to him. The butler did not move, just kept looking at Gabriel. The first floor of the Chin family villa was quite spacious, with the maid's room located on the right side. There was also a small path leading to the back garden. So as the group stood there, several guests kept passing by. Seeing Gabriel standing there, many of the guests could not help but pause and glance over curiously. After a long moment, Gabriel gave a slight nod. Charles's heart instantly jumped into his throat as he watched the butler's actions and kept an eye on Adrian standing nearby. There was a soft click. Then the lock opened. The butler gripped the handle, gave it a gentle push, and slowly pushed open the door. Even before the door swung wide, someone nearby had picked up on an unusual sound. But without hesitation, they pushed the door fully open and even stepped back a little. The maid's room came with a small sitting area, so when the door was opened, no one was inside. Only suggestive sounds echoed throughout the hallway. A series of sounds poured out, leaving Riker and Grace completely frozen in place. Could this be a mistake? Riker was stunned. Charles could not hold back his laughter anymore. Could it be a mistake? How could that be? Franklin's phones are all in there, are not they? Charles quickly turned to Adrian, who suddenly snapped back to attention and said, Wait, when I called Franklin earlier, the ringtone came from right here. Did you mishear? Riker's face turned red with embarrassment. Adrian quickly dialed Franklin's number. I will just call him again. The next moment, the familiar phone ringtone echoed from the room. followed by a soft complaint. Who is calling now? That is when Riker recognized it. That is Austin's voice. Is not it? Grace realized it too. There was no doubt that was Austin's voice. But how could Austin be here? What shocked them even more was the next male voice. It is Adrian again. He never stops. Riker and Grace both turned pale in an instant. In an instant, before anyone could react, Adrian suddenly burst into the room. Franklin, what are you doing? Two sharp cries followed right after. Riker and Grace suddenly remembered something and quickly stepped inside. As soon as they entered, the crowd that had been watching from the sides naturally flowed in behind them. Charles did not want to go in too early and risk seeing something unpleasant, so he waited until everyone else was inside before gently taking Gabriel's hand and stepping into the room. As soon as they arrived, he heard Riker's angry voice. Franklin, you rotten thing! Charles could no longer hold back and burst out laughing, covering his mouth. Well, looks like we caught you red-handed, Gabriel suddenly whispered. You can look now. Charles finally turned to look. Franklin and Austin were standing together. The sudden influx of people into the room made both of them visibly panicked. Riker stared at the scene, his hands trembling so much he could not speak for a moment. Before Riker even had time to react, Adrian acted faster. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and gave Franklin a sharp slap. Franklin, you are nothing but trouble. Franklin had been completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Stunned by Adrian's slap, he did not react at first and just muttered, You all, how? Riker was so furious his face turned red. He pointed a trembling finger at him. How dare you ask me? Do not you even know what kind of mess you have caused? Do you have any idea what you are doing? Franklin finally snapped back to reality, his body trembling as he rushed to speak. It is not like that, Adrian, Dad, Auntie, please just listen to me. Like hell I will listen to any explanation. Adrian's eyes were blazing with anger, his fist clenched tight as he swung toward Franklin's face. Franklin instinctively stepped back. Adrian, calm down. Me and Austin, I saw everything. Adrian shouted. Grace had been stunned, but now that she saw Adrian attacking someone, she could not stand it anymore and quickly stepped forward to grab his arm. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to hit someone? Adrian shoved Grace aside. What is wrong with me hitting him? He did it right in front of me. Do not I have every reason to act? Grace was not strong enough to hold back Adrian, so she quickly turned to Riker. Riker, you! Before she could finish, she saw Riker turn pale with rage and collapse backward. The room erupted into chaos. Gabriel gave a subtle nod to the butler, who immediately turned and went to find help. Charles stood behind Gabriel. Seeing Riker collapse from anger, he could not help but let his lips curl into a grin. Seeing Riker fall unconscious, Grace screamed in shock and rushed forward. Riker! Riker! Adrian, stop it! But Adrian was not listening at all. He kept striking Franklin with full force. Franklin darted and dodged around the room. Adrian, are you out of your mind? That is right. I am out of my mind, so today, I am going to teach you a lesson. Having taken several blows, Franklin snapped and grabbed Adrian's wrist. You! Before he could finish speaking, Adrian kicked out, smooth and swift. In an instant, all the guests in the villa heard a loud outcry. Several male guests nearby could not help but let out a sharp intake of breath. Charles could no longer hold back and rested his head on Gabriel's shoulder. Laughing heartily, Franklin let out a loud cry, clearly distressed. Within seconds, another group of guests arrived to see what was happening. The newly arrived guests did not know what had occurred, but upon seeing Franklin's state and Austin calmly adjusting his clothes nearby, their expressions became subtly thoughtful. This cannot be what I think it is, right? Exactly what you are imagining. Franklin and this guy, Austin, Riker's third wife. Grace was still worried about Riker lying on the ground when she stood up and stormed toward Adrian, her voice filled with anger. Are you out of your mind? How dare you? I will not let this go. Adrian stepped aside to avoid Grace, his eyes suddenly reddening. How could it be my fault? If Franklin had not betrayed us, I would not have reacted like this. His voice trailed off as he looked utterly heartbroken. How could it not be your fault? Look at what you have caused. Grace glanced at Franklin writhing in pain on the floor, then toward Riker still lying nearby, her eyes filling with tears as she panicked. What do we do now? What should we do? Grace turned and saw Gabriel, her eyes lighting up instantly. Charles suddenly stepped out from behind Gabriel, blocking his path. Gabriel looked puzzled. Charles, stay quiet. Charles whispered sharply. If Grace dares to come over and pressure Gabriel right now, I will not let her get away with it. Gabriel was stunned. The entire Hua family turned toward the two at once. The three brothers from the Hua family each felt a growing mix of emotions. They have only just started being together, and already they are defending one another. Only Jack and Charlotte exchanged a knowing smile, both clearly pleased. Grace did not have time to think about anything else. She hurried forward, about to speak to Gabriel, when Riker suddenly groaned from the ground. Grace froze in place and quickly turned to look at Riker. Riker, are you okay? Riker's face was flushed and his neck strained as he gasped for air. His condition looked serious, but at least he had opened his eyes. Just then, the butler arrived with private doctors, approaching Gabriel to report. Young master. Gabriel gave a slight nod. One private doctor moved forward to check on Riker, while the other went to assess Franklin's condition. The crowd around them began to slowly clear a bit. At that moment, Charles spotted the journalist who had just been talking to Adrian. No one knew when the reporter had slipped into the crowd, but now he was holding two phones, one constantly snapping photos and the other recording video without pause. Charles's lips curled slightly at the sight. With this footage, it is solid proof. Franklin's career is over for sure. Charles felt unusually pleased, then turned his attention to Riker, who was still being checked on. Franklin's injury was in a sensitive area, and the doctor could not examine him publicly. He simply said, if you are still feeling intense pain, it would be best to go to a hospital for a full checkup. Franklin was in tears from the pain and kept nodding frantically. Yes, I need to go hospital, right now. Then he glared at Adrian with anger. You wait. I will not let this slide if it is the last thing I do. Adrian remained calm, his expression unreadable as he quietly watched Franklin. Franklin did not care about Adrian anymore. He was helped by the doctor and quickly walked away. Meanwhile, the doctor finished a quick check on Riker and spoke up. No major issues. Probably just stress-induced. If anything else feels off, you should get an X-ray at the hospital. Grace was anxious. Then let's go. Both of you, straight to the hospital. Riker had fully regained his composure and shook his head. Grace froze in surprise. Just as Franklin was being led past Riker by the doctor, he suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of Franklin's pant leg. His eyes red with emotion, voice trembling. What? When exactly? Franklin was in intense pain, beads of sweat covering his face. Upon hearing Riker's words, his expression changed instantly. Then he looked down at him. Riker only clung to the pant leg, trembling all over. Franklin's lips moved silently, his eyes avoiding contact. After a long pause, he still could not speak a word. The onlookers had assumed Franklin and Riker were both heading to the hospital, and with the main person absent, they figured there was no point staying for the scene. But before they could leave, they heard Riker's words. For a moment, the crowd froze in place, all turning to watch what would happen next. Yet as time passed with no reply from Franklin, everyone's expressions began to show growing impatience. Speak up. Why will not you say anything? Only Charles and his group, who knew the exact starting time, now smirked again. Just as Charles was about to speak, a soft and pleasant female voice rang out. Are you asking when my relationship with him began? The crowd paused in surprise, then turned sharply toward the source of the voice. It was Austin speaking. A flicker of shock appeared in their eyes. Even Charles looked stunned. What is Austin doing by stepping forward now? After betraying her stepson and being caught red-handed by her husband, should not she be trying to disappear completely right now? Why is she still speaking up at a moment like this? Charles suddenly realized something, quickly stepped back behind Gabriel, then pulled out his phone to search for Austin's name. The next instant, the members of the Hua family and Gabriel heard Charles's excited voice. Found it! Charles quickly reviewed the relevant storyline. and his expression twisted for a brief moment. Wait, so Austin agreed to marry Riker because she had her eyes on Franklin all along. At that, Gabriel and the Hua family members were slightly surprised. What? Austin had been interested in Franklin from the start? Then why did not she go after Franklin directly, and instead took such a roundabout path to marry Riker? What exactly did Austin gain from marrying Riker? Wait, actually, Austin really did end up gaining a lot. Austin and Riker were officially married, and after the wedding, all of Riker's post-marriage income had to be shared equally with her. So Austin was targeting Riker's wealth, while also aiming for Franklin's youth. Charles's next words confirmed everyone's suspicions. Before Riker and Austin got married, Austin had already met Franklin, but back then Franklin was surrounded by many admirers and never paid her any attention. At the time, although Austin liked Franklin, she cared more about money, so she came up with the idea of getting close to Riker first. Charles felt deeply unsettled by what he read. Let's be honest, that was actually a pretty smart move. After marrying Riker, Franklin only lasted 2 months before starting something with Austin. And at that point, Austin was not just living like a wealthy woman. She would also gotten the person she wanted. Well, sort of. It is really hard to judge, but you could say justice has its own way of balancing things. Gabriel and the Hua family members nodded in agreement. It really is hard to say. At that moment, Riker finally came back to himself, looking at Austin, who had already straightened her appearance. He was furious and shouted, "How dare you still speak to me like this?" Austin heard that and could not help but laugh. She did laugh, and looked down at Riker sitting on the ground, saying, "Why would not I have the right to speak with you? Have you never been involved with others behind closed doors?" The moment her words settled, Riker's face turned pale. Besides, I am not nearly as careless with relationships. I only have one special someone. Do not you agree?" As she spoke, Austin stepped forward and placed a hand lightly on Franklin's shoulder. Franklin's face instantly darkened. He shot Austin a sharp look and whispered low, "Are you out of your mind?" Austin gave a quiet scoff, then turned her gaze back to Riker on the ground. "Since you just asked, I will tell you. 2 months. Riker blinked in shock. "What?" Austin smiled faintly. "Of course, it started 2 months after the wedding." Riker's eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers all reacted with stunned expressions. Is this really happening? 2 months, and they were already together? The crowd's curious eyes quickly darted between the three of them. Charles could not hold back anymore, his shoulders shaking with laughter. Wait, are we really getting this for free? Not just Charles. After Austin said those words, most people in the room started laughing. Even though everyone was trying to keep their laughter quiet, the combined whispers still turned into a ripple of muffled giggles. Riker sat on the floor, his breathing growing heavier. He looked like he might pass out again. The doctor nearby acted quickly, pressing a finger into his upper lip to help revive him. Riker came around. Franklin, however, remained frozen in place, staring at Austin in shock, almost as if he was about to ask out loud whether Austin had lost his mind. Austin, who had already started to leave, noticed Franklin's gaze and offered a calm smile. "Are not you going to the hospital yet?" Franklin's face turned pale instantly, sweat still damp on his forehead. He trembled as he raised one arm. "You? Austin, you are completely out of your mind." With those words, Franklin pulled away from Riker's grip and, guided by the doctor, practically stumbled and scrambled toward the exit. Riker finally snapped back to reality, glaring at Austin. "Austin, I am filing for divorce, but do not forget, I want half the assets." With that, Austin walked off without even glancing back at Riker. Adrian also turned to leave the room, likely heading out too. Seeing both of them go one after another, Riker could no longer hold back. He rushed to his feet. "Wait, who said you could leave?" But as soon as he took a step forward, everything went black. Grace quickly rushed to support Riker. "Are you okay, Riker? Maybe we should still go to the hospital." Before Grace could finish speaking, a series of sharp, clicking sounds suddenly filled the air. Charles looked up and saw Franklin, previously hurrying away, now frantically retreating back toward them with his face covered. Charles was deeply surprised. Where did all these reporters come from? And they are even shooting right in our faces. Great job, great job. Charles was clearly excited. Just then, Gabriel appeared from somewhere and quickly placed a hat over Charles's head. Charles immediately looked up at Gabriel. Gabriel whispered, "There are too many reporters. Better to wear it." Charles smiled and nodded at Gabriel, then asked with a thought, "What about you?" Gabriel gently squeezed Charles's hand and said softly, "Do not worry about me. These reporters are probably brought by my father." Sure enough, the moment Gabriel finished speaking, Charles spotted a familiar figure walking toward them. The onlookers had completely stepped outside, leaving only members of the Gu family inside the room. Charles and Gabriel stood at the doorway, with Edwin Alexander and Michael Jack stepping closer behind them. Inside, Riker was still sitting on the floor. Grace crouched beside him, while Franklin had turned around completely, facing away from everyone. As more cameras were now pointed directly at them, Riker and Grace finally understood what was happening. Riker did not hesitate and asked, "Brother-in-law, what are you trying to do?" Grace looked equally confused. "Why are there so many reporters?" Franklin, then it hit her. Her pupils widened suddenly as she stood up and turned to Braden. Did a reporter just catch footage of? Her voice trembled, leaving the rest unsaid. But everyone in the room understood. Charles smiled. Of course it was caught. How could it not be? We just do not know what Adrian plans to do with those photos and videos. Franklin looked the most alarmed. No. This cannot be happening? The moment he said it, Franklin shuddered. How could not it? When Riker and Grace walked in just now, they were followed by a crowd. Who can guarantee there was not a reporter among them? Or that someone did not take pictures and post them online? If that is true, Franklin, already pale, turned even whiter. He quickly turned to Riker. Dad. I was wrong before, but my career cannot be destroyed. Though Franklin was not really driven by ambition, he certainly did not want his secret relationship with his stepmother to become public gossip. And if this keeps spreading, how could he possibly survive in the entertainment industry? Riker's expression was grim too. What Franklin did today is something even a beast would not do. But this man is worse than an animal, and yet he is my son. And more importantly, the company's yearly revenue has been declining for years. Adding such a scandal now would only make things worse for the stock market. Riker grimaced, then quickly signaled Grace with a look. Sister, you need to come up with something too. Grace's face was filled with worry. She was supposed to figure it out. What kind of solution could she possibly come up with? Charles had already pulled out his phone and opened the trending page, but there were no posts related to Franklin. Just a vague headline showing up instead. A celebrity is suspected of cheating, caught in the act. The moment it appeared, a wave of curious onlookers flooded the comments section. Who is it? Cannot you content creators stop playing games with clues? Charles glanced at the comments, his brow slightly furrowed. That reporter did get photos and video just now. Why hasn't anything been released yet? Could Adrian really be planning to trade those photos and videos for something from the Gu family? Upon hearing Charles's words, the others in the Hua family also pulled out their phones to check. It must be intentional. This looks like something Adrian deliberately set up. Grace suddenly remembered that Braden was right beside her. Even though she knew he probably would not help, she could not resist saying, "Braden, could you please think of a way? Franklin's future absolutely cannot be ruined." Braden did not show any reaction on his face when he heard Grace's words. He just asked, "What kind of plan?" Grace clenched her teeth. "At least, can you make them stop filming?" Braden remained still, saying nothing further. Grace felt a pang of embarrassment and was about to speak again when Franklin suddenly shouted from the other side, "It is not too late. My situation hasn't been exposed yet." Charles's eyes flickered at those words. For no reason, a sense of dread washed over him, and suddenly his head throbbed with intense pain. So sharp it felt like it surged up from deep within his soul, causing Charles to tremble slightly. Gabriel noticed Charles's sudden distress immediately and quickly reached out to steady him. "Charles, what is wrong?" The Hua family members and Braden both turned toward them instantly. Charles looked up, meeting Gabriel's concerned gaze. The sharp pain seemed to ease slightly at that moment. Charles took several deep breaths until the discomfort finally faded completely. Charles let out a long sigh. He did not know what had just happened, But he did not want Gabriel or anyone else to worry. He tried to reassure them. It is nothing, just, Gabriel narrowed his brows, still clearly uneasy. In the next moment, Charles gently pushed away Gabriel's hand, steadied himself in front of him, then immediately logged into his main Weibo account and without hesitation started a live stream. The Hua family members and Braden both witnessed Charles's sudden move, but they could not understand why he would suddenly gone live, or why he would pointed the camera directly at the three people from the Gu family inside the room. Grace was fully focused on Franklin. Hearing his words, she forgot about Braden entirely and quickly stepped forward to stand beside him. What is going on? Is there still a chance to turn this around? Franklin handed the phone to Grace with excitement. Yes. Auntie, look. The topic only mentions two-character male star and hasn't revealed anyone's name yet. That means if we just hand someone else a little blame right now, this whole thing could blow over. Charles gripped his phone tightly. He glanced down at his screen, where the number of viewers was still skyrocketing. As soon as fans entered the stream, they heard Franklin's words and the chat filled up with question marks. What is this? Hey, could it be that fresh hot gossip from the trending list? No way. My gossip king, are you actually on site again? So that two-character male star is Franklin? Franklin had no idea Charles's camera was already focused on him, still speaking excitedly to Grace, who clearly let out a sigh of relief. Right, we just need someone to step in at this moment. But who could it be? Grace rarely got involved in company matters and knew even less about celebrities in the entertainment world. Watching the two of them wildly and loudly plotting right before everyone, Charles could only let out a cold scoff. He should have realized it sooner. The unlucky person originally pushed out by Grace, Franklin, and Riker together in the original story. At the same time, Franklin's mind was racing. Just as he was about to suggest picking someone at random, Grace suddenly broke into a cheerful laugh. Right? Your cousin, Grace spoke loudly. Your cousin Gabriel has a two-character name. We could. Charles instinctively tightened his grip on Gabriel's hand. At that moment, there was a sharp snap. Grace's face shifted to the side. Charles looked down and realized his hand had reacted before his mind could even catch up. It had already blocked the camera. He let out a quiet breath of relief. Braden's voice was icy. Grace, I have never laid a hand on you before, and I never intended to. Grace clutched her stinging cheek. Dazed, Braden's face burned with fury. But you are not human. For a relative by bloodline, you would actually push your own son into danger. Do you even deserve to be called a mother? Grace looked up at Braden, startled by the fury in his eyes. She quickly lowered her head, instinctively trying to explain. Gabriel has already decided to step away from the entertainment industry, hasn't he? Is not this a bit extreme? If he is not planning to stay in showbiz anymore, what is wrong with letting him take the hit for Franklin? Shut up. Charles could not hold back any longer, completely ignoring that his phone was still live streaming. You might not like Gabriel, but I do, and so do his fans. Why should he suffer just because of you? Let the one who is caught cheating take responsibility. Gabriel does not owe him anything. Charles was so angry he nearly lost his temper. Gabriel quickly pulled Charles into a hug, whispering softly, Charles, enough. Do not say any more. Charles's face was tight with anger. I am upset. Hearing that clearly angry tone, Gabriel could not help but smile. Seeing the smile, Charles got even more frustrated. Why are you laughing? Gabriel replied honestly. I am smiling because I know you care about me, and that you are worried. Those words actually made Charles feel a little embarrassed. The anger in his chest seemed to fade away, gently extinguished by Gabriel's soft words. Charles blinked a few times. Gabriel went on. I am really happy, Charles. I truly am. Charles gave a small huff. What are you so happy about? Your life and career were just nearly ruined. They cannot destroy what is already strong. Gabriel comforted Charles. Charles pressed his lips together. The two were so close, chests nearly touching. He could feel Gabriel's heart beating rapidly against him. He wanted to argue back, but after thinking hard, could not find any words. So he gave up. Gabriel thought Charles had finally calmed down, so he held him even tighter. Charles and Gabriel fell silent, and only then did Braden turn his gaze away from the two of them, his face hardening as he looked at Grace. After all these years of dealing with her, he now had enough evidence to strike a final blow at Goo Group, and it was time to finally settle things with Grace. Braden glanced toward the assistant outside the door, who quickly stepped forward to hand over the documents. Braden placed the divorce papers in front of Grace. "Sign it." Grace froze, her face flashing with emotion as she saw the words divorce agreement. "Not again, Braden. Is divorce your only way to pressure me? Are you really trying to destroy Gabriel?" Perhaps it was because she had first gained an advantage from this tactic. So whenever Braden brought up divorce over the years, she would always say exactly that. But unfortunately, Gabriel had long grown up. He was no longer the child afraid of snowy nights, and Braden himself was ready to finally leave behind that long, painful winter he would been walking through for over a decade. "You were just about to harm him," Braden said coldly, a man long accustomed to power. He rarely showed this domineering air, but now, looking down at Grace as if she were nothing more than a small insect, his eyes carried an icy disdain. Grace shivered all over from the look in his eyes. No, why was Braden looking at me like that? He always backed down before whenever I said those words. Why not this time? Grace suddenly felt a fear unlike anything she would ever known. Could Braden really not be swayed by her usual tactics? That should not be possible. Braden adored her, and he was so fond of his son. How could he possibly refuse to give in now? Grace tried to calm herself and said, "I am not going to divorce you, and this situation today. You have to figure something out." Braden suddenly let out a soft laugh. Grace froze in surprise. She saw Braden raise his hand, and the reporters behind him stopped filming. Security stepped forward one by one. "It is fine if you do not sign. As long as the Goo Group collapses and both you and your brother end up in trouble, there will be nothing you can do about it." Hearing those words, Grace's heart sank. "Braden, you, Grace, do not think I do not have proof of your secret asset transfers, and do not assume the little schemes your Goo Group has been running escaped my notice," Braden said coldly. Those words sent shockwaves through more than just Grace. Riker struggled to get up. "Sister, brother-in-law, But the security guards gave neither of them a chance to speak. A group of guards grabbed all three, ignoring their strong resistance, and dragged them through the crowd of guests before throwing them harshly onto the ground in front of the Cheen family's villa. The summer heat was intense. The pavement burned underfoot. Only when her hands had blistered from the scorching surface, and she heard Franklin and Riker's cries, did Grace finally realize what was happening. It is over. This time, Braden truly meant to end their marriage. Everything was ruined. A wave of dread overwhelmed the three members of the Goo family. Franklin was the first to snap back, quickly rising to his feet and staring at Riker and Grace still on the ground, asking anxiously, "What should we do now? What should we do?" Everything had happened so fast that by this point, Franklin had not even had a chance to say anything before being pushed out. He was utterly confused and shaken. Riker felt just as stunned. What now? He did not have a clue either, and Riker was genuinely troubled by what Braden had said at the end. Could it be that Braden is planning to take action against their Goo Group company? Riker's mind was in a complete mess. Looking at Grace, she was even more panicked. The reality that Braden truly intended to end their marriage weighed so heavily on Grace that she could hardly breathe. Grace did not want to divorce Braden, even though over the years, due to the Goo family, Grace had often clashed with Braden and had not truly valued him much. But after all these years together, Grace had long grown fond of Braden. That is why whenever Braden mentioned divorce before, she reacted so strongly. She even threatened to harm Gabriel, but those were just tactics Grace used to keep her marriage intact. She claimed she would ruin Gabriel, but had she ever actually done it? Was Braden really worth all this? Is he really going to end things like this? Grace found it amusing, laughing until her eyes turned red. Franklin waited quietly for a long time without getting any response from them, and suddenly grew restless, pacing back and forth nervously. Suddenly, Franklin had an idea. He quickly reached for his phone. When he looked at the screen, his vision went dark instantly, followed by a heavy thud as Franklin fell to the ground. The force of the fall was startling. making Grace and Riker, still lost in thought, turn around quickly. Grace wiped away her tears and rushed to help Franklin up, asking anxiously, "Franklin, are you okay? What happened?" Franklin had fallen hard. The asphalt scraped open his forehead, blood flowing freely. Riker wobbled over at that moment, and seeing the scene, he grew even more concerned. "Hospital! Get the driver here now." As he said this, he pulled out his phone to call the driver. Before he could dial, his secretary's call came through. "Riker, it is bad news. Silas just passed out." Riker. "What?" The phone speaker was loud, and Grace heard it clearly. Her expression changed instantly. "Hurry! Hospital! We must get to the hospital right away." Finally, Gu family's driver arrived late, rushing the unconscious Franklin and the dazed Riker along with Grace toward the hospital. Midway through the drive, the unconscious Franklin stirred awake. His head wound had been roughly bandaged, still painful, but he barely noticed. His first instinct was to search for Grace. Seeing her, he did not care that blood still streamed from his forehead as he lunged forward. "Auntie, please help me. I am drowning in online hate, calling me a terrible person. You have to reach out to Gabriel right now. He is your son, and his company's PR team is powerful. If they speak up for me, I can clear my name." A trickle of blood ran from Franklin's forehead down into his eyes, making his already fiery gaze even more intense. Grace looked at Franklin's state with deep concern and quickly comforted him. "Franklin, do not panic. I will handle it right away." She had meant to say she would contact Gabriel immediately. But as soon as she began speaking, Grace froze. Could she still reach Gabriel now? Grace felt deeply unsettled, and the rest of her words stuck in her throat. Franklin stared hard at her, growing impatient when she stayed silent for too long. "Speak up, Auntie. Gabriel is your son. How could you not?" Before he could finish, Franklin suddenly paused. Exactly, Gabriel was Grace's own son. But would he still recognize her as his mother now? Not to mention Braden had already planned to divorce Grace. Just think about what happened moments ago. Grace actually told Gabriel and Braden they could send Gabriel out as a distraction to shield herself. Franklin knew this was a smart move. After all, Gabriel had been at the scene just like Franklin, and both shared short two-character names. There was not anyone more fitting as a stand-in. But Grace could not have said that in front of Gabriel and Braden. Did not Grace know how fiercely Braden protected Gabriel? Yet she acted as if she had no sense. She said it right in front of Braden, and everyone else there heard it too. Gabriel already did not get along well with Grace. Now that he would heard her say this, would he even help her? Come to think of it, Braden's decision to divorce Grace might have been influenced by this too. And Braden's words today were not just about ending his marriage with Grace. They were also a clear signal to cut ties completely with their family. That was bad enough. What was worst of all was that Braden had the security guards throw them out in front of everyone without any mercy. To begin with, he would already lost face today when Grace and Riker recklessly exposed his connection with Austin. Now, because of Grace, the Goof family had become a joke across the entire social circle. The more Franklin thought about it, the angrier he got. His eyes burned red as he glared at Grace. "It is all your fault. If it were not for you, how could Gabriel have refused to help me?" Hearing that, Grace looked utterly stunned. She winced slightly and said, "Why are you blaming me, Franklin?" "I am. Not my fault." Franklin snapped, fire rising in his voice. "Did not I tell you clearly before we left for the Cheen family? I said to sweeten Braden and Gabriel up. Did you even try?" Hearing Franklin's outburst, Riker finally came back to himself. His gaze fell on Grace in the back seat. Exactly, it was all Grace's fault. For weeks, Riker had been working hard to ease the tension between Braden and Grace. Finally managed to get Braden to calm down a little. On their way to the Cheen family, Riker repeatedly warned Grace. No matter what Braden said this time, she had to listen, go along with him, and do her best not to oppose him. After all, Braden was not the same as before. He did not care for Grace like he used to, so there was no way he would still obey her every wish. But as long as Braden did not divorce Grace, they were still a family. That meant no matter what Grace asked for, Braden would surely agree. But in reality, Grace had promised to behave well. Yet once they arrived at the Chin family, she immediately acted like a high-handed lady. Right after meeting Gabriel, she would already made him upset. Then later, she even said in front of Braden that Gabriel's reputation did not matter at all. Riker felt like he was about to collapse from frustration. Why did I have to have such a foolish sister? Grace could favor Franklin all she wanted, but why could not she at least pretend in front of Gabriel and Braden? If only she had played along today, things would not have turned out like this. Now it is too late. Braden is going to divorce Grace, and Franklin's future is ruined as well. And most importantly, Riker had no idea what other plans Braden might still have in store. Grace was still trying to explain to Franklin, "Franklin, I know you are upset, but this is not my fault at all." "How is not it your fault?" Riker in the front seat fumed more with every thought. Had it not been for Grace, nothing like this would have happened today. It is all because of you. Everything has fallen apart. Riker's face twisted in anger as he glared at Grace. Whether it was Franklin joining the Chin family group or our Gu group making a comeback, everything is ruined because of you. Grace opened her mouth, but before she could explain, Franklin's harsh words followed. "Auntie, do not tell me you still think you are innocent. Look at what you have done over the years. We found you a perfect match. Yet you did not even know how to use it. Your own son and husband treat you like a stranger now. Are you happy with that?" The accusations came at Grace from both sides, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. She wanted to say no. This mess had nothing to do with her. The reason she snapped at Gabriel right away was because Riker had told her just recently about Gabriel refusing to meet him. That is why she was so upset. She only wanted to stand up for Riker. What did she do wrong? And then there was the matter with Franklin. Grace was so panicked at the time. She wanted to help Franklin so badly that she ended up speaking without thinking when talking to Gabriel. If it were not for Franklin, she would not have been in this situation. And then, was not it also for the Gu family that she agreed to marry Braden, someone she did not like in the first place? From childhood on, both her father and mother had told Grace that Riker was the most important person in this household, and they always urged her to take good care of him no matter what. Grace took all of it to heart. She even married Braden, someone she was not fond of, and had children with him, just for Riker. Why is Riker now turning on her like this? Grace tried to explain, but neither father nor son would listen. Every word of their criticism cut deep into Grace's heart. Finally, Riker shouted, "It is all your fault. How can you even face us now when we go to see Dad? Throw her out." Franklin yelled. The driver slammed on the brakes right away. Grace was left stranded on the roadside, watching the car ahead drive off without mercy. It was not until that moment that Grace finally realized her mistake. She was wrong. It all started with a fundamental error. She had a husband who loved and respected her, and an incredibly talented son. So why did she act as if she would lost her senses? Beneath the scorching sun, Grace knelt by the roadside, sobbing uncontrollably, but it was too late now. Everything was beyond repair. At the same moment, at the Chin family villa, only when he saw the 3 members of the Gu family being thrown out did Charles suddenly realize, "My live stream hasn't ended yet." Hearing those words, Gabriel and everyone from the Hua family turned to look at him. Gabriel said, "It is still not too late to shut it down." And the viewers in the live stream room instantly reacted with excitement. All right, Gabriel, are you really going to drop the act now?" "Oh no. I want to keep watching the stream." Yeah. Did you just hug Charles a moment ago?" Gabriel, before the viewers could react, Charles quickly shut off the live broadcast. Seeing the screen go dark, fans were heartbroken. "Charles, why did you listen to Gabriel?" "Yeah, just sneak in one more little live moment for us. I really want to see you two together." Too bad, the live stream was already gone for good. But netizens and fans did not stay upset for long. After all, without Charles's live stream, they still had other entertainments to look forward to today. Not long after that, the trending news had just revealed a 2-character male celebrity's infidelity, and moments later, they witnessed Franklin revealing the truth on stage. Netizens and fans immediately dropped to their knees, praising the king of gossip. But before they could celebrate for even a minute, Gabriel's mother made a confusing comment. When her nephew got into trouble, She pushed her own son to take the fall. Could a mother really do something like that? Netizens were furious. Gabriel's fans were even more outraged. Even casual onlookers who came just to catch the gossip found it unbelievable. It turned out there really were mothers in the world who did not care for their own sons. Netizens were deeply indignant and could not help but speak out passionately online. After letting off steam, they could not help but reflect. But honestly, I actually got a real crush today. Who else? I always said Gabriel and Charles were genuine. We are sweet as a light bite. A light bite? Who came up with such a weird couple name? Is not it catchy? But the meaning behind it is actually quite sweet. Seriously, does this awkward nickname even have a meaningful twist? Soon, fans of the couple stepped in to explain. Gabriel and Charles first met because of that reality show called Guazong, and in the show, wherever there was juicy gossip, you would always find Charles. And Gabriel too. What does this prove? It means both Charles and Gabriel love getting their hands on the latest drama. So when you put Gabriel and Charles together, it becomes light bite, one bite. That is like taking a gentle, careful taste of the gossip. How perfectly on brand is this couple name? How could anyone not love it? Even after seeing the fans' explanation, some netizens still could not get on board. In response, the fanbase said, "Sorry, not sorry. We are just more numerous. Maybe you could make room for us?" The online crowd could not hold it in and burst out laughing right away. Charles scrolled through the posts and could not help but chuckle too. Even though Grace had been officially asked to leave the Chin family circle, this birthday celebration in her honor did not end. It kept growing as more guests arrived, and Braden was swamped with work. With so many guests coming in, it was not fair to leave everything to Braden alone. As the future leader of the Chin family group, Gabriel had to step in and help greet everyone. Before parting ways, Gabriel took Charles's hand and asked, "How about you go rest for a bit in my room? I have kept some milk chilled in the kitchen for you." Charles thought for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I will go up on my own. You should head back to greet the guests first." Gabriel gave a soft hum in response, but did not let go of Charles's hand. Charles looked slightly puzzled, frowning at Gabriel. "What is wrong, Charles?" Gabriel said, his brow furrowed faintly. "Are not you feeling happy?" Charles blinked in surprise, instinctively replying, "I am not unhappy at all." Gabriel suddenly reached out and gently brushed his fingers across Charles's forehead. "Then why is your brow still furrowed?" Charles looked a little confused, touching the spot Gabriel had just touched. It really is furrowed, so why do not I feel happy?" Charles's expression of confusion seemed genuine, and Gabriel relaxed a little in relief. "Could it be because you are a bit tired?" Gabriel asked. Charles thought for a moment, then nodded. "Maybe that is it. After all, I did get up really early today." Gabriel's lips turned up slightly at the words. He knew he should not say these things now. After all, they would only just started being together. But for some reason, Gabriel just could not hold it back. He felt the need to tell Charles, almost eager, "Charles, be patient with me. I will be back soon. And when you finish university, would you ever consider marrying me?" Charles's eyes widened instantly. Marriage? I know it is still too early, but ever since we have been together, I have been thinking about this all the time. You do not need to rush. Do not feel pressured to give me an answer right away. I will patiently wait until you are ready. Gabriel took a quiet breath, the sunny day making his smile especially bright. "Charles, I am off now." After saying that, Gabriel leaned in and gave Charles a soft kiss on the corner of his lips. Only after Gabriel had walked far enough did Charles finally reach up to touch his own lip. Gabriel kissed him, and it was Gabriel who made the move. The frown on Charles's face finally eased, and he walked toward the villa with a bright smile. Heading upstairs, when he reached the main hall, Charles suddenly stopped in his tracks, because he saw a familiar figure. "What are you doing here?" Charles said in surprise, instinctively stepping toward the boy. The boy did not seem surprised at all. He still had a small ponytail at the back of his head. Seeing Charles, he quickly walked over while signing to him. Charles's brow furrowed slightly as he said, "Again with the hand signs? But I cannot understand them." Before he could finish speaking, Charles paused. No. The boy's hand movements were fast. faster than they had been during their last meeting. But this time, Charles realized he could understand them. He not only understood the meaning behind each gesture, but also grasped the boy's question. The boy said, "Time is almost here. Have you decided what to do?" Charles opened his mouth. "Time? What time?" The boy blinked, then suddenly pointed to a spot. He was indicating the backyard. Charles glanced around. There were indeed many people nearby, and this was not a good place for talking. Without much hesitation, Charles nodded and followed the boy toward the backyard. As they walked, the boy made several more gestures toward Charles. This time, Charles still understood them. The boy said, "I am Blake. We were in a rush last time. We might have scared you, so I am sorry." Charles was not sure why he was apologizing, but remembering their earlier meeting, he asked, "So what did that note you gave me last time actually mean?" By the time they would finish talking, they had reached the backyard. Upon hearing Charles's question, Blake's round eyes widened instantly. He gestured in surprise. "You do not know?" Charles shook his head, clearly puzzled. "Should I have known?" They arrived at the courtyard where Charles and his group had first had their barbecue. The head chef spotted Charles and quickly approached to ask what he would like to eat. Charles shook his head, then asked Blake, "You hungry?" Blake shook his head as well. Charles told the head chef they did not need anything, and the two sat down in the pavilion. By midday, the sunlight outside had grown increasingly bright. As Charles turned his head, he happened to see Blake looking up at the sky. Seeing that Blake did not seem interested in talking, Charles did not push him. In truth, Charles felt quite puzzled. He was curious about Blake's identity and confused by the question Blake had asked earlier, but just as these thoughts began to form, they quickly faded in his mind. Instead, Charles remembered the question Gabriel had just asked him, why he was not happy. Charles suddenly furrowed his brows, and his eyes felt a bit watery. Right? Why was he feeling unhappy? He would seen Gabriel today, and had finally gotten to drink the oat milk he would been wanting for so long. Even though Grace had not been kind to Gabriel, she would not be able to hurt him anymore after today. Charles should have felt happy, but as soon as the feeling of joy began to rise, it was completely overwhelmed by a deep sense of sorrow. And when Charles tried to dig deeper into that sadness, the emotions swirling in his mind suddenly vanished again. The feeling was oddly familiar. It was as if a pre-written program had been etched into his mind, and whenever he approached this kind of question, the thoughts would automatically be erased. Felt strange. Suddenly, Charles felt Blake beside him gently tap his shoulder. Charles turned around. Blake's fine brows were tightly furrowed, and he gestured as he said, "You have likely lost some memories. I do not know if it is because of that person, but you helped me before, and I promised to find you today, so I will tell you everything I know, but I cannot promise you will remember after hearing it. Pay close attention now." Charles was startled. Amnesia? Did he lose his memory? No, he definitely had not lost his memory. Charles was certain, but Blake did not give him a chance to explain, continuing with gestures. "So far, we have met 4 times, including our last meeting at the resort. The first time, I was on a mission, but because I developed feelings for my target, I failed." A mission? The target? Charles's eyes were full of confusion. Blake said, "That time, you saved me. I promised then to help you with something, but you said you did not need any assistance and left. Second time, I was still on a mission. Honestly, it is frustrating. After going through this once already, I have to relive it again. Mostly because of you. But you helped me anyway, so I am still grateful. And that time, you told me you wanted me to ask you a question the next time we met." Charles's pupils widened sharply, and he instinctively said, "Have you found a way to save someone?" Blake nodded, then shook his head. "Due to world rules, I cannot write down that person's name, but you would not have forgotten your own identity, would you? Could it be that the system rebooted 4 times and caused a glitch? Rebooting time? What does that mean?" Charles suddenly felt the pain in his head returning. The sensation was similar to the one he would felt earlier when Grace was about to push Gabriel into taking the blame. Deep within his soul, an overwhelming and unbearable agony. Within seconds, a layer of sweat formed on Charles's forehead. His vision grew blurry, and he was struggling to make out Blake's hand signals. Charles felt terrible. Just as he thought he might not be able to hold on much longer, suddenly, he realized the hidden program binding him seemed to have loosened slightly. Because of that loosening, the sharp pain in his mind eased a little. Charles steadied himself and looked back at Blake, suddenly feeling a vast, ancient memory unlock. The two spoke in unison. Charles, I am not you. I am L. Blake said, you are not you. You are L, the top-ranked monitoring system in the Time-Space Bureau's regulatory division. L. The note handed to Charles was written so hastily that the lowercase l and the number were connected, leading to the mistaken identity as the letter U. He is L, and also known as Charles. The Time-Space Regulatory Bureau has many departments, and the one where L works is mainly responsible for maintaining stability in small worlds, ensuring each small world's main character follows a path toward a predetermined perfect outcome. I was the top-rated system in the regulatory department, and every small world he oversaw ended perfectly, except for the one labeled A. A gentle breeze swept through, easing the heat in the pavilion. Charles felt a sudden drop in temperature. Looking up, he realized the sun had been blocked by dark clouds piling high overhead. Rain was coming. Blake signed. Do you remember now? Charles gave a slight nod. Yes, I remember. The pain in his mind had faded, and all his memories had been restored to their proper places. Blake asked, so will you succeed this time? Charles said nothing, lost in a long reverie. When exactly did it begin? After long thought, L finally recalled it was right after finishing the ending of World S. The entire story of World S could be summed up in one sentence. Luck-powered success through passive advantage. The main character of this world was Clark, but L's favorite character was not him. He admired a role who unexpectedly met their end during the mid-stage of the story. Barry. Every monitoring system holds absolute control over its assigned small world, capable of correcting disrupted plots or adjusting established narratives. After successfully completing the first task, the monitoring system earns points from the Prime God system. In contrast, when altering fixed storylines, the system is penalized based on how severely the narrative deviates. Points function like currency and can be used within the system space. And when points accumulate to a certain level, the monitoring system gains one chance to make a choice: continue as a system under the oversight of the almighty system, or give up their system status and enter the small world as a human being. I had accumulated enough points long ago, and he no longer remembered how many digits were in that number. He had an enormous amount of points, yet L chose not to become a human. The management system Cho asked L why he had not chosen to become a human. L replied, I am the top-ranked system in the regulatory department. I know everything and can do anything. Why would I give up such complete knowledge and power just to become a frail human? Cho paused for a moment, then finally smiled and said, L, humans are not weak at all. The reason you see them as fragile is because you have never lived a vibrant, colorful life like theirs, or felt the most wonderful emotions in the world. So you just do not understand yet. L's tone remained completely unchanged. I truly cannot comprehend why someone powerful would abandon everything they possess to become a mere speck, but I am certain I do not want to experience such a life. Cho looked surprised. So you have never actually entered the human world in your true form? L shook his head. Systems do not have physical forms. They are just strings of data, vast and complex, but the almighty system granted all systems one special ability. They can take on a physical form. All they need to do is visit the Point Mall and spend a few hundred to several thousand points to obtain a suitable body. For example, L found cats very cute, so he went to the Point Mall and exchanged for a cat-shaped form. L has seen him. This was a plump orange cat with two large, flashy bells dangling from its tail. Every time Cho saw L, she would ask, Are you really not going to get it done? Each time, L would grow flustered and protest, Cho, how many times do I have to tell you? I am a system. Besides, my bells are stunning. Whenever I go into the small world, people always compliment me, and even other cats, especially females, often come up to greet me, though let's be clear, my preferences are not feline. Whenever they argued, L would dash over and grab L. Tell me, are not these bells gorgeous? Why is she so dead set on making me do it? You judge. I could not help but glance at the two round, bulky bells and ask thoughtfully, do you actually use these bells? Elle's cat eyes widened in surprise. Cho was also stunned. Is it really okay to ask something like that? Elle, angry but realizing Elle did not understand, let it go without pressing further, only muttering through gritted teeth. Of course I do not need them. I have said it many times already. My orientation is not toward cats, Elle said. Then just remove them. I was speechless. Huh. Cho covered his mouth with his hand. Elle continued. Something useless that stays on you is just a burden, so I think it would be better to get rid of it. That conversation ended with Elle furious and Cho laughing loudly. Elle never quite understood why Elle would not use his bells, yet refused to remove them, but Elle did not plan to figure it out either. His routine was simple. Monitor the small world, conclude its storyline, archive it, then move on to another one. But that moment planted a quiet question in Elle's system, until he took over and during a routine check, he accidentally saw two stray cats playing happily in the garden. It was there that Elle first met young Barry. Barry was just a primary school student, and this park was his daily path to and from school. I was observing the two cats grooming each other from an overhead perspective when suddenly, a dirty-faced boy named Charles Farr came into view, backpack slung over his shoulder. I was not particularly familiar with cats, but he knew that most creatures instinctively avoid strangers. Yet these two did not. They did not run away, and when they heard Charles's voice, both stood up and ran to his feet, rubbing against his pants in every direction. The messy little kid crouched down, gently stroked the kittens' heads, rubbed their chins, then pulled out some cat food he would prepared earlier from his backpack to feed them. Elle found it fascinating, so for a long time afterward, whenever he was monitoring the scene, he could not help but glance over at the two kittens, and often saw Barry coming to feed them. Elle suddenly became curious, what do cats feel like to touch? Why would Charles, while petting the cats, look so happy, and why would the little cats purr with delight? Actually, finding answers to both questions was simple. Elle only needed to exchange points at the reward store for a physical body. But Elle did not do it. Going through the effort just to pet a cat felt like overkill to him. More importantly, once he exchanged for a body, he would have to wait 5 years in the timeline of the Time Bureau before getting another one. Elle thought it was completely not worth it. After all, he could not change bodies anytime he wanted, but as a data entity, he could shape himself into any form without physical limits. He could become a small animal, an odd-shaped object, or even a human being. So on one afternoon of monitoring, Elle used his data to form a virtual person and went to the garden to watch Charles feed the cats. He stayed far away, though Barry could see him. As long as Barry did not come closer, he would not realize he was not a real person. Seeing Barry feed the cats from this vantage point was an entirely new kind of experience. So for the next few days, Elle came by every single day. It was not until the last day of Friday that Charles suddenly said to him, "Little brother, do you like cats too?" To better observe the cat, I had shaped his virtual body into a childlike form, which made him appear even younger than Charles. But that did not mean he would let Charles call him little brother. So Elle stayed silent. Charles Farr was not upset at all. He just smiled at him and bounced off home. For a long time after that, Elle would come by whenever he had free time to check on the kitten. Half a year later, a sudden blizzard struck without warning and claimed the life of one small tabby cat. The next day, Charles Farr carried the remaining little tricolor kitten home in his backpack. After a heated argument at Barry's home, they ultimately decided to keep the kitten. Barry was happy. As for the tabby cat that had passed away, Barry buried it in the park. The tricolor kitten now had a home. Barry was happy, and so was the kitten. Elle did not feel particularly joyful, since this meant he could no longer use his virtual form to watch the cat anymore. But Elle did not dwell on it for long. After that, whenever he was monitoring the storyline, he would often glance over at Barry, or at the kitten he had adopted, having left behind its life on the streets. The little cat now lived a much more peaceful and comfortable life. It ate to fill itself, then napped. Woke up hungry, ate again. After Barry came home each day, the kitten would rub against his legs and act cute, gaining a little extra weight along the way. It was during Barry's 6th grade year that, on a quiet night with no warning at all, the The tricolor kitten suddenly died from heart failure. Barry did not know why the kitten had passed away. He only realized in the morning that its body, still soft and warm with fur like 3 colors, had grown stiff. It was Elle who scanned the kitten's body using data analysis and concluded it had died suddenly from heart failure. Elle felt a bit sorry, but it did not affect him much. But Charles seemed to have lost his world. It was as if everything had fallen apart. He cried all day over the cat's passing, and even missed part of his middle school entrance exam because of it. After the graduation exam, Elle saw Berry the little cat named 3 Flowers in the old park. But for many years after that, Barry never returned to the park to visit the little cat again. Elle did not quite understand this and asked Elle why, if he was not going back, he still buried it, why not just dispose of the body instead? Elle, always appearing as an orange cat, seemed to frown deeply when hearing this question. After a long silence, he finally said, "Maybe it is because of the sadness?" "Huh?" Elle asked, puzzled. Elle said, "The end of life is forever gone. Maybe the boy you are talking about felt too heartbroken to face it again." Then Elle added, "By the way, does he have a cat now?" Elle replied, "Not anymore. Ever since 3 Flowers passed away, Barry never adopted another cat. Barry still occasionally fed stray cats now and then, but he never brought any home after that. After that, Elle rarely checked in on Barry, but as the world's monitoring system, he would still catch glimpses of Barry's life from time to time. For example, Barry consistently ranked at the top of every exam, or that he got accepted into their city's top high school. For instance, just one day before Barry's college entrance exam, he was involved in a sudden traffic accident and passed away. The provincial top scorer title that should have been his ended up going to Clark, the main character of the smaller world. That was the first time Elle felt something about the situation did not quite add up, so he specifically went to ask Cho, "Why did Barry have to die?" Cho appeared as a human woman, mature and thoughtful, her features not strikingly beautiful but overall quite delicate. After hearing Elle's question, she slightly furrowed her brows and paused for a long time before saying, "Elle, do you like this boy?" Elle shook his head without hesitation. He was a monitoring system, only occasionally observing Barry out of boredom with the storyline. Maybe because he had watched him so many times, he would grown particularly familiar with him, and now felt a slight sense of regret over his passing. Seeing Elle's answer, Cho seemed to relax, quietly saying something Elle did not understand at the time. "Good, you do not like him. Then I will not have to lie," Cho said. Barry's passing was predetermined. Only by dying could Clark gain luck and become the provincial top scorer. The story would only make sense that way. Elle looked puzzled. "Just to keep the plot consistent?" "Yes," Cho replied. "But Barry was not a villain," Elle said. Cho's frown eased slightly, and after a long pause, she smiled gently. "I know, but that is how this world is set up. Since Barry is not the main character, to make it believable for the protagonist to become the provincial top scorer, he had to end here, but that does not seem fair." Elle opened his mouth, wanting to defend Barry and mention all his positive qualities, but suddenly realized a question. Why was he even bothered by Barry's passing? Cho's dark, elegant eyes remained fixed on Elle as she asked, "You did not want Barry to die?" Elle said, "He was not the antagonist. In this smaller world, only villains should be eliminated. That is wrong." Cho suddenly laughed. Elle looked puzzled. Cho said, "I am so glad. Never thought our supposedly emotionless Elle system would care about a minor character's fate. I must tell Elle right away," Elle explained. "I am not upset. Also, please do not describe me that way." Cho was too caught up sharing the news with Elle to pay attention to Elle's explanation. Only after sending the message to Elle did Cho turn back and smile at Elle. "So you want to save him, then?" Elle frowned. "Why would I save him?" The excitement in Cho's eyes faded slowly, and she said in surprise, "So you still do not get it?" At that moment, Elle rushed over excitedly. "Our so-called emotionless first system is finally starting to understand feelings?" Elle said calmly, "Please do not call me that. It is quite rude." Cho could not hold back and burst out laughing. Elle the orange cat sighed. "Well, looks like he still does not understand." Cho said, "So it seems, Elle, would you be interested in learning a bit about emotions?" The time flow at the temporal bureau differed from that within the small world. In just moments of conversation, S's story had already reached its conclusion. Even though I was busy talking with Cho, he was originally a system and could handle multiple tasks at once. Watching the small world heading toward its perfect ending, L tapped the confirmation button on the system panel. A new notification window popped up. Small world ending complete. Please confirm by the monitoring system. Confirmation will trigger immediate sealing of this world. Sealing a world means its timeline can no longer be restarted. The world will continue to progress according to its natural rules until another storyline requiring supervision appears, at which point it may be reactivated. Even if the world is restarted later, already sealed storylines are not allowed to be reopened. That means if L confirms sealing now, Barry's fate will remain unchanged forever. L hesitated for the first time. As the supervisor in charge and L's superior, Cho immediately noticed his hesitation. Why are not you confirming? Cho asked. L also turned to look. L stared at the confirmation panel for a long time before finally speaking. I do not know. L did not understand why he was hesitating, nor why he felt regret over Barry's fate. L suddenly leaned toward Cho and whispered, What is with him? Acting so unsure. Cho thought for a moment. So, are you considering restarting the timeline to change Barry's outcome? For once, L did not question why he would want to do it. He asked instead, Why would I even want to do that? L looked at him sharply. You have finally started understanding emotions. L frowned. Cho paused, then spoke suddenly. After a small world storyline is complete, there is a 3-day confirmation window. Within that time, would you like to find out why? L asked. How can I find out? By restarting the timeline. No, I will send you to the next world. Cho said, This is a storyline that has never been activated before. Back then, I was the one who pressed pause. I am not sure if you will understand emotions through this choice, but I believe it is time. L did not grasp Cho's meaning, and L felt equally unsure. Cho continued, But in this world, you can no longer use a virtual body or observe it from an all-knowing perspective. You will need to experience it firsthand. Experience? L asked, puzzled. Yes, experience human life, experience human feelings, using your true self to live it all. And you must personally connect with every character in this world, including side figures and antagonists, Cho said. L grew even more confused. I can understand meeting supporting characters, but why do I have to reach out to the antagonist? Are not they just bad people? Cho shook his head with a soft smile. L, not everyone in this world is simply good or evil, and not every antagonist is truly bad. You will need to understand for yourself. After saying that, Cho released the access rights to World A. Go ahead, get a body, and truly experience what it means to live as a human. L took Cho's advice and went to the point store to claim a new form. He did not choose an adult body. He picked one belonging to a 5-year-old child with a randomly generated appearance, and so he entered World A for the first time using a human body. Walking and speaking felt like an entirely new experience. L spent a full day observing himself and those around him, then decided to go look for this world's main characters first. After all, before arriving, Cho had told him that this world was formed by the fusion of multiple storylines, meaning there was not just one single protagonist. I had overseen many such worlds before, so he assumed this one would be no different and pose no challenge at all. The next day, I went to find Mason first. Mason had just entered the entertainment industry, and when L arrived, Mason was sitting alone at the bottom of the apartment building, quietly crying. L stood a distance away, watching him, remembering what Cho had instructed. He took a step closer toward Mason. But before he could reach Mason's side, he heard Mason's cold voice say, What do you want, kid? L paused slightly, then said, Get away. Mason's eyes were full of disgust. He wiped the tears from his face and spoke sharply. You are such a nuisance. L froze in place. He wanted to explain he was not a brat. He was the world's monitoring system. But Mason did not give him a chance to speak, turning around and walking upstairs right away. Watching his retreating back, L felt even more confused. That did not make sense. The monitoring system could see the fate of everyone in a small world, so Elle naturally knew Mason's ending. In the end, Mason had a child and deeply loved that child, so why would Mason dislike kids? Elle did not understand, so he decided to come back the next day and check on Mason again. First, I had planned to go straight to Mason's home, but then he remembered the local laws and chose instead to wait outside Mason's front door. After waiting for a while, Mason finally returned. Seeing Elle, his face immediately changed, and he snapped, "Who are you? Are you someone's child or did someone send you to follow me?" Elle explained, "I did not follow you. I knew where you live, so I came here on purpose to meet you. Who are you? What do you want with me? Get away from my front door right now, or I am calling security." Elle tried to talk to Mason again, but Mason refused to respond the entire time and even used harsh words to insult him. I was stunned. Why is this happening? Is Mason just in a bad mood? That is very likely, but still, he should not be yelling like that. Besides, was not Mason supposed to be the calmest main character in the story? Elle felt that unease again, but he still did not plan to leave right away. He wanted to stay and observe a little longer. As a monitoring system, Elle naturally knew how to remain undetected, so during the following time, he did not show up in front of Mason. But he stayed close by at all times. That is when he saw Mason suddenly snap at his assistant, throwing a cup of hot water directly onto the assistant. He witnessed Mason being upset with a collaborating artist and secretly hiring online supporters to spread negative reports about that performer. He saw Mason kick a stray kitten hard when passing by it. Only after Mason left did Elle appear, gently picking up the injured kitten and taking him to a pet clinic in this world. The doctor asked where the cat came from. Elle replied honestly that he found it on the street. The doctor asked how the cat got hurt. Elle said someone had kicked it. The doctor's brow furrowed, then asked if I had any money on him. Elle shook his head. The doctor sighed, but did not give up on treating the little cat just because I had no money. Elle watched as the doctor took x-rays, performed surgery, and finally placed the kitten in a cage for fluids. The doctor said, "It is getting late, go home now. If you are able to take care of this little cat, come back with your parents in 2 weeks to adopt it, but if you do not show up by then, I will find another family for it." After thinking for a moment, Elle said, "Just give it to someone else. He was only here to experience human emotions. He did not have the time to care for a kitten." The doctor smiled, waved at Elle, and gestured for him to leave. Elle did not have a home to return to. During this time, he spent every night downstairs outside Mason's apartment building. But after that incident, for some reason, he suddenly did not want to keep following Mason anymore. Elle remembered what Cho had said. Cho mentioned not all villains were truly bad, and urged him to learn more about these so-called antagonists. So he decided to go take a look at the villains first. But after all, they were supposed to be antagonists. Back in earlier worlds, such characters were always the most dangerous. And now, something felt off. The villains here all lived together like a family, so cautious Elle decided not to approach them too quickly. As he left the pet clinic, soft snow began falling from the sky. Alone and quiet, Elle sneaked into Huamacian under cover of night and hid among the bushes. Everyone from the Hua family was home tonight. Elle saw them happily threading meat together, with Jack helping Charlotte tie her apron, Michael putting down his laptop to help carry dishes, and Alexander asking Edwin all sorts of questions. Even though Edwin was a bit difficult to handle and did not know much about the team's matters, he still patiently helped Alexander reach out to friends. Once the grill was set up, the family gathered around to start grilling. The skewers sizzled on the fire, oil bubbling gently as they were sprinkled with various spices, filling the air with a rich aroma. Elle suddenly swallowed hard. That instinctive motion made him realize soon enough. He must be craving some grilled food. What does grilling taste like? Elle did not know, but he had seen many people in different worlds say they loved eating grilled food. Maybe I should try it myself someday, Elle thought. The snow fell heavier throughout the night, and the Hua family chatted about lighthearted topics while sitting together. As they talked, the whole family would burst into laughter, but I could not quite understand why they were so happy. Eventually, his eyelids grew heavier until he realized he must have fallen asleep. It was a strange sensation, but ever since gaining a human body, There had been many experiences I could not understand before. Elle thought sleeping did not seem so bad. Since he barely understood what the Hua family was talking about anyway, why not just rest for a while? Maybe when he woke up, they would be discussing something I could understand right away. But this nap seemed unusually long. It was not until the next morning, when daylight broke through, that Jack stepped outside to tend to his flowers and spotted a child wrapped in snow among the bushes. Jack let out a startled cry. Elle's consciousness stirred awake as well. Feeling Jack pull him into a tight embrace, Elle found the warmth comforting and sensed no ill intent, so he stayed still and let Jack carry him into the cozy room. Mason had been harsh toward him on their first meeting, and the second encounter was equally unpleasant. So Elle wondered what these so-called antagonists would do when faced with his unconscious self. Jack brought home a child wrapped in ice and snow, startling Charlotte and causing sudden chaos throughout the Hua family residence. The butler quickly fetched clean clothes and blankets. Charlotte cradled the child in her arms and began removing his thin outer jacket, but as she did, she paused. Is it really true he was found out in the snow? Of course, Jack replied. But why is he still warm? Charlotte asked. Jack froze. Warm? Really? He would been so focused on getting the child inside that he had not even thought to check his body temperature. Anyway, call a doctor over right away, Charlotte said. The family physician arrived quickly, his hands trembling as he took Elle into his arms. It was below freezing last night. How could someone be found out in the snow like this? Jack briefly explained how he would discover the child, then added, but I do not think there is anything seriously wrong with him now. What could possibly explain this? The doctor muttered, reaching out to touch Elle's face. The skin felt surprisingly warm, and there was no sign of any serious issue. The doctor frowned. This really is strange, he is still warm. After speaking, the doctor began checking Elle's heartbeat and pulse. Since the body I had acquired from the Points Mall was a highly realistic human replica, he was not worried about being exposed. He stayed perfectly still as the doctor examined him. After a quick round of checks, the doctor froze. It really does not seem to be anything wrong. What could this be? Charlotte asked softly. After a moment of silence, the doctor finally said, he looks like he is just asleep. But how did he end up in the garden? Jack and Charlotte exchanged a glance. They were wondering the same thing. The Hua family's estate was vast, so their villa was not located in a busy city center. There were not many villas in the neighborhood. Besides the Hua family, there were only 3 other households, people they all knew personally, and none of them had ever mentioned having a child around that age. Still, for safety's sake, Jack sent someone to check each house one by one. As for Elle, still appearing unconscious, the doctor performed a full examination and finally concluded, the child seems fine for now. He is likely just very tired and fell asleep. Also, the doctor pointed at the clothes I was wearing and whispered, he looks like he has been out on the streets for a while. Could it be that he is? The rest of the sentence remained unsaid. Jack and Charlotte understood what was meant. Only Elle, still in his dazed state, caught only half of it. Could it be because he had not changed clothes in a while and had been lying in the bushes all night, making them think he was some kind of homeless child? Elle thought his guess was likely true, but he did not dwell on it long. Instead, he began carefully recalling everything that had happened since Jack picked him up and brought him inside. The more he thought, the more puzzled he became. In this world setup, every member of the Hua family was considered an antagonist, and I was certain he had not made a mistake in locating the right place. But what they would just done for him did not at all seem like something antagonists would do to a stranger. They had not ignored him as a stranger, nor had they dumped him out of fear of trouble. Not only did they carry his filthy self into the warm house, but they also called for a doctor to check on him. Once it was confirmed he was not physically harmed, Jack and Charlotte summoned the butler to take Elle for a bath. Warm water ran over Elle's body, feeling incredibly soothing, though he would already been feeling less drowsy. Somehow, being in the hot water made him feel sleepy again. While the butler washed him, Jack and Charlotte did not leave. They stood nearby, watching the bath unfold while chatting quietly. Charlotte said, "Poor little one." Jack nodded. "His body's fine, but he looks so thin." No idea how long he has been out on the streets. So could he possibly be a child who was taken and managed to escape? Charlotte asked again. Jack said, "It is quite possible. Let him rest a bit more. If he does not wake up soon, we will rouse him for something to eat." Charlotte agreed, adding, "It is freezing outside. Best to keep him with us for now." Elle realized then the couple planned to keep him, but why would they do that? I had overseen many small worlds, and quite a few shared similar settings with the world. In those worlds, kind-hearted protagonists always stepped in to help those in need, but the people the protagonists helped were mostly not ordinary individuals. When those supporting characters faced hardship, they encountered kind-hearted protagonists. Once they regained their power, they would return the favor many times over. With such support, the protagonist's strength, social standing, or wealth would experience a significant leap forward. In other words, the protagonist's life and career would improve greatly, and the story arc of this world would also progress. But I was not a crucial supporting character in the storyline. Even if the Hua family rescued and helped him, he would not offer assistance to any of them. Elle would not give them anything in return, and might even watch as they each one by one faced their predetermined difficult fate. But Jack and Charlotte still saved him. Did not they expect anything in return? I could not understand it. After the butler finished bathing him, Charlotte personally dressed him in clean clothes and then tucked Elle into a warm, dry bed. Outside, snow gently fell once more, while inside the house it remained quiet and cozy, with a faint pleasant scent lingering in the blankets. Elle felt he should not just fall asleep like this, but his body was simply too comfortable. The system did not feel tired. Only Elle's human body did. His exhaustion from the past few days vanished completely, and soon his body drifted back into deep sleep. While the human body rested, Elle returned to his role as overseer and wandered through the entire Hua family residence. Jack and Charlotte woke early. Only after they had bathed Elle and tucked him into bed did the clock reach 7 of the clock. As soon as the two descended downstairs, the other 3 antagonistic brothers of the Hua family gradually woke up. When Edwin heard that Jack had found a child in the garden, his eyes widened in shock. "How old is the kid?" "5 years old," Charlotte said. Alexander rolled his eyes, scanning Jack up and down before whispering to Michael, "Could this kid really not be Dad's secret child? Maybe he grew up and is now coming back to the Hua family. That is why Dad secretly hid him in the garden, pretending it was a foundling, so no one could find his real parents, and then we adopted him." Thud. Jack did not hesitate. He clout Alexander hard on the head. Alexander grabbed his head and wailed in pain. The other 3 could not help it. They all smiled. "Alexander, if you have got a problem, go get it treated. How could I possibly give birth to such a disobedient child?" Jack snapped in rage. Alexander teared up. "But that is how it is done in novels and TV shows, and even anime. This is just logical thinking. I am not letting you off today. I am going to teach you a lesson." Jack was furious, chasing Alexander around the living room. Elle watched the scene in the living room and suddenly felt a wave of relief. That is right, they are all villains. After all, how could they ever stay peaceful forever? What I saw last night must have been them pretending. This tense atmosphere is what makes sense today. Watching Alexander pinned to the ground still wailing, and Jack delivering a furious barrage of punches and kicks, Elle felt an unprecedented sense of ease. Suddenly, another thought struck him. If they were just pretending last night, then when Jack and Charlotte said they would keep me, could it mean they have something else in mind? Could they be planning to raise me nicely just to sell me later? Charlotte just mentioned trafficking children. Could they really be planning to fatten me up and sell me off? Elle took another look at his human body. The face was one he would randomly generated, but there was no denying it was quite charming. Delicate features that made him look like a porcelain doll. Even if Jack Charlotte really did sell me off, Elle still had ways to escape, but for some reason, the moment he thought about that possibility, a strange emotion suddenly came over him. It felt familiar, like the feeling he would had on the day Barry passed away, but it was not quite the same. Elle thought carefully, and realized this emotion was similar to what he would felt when seeing Mason kick a small kitten. He could not quite put it into words, but overall, it was not happiness. It made him uneasy, and for the first time, He did not want to stay in this place anymore. Without hesitation, Elle returned to his human body and forced himself to wake up. He put on the down jacket placed by the bedside, got off the bed, and prepared to leave. Before he could open the window, the guest room door was pushed open from outside. "Hey, you are awake." The visitor was Edwin, his voice full of surprise. Then he asked, "Why are not you wearing shoes? Will not your feet get cold on the floor?" I had originally planned to fly out through the window straight away, but now that Edwin was here, he could not escape. Edwin quickly stepped forward and lifted Elle into his arms with one swift motion. His face was beaming as he held Elle with one hand, while the other could not resist gently pinching Elle's cheek. "You are so cute. How about joining my next project as a young actor?" Elle stared at him without saying a word. Edwin gave him a thorough look, frowning slightly. "Cannot speak." Elle remained silent. Edwin tilted his head, making a curious sound, then hurried down the stairs with Elle in his arms. Elle lowered his eyes, realizing he was definitely not getting away now. Edwin rushed down the stairs with Elle in his arms, completely forgetting to put on shoes. Charlotte narrowed her brows at once. "He is awake. Why did not you get him shoes?" Edwin hurriedly said. "No, Mom, it is not important." "Why is not it important? What if he catches a chill?" Charlotte said, already turning to search for socks. Then Edwin spoke up. "I think he is mute." Charlotte paused mid-motion, and the rest of the Hua family all turned to look. "Mute? Really?" Jack sounded surprised. Michael frowned. "I will call the doctor." Alexander had already stepped closer, leaning in to study Elle carefully for a moment before suddenly smiling. "But he is so adorable. Can I hold him?" Edwin shook his head. Alexander reached out again toward Elle. Elle pressed his lips together, pretending not to notice. Alexander looked truly disappointed. "Big brother, please let me hold him." Edwin still would not give in. Alexander kept circling around Edwin and Elle like a broken record. Edwin was getting annoyed when suddenly, Elle noticed something. Alexander did not seem to have any injuries? No, did not he just get pinned to the ground by Jack? Are villains just playing pretend when they fight? Elle found it hard to believe, then reached out toward Alexander. Alexander's eyes lit up instantly as he cheered. "Oh, the little quiet one, let me hug him." Edwin could not refuse anymore and reluctantly handed Elle over to Alexander. The moment Alexander took hold of Elle, he suddenly lifted him into the air. Elle's eyes widened. What was this villain doing? Before he could even rise, Alexander quickly caught him midair and then grinned. How would that feel? Was it fun, being lifted high? He would just checked Alexander's body and confirmed there were no injuries. So the guy must have a few screws loose. Charlotte gave Alexander a disapproving look. "You will scare him like that." Alexander laughed. "I am just having fun." As he sat down on the sofa holding Elle, who was still shaken, and asked, "Was it fun? You really are not a mute, are you? Such a cute quiet one." Elle, "I am not." His body was that of a child, so his voice naturally sounded young too. The words came out soft and gentle, like a child's voice. Alexander exclaimed in surprise. "You can talk!" Edwin suddenly sounded annoyed. "Why did not you say anything when I held you earlier?" Michael said. "Looks like we will not need the doctor after all." Jack and Charlotte then stepped closer to Elle. Jack asked, "Who is your family?" Charlotte smiled warmly. "Are you hungry? Auntie had the kitchen prepare some porridge for you. It will be ready soon." Elle glanced at Charlotte with a hint of caution upon hearing about the porridge. He thought to himself, they must be trying to fatten me up and sell me off. Still, I was genuinely curious about human food. The system did not need to eat, but his body did. During the time he stayed with Mason, I was not even allowed to get near him, so he had not eaten much at all. After several days, his body had become so weak from hunger that his stomach was visibly hollowed out. Elle nodded slightly at Charlotte. Charlotte immediately covered her face and said, "Oh my goodness, he is so adorable. Even cuter than the three brothers were when they were little." Alexander, "No comparing people, please." Charlotte did not care at all, reached into Alexander's arms, lifted Elle up, and headed straight for the dining room. The chef had already brought out the congee and other dishes. Charlotte placed Elle in his seat, smiled, handed him the bowl of congee, and added plenty of food to his plate. "Be careful. "It is hot. Can you eat by yourself?" Elle nodded. After a moment, he still said thanks to her. Even though they had planned to sell him off, they did give him food to eat. I was a very polite system. The congee Charlotte served I was a bowl of vegetable and lean meat congee, with finely cooked minced meat and soft greens. Remembering how people in the small world use spoons to eat porridge, Elle copied their method by scooping up a spoonful. But just as he was about to put it straight into his mouth, Charlotte quickly stopped him. Elle looked up at her, his eyes full of confusion. Charlotte laughed. "You said you could eat on your own. Did not even know to blow on it first?" She took the spoon from him, blew gently on the porridge to cool it down, and only then handed it back to Elle's lips. Elle glanced at the congee near his mouth, felt strange. He was supposed to be all-powerful. Why did he still need someone else to feed him? So Elle said, "I can eat by myself." He insisted on eating alone. There was nothing Charlotte could do, so she handed the spoon back to him and reminded him again to be careful not to get burned. Elle nodded. This time, instead of rushing to scoop a big mouthful, he slowly and carefully stirred the porridge with his spoon. As soon as the tender meat porridge touched his lips, the rich aroma quickly filled his mouth. Elle's eyes widened slightly. This was what porridge tasted like. It was delicious. Elle really liked it. The small bowl of porridge was soon finished. Charlotte looked happy to see that, then asked, "Would you like some milk?" Elle nodded. Charlotte brought him another glass of sweet milk. First, the milk had a strange taste, but soon Elle tasted its sweetness. He liked the milk, so by breakfast's end, I had eaten a bowl of porridge, drank a glass of milk, and enjoyed an entire donut. While listening to Charlotte's gentle voice, after finishing everything, Elle suddenly let out a burp without meaning to. I had never burped before and froze for a moment. Charlotte noticed his sudden pause quickly and leaned in, asking, "What is wrong?" Elle thought for a second and said, "I burped." Charlotte smiled. "You ate too much, no worries. Have those 3 brothers take you out for a walk to help your tummy settle." Elle looked up. Edwin and Alexander were already walking toward him. Alexander placed a hat on Elle's head, while Edwin wrapped a scarf around his neck. "Let's go for a walk in the garden," Edwin said. Elle turned to glance back at Charlotte. He thought, I must be about to be sold off now. But the strange feeling inside him had already faded. The donuts and porridge were delicious, and so was the sweet milk. Elle really liked them, so he could forgive them for now. Elle got up from the chair, and Alexander and Edwin each took one of his hands. Elle thought, could they really be afraid I would run away? Though he had planned to escape, it was not the right time. Stepping outside from the warm room, the cold hit him all at once. Alexander said with a thoughtful tone, "So you spent last night sleeping among the flower beds?" Elle almost nodded, then suddenly remembered that an ordinary person would not survive even a few hours in the snow. So he changed his answer. "No, just for a short while," Edwin asked. "Then how did you get to our house? Did you climb over the wall?" I had clearly flown in, but he was not going to tell them, so he stayed silent. Alexander and Edwin exchanged a glance. Then Alexander asked again, "Where are your parents?" I could have answered them. "I do not have parents, so you would not even know if they sold me." The words had barely left his mouth when both brothers froze. "Sold?" Alexander blinked. "Why would we sell you?" Edwin looked completely confused. "What kind of thoughts are going through your head? Why would we ever sell you?" Elle fell silent. Edwin could not help but laugh as he thought about it, then crouched down to look directly into Elle's eyes. "So you really believe we fed you and took you in just to sell you later?" Elle remained silent, but he was not good at hiding his emotions. His clear eyes seemed to say it plainly. "Is not that what you are doing?" Edwin chuckled. Alexander burst into laughter instead. Then the 2 brothers led Elle inside. Just then, police arrived. Seeing Alexander and Edwin holding a child, the lead officer asked, "Is this the child?" Jack said, "Yes, we went around asking neighbors earlier today, and no one reported missing a child, so we decided to contact you for a look." Elle stared at the police, feeling puzzled. The villains reported an alert? Are they calling the cops to arrest themselves? No, the officer had now reached Elle's side. The lead cop crouched down with a warm smile and asked, "Little one, do you remember your parents' phone number?" Elle understood. The villain's family did not report the incident to arrest themselves. They were trying to help find Elle, so his earlier guess that they would sell him off was wrong. I was really confused, and he looked up at Charlotte standing beside him. Charlotte whispered to him, "Do not be scared, just tell the police whatever they ask. They will get you home." I was not afraid of being sold, so why would he fear the police? He was just puzzled. Why had not the villain's family sold him off? Their actions were completely different from those of a typical villain. Even, they were almost like the main character in the story, but he could not repay them in any way. El's brow slowly furrowed. That was when he remembered the words Cho had once said, "Not everyone in the world is simply good or bad, and not every villain is truly wicked." The Hua family were all considered villains, but they were not the kind of people you would call bad by traditional standards. On the 7th day since arriving in World A, El finally understood this truth. The police ended up getting nothing out of him because I was lost in thought and did not speak a single word the whole time. The police wondered if the child might be a bit shy or withdrawn, so they did not press him further. Instead, Edwin and Alexander shared what he had said in the garden as a joke with the police. Jack and Charlotte, the officers laughed when they heard it and comforted El. "Do not worry. You do not have to stay here forever. Jack and his wife are kind people, but since you cannot keep living with them indefinitely, we will get your DNA on file and keep an eye out for any missing persons reports. We will do our best to help find your parents." So Jack took El back to the police station again. Later that afternoon, Jack held Ella's hand and smiled as he said, "You can rest easy. No matter how long it takes to find your parents, we will not kick you out. You are welcome to stay with us for now. We all really like you." El glanced sideways at Jack, still unsure. Having observed many worlds before, El naturally knew that love is one of the most important emotions in human life. And while it is similar to liking something, the two are not exactly the same. He was not sure what the difference was, nor did he know if this kind of liking was the same as how he liked drinking milk or eating donuts. But one thing El was certain about was that the Hua family would never hurt him, nor would they speak harshly to him like Mason had done. Being around them felt comfortable. Since he was trying to understand human emotions, why not stay close to them? With that thought in mind, El ended up staying with the Hua family. Jack and Michael were usually busy with work during the day, so they were not often around. Edwin and Alexander also had their own jobs, so Charlotte ended up being the one who spent most of the daytime with El. Charlotte would make lots of delicious meals for El and often watch shows or read books together with him. In no time at all, half a month had passed, and today, the Hua family gathered once more. Because it was New Year's Day, El knew about the new year and understood that today was a festive occasion. Jack and Charlotte were busy early in the morning, and even Michael, who usually never put down his computer, set it aside to help in the kitchen. They prepared a large feast, and everyone enjoyed a lively dinner together. In the afternoon, Alexander and Edwin took El out to play in the snow, and after finishing their New Year's Eve meal, they went to watch fireworks. All of these experiences were new and exciting for El, but there was no denying he truly enjoyed them. After a long day of fun, I went back to his room to rest. He did not actually need to rest, but during the time he would been staying with the Hua family, everyone else rested too, so he gradually got used to giving his body a break. But when he woke up that night, El suddenly felt something was wrong. He realized his head was dizzy and his body felt heavy. He figured it out right away. His body had come down with a cold, so El dragged himself downstairs to tell Charlotte what was going on. Without a doubt, this was the most regrettable thing I had done since joining the Hua family. As soon as Charlotte heard he had a fever, she quickly called for a doctor. The doctor said it was not serious, but that medication was needed. El really did not like taking medicine. The pills were bitter and unpleasant, and there was also a dark liquid to take. Charlotte said drinking the liquid would ease his sore throat quickly, but El thought it tasted nothing like something people should drink. More like poison, and he refused to try it. In fact, similar situations had happened before. I was just starting out in human life. So many foods seemed new and exciting to him. He really liked some, but there were plenty he could not stand. Things like bitter melon, onions, ginger, and garlic. El would not touch any of those. Whenever he said he did not like something, Charlotte never pushed him to eat it. But this time was different. Charlotte had completely changed her usual attitude and insisted that El take the medicine. Elle knew Charlotte was doing it for his own good, but for some reason, he just felt upset. He wanted to say this was his body. He could manage it himself without having to drink what felt like poison 3 times a day. But he could not bring himself to speak those words. It was not because of any restriction. It was because as soon as he said them, the Hua family would learn about their true identity. In these little worlds, only the protagonist has the ability to see into their future. The villains do not have that right, because even if the protagonist learns about their future, it will not change the protagonist's fate, but the villain's future could be changed. To keep the story on track toward its ending, neither of them should know how it ends. Elle thought about this and suddenly felt even worse, so while Jack and Charlotte were not looking, he turned around without hesitation and walked away. He would spend enough time dealing with the antagonist's family. Elle decided to try reaching out to some other characters instead. Who should he meet this time? Why not go see the biggest antagonist in this world? Elle remembered his name, Gabriel. Before meeting Gabriel, Elle used points from the reward store to restore their human body to full health. After that, he prepared to sneak into Gabriel's house. But since Gabriel was the main antagonist in World A, I was not sure what kind of person he really was. So before sneaking to meet him, he checked Gabriel's profile in the small world. Gabriel, male, years old, abandoned by his parents from a young age. He grew up with twisted and obsessive tendencies and became ruthless in behavior. As an adult, driven by obsession toward the main character's role, he constantly clashed with the main protagonist but kept losing, eventually dying in a car accident. Elle felt alert upon reading this. He would been living in the human world for half a month now. Far beyond being the naive system he once was, the term ruthless carried quite strong weight. Surely, not every antagonist was as easy to get along with as the people from the Hua family. Gabriel's personality matched Elle's image of a typical villain quite closely, so this time, Elle decided not to confront Gabriel directly, but instead observe him first. Gabriel's mansion was larger in area than the Hua family's villa. Elle used invisibility, first wandered around the Qin family's villa, then took a quiet breath before flying toward Gabriel's room. He landed directly on Gabriel's balcony. As soon as he landed, Elle froze in surprise. On the huge floor-to-ceiling balcony, a thick layer of snow was scattered. In a shaded corner that never caught sunlight, there stood a plump snowman. The snowman wore a hat, wrapped a red scarf around its neck, had a carrot for a nose, and held a basket in its hands filled with a few candies. Elle's eyes were drawn to the snowman and barely moved away. That snowman is really cute, he thought, but soon Elle snapped back to focus. He was here to observe the big villain Gabriel, not to stare at snowmen. Still, why would a major antagonist build a snowman on his own balcony? Elle wondered as he prepared to head inside, but he could not get in at all. In the freezing snowy winter, Gabriel's balcony was not sealed, which is why snow could fall inside. But Gabriel would not leave his bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window open either. Even with invisibility, Elle now in a human body could not enter, unless Elle left his human body behind to get in. But then, his body would be exposed to the icy cold and likely catch another illness. There was no other choice, so I had to crouch down in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and quietly observe the inside of the room. After scanning the area, Elle still could not spot Gabriel's figure anywhere. Could he be out? Elle quickly checked Gabriel's location data. He really was not home. Gabriel was at work at this time of day. It was not a wasted trip. Elle did not mind waiting here for Gabriel to return. But as he waited, his eyes could not help drifting toward the snowman nearby. At 10 of the clock in the morning, the weak winter sunlight landed on the balcony. Elle stood beside the snowman and gently poked its plump body, then tapped its carrot nose. The feel of the snow was fascinating. At first it felt icy cold, but after holding it just a little while, it would melt into a small puddle. During the short time Elle stayed with the Hua family, the 3 younger members had taken him out to play in the snow too. But all they did was play snowball fights and toss snowballs around. Running and jumping was fun, but the 3 younger Hua family members were not very good at shaping things. Even their snowballs were lopsided. This snowman was different. Its head was round, its body plump and spherical, and with its little button eyes, it looked especially endearing. The morning sun was not strong, but by the afternoon, It had warmed up a bit. Snow on the outer edge of the balcony that caught direct sunlight had already melted slightly. Elle worried the snowman might get too much sun, so he carefully chose a spot that blocked the light. The whole afternoon, he sat outside Gabriel's balcony, shielding the snowman from the sun, while trying to shape small snow figures out of the remaining snow. I had never done anything like this before, so he was a bit clumsy at first, but after all, he was the most advanced system. After a couple of tries, he gradually got the hang of it. By the end of the afternoon, Gabriel's balcony area was filled with snowmen of various sizes and shapes. Then Elle heard a smooth male voice say, "Just bring dinner to the study. I will not be coming down today." The man's words cut off suddenly. In the next instant, the balcony glass door slid open from inside. Elle suddenly realized he would been playing too long. For a moment, Elle felt an unexpected sense of nervousness, and even noticed his cheeks growing warm. Why was that? Before he could figure out why he felt so uneasy, he heard the young man turn and ask, "Who came into my room this afternoon?" Elle suddenly remembered, right, he was invisible. The villain could not see him at all. Elle let out a quiet breath, then quickly glanced up at the young man. The young man was still in his black suit, its sleek lines perfectly outlining his frame. Elle quickly took a look before focusing on his face. To Elle's surprise, the villain did not look intimidating at all. Far from it. After studying him a bit more, Elle quickly concluded, this villain was handsome. Extremely handsome, and more importantly, there was no hostile expression on the villain's face. Upon closer inspection of his features, it actually gave off a sense of, after thinking it over, Elle noticed that the villain's demeanor closely resembled that of the Hua family members. Someone who seemed easy to get along with at first glance, but I was not about to show himself directly in front of Gabriel without any preparation. After all, he was the biggest antagonist in this small world. What if this was just a facade? Yes, during this time, I had come to realize one thing: unlike systems, humans were two-faced by nature. They would behave differently in front of different people. For example, Mason acted completely differently depending on who he was with compared to how he behaved behind closed doors. Elle worried that Gabriel might be the same kind of person, so he decided to sneak into Gabriel's room for a closer look. The butler's voice then came from the doorway. "No one has come up here all day." Gabriel's gaze settled on the somewhat messy footprints on the balcony, his brow slightly furrowed. Only after confirming that Gabriel was not looking did Elle carefully rise into the air. After finding the right angle, he swiftly slipped past Gabriel and into the room in a flash. He moved fast, like a gust of wind. Gabriel suddenly turned to look behind him. The butler asked, "Young master, is everything all right?" Gabriel swept his eyes across the room before finally turning back, his gaze landing on a row of small snowmen of varying heights. He smiled and said, "It is nothing. Please go ahead with your duties." The butler, though puzzled, said no more and left the room. As nightfall approached, Gabriel stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly watching the row of small snowmen on the balcony. After a long while, he suddenly stepped outside. Elle quickly flew after him with caution, only to see Gabriel pull out a small shovel and bucket from somewhere, clearing the scattered snow on the balcony and gathering up the melted slush from the afternoon as well. Watching his actions, Elle suddenly realized his body was indeed invisible, but he had completely forgotten to restore the snowmen and erase the footprints on the snow. Gabriel was a major antagonist in his little world. He had been staring outside for so long. Elle grew cautious once again. Could he have already noticed me? Then what is he doing now? He knew I was there, yet did not expose me. He is even helping cover up my traces. Elle suddenly felt this situation was oddly familiar. In one of the small worlds he would once overseen, there was a villain who was a serial killer. After spotting the hero's presence, he did not immediately act. He waited for the hero to step into his carefully laid trap. Thinking of this, a strange fear crept into Elle's mind. That cannot be right. He was a system. He should not have to fear something like this at all. But now he had a human body. A 5-year-old child with no strength at all. So was this fear coming from his own body? Elle hovered in midair, clearly feeling his body tremble slightly. True enough. This villain was even more terrifying than the villain's entire family. No, if this body kept shaking like this, he would not be able to properly observe Gabriel at all. Elle quickly stepped out of the human form and tucked it safely into the system storage space. After finishing that, he finally felt the shaking in his body stop. But for some reason, he still had a strange uneasiness inside. Could this be what fear feels like? That feeling was not pleasant at all. Maybe I will just keep watching the villain for one more night and leave tomorrow? Elle made up his mind, then resumed observing Gabriel from a watcher's perspective. Gabriel quickly returned to his room after clearing the snow off the balcony. Before closing the sliding window, he glanced back at the line of snowmen standing neatly in a row. His eyes briefly lit up with a quiet smile. No way, what was he smiling about? Elle felt like his whole system had just gone off balance. That killer villain always smiled at the outside before entering their room. So this Gabriel, this villain too, was probably the same. That is right. Elle suddenly recalled Gabriel's profile description. Twisted and obsessive. For a brief moment, Elle really wanted to leave, but he quickly calmed himself down. After all, he was a system, not a human being. Even if Gabriel is the main antagonist, what threat could a villain from such a small world possibly pose to him? Though he thought this way in his mind, Elle still felt uneasy. He could not focus fully on observing Gabriel anymore, so he shifted his attention to find Chio instead. He did not notice that Gabriel had already intended to change clothes in the bedroom. Something made him hesitate suddenly, and then he took his clothes to the closet. The passage of time in the main system space was different from that in the small world. From Chio's perspective, I had just left and returned almost immediately. Chio could not help but ask curiously, "What happened?" Elle thought for a moment before speaking. "Although I do not fully understand human emotions yet, I now know what fear feels like." Chio was completely confused. A world is a safe level realm with no threat to systems. How could Elle possibly feel afraid? But Elle did not have time to explain, so he quickly left again. It was not until the next morning that Elle finally refocused his attention on Gabriel's room. As soon as he returned, Elle noticed Gabriel was no longer in the bedroom. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Gabriel had already finished cleaning up and was now standing in the small kitchen preparing breakfast. When Elle looked over, Gabriel was heating fresh milk. During the time they lived with the Hua family, Charlotte used to prepare a sweet milk for Elle every morning. But just one day without the sweet milk, and Elle already missed its taste. Yet remembering Gabriel's smile from last night, cautious Elle did not approach boldly. Just watched from a distance. The young man wore only a white shirt, sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing smooth and well-defined muscle lines. He first heated the milk, then poured the soaked oats into the blender. After the machine stopped running, he transferred the oats out and placed them into a pot with the warm milk to simmer for a while. Though the indoor heating kept the room comfortably warm in winter, Elle clearly saw a soft steam rising, mixing the scent of milk and oats. When it was nearly boiling, Gabriel turned off the stove. The oat milk was ready, but instead of pouring it into a cup, he poured it back into the blender. Once the blender had crushed the soaked oats again, the full aroma of oats blended completely into the milk. Only then did Gabriel pour the finished oat milk into a glass cup. The amount he made was just right to fill 2 cups completely. Elle thought, if he still had a human body now, he might have been tempted to swallow hard. In that moment, he suddenly felt glad. Thankfully, he was not using a human body. Gabriel finished preparing 2 glasses of milk and carried them to the living room outside. He placed both glasses on the coffee table, sat down on the sofa, picked up 1 glass, and drank while working on his computer files. Elle leaned in closer, curious about what kind of document Gabriel was working on. But as he kept watching, his focus kept drifting to the oat milk in Gabriel's hand. What does oat milk even taste like? Had never tried it before, but it must be delicious, right? After all, sweetened milk is already great. Gabriel had not only added sugar but also gone through quite a few steps to make 2 cups of this. How did he even end up thinking about milk like that? Elle quickly pulled his attention back, realizing Gabriel was reading a screenplay titled The Ill-Fated Beauty's Wealthy Older Lover. After glancing through the plot, I was not particularly interested, but his eyes kept drifting to Gabriel's milk cup anyway. At this point, Gabriel had already finished 1 glass and set the empty cup on the coffee table, yet his hand never reached for the second one. Why did not he drink more? I was puzzled. He waited patiently for nearly an hour, but Gabriel still did not touch the second cup. Could it be because the milk got cold? But even cold milk tastes good, does not it? Elle finally looked away. No, he could not keep looking, and Gabriel, the villain, seemed a bit off. In Elle's mind, villains usually acted domineering, loved giving orders to their subordinates, and rarely did anything with their own hands. Yet Gabriel, who was supposed to be ruthless, turned out to be just like the Hua family. Both entered the kitchen, and even made milk like Charlotte. I had watched him for a while, but saw no unusual behavior from Gabriel. Elle did not get anything useful and could not help feeling confused. Was Gabriel's mood a bit too steady? Normally, villains were not known for having good tempers, but from last night until now, besides that odd smile, Gabriel had not shown any signs of frustration or annoyance. Even Elle saw him just a moment ago discussing the script with the writer. The editor had gotten so angry on the messaging app that he started using harsh words, including calling Gabriel useless and talking nonsense. Yet when Gabriel read it, his expression did not change at all. He simply typed back to explain why that part of the story did not make sense. Not long after, the writer came out to apologize, saying he had a bad temper and asking Gabriel not to take it personally. Gabriel said it was just about the plot. I was not upset. Elle felt especially surprised upon seeing this. Is not Gabriel the villain? Do not villains usually lose their cool when someone provokes them? Why did not Gabriel get upset when insulted? Elle just could not figure it out. He thought it was pointless to keep observing the antagonist any further, so he decided to move on and check out the other main characters and supporting figures instead. This time, the protagonist being observed by I was Josiah. At this moment, Josiah had just made his debut, and it would still be 3 years before he met his true destined partner, the main character who would become the romantic lead. When Elle arrived, he happened to see Josiah rushing out of the variety show filming location in a hurry. After thinking for a moment, Elle changed back into his 5-year-old body. He walked toward Josiah, but before he could figure out how to speak, Josiah suddenly crouched down with a worried expression and asked, "Little one, do you know where the nearest pharmacy is?" Elle blinked in surprise, then nodded. "Yeah, I know." Josiah let out a big sigh of relief and gave Elle a warm smile. "Could you take me there? I really need to get medicine quickly." Elle scanned his body and asked, "You are not sick, so why do you need to go to a pharmacy?" Hearing that, Josiah's face turned bright red. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, "I am worried about him catching a cold. Please hurry and tell me. If you help me find it, I will treat you to something nice later. Promise I am not a bad person. Just guide me, okay?" I was so flustered leaving that I did not bring my phone. Elle did not know what KFC was, but he really wanted some oat milk, so he said, "I want to drink oat milk." Josiah quickly agreed. "Sure." So Elle led Josiah to the pharmacy. As they walked, Elle glanced at this part of the storyline and finally understood why Josiah was in such a rush. It turned out he was trying to buy medicine for someone he had secretly liked back when he was younger. The supporting character, that side character's name is Henry. Unfortunately, even though he was so eager to deliver the medicine, Henry would not accept it at all and simply threw it into the trash. Elle gave a quiet shake of his head and did not say anything more. They quickly found the pharmacy, and after Josiah bought the medicine, he took Elle to the nearby convenience store to get him a bottle of oat milk. In addition, he slipped 2 red $100 bills into Elle's hand and smiled as he left. "Thanks, little buddy." Elle looked at the bottle of oat milk in his hand, then at the 2 crisp $100 notes, and suddenly grinned. Looks like not all main characters are bad after all. Josiah's actually pretty nice. Elle tucked the 2 bills away safely before finally unscrewing the cap on the oat milk and taking a sip. Well, how should I put it? The taste was decent, but Elle still felt it did not quite match the oat milk Gabriel made. With time growing late, Elle decided to check on the big villain's house one more time. If he still feels uneasy this time, he will just stop going back from now on. After tossing the empty bottle into the trash can, Elle headed back to Gabriel. He flew straight to the balcony outside Gabriel's room. The small snowman he would built last night had melted a lot under the afternoon sun. but the little ones huddled beside the big one were still intact. Elle crouched down and could not resist pressing 2 more snowmen together before looking up at the inside of the room. To his surprise, Elle froze. Today, the sliding glass door on the balcony was not locked from the inside. It was already getting dark outside, but Gabriel had not returned yet. The room was lit up, so Elle immediately spotted a cup of milk sitting on the coffee table in the living room. Exactly the extra bottle of oat milk from this morning. At that moment, Elle suddenly understood what it meant to feel conflicted. That was exactly how he felt right now. Torn between 2 thoughts, because he really wanted to sneak a taste of the oat milk, but he did not dare. He had already snuck into Gabriel's room. Drinking someone else's milk would be incredibly rude, but that glass of milk smelled absolutely delicious, even from several meters away, and though the milk had gone cold, I could still catch the sweet scent of milk mixed with oats. Elle suddenly heard his human body's stomach growl loudly. He was hungry. Elle carefully took half a step back. No way. Definitely not going to sneak and drink someone else's milk. I was a system with strong principles. He activated his invisibility again and stood directly across from the oat milk glass. Not long after, Gabriel returned to his room. Seeing the untouched glass of milk on the living room coffee table, he raised an eyebrow slightly but said nothing. He picked up the milk and pretended to sigh. Looks like I made too much this morning. No stray cat came by to drink it. Guess I will just pour it out. Elle's eyes widened instantly. So that was for the stray cat all along. No, wait, why close the floor-to-ceiling window just for a drink meant for stray cats? Indeed, this so-called villain is still too clever. Wait, did not I leave the floor-to-ceiling window open today? Gabriel suddenly rubbed his temple, looking a bit pained. Guess I misunderstood little kitty after all. It really was for stray cats then, so he would been wrong about Gabriel all along. Still, could you please not pour it out? That was such a large glass of milk. So wasteful. Elle quietly swallowed, trying to keep the sound as soft as possible. The sound was tiny, but Gabriel's movement froze instantly. A moment later, he let out a gentle laugh. The morning oat milk was still poured down the drain. For the rest of the night, Elle kept regretting it. If only I would known it was for stray cats. I would have taken a sip. What a waste. Will Gabriel make milk for the stray cats again tomorrow? Elle did not know, but suddenly found himself looking forward to the next day. At the same time, Elle began thinking again. Why does Gabriel prepare milk for stray cats? Does he really like stray cats too? I could not help but think of Barry. Elle thought that anyone who cared for stray cats probably was not a bad person. So was Gabriel really a bad guy? I was not ready to make up his mind just yet. After all, Gabriel had given that strange and unsettling smile last night. But if he checks whether Gabriel makes milk tomorrow, it will be clear enough. If someone truly liked stray cats, they would keep feeding them consistently over more than one day. So that night, Elle stayed quietly in Gabriel's room all through the evening. But just before dawn, Elle suddenly felt extremely tired and could not resist closing his eyes for a short rest. When he opened his eyes again, he caught the strong smell of oat milk. Elle's eyes widened instantly. Gabriel made the milk. Elle's lips curled into a smile. He was thrilled and dashed straight toward the kitchen. He had completely forgotten that he would undone his human disguise last night, and as soon as he appeared in the kitchen, Gabriel smiled warmly and asked, "You are the child who went missing from the Hua family?" Elle,